I remember the entire front end of that car was like, it was literally like the engine, everything was destroyed. Go out, running out, and check on my sister. And, she has whiplash. And after we get the car out, like it gets towed away, the freaking Volkswagen has one scratch on its bumper, and that was it.
Yeah, that's awesome. I used to drive an '89 Ford pickup truck, and I got my first accident was in that vehicle. The car that hit me pretty much had at the front of its like the front bumper and like half the hood torn off. This Ford had an apple size, like a baseball sized dent in the bumper, and that was it. Like somebody threw a baseball at my car really hard. Like their other car was like ripped in half. Yeah, dude, that was some old gardener's car, some guy named Serafin, and man, it had like 200,000 miles on it, but it still like started up perfectly. I miss that car. It got stolen.
Hmm.
Dude, I bought that car for $400 in like
Those
2010.
were the days.
In fact, if you take all the money that I've spent on motorcycles and cars and added it all together, probably doesn't even make 10 grand.
Hey, at least that's smart, right?
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I find stuff that needs love. Needs a little love.
I wish I had a hobby like that. But
Well, yeah, I wouldn't quite call it a hobby because I only do them one at a time. You know, maybe if I had a garage full of them, you'd be like, "Oh, that's a nice hobby." But to me, it's more,
that's a
yeah.
hobby. No, that's a hobby, man. Like my childhood friend had a 1972 Mustang, I believe. Like, the entire thing was like, it was its age for sure, and we're talking 18, 20 years ago, and it was, and he spent his childhood all the way into his adult years working on that car just over time. And he made it, that thing, like, that the transformation for that one car over this long period of time, that's a hobby. And it was just one car. The end result of it is amazing.
I bet.
We were talking last night, like, to what extent are some of these guys that are like claim that they're like, globe earthers and they're really championing the globe? Like B-Ball is here for hours every day, nonstop, constantly posting the same stuff over and over. To what extent and I'm not really calling B-Ball out for this per se, but he does happen to be, and there's other guys doing this in the text right now. But so I'm not really saying any of them specifically, but to what extent are they essentially like compulsively avoiding their own questioning that they're actually on the fence, or that they're even beyond on the fence in terms of what the earth is, meaning it not being a globe? Like, how much are they like feeding some kind of a need to like deal with the fact that they're on the fence and like resisting that by just pumping globe information to people that, clearly are not in a situation where they're going to be, converted in whatever attempt they're doing to try to convert them?
Do they claim to be on the fence?
Oh, they're not in the fence. Answer is Geo. People.
No, I'm saying the truth is that they are on the fence. They're dealing with it with the compulsive need to just lambaste all of this globe stuff to people that obviously are far beyond, some process of being convinced by the indoctrination.
I would say that would be a product of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, that's
Fool
yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
I keep
That's
fooling
what I'm.
yourself
That's
into
what I'm
thinking that's the
elucidating.
case. Yeah.
Yeah, the idea that their cognitive dissonance is coming through in a way that they're basically avoiding accepting that they're actually on the fence at the end of the day, that they've heard things within this whole conversation that have made them question the globe repeatedly and in multiple times, while behaving like they're not doing that, pushing the globe as if it's some kind of stable model, while doing so to avoid the fact that they're actually on the fence or that they're actually questioning the globe way more than they're letting on.
I have this theory that all the hardcore Globers, the ones that have like heard the arguments, they come in every day, et cetera, not just your average everyday person off the street who's like, of course, it's a ball. The hardcore Globers, they're like dealing with some like teasing trauma because their end game always seems to be to get sassy, like every single time. It's like, I just need an outlet where I can be really sassy to somebody right now. I don't really. Oh, flat Earth? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Let's get sassy. And like some of them even get addicted to it.
I bring up flat Earth to test someone's character.
Second, let me answer here because we're trying to get as real as possible. Yeah, all of those characters are well capable, and some of them indeed are heads of their fields. The only, I think, reasonable explanation is that they're all working in tandem. B-Ball, as you mentioned, is in the army. There's a big army connection between them, Geo, and there has to be an opposition, and they're the stringent, stalwart opposition. Maybe in their own way, they're helping newcomers come in to make the decision because we'll be aware, they will come to be aware of their behaviour, a collective sort of dogmatism, and then move on in their own individual search. But to think that they're not acting their part, and it doesn't matter if they're paid or not, I should think that they are, but that they are acting collectively, maintaining a lie for as long as possible. I think that would be a bit naive not to understand that at this stage.
I don't necessarily think they all need to be some kind of operative agents. I mean, my older brother is a globe guy for sure, and he's an engineer, so he's pretty well educated. I mean, he doesn't quite have all the information that we talk about here, but he understands Coriolis and Foucault's pendulum and all these things. And when I've talked to him about this whole topic, I mean, he can hold his own in debate. I mean, he can not fully, because there's a lot of points he doesn't fully know, but he has a lot of the kind of basic education,
Yeah.
well, even more than basic. I mean, I'm talking about the globe model though. I mean, he has the college education as well. So anyways, he has all, a good amount of the kind of base information, as it were, with the globe, and he will defend it. Although he's also sometimes open when I have shared things to him as well. I've kind of had discussions with him, and he does kind of raise an eyebrow, and I do make him think in terms of the things we say. But I'm saying he's also fairly rigid in his globe assertions, and
I feel like
it wouldn't be that much further for him. Like he's not into going online and debating it and all that stuff, so he's not going to do that. But when he talks to me, he'll get activated and he'll debate me. So that's as far as it goes for him, though. But I'm just saying it's not that much of a step further for someone to have his perspective, the kind of rigid globe thing, and then to have some compulsion of a need to go online and find people that know the Earth isn't a globe, to then kind of release that compulsion on them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying they don't all have to be operatives in my mind. They could just be people that have some level of confliction, because they're kind of coming to our environment when we've already been in this for years and have come to our conclusions in our own ways and are actually moving forward. They're coming here to kind of like just post the billboard of the globe over and over. So like they have some kind of psychological conflict going on.
I feel like that gives us a lot of validity. Like Jace has a PhD. Matthew's a teacher. There's all these PhD teachers, people in people wouldn't come day after day if this shit had no validity. I feel like them even being here just gives us that much more validity, that B-Ball's so intent on this. Who would come day after day if there was nothing to this? They wouldn't.
Geo, right quick, what kind of engineer is he?
Computer engineering and electrical engineering.
Have you ever asked him about level?
Yeah, he would go with level as in relation to the center of a sphere and all that stuff, gravitational potential. Yeah, he would. But yeah, I've talked to him about it. Yeah.
And then so he brings in gravity as his explanation as to how he can have this like common center mass attraction point. So you guys, I would imagine, have talked about like gravity and stuff like that as well, right?
Yeah, we've gone through all the topics pretty much over the years.
Thanks, man. I'm just curious because that, like, when we get to that point, for me, again, working in the industry of like building buildings, obviously observing level, I'm always curious to know from my standpoint, what is their rationale, their be back, if you will, for how you can observe level everywhere. If it's just in fact gravity is the explanation. Thank you.
I imagine the conversation can get pretty heated between brothers. There's like that extra zest to the conversation.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, when I first talked to it about him, it was more charged than it is now. I mean, years ago, it was different than it is now. I think even like the pandemic thing, kind of shifted things for a lot of people. So he's definitely different about it now. He's like way more open-minded and just kind of chill when I bring it up, and even like ask questions kind of thing, rather than what it was originally, which was much more of a reactionary kind of aversion.
Well, that's good.
I was at the park about a month ago. I took my son to the park, and there was a guy there with his daughter, and it was just us. There was no one else at the park, so we started talking, and he just got out of the Air Force, and so I was in the military, so we were talking about that, and he brings up like, oh, he worked for an intelligence agency, and I was like, oh, JSOC, and he's like, what? How'd you know that? I was like, just a wild guess, whatever. So we start talking about intelligence and conspiracies and things like that. And then I bring up flat Earth, and he's like, oh, interesting. So we start having this conversation, and he starts testing me, like, because he wants to know if I actually was a part of some intelligence. And I gave him some answers, and he immediately recognized what I was saying, was like, oh, okay, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. And, all right, I'm going to listen to this guy. And so while my son, who's like 2 years old, is running around and I'm running after my son, this guy's like following me because he's just asking me questions about the flat earth. He's like, dude, like, what about this? Like, what about that? Like, what about this? And I'm giving him answers, and I'm like, and him being, he intelligent guy, you can tell he's intelligent. He's thinking about it, and he's like, dude, that actually kind of makes sense. Like that, like that's very interesting. Like, and he not one time did he have like cognitive dissonance in a way that was like lashing out or like laughing at me or anything. He was just immediately like, when I would say something, he like rationally took, and it was a really cool conversation. And I just left, shook his hand. He was like, wow, man, you really gave me something. And I was like, that was rare, and that will probably never happen again.
And what's
Think
awesome
about what
about
you
that,
tweet.
Grace, I love those stories because it's literally like you're opening someone's eyes up to something for the first time, and they're actually sitting actively onboarding what you're saying. It's a great story. Thanks for the share, dude.
Yeah, that was really dope. I had a little run in with some Masons yesterday. Are you guys familiar with
blood type?
what's that?
Did they ask for your blood type?
No. Okay. So, have you guys ever heard the
Did
term?
they try to kiss you?
No. I was at a car dealership, a used car lot, and I'm looking at this old Crown Vic, and this guy comes up to me, and he's got a black hat that says Special Forces on it. He's probably like 80 something, like mid 80s, very very old. Comes up to me, he's like, "Oh, I was a police officer in the '90s. Like these cars, they're great. Are you thinking about buying one?" I was like, I'm going to test drive this one right here. Like, and I noticed he's got this Mason ring on, and I'm just like, "Oh, this is kind of weird." So I go and test drive the car, and I come back and I have to pee so badly. I got like stuck in some bad traffic on the way back to the dealership, and like I just I go into the mechanic shop. I'm like, yo, is there a place I can go pee? And someone's like, yeah, in the back and around the corner. So I go back there, just barely get it out, and I'm like, oh yeah. Like I just look up, and there's this giant picture of Karl Marx, like huge, like framed picture of Karl Marx, and I'm like, what the fuck? This is super weird. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not Karl Marx. That's fucking Albert Pike. And I'm like, oh, dude, whoa, this is really bizarre. Like, so like I come out of the bathroom, and the owner of the dealership is there. He's got a Masonic ring on too. And I'm like, yo, this is absolutely bizarre. And so I tell him I'm going to buy the car. He has his son go down to the county's registrar's office to like do all the paperwork, so we can just sit in the office and chill. And I started talking to him about this. I was like, so you like movies? And he's like, yeah, sure, I like movies. And this guy's also pretty old, probably in his 70s. You know, second Mason on the car lot that I've seen that day. So I'm just gonna like go for it. And I was like, have you ever seen The Man Who Would Be King? It's about two young Freemasons who try to go to Kashmir and like conquer these people. Dude, his eyes like light up. He gets so excited. And he starts telling me about how he's a Mason. He's been a Mason for 50 years. His lodge is in New York. And he's like, he's got this New York accent. He's like, Masons, they're the best people. If you ever meet a Mason, you know you're dealing with a guy who's never going to lie to you. And I'm just like, I'm just dying, dude. I'm not like, nothing on my face is revealing that I just think this is absolutely hilarious. All in all, he ends up telling me about the origins of the term blackball, where basically when you're getting initiated into masonry, there's like this giant black cube, and everybody who's present at the Mason meeting can go up to the black cube and they stick their hand in the cube, and on the left side of the cube is like a black ball, and on the right side is a white ball. And whoever's present for that meeting that night is allowed to vote on whether or not you can be in the Masons. You know, so if there's 10 people there that meeting that night, there'll be 10 votes cast. Excuse me. And it doesn't matter how many white balls you get, which is like a yes. If you get one black ball from anyone there, it's a no, and you're not going to be a Mason. So that's like, he told me that's where the term getting blackballed comes from. Pretty interesting.
But
Yeah.
the-
Also,
the
getting the third degree. You know, when someone says that or give you the third degree, that's also from Freemasonry. It's like when they do these like
Well, when I asked him, I said, I was like, oh, like I lived on the East Coast for a while, and I've seen like Shriner lodges and like, you know, elk lodges and this and that, and I what did I say? I said, oh yeah, I just kind of ball them up together in the same group. And he goes, because I just wanted him to correct me. Like I wanted to say something silly, and then he would correct me and like maybe drop some info. And his answer was actually very interesting. He goes, "Oh, well, Freemasonry is the oldest fraternity in the world." So this guy is and he said it with pride. He was like, he thinks he's part of a fraternity that dates back, you know, thousands of years, which is just very interesting.
Did you
they
broach
probably
flat
do,
Earth?
but
He
it's
might.
weird. Then
Do you mean to tell me that Stone or the Freemasons are literally just another OBC, another old boys club?
Well, I think that's kind of what he wanted me to think. You know, trust me, I was like praying while I was in there. I was like, oh Lord, if I'm supposed to buy this used car from these Masons, you know, like let it happen. But if this is not good, like send me some signs. But dude, he ended up being a very nice person. I'm not going to go to any club meetings or anything anytime soon or ever. But it was just a very strange encounter with some Masons.
so is it the Scots Freemason, like the one with they only have 3 degrees? Are they any more trustworthy than those Freemasons?
Mm, I trusted the gentleman about as much as you would trust anyone who runs a used car lot.
Yeah.
So he was already operating pretty much at like the lowest level of trust that I could have for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Being a Mason didn't really make it that much worse. I mean, Masons are kind of like used car salesmen, They've got this
No, for
thing.
sure.
It's so great. Come show up. We're gonna take over the world. And you show up, and it's just dudes in dresses, like shaking hands in the dark or whatever. Probably, I don't know what they do, but
They're having mandates.
yeah, they're having mandates.
Like
Absolutely.
I asked that question
Literally
because
dates, man.
no, but I asked that question because a couple of times, like there's this YouTuber, the Lord Lodge, and I don't really watch him at like anything serious. It's just like it's like what's it called, like Bigfoot and mysteries, that type of stuff. But this guy, he says he's a Christian, and then he joined the Freemasons, but not the one with 33 degrees. He joined I think it's the Scots Freemasons, where it's only 3 degrees and you have to be Christian to join. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like, I don't know if I can still, like, that's not bringing a lot of trust. Like, just because you think you can make that difference, like, I don't know. It's like saying I'm the Christian Satanist. Like, what? So I was just curious, like, if any information on that.
By the way, the thing I said about the third degree. So apparently, it has to do with like, well, well, okay. This says here to advance to the third and highest level of Masonic membership. Well, of course, third is not the highest of all, but I'm just reading what this says. It says to advance to the third and highest level of Masonic membership, Master Mason, one must pass an interrogation and certain physical challenges. Each level of membership is called a degree, hence the third degree. So yeah, that's what I had heard, is that like the third degree was connected to sort of like interrogation and how they do that in Freemasonry, and that's kind of how that term has been in common usage now. To like give someone the third degree. Or, anyways, I just wanted to, since I had said that before.
Yeah.
He also told me another aspect of their initiation process, where he's like, when you're being considered to be a Mason, at some point after coming to the lodge a couple of times, 3 Masons are going to show up at your house, and they're going to want to walk around your home. They're going to want to kind of like poke through your stuff. They're going to want to talk to your wife, and they're going to want to talk to your children, and then they're going to want to talk to you. Which I thought was super weird. Like, I didn't ask too many questions. I should have asked, like, what kind of questions would they be asking your wife? What are they looking for? But sometimes when you don't say anything, people will say even more. So I was kind of going that route. Also, I just wanted to get in my car and leave because I was there to buy it.
Yeah, it's crazy how much stuff in our culture is like linked to Freemasonry. The whole cap and gown when you like graduate either high school or college.
I was thinking about taking this car and doing a little trip across the country, especially if some of these pandemic lockdown stuff starts happening again. I think it would be cathartic to see somebody going across the country and just like interviewing people in every state, asking them questions about the current situation that we're all in. And I don't know, I thought it would be fun. I got something I got to do in Florida, so I got to go there. I got to drive across the country anyways.
Yep. There's infinite potentials for adventures on the road. That's for sure.
Oh, 100%. I'm also I'm headed up to Shasta, I think, soon as well. A buddy of mine wants to go up there and do some Bigfoot stuff, and I'm kind of down.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's beautiful up there.
Yeah, I used to go to the Jedediah State River, or Jedediah Smith River, excuse me. That's kind of up there near Shasta. I have a lot of good memories from that place. I was thinking about whether or not I should share this, but I think it's important to talk about. I have I have an old friend who recently got back into contact with me. I'll try to keep it short. He's kind of been struggling with some mental health issues, and a couple of years back, he had like a mental health issue that resulted in him being locked up for just a short amount of time, or basically detained. He wasn't actually locked up. I don't think he committed any crimes. He got detained, and then his detention led to like him being put into a psychiatric hospital. Anyways, he went on some anti-psych meds. This last month, he tried to get off of them, and I was there for a lot of his struggles, and I've been inviting him to church, driving out to him in the middle of the night if he calls me because he's not feeling great. Anyways, yesterday he got arrested and put in jail because he had a psychiatric breakdown and got violent with some people out on the streets. And man, that's one thing that I wish it was more of an issue, the whole mental health thing and what these SSRIs are actually doing to people. Because he's just not him growing up, dude. He was just a very peaceful person, It's hard to see him being violent with anyone. But these SSRIs, man, they are just pure poison. Poison for the soul.
Yeah, I mean it's sad to say, but I've known people throughout my life that have gotten on those, and maybe they first got on them, and and they they were okay for a while, but over the years, it's they've just gotten worse and worse, and in some cases, somewhat has destroyed their life. Their personality is different and totally altered from what it was, and they're even in a worse off place. They're not even in a better place either. I mean, yeah, it's like digging a hole, it seems. I'm not saying for everyone, but yeah, I've definitely seen people. I even remember in college there was some people that yeah, it's they started going on those things, and I just saw how they changed. It's a kind of a slow degeneration process. Now, maybe not for everyone who takes them or whatever, but it does seem pretty common. And then in some cases, 5-10 years later, it's the person's not even who they were before. It's like it changes them.
Well, it does, because I mean, I saw it happen to one of my own family members. Actually, two of my family members. Now that I think about it, but I have never seen the effects happened so rapid. Like the change happened so fast from the moment he was like he calls me up out of the blue after years of not seeing him, and he just sounded like not well on the other line. You know, like sad, depressed, pretty somber. And it was so I like drove out to him, and he tells me how he's been doing. We're kind of going over the last couple of years that we missed, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm on these fucking pills, and they make me feel like not human. They make me question if like any of this is even real. Like they make me want to, hurt myself." And I'm like, "Well, dude, when was the last, in my head, I'm like, well, dude, just stop taking it." I didn't say that. I said, well, when was the last time, you went to a doctor and had your dosage checked or like got checked up on? And dude, he got prescribed these 4 years ago, and he has not been back to a doctor. His prescription has just been on repeat, and he just goes and picks them up, and nobody's checking in to see how they're affecting him. And that shocked me, and so I was like, well, yeah, dude, you got to see your doctor. Like maybe try like taking less or something, and like figure that out. And literally within 3 weeks, I just saw like the craziest stuff I've ever seen. Like his apartment soon gathered items from off the street and alleys, like dressers and chairs, and like he started like stacking them, like newspapers, magazines, books, stuff just started getting stacked. There was like a sporting component, and he would have these delusions of grandeur, delusions of conspiracy. And when I say delusions of conspiracy, I don't mean any like well thought out type of conspiracy. I mean like, oh, the people in line at the grocery store are like all gangsters and they're like following him or something, It was nuts.
Yeah,
Really
you're saying like paranoia, like some kind of irrational paranoia type thing.
Yeah, extreme irrational paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, in my undergrad in college, in psychology courses, there was a book that we had to study, like in those courses in college, where one of the books was called "Your Drug May Be Your Problem," and this was in like mainstream college, as it were. Like I went to Michigan State University, so it's like a Big Ten school or whatever. It's like a definitely mainstream, and that was the name of the book. Your drug may be your problem. And it was kind of surprising that that's even in like sort of mainstream education in that sense. But it was all about how, yeah, these pharmaceutical, SSRIs and these drugs actually end up being like a bigger problem for people than whatever they started with. Like whatever they had was concerning, like whatever their mind state, like they did have some emotional or some issue. But once they started taking that drug, like that then becomes the problem. And it's really hard to get off of them. And they have like a long half-life. They change like the brain neurochemistry, and they cause all kinds of other changes like liver problems and kidney problems. And then like you're saying, people can get into like, different like psychotic states, or like even like you said, like irrational paranoid states, or different things like that are actually caused by those pharmaceutical chemicals as like side effects. And even like to the point of like they can get suicidal, and in some cases they actually commit suicide, like, because of that. Now, of course, mainstream medicine might say, well, the person already had issues, that's why they committed suicide. So of course they have their weighted, but I mean, there is the factor that they were starting to be given that chemical, which can definitely play into those kinds of issues.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, there was also this like really weird spiritual component where I was encouraging him to come to church with me, and like I'm new to this church that I'm going to, and like I don't really know all the etiquettes and stuff. So when I show up, I'm just very quiet, trying to understand what's going on. And he would come to church every Sunday, but he would not last long. Like he would either start crying or like have this really intense emotional reaction and like rush out, like have to go. And on Wednesday, I took him to church, and he had, sure enough, he lasted about 10 minutes. And like one of his big like paranoid delusions was that like everybody in the church was like part of some satanic thing. It was just, and the church, for whatever reason, the God thing really seemed to like trigger his symptoms more somehow. It was very, very weird. And I don't.
Yeah, I mean it's just intense because like mainstream like medicine, they with their model of, well, I mean, it goes back to like, you know, atomism, the atomic model, the material, their whole model that goes back to all that sides of it too. But they basically, in terms of like how that's been attributed with psychology and emotional issues that people have, and um, this sort of psychosomatic and emotional complexes that people have, and they relate it that it's all just physical, that it's all just like a physical imbalance in your brain, a chemical imbalance, and big pharma has the answer. You know, they have the chemical that's going to try to get your brain back in balance. So that's an intense thing, you know, to be told a sentence like if someone has like depression or anxiety or they have some issue like that, to be told, oh well, that's just a brain imbalance. You know, you now have a label, you have a diagnosis, and then here's the chemical. Like the way you said that he was giving us a prescription and it's 4 years later, and that's like, you know, the doctors just assume, yeah, you're just on this for life. You know, you just take this now and that's it. And it's just wild because it all kind of stems back to that, where they, once they've like try to claim that it's just a brain imbalance, then they then say that you know, need that compound to try to rebalance your chemicals. And there's no other way to do it, which is not the case at all. But they pushed it as that. And then that loops people into that kind of physicality, you know, belief basically that it's just a brain chemical thing. And then that just leads to, like in some cases, like a descent into, you know, sometimes these psychiatrists will like add new ones, you know, like, yeah, they change dosages. Sometimes they got people on 3, 4, 5 of these things. It's an intense operation they have going on. Meanwhile, a lot of the actual plants and techniques to actually heal, you know, oneself. Well, I mean, some of the plants are made illegal, these powerful plants that can help people heal from these issues. And then even other like practices are not as common. Even other ways of healing, I'm saying, like using breath work or meditation, these different forms are usually not, you know, paid for by your insurance as well. So it's tough for people in these situations.
Yeah, it is. And I feel for his family. Like I got a call from his mother, who I've never met or spoken to before yesterday. She was absolutely livid with me. She hasn't seen or been able to talk to him, but I guess his girlfriend was there when it happened, and she was just like, "Oh, you know, so such and such friend said that he should just get off his medication cold turkey, and so he did it. That's why this happened." I had to deal with one of those phone calls yesterday. It was kind of frustrating. Not like I was frustrated. Uh, I felt for this woman, this mother, who's, you know, clearly cares about her son, but doesn't know what to do, has kind of allowed the system, you know, put her faith in the system and the medical industry to like fix him. And she's very afraid for her child. I was frustrated that was going on. But I don't know. Maybe, you know, the world, or you know, God works in mysterious ways. Maybe he needs to go to jail. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, he'd get some sleep. He'd be away from a lot of the toxic individuals in his life. Yeah, he might be put back on some medication, but might be a nice reset because he was just going, you know, he was off the rails, dude. Completely unhinged.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate reality of a lot of those psychiatric drugs is that they end up at the beginning, often for some people, they do have some alleviation of their symptoms because you are altering brain chemicals and you are kind of changing the state in that way, the brain state, and so there's like a temporary, sometimes like improvement, for some time, or sometimes people just get worse right off the bat, but sometimes there's a little bit of improvement, but then often that improvement is limited. I knew someone that basically had severe depression, and he was given, he basically ended up trying like many of these different SSRIs and stuff. He would do one for, he would be on one with his psychiatrist for, 3 months or something. And then it would work for him for a few months, and then it would stop working. And then his psychiatrist would either adjust the dose or get him on another one. And then that one would work for a few months, and then it would stop working. And, so it's like after that kind of like almost like honeymoon period of people getting some benefit from these things, it's very, very often the case that it makes them worse in the end. Like whatever that brain chemical, whatever it's doing in terms of altering their symptomology seems to have like a, worsening effects, which just makes me think of like these opiates as well, for pain relief. It's like the way Big Pharma works. It's like the pharmakia, the kind of black magic that they're doing with it, where they give you like relief from the pain, but now your brain chemicals and your neurotransmitters are being altered to want to receive those synthetic opiates, and nothing else will satisfy that craving and everything. So then people end up getting addicted to them. And that's a different category, but I'm just saying it's similar with a lot of these SSRIs where people get sort of some relief right off the bat from the pain, but then the actual aftermath of what it's doing to you and how it's like programming your neurochemistry and changing your the balance of your systems in your body ends up causing a longer term imbalance that's causing a deeper problem ultimately. So it's like kind of solving the symptom, or at least trying to help the symptom in the short term, but in the long term, it's actually causing more problems. And that's what, unfortunately, the kind of darker side of Big Pharma, that's what they want, really, because then you're going to come back for more drugs, more treatments, and be a lifetime customer. So it's pretty sick because that's what they want in a sense, I think, on the deeper level. Even though, I mean, the psychiatrists might just think they're trying to do the right thing if they were just trained that way. I'm not saying that they're all nefarious. I'm just talking about the actual entities that are actually making these compounds and concocting them, and the nefarious, they know what they're doing with how these things are concocted and how they're changing the brain long term. And then, like you're saying, this individual you're mentioning, like whatever he may have had going on, just already, even before he started taking those. But then once he starts taking them, it's like, now what's the problem? Like I said, that book I read in those college courses, your drug may be your problem. It's like, yeah, it's like the drug ends up actually being the trigger for much of a worsening effect than they may have had otherwise. But either way, it's not actually getting to the core of the issue. That's the ultimate takeaway from it. It's not really getting to the core of it. It's just temporarily altering something, and then long term often making things worse and causing further imbalances.
Yeah. It did shine a little bit of a light, though, also on what would happen. What if a good portion of America couldn't get their SSRIs for 3 weeks? They've got food, they've got electricity, but no SSRIs. What would happen?
Well, listen, it would separate the wheat from the chaff. That's what it would do.
Well, I was watching a show the other night, and there's this scene where the main character has become blinded by rage, and he's in a battlefield, and he makes his first kill. And when he kills this enemy soldier, after he deals the death blow, he's like, on top of this enemy soldier's body, just stabbing him repeatedly after he's already dead, in just a bloodthirsty rage. And I had this thought where I was like, damn, like that's a real zombie. Everybody thinks that a zombie is when the dead attack the living, but the real zombies are when you're so blinded by like hatred and like, just you're so out of your mind that the living attack the dead. They're already dead. You don't need to fucking stab it anymore. You don't need to be in rage. And yeah, if a lot of people couldn't get their SSRIs, the emotional imbalances that would occur would be like a zombie apocalypse.
So I just posted the book. It's crazy that this was like required reading in undergrad psychology courses that I was taking. It's pretty wild because I just posted this book. Your drug may be your problem. How and why to stop taking psychiatric medications. The only book to provide an uncensored description of the dangers involved in taking every kind of psychiatric medication. It was also the first and only book to explain how to safely stop taking them. In the time elapsed, there have been numerous studies suggesting or providing the dangers of some psychiatric medications, and even the FDA now acknowledges the problems. More studies are underway to determine their long-term and withdrawal effects, etc. It's just kind of wild to me that this was like required reading in undergrad psychology courses, how your drug may be your problem, how and why to stop taking psychiatric medications, even though to continue those college courses or even to get a master's degree or PhD in that field, you could become a psychiatrist who is giving these drugs. But this is also required reading, in the initial courses.
It's always good to have both sides. It's always good to have all takes, all positions of the thing. And I think that's great that it's required reading. At least, what university was that?
Michigan State University.
Yeah. I mean, and I wouldn't know why one way or another they would do that, but I like it. I like that it was required reading. That's really good. It's good stuff to know. See, I'm on psych drugs right now. It helped me quit drinking. One day maybe I'll get off them, but for now, they initially helped save my life. People will be like, "You could have done that on your own." Well, no, perhaps, but I didn't. I wasn't able to up until that point, and then when I went to rehab and started taking the psych drugs, why now I have a pregnant wife and a really good life. So you do the 2 + 2 on that one if you want to, but that's not everybody's experience. A lot of people have very nasty experiences with trying to kick drugs and alcohol with the psychiatric drugs that they're given. A lot of doctors don't know what the fuck they're doing. A lot of doctors do know what they're doing and can help out, but there might be underlying issues like schizophrenia that was there before the person started drinking or doing drugs. How do you address that? But anyway, to stop being long-winded, I really appreciate that book, and I'm going to save it because even like I said, even though I'm on psych drugs, I would love to take a gander at that book.
Real quick, guys, off topic. For those of you, I think everybody here is old enough to remember what I posted in the live stream. I found a crazy relic at somebody's house, and just check out the live stream and tell me what you think.
Oh, dude, yeah, 2000 napkins.
Dude, I know, right? Y2K napkins. Same.
That's cool, and it's got a mask on it. That mask right there. That's cool, and the star. Let's see, the star is upside down. Okay. No, I'm just trying to pick out the symbolism like a conspirator. Anyway, that's cool. Where'd you find that?
My buddy and I were at another friend's house, and he was going through a bunch of stuff that he got from his mom. And these were there was just a packet of these jammed into some stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, those aren't just any old party napkins, dude. Those are Y2K party napkins.
Yeah, man. I remember those exact ones that so many people had those exact, that style right there.
That's so, it's so 90s. Like that whole, the style is very 90s.
Yeah, I thought it would bring a smile to some faces.
I wanted to talk about that manic thing. What's up? Dude, my best friend growing up, I'm going to freaking say some stuff about him. I'm sure he doesn't care. But, he was abused, and his mania, he loves being hypomanic, and he considers this his truer self because he gets really creative. He's really inclined to make music and write and make drawings and paintings when he's manic. And the medication that they give him, they literally inject him at this point. He gets injections, and his mom encourages it. And it's I think it's horrible because in high school, he was like this really eclectic person, like everybody loved him. And then one day he decides to break the law, and he's been pretty much in a suppressed creative state since. And he talks about how he wishes he could be manic. It's like kind of sad. But I associate all that to trauma. I think that there's like events in people's life that makes them associate their emotions to things that are probably not agreeable. So then they have to like find an outlet to express what's causing their confusion about that emotion. Because when you're attracted to something that you know is wrong, you start questioning like your own brain and if there's something wrong with you. I had a point.
You're making it, dude. You're making it. The trauma thing is really what you hit up on it. It's like trauma can be used to control us, and it can also be used to like send us down a bad path. And I think he was in him and I have shared a friend group since we were in high school, and we have a lot of dead friends, and everybody deals with the untimely death of, under 18-year-olds and just like early 20-year-olds very differently. It's a horrible thing to happen. That is not when we're supposed to die. And I think he just dealt with it in a different way than other people did, which, led him down the path that he's on. The trauma clouded his judgment, and then, it's no good.
Yeah, I'm figuring out weird stuff about this. This is such a sensitive subject.
What's crazy is that we can openly talk about it still, like I think this is going to be one of the more censored topics in the future, because I knew that there would be withdrawal symptoms if somebody tried to get off their SSRIs. I did not know that it would, like, dude, what percentage of America's on SSRIs? Let's just say it's 10%, right? If 10% of people in America, 30 million people, suddenly had a mental health crisis because they couldn't get their meds, I mean, it's like a tsunami. That would be very destructive. How many? Yeah, wow. I can't really fathom exactly how it would affect society, but it sounds like it would be very bad. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do all these why do I have this gut feeling like all of the SSRIs are created outside of the United States and we rely on them to be like shipped here? Because that would make a lot of sense if you wanted to destroy a country, get them all reliant on this crazy chemical that's like made in China or something, I'm on it. I'm on the hunt now. I want to know where these are made.
I'll use myself as an example. Hold on. So my YouTube recommended me a video the other day, and the title of it had the term emotional addiction in it. And I said, oh, Eureka, this is like what I do, because I took hella fucking ecstasy when I was younger. And basically, I associate like a level of happiness, like a very high amount of serotonin going into my head. I associate that with like the people I was around and the activities I was getting into. This is what I consider like a very highly elated state to myself. So I glorify it. Like my history has like a little event that I consider like my happiest moment. So that's like an emotional anchor. And I'm like learning to disassociate happiness from that event, that it wasn't truly like my most elated state. And now I'm finding happiness and, working hard and like swinging hammers and, over exasperating myself, things like that. That's like what I have to do to deal with that. Because otherwise I get stir crazy. If I sit with my thoughts, I start questioning all kinds of crazy stuff from The ecstasy thing is not trauma. What led me to doing ecstasy was because of some trauma. But yeah,
Oh, that was well said. Yeah, I hear that. I know a lot of people who mess around with that stuff too. Just a quick Google search has produced that nearly 8 out of 10 medications taken in the United States have some component made in China, including but not limited to chemotherapy drugs, birth control pills, antidepressants, psychotherapeutics, anti-seizure meds, over-the-counter pain pills, vitamins, and medicines to treat Alzheimer's, diabetes, AIDS, and Parkinson's. So 8 out of 10 of them have some component made in China. Wow.
yeah, because they could produce it the cheapest. Labor costs is very cheap.
But hey, Platypus, Pharmakia. I'm sure you already mentioned it.
No, I didn't, but it does say that all the nations will be deceived by pharmakia. And I think we already saw that with the pandemic. And yeah, I think it absolutely applies. I was looking through this, trying to find information on antidepressants in China. The sales approval for China's first domestically produced, like 100% domestically produced antidepressant, was approved for market sale earlier this year. So that'll be interesting.
The caduceus. I posted a couple images. The caduceus and the rod of Asclepius. And then the Nehushtan.
What do you think that's supposed to represent?
The Nehushtan in the Hebrew. You know, eventually, because you know how Moshe and Witzer brought this up this morning. He's the first one to bring it up. But I'm just saying that the serpent on the pole, the brazen serpent, the Israelites ended up worshiping that thing later on, generations later. In other, in Kings it shows up, and they were demanded to destroy it. I think Hezekiah, I forget who it was, but right now it represents like the medical establishment, but it's like a worldwide, like the NWO, right? Yeah, we could say that word here, the New World Order, and this medical system that's being set up, bro. Like it's supposed to be like its tentacles reach across lines of demarcation, these boundaries that we set up, right? Well, this establishment seems to its tentacles reach over those boundaries into all nations, and it forces its will and its authority unto all nations. And we've seen an example of that, bro. We just witnessed it. For anybody that doubts that that's not happening, we just witnessed it. We all lived through it.
Yeah, there is kind of like, oh, you didn't get this, the you know what, you didn't get all of them, and then it's like, oh, you're not, the Kool-Aid, and then it's like, oh, like you're sad and you don't want to just take pills to make yourself feel better for the rest of your life, like, oh, you don't trust the science. Yeah, there's definitely, there's a connection there. Huge fan.
It's an entity, right? Think of it as a machine. It's a running machine. We have the military industrial complex, right? And technically it's like a living thing almost. Like it just consumes, and it has a motive, it has drive, and it's drive, what drives it is war and blood and money and this oil and all this. But then you have the medical establishment that in its own right, it's a machine too. And its will is to basically just push out synthetic meds onto the people and alter the people and suppress the people.
You think there's a reptilian connection to the fact that the snakes are involved in the caduceus and the rod of Asclepius? Do you think that's like do you think that indicate that shows a reptilian connection to it?
I have oh, go ahead, Lion. I'm not going to forget
No,
what I'm going to say.
that I honestly can't. At this point, this is pure speculation, but this is it is uncanny, right? It is odd that it just happens to be a serpent around a pole. It's like, are they giving allegiance to the dragon? Are they giving allegiance to, if there is a reptilian race in the upper echelon of existence, right? Or is this like they're tipping their hat to them? Maybe, I don't know.
The forbidden.
Sorry, just real quick. Think of it like this. Scientifically, how do we define a human being? With our genetic code. What shape is our genetic code in? The double helix. What shape is this, the caduceus in? It's a double helix. But it's a double helix of snakes. You know? It is the double helix of snakes. And if there is a war, if we are created in an image of the creator, and the antithesis to the creator, or the enemy of the creator, is this snake, dragon, reptile, reptilian, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. There's something there. This entity is always trying to break us down, break our image, and rebuild us in their own image. And if you are going to be going to the places that are using that symbol to sort of define their practices and their perspectives, maybe your image is being rebuilt in the double helix, the reptile double helix. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here, but that's what I see when I look at it.
Well, then that gets into genetic modification too. Yeah, you've got these serpents that are in the shape of DNA, and then this whole component of modification of DNA. Yeah, I definitely think that's related.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's like a very dark practice, being able to put some human ear cartilage on the back of a rat. They say that not most people would be able to stomach doing this. So that's like quote unquote forbidden knowledge, the ability to alter a specimen's anatomy.
The original.
They also associate. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I thought you paused. It's all good, bro. I'm not trying to interrupt you. No, do your thing.
They associate the snake with the sine wave, so they believe that all knowledge is reciprocated by the human in a waveform. So the snake is the sine wave.
Yeah, so the original Hippocratic Oath, and I know you guys, a lot of people here are informed, so I'm probably preaching to the choir. But for those that don't know, the original Hippocratic Oath was very cryptic, as in it had a lot of occult symbolism and connections to it. But it says, "I swear by Apollo the physician." Well, who's Apollo? Apollyon, the destroyer, right? In the Hebrew, his name goes by Abaddon. And then they swear by Apollo the physician and the Asclepius the surgeon. Likewise, Hygeia and Panacea, and call the gods and the goddesses to witness that I will observe and keep this underwritten oath to the utmost of my power and judgment, and I will reverence my master who taught me the art. And this is the oath that all doctors used to make. They recently revised it because it was a little archaic with modern scientism, but this was the Hippocratic Oath that they pledged for a very long time. And when you start connecting all the dots, it's like this is part of the Apollyon will be part of the beast system in the end times, and the medical establishment will be part of that beast system. So this metaphorical beast that Revelation talks about, that's forming, and all its tentacle, when all its tentacles and heads are in place, right? It has 7 heads. One of those heads is the medical establishment. And when you bring up the Nazis and depopulation tactics and the VAC and all these things that, you know, euthanization and sterilization so that they can't procreate, and these are plans that the elites do talk about. You know, you talk about the shadow government. They look at us like we're cockroaches. And then you talk about these evil J people. They look at us like George Soros and the likes. We're just like a bacteria to them. And they probably, some of them actually do buy into the whole eco-fascism stuff. Like they want to really control economics to basically save the earth, because the earth seems to be going into this cycle of extreme weather but whatever, weather modification. They're trying to pump stuff into the atmosphere. It's getting real crazy out here. As I hand over the mic.
One of the reasons they idolize the snake, I think, has to do with there's like a survival instinct that they believe came from reptiles, and that's found in people, but it's like native to reptiles apparently. It's like the reaction time it takes, the time it takes for you to react to danger or something like that. They think that was given to us like by intervention.
Stay strong. Don't let them take your seeds, gentlemen.
Who do you guys think's going to win the debate? Flatzoid or Bev? Try thinking. They're having a little face off over something today.
How do they not agree on everything?
When was the last time there was like a good debate?
I don't know. I mean, I would bet on Bev because I've never seen Bev lose a debate ever. So maybe Bev would win. But I don't know what they're gonna go over exactly. But Flatzoid does make some mistakes here and there.
I mean, those guys have both been in this for years. How could it be framed as like a winning losing? Like they're probably just gonna have a discussion, right? I mean, there's some like point? Are they logging points or something? Like how would there be a winner or
What's
loss?
that, Brandon?
You'd win a point if there was a point of discrepancy.
Yo, Lion, you there? So,
Yeah.
have you ever thought about this with the Genesis story? So, God makes Adam, then He makes Eve out of the rib, and and it's like, the last line of that part of Genesis is like, and they were man and wife, right? And then in the next chapter, you've got the serpent. They talk about the serpent. The serpent is the most subtle of all the beasts, or whatever. It comes into the garden and tells Eve this and that. You shall not surely die. And then Eve eats the apple, and then brings the apple to Adam. So there's some things that can be gleaned from that particular part that aren't necessarily said. The two things are this: one, Eve at this point in time is alone with the serpent in the garden. Adam is not there. Where is Adam? Why were they separate
Listen,
in the
I'm an
garden?
expert. I'm an expert in this field right here. You ask,
Go ahead.
you asked the
Go
right
ahead.
person. So, the Genesis story in Bereshit, right? That story is a summary. It's a little quick summary of what happened in the beginning. But you can get insights in Ezra. You can get insights in Yovelim or Jubilees. You can get insights in the Cave of Treasures in the Book of Adam and Eve. But I don't really consider those books really inspired. Those are questionable. But the other writings I do believe to be inspired. You also have the Apocalypse of Abraham and the Apocalypse of Moshe, right? And you also have a little bit in Third Baruch. So that's why people, if you've only read Bereshit or Genesis, you're gonna be asked, you're gonna ask yourself a lot of questions because there's a lot of unanswered things there. But you get the answers in these other books, right? And basically, because I won't be able to read all these books to you right here in a 30, in 40-minute. Even in an hour, we couldn't go through it. It would take us days. That's why nobody's gonna put that time to really study this thing out unless you're really passionate. But I can give you a little summary in the next, maybe I'll try to keep it concise. But it was a cooperative effort to bring down mankind, right? And the idea is that mankind, when we were created, the first man and the first woman, right? We didn't come from apes. And I know that seems crazy when you're first coming out of scientism, but the idea that we came from apes is absurd. And because we all know that irreducible complexity is a thing, and that you can't reverse engineer a living being back to its original source form of a single-celled amoeba. Like, you can't. Every single part of that organism is indispensable. You can't do away with the heart. You can't do away with the lung. You can't. It's like doing away with an alternator in your car. If you take away the alternator from that car is useless. It's toast, right? Well, it's the same concept. It's the same philosophy. You can't undo something, right? So that leads us to believe that we came from one man and one woman, and there could be no other way. So then when you start thinking logically, then the Genesis account doesn't seem so crazy anymore, preposterous. Because the idea that we all came from one woman and one man seems a little preposterous if you come from the school of thought that we came from, an evolutionary lineage of different species and this and that. But that's insane. But anyways, to get to the root of the problem here. So to bring down mankind after the creator had created the man and a woman and put him in a garden, why would he put him in a garden? What's the idea? That in the word garden in the Hebrew, gan, what does that word mean? What's the etymology of that word? When you start researching the etymology of that word, you come to find out that gan means ganan. There's a root word in there that means to guard, right? So he built like a pen for Adam and Eve, and he called it the garden. And that little pen had a hedge around it, just like any garden has a hedge around it. You put a hedge of protection to keep the animals from getting to the fruits. Well, this is what the garden was. It was a hedge. Why would the man need a hedge of protection around them? Well, the scripture story is that, well, there was a rebellion before the creation of man in the heavens. This is where you get the story where, you know, the fallen angels and Lucifer. Well, there's some truth. Well, if you believe in the scripture account, there was a rebellion in heaven before, right? So this serpent in the garden, who is this serpent that deceived Eve? Well, this serpent, according to the scriptures, had a name, and his name was Azazel. Well, what was Azazel doing in the garden in the first place?
Well, I thought Azazel was the snake.
Azazel is his name in Hebrew. Azazel.
The question was, where was Adam? But
Yeah,
not
I
that
just
this wasn't
Well,
interesting.
well, I'll get to that point, but you have to unpack the story because you have to know what's going on. So,
well, my understanding is God created certain angels to do certain tasks and to govern over certain aspects of our realm. To he assigned angels to guide the stars, the planets, the wandering stars, the moon, the sun. He also wasn't Azazel an architect? Or no, that was Gadrael. Are Azazel and Gadrael the same?
hold on a second, bro. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, no, take your time. It's all good. I've just never heard anyone's take on where Adam would have been and why Eve was alone with the snake in the garden. So I'm curious.
Because Adam was put to sleep so they could remove his rib. And what this is in the Nag Hammadi. Hold up.
So basically, long story short, bro, without reading anything, Adam and Eve were free to roam. Adam didn't have to be up his wife's butt all the time, dude, right? So that's just a simple answer. But if you want to know the scriptural answer of what happened in the fall of man, it was a cooperative effort between different beings. There was beings that lived inside the garden. So inside this hedge of protection, which according to the scriptures is the Holy of Holies, right? The navel of the earth, the Garden of Eden. This area is extremely sanctified and pure. Before Adam and Eve could even be inserted there, because Adam and Eve weren't even created inside the Garden of Eden. They were created outside of it, to the land of the east, the land of the creation. And in that place, they were then transported back they were transported into the garden after they're created and spent a certain amount of sanctification outside the garden to then be inserted in the garden. But long story short, everything in the garden was sanctified and pure and holy and set apart. There was nothing impure in the garden. So Azazel couldn't have been wicked when he was walking amongst Adam and Eve. But Azazel wasn't the only one that took part in the fall of man. There was another angel and another culprit called Samael. And Samael was also another entity that was inside the garden. And apparently they were like angelic beings that were living alongside Adam and Eve that had made pacts with the enemy, with the evil one. But the evil one didn't have access to this area, the sanctified place. The evil one could only access the hedge of it. Remember, I was talking about the Eden, how it had a hedge of protection. So the evil one could access just the hedge of it. So at its entrance, at its wall, at its border, it would try to get the attention of creatures that were living inside of it. And there was a creature, or an entity, and their reference to like cherubim or malachim type beings. There was one that was called Samael, and Samael was actually told to plant the tree of good and evil in the garden. And from my understanding, it was a vine that Samael planted. And that vine wrapped itself up around the pole, just like the caduceus. So going full circle. And this, I didn't even mean to go here, but this is how we ended up by nature, by the ruach. So the the vine wrapped itself around a tree that was already there and pure, and then corrupted it with the poison of the enemy. And then when Adam was created, apparently the scriptures actually state that when Adam was being created is when this creature actually planted the vine. And Messiah actually links to a parable. In a parable, he links to this, where when man slept, the enemy came in and sowed the tares or the weeds, right? In my opinion, he's pointing back to that scene where Samael planted the poisonous vine, right? But then Azazel, and then after he did that, he was kicked out of the garden and cursed. Samael was cursed. But then Azazel, who was still righteous and pure, was then convinced. He took a pact, right? And according to the Apocalypse of Abraham, that outlines this scene right here. Satan, Hasatan, the arch nemesis of the Mashiach, he was able to convince Azazel to make a pact. And that's the only time, once he was able to make the pact, then Satan was able to use Azazel as a vessel and speak through him, right? And then through that vessel, he was able to convince Eve to eat of the forbidden fruit. But before Eve ate of the forbidden fruit, Hasatan wanted to make sure that she also would give to her man to eat, because ultimately he wanted Adam to fall. And he had to convince her before she ate that she would also give to her man to eat. But the way he went about it was so crafty and so conniving that you had to read the story for yourself. But it's like a businessman walking away from the deal and saying, oh, you know what? Forget about it, Eve. Like, you know what? Never mind. I changed my mind. I don't want to give you this fruit no more. And then he turns away, and then she's like, no, like, give me it. I want of it to eat. And he's like, well, before you eat of this, swear to me that you'll also give to your man to eat. And she swears by the name of heaven and earth, the only set apart name. She swears by his name that she'll give to her man to eat. And then he gives her the forbidden fruit. She couldn't even reach it because the tree was so high. She couldn't even reach it, that the entity, who apparently had 6 wings, 3 on each side, and resembled a bird and had hands and arms and legs, he put down the branch. He bent down the branch for her to eat, and she ate of it. She couldn't even reach it herself. For those that deny that the tree even existed, the scriptures are very clear that it was a real tree. And Enoch and Moshe both described the fruits of it resembled a cluster of grapes, not an apple, but a cluster of grapes. If you want to be scripturally accurate, not an apple, but a cluster of grapes. And the story goes on and on and on, but I'm just trying to give you a glimpse of what unravels and what happens in the scene and all. Adam was not present, and they waited for the perfect opportunity to deceive Eve. They caught her by herself. That split moment where Adam was tending to the herd, Eve was by herself, and this entity was able to deceive her. But then the Azazel was cursed. After he did that to Eve, he was cursed and kicked out of the garden. And then we hear the story where he was cursed to be a slithering serpent, where he has no hands and no arms now, and he eats the dust of the ground. But there's so much more, bro, but that's just a little bit.
What was he? He was herding sheep? Or
we're only led to speculate. I have no idea what he was doing, why he left her by herself.
maybe he's going to the bathroom. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, seriously.
So in the Nag Hammadi, which was found in Egypt, the story of Adam and Eve is like really different. When they put Adam to sleep so they could remove his side it was to make the mother of the living. It wasn't to make Eve. And the snake that visited Eve so there was a council of people that were upset because the mother of the living spoke to Adam. So they attacked the mother of the living, and then she entered like a deep sleep or something. And in that state of sleep, she was visited by the female spiritual principle, which was the snake that advised her to disobey the council. because these were Adam and the mother of the living. These were like beings being restricted from knowledge. So the female spiritual principle is what it was like a form of punishment for the council, that their creation is going to have knowledge. And as a result of after Adam and the mother of the living, they covered themselves because they had embarrassment. They realized that they had knowledge. The council realized they had knowledge, and that's when they put the curse on them. And they were jealous that, you know, that they were speaking to the female spiritual principle or something like that. That's a weird version of the story that
But one thing that stood out really for me about what he just said was about how the serpent had like hands and wings and stuff like that. Because it does say, you know, after he did that thing, he was cursed. He would move upon his belly, and dust shall he eat. So it's like, yeah, prior to this, serpent was not on its stomach. That is not how he was moving around. That's pretty cool. I never realized that.
Yeah, the ancients, some of the ancients actually worshipped the serpent because of him, we gain this knowledge of evil, right? We gain this knowledge of good and evil. So they actually exalt the serpent. But this serpent, when you read the Syriac writings of the book of Adam and Eve, this serpent had feathers and had wings and had a beak. It resembled a bird. But in the scriptures, it's also called a cherubim. So this bird-like being also had wings, but legs and hands. So it's a kind of like, I don't know. It's odd. But when it was cursed, it became like a Slytherin serpent. So, but you got the South American deities like Quetzalcoatl or whatever I don't know how to say that name.
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
It's Quetzalcoatl.
And then the word America, land of the feathered serpent, it's another allegiance. You know, they're like tipping their allegiance to the serpent. America is by its very name.
You know, there's something called a snake bird.
I mean, apparently dinosaurs had feathers now. They're starting to realize more and more.
Huh.
Talk about serpent beings. Earlier, I was being asked if I believed in reptilians. I don't necessarily believe in reptilians, but when you read like scriptures talking about the serpents and this and that, and then you go on the rabbit hole and you go, even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a fragment called the Testament of Amram. Testament of Amram, and he talks about like an adder type being. What's an adder to you?
Mathematician.
Adder. If you look up adder, it's a common European viper. That's the word they choose to use. The scribes, they put adder for whatever word that was being, used in the Hebrew. There was beings of adder, and according to the Testament of Amram, that they're very colorful, and even that they had clothing, dude. But they looked like they had scales. But these beings that look like they have scales also have clothing. What other being besides humans have clothing? But that's all I got about reptilians, bro. That's it. I don't know.
All right. But scales could also be like fish, right? Not just reptiles, right?
Yeah. I think it's Alex Gray, who's an artist for like or no, maybe not Alex Gray, I forget, but there's different artists that they draw psychedelic trips, right? No, they'll draw like these psychedelic beings, and they're very colorful. Some of them, and they're very reptilian. A lot of them too. They have like these weird eyes, and I don't know, man.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, were they reptiles or did they have like weird, funny glasses that were just like limited slit glasses or something like that? All I can say is having poor eyesight, man, it would have sucked to live in some other time when they couldn't correct your vision. I'd be taken advantage of. No, just joking. I would. You would have to depend on other people, like for sight, though, a little bit. What's that over there? I don't know if I have reception or I'm just talking a bunch of shit.
Yo, I hear you. I'm just thinking about. I feel like people dismiss what gets categorized as Gnostic text, but the Nag Hammadi was found in a tomb in one of these pyramids in Egypt. And, you know, they got these like people that excavate the tombs and then their job is to translate it. Therefore, it's Gnostic. But how is their creation story so similar to Adam and Eve that pretty much is like very different? It's similar, but they confuse who is who. So is
Have you ever heard
either Egypt is
there's
fake
almost
or yeah.
there's almost like another similar tale I think from the Mayans. It's a little bit like Adam and Eve, but it also involves the underworld and stuff.
I would like to know what that is. Yeah, I've also heard that there is a Hebrew translation of God in the story of Genesis that translates to God being plural. I don't know if I got that right.
Yeah, man. Yeah. In Bereshit, it's Elohim. All over the scriptures, it's Elohim.
Yeah, so you're saying the word Elohim was used to describe the creator, but this is a plural term, right?
Yeah.
That's what the Nag Hammadi says. The Nag Hammadi says that council members made Adam.
The Nag Hammadi, respectfully, is definitely most of that stuff was forged. It's fraudulent. It was attributed to apostles when the apostles never wrote it, and it does provide some deep esoteric knowledge, right? And some of it could be correct, but a lot of it is not correct, in my opinion. And its origins do originate in Alexandria, Egypt, with the Essenes.
How is it fraudulent?
It's like attributing your writing to an author when the author never wrote it, and then making up your own wisdom, and then be like, "Oh, well, John wrote this, but it's really your wisdom that you gained from some mystery school that you went to," and then
What makes the King James version different?
This is we'd have to go into canonization and the authenticity of ancient manuscripts and how do you evaluate a manuscript. Your linguistics and etymology, carbon dating, all that stuff, bro.
The Nag Hammadi is definitely older than the King James version.
Yeah, you're right.
So why would that be fraudulent?
Because there was a lot of Gnostics, a little bit, even during the time of Messiah and afterwards, there was a lot of Gnostics and people that were in sects and pushing their own agendas. And the Nag Hammadi manuscripts are a collection of manuscripts that was found. It's a library of manuscripts that talk a lot about, you know, dualism and the heaven and earth and all the same thing that scriptures talk about, but from their own perspective. So it's its own
But
school of thought.
the older text says that God is plural in the creation story. And then you have a newer version that literally changes who the creator is. Why wouldn't that be considered fraudulent? They're literally changing who's who.
No, the Masoretic manuscripts, the Septuagint, the Aramaic, they all point to the same thing that you're talking about. It's just that people's understanding of it, because they're only looking at the surface level. They're not going into it to really know the truth. But I agree with you that it's plural. So you know what I mean? I think we're
Right.
talking.
So who's conflating the word God? Who's doing that? It's the people that are committing fraud.
No, the people that are conflating what God is are the people that only go to the English, right? And they just read the word God and they think that God is singular. But in the plural, in the Hebrew, it's clearly plural. And all you have to do is go to the interlinear, get a Strong's, and then you'll see that it's plural.
Right. So when you go to the KJV and God is singular, that would be fraudulence.
No.
So these are the dudes that screwed it up.
It's not. It wouldn't be fraudulent because actually the English doesn't have the way that English operates. It can't literally translate the Hebrew perfectly. It's not possible. It's like Spanish to English. You can't really do it the same either. You have to find ways to try to transliterate it as best as you can with the format that you're given.
Everybody in America that reads the English translation of KJV, they all think that there was one being responsible for creation.
It is one being. There's one ultimate being, the Father of heaven and earth and all things. He's the source, right?
But we're talking
There's
about
one
the creation story.
Yeah, man. Listen, there's one ultimate source of all things. There's not more than one. There's one ultimate source of all things. But it gets a little bit more complex because from that source, right, he apparently split himself. And what happens when you split infinity? What happens when you divide infinity by infinity? Or when you divide 0 by 0 or infinity by infinity? You get infinity, right?
Technically, infinity is not a number. You can't divide it by something.
Well, yeah, technically, a singularity is an infinite. But if that singularity, for whatever reason, split itself, what would it be? There'd be two singularities. But who's the OG? It would still be the Father, right? Even if there was technically another singularity, which is what apparently there seems to be right now in our existence.
You're adding
I thought you were going back to one.
your interpretation.
Like infinity divided by infinity is one.
What? Well, I gotta say, it seems that you're being subject to having to interpret something that you are now the authority of this interpretation. You know what I mean? It's like clearly there's discrepancies between these translations. So saying one or the other could be incorrect is based off of your interpretation.
Ultimately, it's all based on interpretation, every single one of us. But that's neither here nor there, bro. Because, like, listen, bro. At the end of the day, we all have to interpret reality, right? Using our eyeballs, using our knowledge. So you can't really use that as an excuse. You know what I'm saying? You can't say like, "Oh, it's all based on interpretation." That's not fair, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have to vet the knowledge that we're given, and we're not all doing all the experiments ourselves to really vet it, right? We have to, at some point, we have to take some of this information at face value and just trust that it's correct, because we're not all doing every little thing ourselves. You don't agree with that? Like, you had to appeal to authority to some extent.
Well, if the Nag Hammadi is some real ancient manuscript, and it was actually found in a tomb in Egypt, then it's older than the KJV.
It is older. I know it's older than the KJV. There's no doubt about it.
Right. So then the interpretation over time, turning a plural being into a singular being, that would be, in my opinion, that's a bad interpretation. But you're saying that, you know, the KJV does not implicate that God is singular. And I think it does. A lot of people read that and they say God is one is all that stuff. So I don't know. That's I'm not pressing that issue too hard. I see what you're saying.
What language is it written in?
I'll find out.
I just find it, maybe it's just I like word games, but
There's
you got that hard H, the Hammadi, you know what I mean? But if you just naga it, then it's a snake, and then maybe things make more sense. But you give me any Nogs, I want to turn them into Nagas. I don't know why. Weird like that.
Oh, what does the Nagas mean again? I forgot.
It's like serpents out of Hinduism.
Oh, wow.
Says the Nag Hammadi Library, also known as the Chenoboskion manuscripts and the Gnostic Gospels, is a collection of early Christian and Gnostic texts discovered near the Upper Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi in 1945. 13 leather-bound papyrus codices buried in a sealed jar were found by a local farmer named Muhammad al-Saman. The writings in these codices comprise 52 mostly Gnostic treatises, but they also include 3 works belonging to the Corpus Hermeticum. Wow. The Corpus Hermeticum. And a partial translation, alteration
body
of
of Hermetic
Plato's
knowledge.
Republic. Yes. In his introduction to the Nag Hammadi Library in English, James Robinson suggests that these codices may have belonged to a nearby Patramoian monastery and were buried after Saint Athanasius condemned the use of non-canonical books in his Festive letter of 367 AD. The discovery of these texts significantly influenced modern scholarship pursuit and knowledge of early Christianity and Gnosticism. But it says here it's written in Coptic language. The contents of the codices were written in Coptic language. The best known of these works is probably the Gospel of Thomas, of which the Nag Hammadi codices contains the only complete text.
Yeah, I read the same thing. It also said that it was they had Greek translators in the 2nd century AD, which is strange. And now I'm confused about this book.
So hear me out, bro. No, it's all good, bro. But just hear me out. From somebody like me, right, that's looking at this with speculative eyes. So, with this manuscript or with this collection, this library was found the Corpus Hermeticum. That lets you know what kind of people these were. The fact that they had that in their library alone lets you know their school of thought and who it was based off of, which was Hermes. Again, when you look up Hermeticism and Hermetic principles, and then you talk about Copernicus and where they got their knowledge, and then you move on to the heliocentric model, bro. It's all rooted in this.
Hermeticum and Hermes, and then the snakes, caduceus, right? Nagas, serpents, eh?
Yep. We're gonna have to get into this another time. We could keep talking about it now, but there's a lot of things I want to get into about this that would be kind of weird.
Our lines here all day, all week. You know, we can get into it.
And the Ruach again has brought us full circle back to the caduceus.
Have you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth?
Yeah, so real quick, so Hermes is Thoth, right? Her in the
Yeah,
Greek.
exactly.
So hear me out, because Hermes had a staff, right? And his staff was called the caduceus. So here we go back full circle.
Thoth was also considered to be oh shit, I don't remember. Fuck. Yeah, Thoth was born from the lips of Ra in this like Egypt mythology. So the sun god Ra.
That's your boy Hermes right there.
Oh yeah, well, because Mercury's mad close to the sun. They boys.
I posted Hermes right there, bro. He's got the caduceus, bro, and it looks funny. It doesn't look exactly the same as the modern one, but
And then isn't that though? That's Gnostic though, right? The caduceus.
This is strange. This is all super speculative because things translated from like Egyptian hieroglyphs, I don't know. But this says that Thoth was the offspring of Set and Horus. And Horus was the offspring of Osiris and Isis, which is like the story of Osiris and Isis, in my opinion, is similar to the Virgin Mary story.
Or Hathor before Isis, because I think it was Hathor before it became Isis.
Hathor? Yeah, and the word Thor. Yeah.
Yeah, but then she had nothing to do with ours or Thor somehow. Yet it's sort of the same. It's sort of like the same. It's like the same thing. It's just like a different country did it or something. They just changed up the symbols. Right? Because like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Because like in the Nordic tradition, it's the chick's got the two cats. What the fuck is her name? Oh, help me. Can't remember. But she's got two cats, and then I think Isis also has the two cats. And so go ahead. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Those bitches seem all confused. Like all these religions seem like they're pieces of each other. Like almost like I don't know. It's even hard to tell like where one stops and the other one starts in a way.
Yeah, like at my core, I want to believe that that this story was told. It's like a big game of telephone. That there was a story, and it got twisted depending on the region, for it to be more like digestible to who those people were and what their religion might have been at the time.
Right. You can't tell me about fish if I live in the desert. I ain't never seen a fucking fish, right? Or some shit.
Yeah, like they tell you that, like, you know, you came from a creature that had a snake for a face, and you're telling that to a bunch of humans. They're like, all right, well, let's just eliminate that part of the story so people think that this is true.
Yeah, it's like I'm not a snake face person. Right. Okay, change that bit, Johnny. Retell it. Okay, here we go.
And that's also speculation. Like, how do I prove that? Yeah.
Oh, you can't. I don't think anybody can. I think it's very tough for anybody to prove anything to like utmost certainty. I don't.
Hey, Callie, I got a question real quick, bro. With Isis and Osiris, right? What about what about that resembles the virgin birth or the Mary and Jesus story to you? Just curious.
After Osiris's brother Sephiroth, you can't kill Osiris. He was an immortal being, so Sephiroth cut him up, put him in a box, and sent him up a river. And Isis went to go find his body parts, couldn't find his reproductive organ, so she like made a golden rod and like attached it to the dismembered body of Osiris, had sex with that, and then gave birth to Horus. That is the roughest translation of the story, but yeah, it's like a virgin birth story, basically. Yeah.
That's not a.
Well, yeah, I don't know. She used the golden phallus to make her son, so that's how that went.
And that's pointing to the
But
story
but
that
also
happened in
like
Babylon.
but those gods themselves were masturbated into existence by another greater creator god. That's true. And study your dick earth, everybody. Thank you.
When I read about Thoth, it says he was the god without a mother. So that's weird.
That is very weird.
I'm actually quite surprised with your answer, though, bro. I was expecting you to talk about like the times of the day and how they get shorter in the winter and stuff. Because that's what most people go to when they talk about equating the Egyptian stuff with Christ. They go off of the timeline that, because wasn't it Osiris that belonged to the sun with the Egyptian shit, right? Like, didn't he, or was that? Did I get all these stupid ass things mixed up, man? Which Egyptian god was attached to the sun? And they said that when the sun was getting into the winter solstice, that's when it died, and then it was resurrected on the other end of the winter solstice when the sun started sticking around longer. Do you guys remember who that was? I forget.
Ra is the god of the sun. Ra.
Yeah, Ra's got a son, but Osiris is he's like torn in half or torn into pieces. You know what I mean? So I think he's the one who dies basically in the storytelling.
I think all these stories are supposed to be implicating that there's like these points where a fertility goddess has to like repopulate. It's like a story of a rebirth of a nation. And all this stories about fertility is like the idea that everybody either comes from one mother without a father or something else. I don't know.
What?
One mother without a father. That kind of sounds like some Gaia shit right there, though.
I have allegedly a translated tablet of the Emerald tablets, but who knows, man? Like, because when you start to look up the historicity of the Emerald tablets, it's kind of obscure, right? It's kind of clouded in mystery. But I've heard that Alexander the Great was the first one to actually discover them.
But who'd you hear from? Not him.
That's what I'm saying. It's like historians that documented the Emerald tablets. There's actually, it goes back. It has a track record that goes back from different people in history tracking it or its translations. But I don't have the source in front of me, bro. But all I can say from what I've read is that Alexander the Great, during that time when he was in Egypt, that he sent his men to go tomb raid. Go ahead.
So, but do you know why is it Hermes Trismegistus this? Why is he thrice great? For what reason is he associated with the number 3? He's the one who wrote the tablets, right?
Thoth.
Allegedly, he's the author. Well,
Thoth.
Thoth or Hermes
Yeah.
Trismegistus, whatever that means.
Well, even then, that's
Is he
debated.
is he the third coming of Hermes or something like that?
Well, yeah, Hermes Trismegistus is debated if that's actually Thoth or Thoth's grandson or Thoth's descendant. There's some disagreements on that.
So you're saying it's a little anecdotal.
Yeah.
And Thoth. I'm trying to make a pun here. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, you know what I mean. But jokes are no holds barred. You got to go for the Thoth.
But the Emerald Tablets are creepy as shit, bro. They talk about like there's like a pit or like an abyss underneath the pyramid itself. Like there's like a chamber there that's holding there's like an evil entity that's even more evil than Thoth himself. That Thoth himself kind of is a little shook at the presence of this entity itself. That's very
he
strong.
was evil. I didn't know he was evil.
Yeah, Thoth is he's of the evil kingdom, bro. He's one of them. But he himself kind of has reverence for whatever is trapped underneath the Great Pyramid. He talks about the halls of Amenti that are located underneath the Great Pyramid in the earth.
Can't park in emergency, no parking, guys. That's a quick way to get your car towed, I think.
Unless
Toast.
you're entitled folk, they can park in the no parking zone.
No, dude, just turn your hazards on. Those are your park anywhere lights.
Get out of jail free cards. Yes.
The Emerald Tablets of free parking. I want them.
Just like able-bodied folk can park in handicap parking spots if they're still in the car. It's okay.
Like if you're going somewhere close enough, the cops can't fuck with you. You know what I mean? Just
I can get back to the car quicker than they can write the ticket. That's joke's on you, sucker.
Wow. I'm so doing that right now. Watch this shit.
I'm so doing that right now. Cookie jar.
Why am I doing this?
Why am I doing? It's bad when you catch yourself doing it and you're like, why am I doing
No,
this
it's
again?
cool. I could pay a quarter, and do this, or I could just do it the fun way and risk a parking ticket.
If it's metered parking, don't you guys have free parking on the weekends?
Oh, I don't know.
Where my Deuteronomy experts at?
Where my dudes?
Dude, just put a paper bag over it like the old days of the parking meter.
Hey, Snacks, I posted Emerald Tablet, a track record of it, but I don't know how credible it is. But go take a look at it. It's on the chat. See what else.
Brown paper bag keeps coming up for me this week. I've been hearing it all over the place. I don't know why. Fair, I share that for what it's worth.
Was that the only way she was going to have sex with you?
Stop. Come on. Bro, I got mangoes from Walmart. They were they weren't ripe enough, so I put them in a brown paper bag.
She's like, this bag's not thick enough.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, my bad. No, I was getting a fucking call right now. And I answered it. And apparently Discord doesn't disconnect when you answer a phone call. That's fun to know.
Whoa, you must be on Android.
I am. Good call.
iOS doesn't suffer from Discord not connect or not disconnect.
Yeah, but Apple blows.
Hey, man. You just showed that they don't blow when it comes to Discord.
Well, Discord's not my whole life, so I'm glad I don't, gauge what I buy off of whether it's compatible with Discord or not.
That was good. That was a very worthy rebuttal. Well done.
Oh, why, thank you. Dude, this conversation with thought and everything has been quite interesting, gentlemen.
It's also very inconclusive.
Says Isaac Newton in the Emerald Tablet. The tablet also captured the attention of English scientist and alchemist Isaac Newton to the point where he even made his own translation of the text. Many believe that the Emerald Tablet could have had an influence on his principles of modern physics, including the laws of motion and the theory of universal gravity, which I believe to be the case. Many scholars noted that his principles of gravity are similar to the text found in the tablet, where it says that the force is above all force and that it penetrates every solid thing. It said that Newton even spent 30 years to uncover the formula for the philosopher's stone, as evidenced by his papers. Interestingly, only very recently were scientists able to look at the papers of Sir Isaac Newton, as they had been purchased and kept in a vault by the famed economist John Maynard Keynes. And it goes on and on and on, but just giving you a little bit of insight.
Yeah, but the globe model is on the up and up, right? Like, there's no occultic representation in there, is there?
Oh, stop it. What are you talking about? 90 minus 23.4 degrees equaling 66.6 degrees. I mean, come on.
So exactly. So basically, right, they had a philosophical bias for their worldview, right? And it was based on Gnostic writings, it was based on Hermetic writings, and it was based on what? Ancient Egyptian mystery school knowledge. And I can build a case that the idea of the sun at the center of the earth is a lot older than modern Jesuit astronomers. And basically,
I'm sorry. Wait. Let me ask you. Hold that thought. Sun at the center of the earth, was that a misspeak?
Yeah, that was a misspeak. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sun at the center of the solar system.
The universe or the solar system, depending. Yeah. But like basically, like those are my enemies, bro. So that's why I'm very wary to ever talk about like the Nag Hammadi manuscripts in any good light, because I know where they come from, and I know that who's behind it all. And same thing with Hermetic writings. Anybody that talks about dualism and Hermetic principles and this and that, like, dude, like, if you're a flat earther and you're like backing up Hermes like he's your boy, then you don't know jack shit.
The initiative to tell a creation story is it's like, I consider it similar to NASA, how they make extraordinary claims and they're the spearhead of innovation. It's like when you tell people like, oh, I actually know where you came from like a million years before of any knowledge you can try to wrap your head around, that makes them an authority. So to make people think that you're an authority, you would use a creation story. And I think this is where most religions are founded. They realize there's like a level of mysticism to mind control. If you make people believe in a type of creator, then they're more susceptible to your rule.
Well, but it's the story has to get authored before anybody knows. You know what I mean? It's like long, long ago in a galaxy far, far away. That's how all religions must be. You know what I mean? Like, we've always known about this. You know, that's why the ballers do it too, because they're like, it's a religion. Remember, we've always known about this. But that's everything is goes back to like some time so ancient that they could never, get back that far. You know what I mean? But they can't. They can't have all gone that far back. But you wouldn't tell it any other way.
Well, it's creation or evolution that's at the observation, right? We're trying to figure out, were we created or were we evolved? If you believe in a creator, then you believe we were created, then you believe in creation. But if you believe in evolution, well, you're believing we inherited 2/3 of 66% of a monkey's DNA.
Right, but even that is like a story that goes back like to like the Big Bang, if you like, you know what I mean, with that. So it's just like any kind of time you're gonna try and just like, you know, create something as big as a religion or whatever, you're gonna just have to place wherever you start the history. It happened before that, you know what I mean? Just like when I watch like old stuff from like NASA from like the 70s, and they're like, and like it like we use like satellite technology to do all the stuff, and you know they're using planes, you know what I mean, but they're like, and we did it in the future now, you know what I mean? Like you just have to confuse all that shit so people think it's all current and real, you know.
Wait
I'm
for
done.
the history writers to pass away so that the new story can be written. But yeah, it's the idea. I mean, chicken or the egg, which came first? The creation or the story of the creation?
Probably the rooster. Just a guess.
Don't they call Babylon the cradle of civilization?
I mean, yes, it's the Fertile Crescent.
Because it's a baby.
It's a baby.
It's a baby. A baby.
Yeah, so to create governance in a place that, you know, clearly they're not the true cradle, but it's like the idea is that like you can have a clean slate, like, you know, no intervention from previous events. That would be like a clean slate, like a rebirth. So when you go to try to tell a nation that has been quote unquote rebirthed where they came from, that's where I think these creation stories came from. Is like you gotta explain something to them. You can't just say, oh, you know, I made you in a laboratory. Like you're the first specimen of your kind. I think it's more agreeable so they don't rebel to tell them that, you know, they have a long ancestry and that there's an authority. And then, yeah, now they're mendable. You tell somebody that, like, hey, you know, I made you in a laboratory. You're the first creature. This will create, you know, I think chaos within the being. But if you tell them they're a part of a long lineage of a long order, yeah, what's up?
You think we're created in a lab?
What?
Is that what you think?
Yeah, bro.
Can you grab the Dr. Bronner's off the kitchen table for me, please?
What the fuck's that?
I don't know.
We're the Powerpuff Girls, apparently. Made in a lab. But some
Yeah, I don't
scientists.
think we're created in a lab.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, right. I missed it. Sorry.
I'm saying that when you implicate that you're not created in a lab, the person is more susceptible to, you know, following rules. You tell them, oh, you came from this, these people did that, A, B, and C, you're a part of this long system.
It's such an awesome for like a sci-fi, you know, to like, you know, just like everybody was created like from it'd be great for sci-fi.
Or like a Twilight Zone or Outer Limits episode where
like
when like I seen an episode one time where they were being raised and then they became teenagers, and then by the time they were like 15, 16, they started realizing that their parents weren't who they thought they were and that they were like vampires. But imagine if our parents or we were like created by like these reptilian overlords. You know, that's how people really believe that, like panspermia, and that we have these like there's extraterrestrials that created us, and those are our parents.
I would have thought they'd have created a lot of people. Like I always say, this place was sang into existence. If you think in it for like cymatics or something like that, that makes sense to me. Like rather than words being spoke, just sounds and frequencies.
I didn't say that.
No, I said that.
Yeah.
How do sound make matter?
Well, if you think of everything's basically light, everything's made of light, then it suddenly starts to make sense. And I don't think that two people or one person just made. I think there'd be many people made, and many different flavors of people as well. That seems to make sense because we have many different flavors today. In the Oil in the book, there's three types of people. I think it's like Fryer, Binder, and Lider, or something like that.
You know, it makes you sound like a cannibal when you say different flavors of people, right?
Different flavors of people.
I do that with everything. Flavors of religion, flavors of... I always do that.
Yeah, just let it marinate. You know? Sound like a humanitarian or something.
Yeah, I jumped in late and I heard a bit of that. It was Callie saying that God is an evil scientist and made us all in a lab.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to straw man me, fool?
I'm joking, bro. Come on, dude. You know me.
That's what I thought he meant. He said. I missed it totally.
He didn't say it.
I could give more context.
Say that.
Let me give more context then. If you start a job somewhere, they make you team oriented. They say there's a mission statement. There's all these reasons that you have to follow the rules. If people knew that they were like literally the birth of a nation, you get more rebels. You get more people that think that they're not to be subject to rule. That's all I was trying to say. Now, I'm not trying to imply that Egypt literally was a cradle. I mean, I guess I am saying that. Like, there's all these creation stories like we started here. Like Babylon is the cradle of civilization. You have the Genesis and the story of Adam and Eve. That's supposed to be the origin of our creation. But I don't believe that. I believe that that was a story of a rebirth. That was a clean slate given to a specimen.
You said if we created a new human or person now, they'd be like, fuck you, I'm the first of my kind, there's no rules.
Wait,
whereas if they came from a long lineage, they'd have more kind of respect for older traditions and rules and would stay in line.
I don't even understand. Like the whole Adam and Eve thing, like that was the trick. He's like, I'm gonna make a guy. You know what I mean? And he's like, yeah. It's like, oh, the guy's lonely. Like, I'm God. I didn't know that like things go in pairs. You know what I mean? Except for animals and shit like that. But right. And then so he makes the guy, and then he's like, oh, I'll just like presto change it. I can make the two of them. One's a male, one's a female. And then he was like, oh yeah, I won't even get into the part where like we reproduce these things and they can just make copies of themselves infinitely. Like, we won't even get into that shit. Like, you know what I mean? But also the woman's bad. She ate fruit. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Woman bad. That's hilarious. Yeah. Does it make sense, Snakes, if metaphorically that it's a fall into duality, into the yin and the yang? Does that make sense? Because that makes sense to me.
You know, but you said yin, so what? How am I supposed to take that?
It's yin. Yeah. What I'm getting from that though is modern day women are like the independent. I don't need no man. But what you're saying is Eve was the first like badass bitch. She was the first boss bitch.
I don't need no yang.
She was the first Karen.
Am I breaking up, or
she glitched out of the Matrix? Play. What the fuck?
Don't talk about your grandma like that.
Your grandma.
Yeah.
So
talk about my grandma.
Don't talk about your grandma like that.
Yeah, in the King James version of Genesis, Adam and Eve realize, like, they're given knowledge and then they realize they're naked. They go to cover themselves. This is the idea that these people were born unknowing of a previous history. It's not like God, this is the first time a man got created. You know, it's just the first time a man got created.
Is it not some dumb shit to be like they realized they were naked? They would have no frame of reference for anything else, right? They'd be like, oh, a coat. Right? You know, she ate the fruit of forbidden knowledge, and she's like, oh, a petticoat. Oh,
that's what Genesis states. That's exactly how Genesis describes them wanting to cover themselves. that they were embarrassed.
Yeah, but
I could be wearing a flannel shirt.
it
right
could have
now
been so
and a
many.
headband.
It could have been any point of knowledge that got them to decide, like, oh, it's better to have clothes on. I can get cut when I'm naked. I can get a germ. I can
They're in
get
a
dirt on
garden.
me.
They're in the
They have,
garden.
they're like, oh, look, I can protect myself.
I don't understand why you're saying that.
Who's
This is
gonna
what
make
this
some
is
kind of
what
like
King James
creation
Version
like a?
said.
Who's gonna have booby trapped like forbidden fruit trees? You know what I mean? Like who's gonna do that shit? That's fucked up.
Prickly pears, bro.
I don't understand where this is going right now.
I'm saying it didn't have to like realize they were naked. They could have realized, oh, I can put clothes on. That's the same as them realizing they're naked.
Are you sure this isn't just a way to like
You're
kind of
right. They
sell
wouldn't have a
Christian?
frame of reference until they could add clothes.
Right, and then we could like teach primitive people who like just go topless, and we could like make them into like people like us. You know what I mean? By like throwing our bullshit like judgment on them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Then we could convert some people that like they don't speak our language, they worship other gods or something like that. You know, one
So you're,
point
so you're saying that the result of them eating a fruit, that's not what caused them to want to put clothes on?
Look, that's different. That's a
Yeah, we just use the fruit as a substitute for drugs or psychedelics or entheogens and stuff like that. That's the fruit of knowledge, and everything else is just like let's just figure out a way to colonize these people with a religion.
That doesn't make sense. What are you talking about?
Look,
the creation myth
the
doesn't
way
make
to
sense.
approach
Man.
this.
He takes a rib.
The question to ask is it actually embarrassing, inherently embarrassing to be naked? Okay, like my kid literally said this yesterday. He was like, I said, and people are only embarrassed because of conditioning, this and that. He tried to act like it was a natural born intuition to think that you should be embarrassed if you're naked. He's like,
It
well,
is
why
conditioning. You grow up
he
wearing a
doesn't.
diaper.
We'd have to prove
I
that.
wear a diaper too.
Next, we'd have to prove that. For all we know, it could be naturally. Yeah, it could be a natural state. It doesn't have to be conditioning. It doesn't have to be environmental. Maybe babies are naturally like after a certain age they become aware of their nakedness and they're ashamed of it. We don't know.
It just suits
you're right.
It suits a Western civilization kind of like narrative to like teach people the basis, the root fundamental story of the whole religion, right? How it happens part about it that people want to really care about. They don't care about like you care about the moral lessons and how to live life, but most people are not there. They're like, tell me about the beginning.
I'm interested to find out how many societies in history actually were nudists. Like actually went to work and experienced life regularly in the nude. Like, I'm interested, honestly.
A lot of them would have just been topless, right? Because like all that other business stuff is all business stuff. You know what I mean? It can get dirty. It can get hurt. You know what I mean? It just makes sense to like, I don't know. Once you're like an industrious, you know, kind of group, you I don't know, man. Like
I'd hate to work in the kitchen.
Doesn't nakedness usually? Sorry, doesn't nakedness usually equate to like vulnerability?
There's certain parasites.
Exactly.
If you look at some of there are some populations of tribal peoples that just don't do clothes. You know, there aren't that many of them left over, but there are many, right?
Hey, let me help you
A
out.
lot of them got absorbed and became,
Maybe that's conditioning.
There's a little bit. I mean, but they would have found people with other traditions that would have just been like, "Hey, we've just been here for hundreds of years doing our own thing." You know, like we're like, "Oh, we got this Bible here. We'll tell you all about it." Right? You know. So like,
you're saying it's not instinctive to cover your reproductive organs. That's what you're saying.
Like it's not like you if you had a
objectively. I want to say this, bro. Dude,
yeah,
I heard you. I get your point. Objectively, covering your reproductive organs is something all people, no matter how remote and indigenous a place might be, they're gonna cover their loins.
They don't though.
Yeah, that's
they
not
do.
true. That's not true at
Okay.
all. Look into some tribes do.
Go find me a naked tribe.
No,
even the most
lots of things
remote
that are
tribes
YouTube,
cover their
you know?
genitals.
No,
even
they
the most,
don't.
yes,
Well,
yes,
then-
they do.
And these are hoaxes. Then these
they
people
do.
are putting them on YouTube or whatever, like some National Geographic shit or whatever, pretending there's some kind of tribes that do this still. But whatever.
You're
I
saying it's
watched
an
one
instinct?
recently with the guy Rockefeller's kid. I can't remember his first name now, but he basically, so
he
they
went
say,
missing.
got eaten by this tribe. And
you're presuming not being naked is to be taught, and that all people are born instinctively to want to be naked. That's not true. Every single
I'm
nation
just
wears
pointing out that
clothes.
this tribe were naked. All walk around naked.
All nations wear clothes. That's not
That's
like
the
a
easiest
normal.
thing.
But if you have if clothing is part of your tech, you know what I mean. If it isn't, you know what I mean, then it isn't.
A random remote
If you can
island.
get away with
Why am I being rumpused out of my argument? I don't get it. A remote island with no access to education from a different nation, they'll end up making clothes. What are you talking about?
Maybe now.
Not everybody just runs around butt naked. That's not true.
Yeah, people do. There are tribes like that, and they're like, hey, and they're all like
instinctively
and
people make clothes.
Hey, we're all look the same. We're this tribe. You know what I mean? We just fucking make babies and hang around naked. What the fuck? We live in tropical environments, you know. And they don't have a clothing supply store. They don't have a Walmart. You know what I mean? They're connected from Western society.
Even the most remote indigenous tribes will have evidence of making clothing, and jars and pottery, and all kinds of stuff like that.
They just don't give a shit.
But that's the elephant in the room that has to be addressed. Like, why are human beings the only ones that wear clothes? In the animal kingdom, dude.
Social mores, and we have them. Other animals don't really have them quite the same. You know.
I mean, that's crazy. You want to believe that, with everybody in the world wearing clothes, that it's just like a natural occurring thing that people choose to be naked. That's not true.
Well, like, what are the kind of animal? Like, many animals don't have like their junk up front. You know what I mean? It's in the back. They're on fours. You know what I'm saying?
So you think you're an animal? Okay,
I'm
got
saying,
it.
what you used to say, like if upright horses exist, do you think that they just naturally be like, oh yeah, we got to cover up this horse?
You're not a horse. You're not a horse.
Well, parts of me look like it.
That's gross. Good job. You're gross.
Thank you. Appreciate it. But no, I do. I mean, there are numerous and probably as of yet uncatalogued groups of people out there from primitive cultures that do not know clothing, or at least like women go around half nude, you know. And it might be that you think about putting bottoms on, but if you don't have the materials to do it, or if you don't have the techniques, then you're not going to be able to do that.
There's things that are learned.
In Zulu,
there's things that are learned in nature, and there's things that got to be taught. And I don't think you have to teach somebody to make clothes. People will instinctively make clothes.
But anyway, this is my point: is that like, no, I think you're wrong, and yeah, okay,
that's fine. Yeah, we could disagree.
It's all
I'll
good.
look
It's
into
an
it more.
interesting topic.
I imagine deep in the Amazon.
Like, basically, you have to teach people to be ashamed of themselves.
Like,
Yeah,
no,
the guy with half a horse stick thinks it's okay to walk around naked. We get it.
No, I'm
I
just
think
saying,
that's the question.
I'm trying to be hilarious here. This is a dumb conversation. Sorry. Arguing whether or not if people have the inclination.
Do you think hygiene?
How the fuck
do you
know?
think hygiene is instinctive?
Let me ask
I
you a
don't think
question.
it's
Do you think it's wrong to see your father's nakedness or see your mother's nakedness?
Yes.
I actually still remember the first time I saw my dad's penis. Right?
Why?
Like it's like a shock. It's just shocking, right? Like I still remember, right? He and as soon as I saw it, I just texted him back and I was like, Dad, stop sending me this shit.
Objectively, there's no reason to expose your reproductive organs to someone that you don't plan on having sex with.
Yeah.
That's why people cover themselves.
I like it. That was good. Good delivery. The punchline was good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was well played, dude. Really well done. I'm chuckling.
Do you think hygiene is an instinctive trait that people learn through being in nature, or they have to be taught to wash themselves?
Like, I think in these tribal cultures, they're near body water. They know they need it, and they just go down and wash themselves out every day. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
So you're saying they don't have to be taught that, right?
I don't know what you mean. The people don't be
It's
taught
just
to wipe their ass. I mean,
just
maybe
another.
you gotta teach like a. I think everybody needs to be taught to wipe their ass. Maybe it's not something you instinctually think of. I don't know. What do I know?
So I was gonna bring up parasites. I think that like through experience, they realize that you don't need intervention from some guy with a book to tell you, you should wash yourself. This will prevent parasites. That's learned in remote areas.
I
So
think like
clothing
even
is just a natural result. That's just a natural result of being a person in nature.
doesn't like every living thing try to keep itself kind of clean, sort of. Like birds preen, fucking cats fucking groom them shits. You know what I mean? Dogs could kind of give a fuck, but they're grooming themselves on your carpet. They'll clean their asses with it. But you know what I mean? Otherwise, it would be grass. You know what I'm saying? Like animals have ways to keep clean. Sure. I think it's natural to not to be dirty. But wow.
Me too.
Sweet
I think there's other things that we consider unnatural, like wearing. You hear me?
I am.
Wearing clothing is natural, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you're in a cold,
All
if
other
you're in a
animals
colder
do it.
area, if you're in a colder area, you're going to end up putting the hide of an animal over you to stay warm. You don't need somebody to teach you that. You see how a buffalo can just stand out in the snow because of how thick their hide is. So, you just do some, what's it called? Just some reasoning and deduction that if you put the skin of that animal over you, you're going to
I'll
stay
go
warm.
put that animal's skin on, and then I'll be warm. Yeah, I totally think that.
Yeah, that's natural. That's a natural thought. That doesn't need to be taught.
Right, because you would know that an animal's you could just put on another creature's like outer exterior, and then you could be warm. You would know that intuitively.
I've
don't know,
honestly
man.
never
The
even
world
argued for
is-
this before. It's literally the first time I've tried to argue for this.
I just don't know, like how, like baseline, like your generation one world is, where these things are being like figured out. So that's all. I'm just trying to figure it out.
It's kind of funny to think that it's like a metaphor for our generation, how soft we are. Like that, if you don't wear shoes, you've seen people. I know in Stephen Fry's first book, they talks about this guy that came back from India and he'd not worn any shoes, and his feet were just hard. He could walk around outside no problem at all. Of course, if we tried that, it'd be, so that is kind of funny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in order for these Eskimos to walk long distances, they had to design a specific kind of shoe that looks like a tennis racket, which is better for walking long distances in the snow. And
Right, but
who taught them that?
the people in the warmer climates, they didn't need that at all, did they?
In Greece is I think the first place that they have something I would really call a shoe, but they were gross looking, and they had thongs up the back. It was gross. Can you imagine that? You tie your shoe up around your ankle with like leather straps and stuff like that. Not a good look. Not a good look at all.
I don't like the Birkenstocks that go, like the sandals that go inside your toe. I hate that. I don't know why. Just when it goes in between my toes, I just don't like that feeling. Well, they look cool though.
Where the first pants are supposed to happen somewhere above Iran, in the Scythian people. Scythian. I don't know. You pick. Pants. Otherwise, it was skirts. Okay. All I gotta tell you. So, I don't know. Well, that guy might think like clothing is totally natural. Like it took some while to advance clothing to the point where it was slacks and zippers and you know what I mean, shit like that.
Linda posted, clothing became part of the market of the beast. fashion statement and not protection. Listen, people, when you get into fashion and like being flashy and all the different purses, these people use that stuff like a status symbol. And then when you go look at the ancient petroglyphs, the Sumerian architecture and the petroglyphs, they show like these little characters with handbags. It's like, yo, what's up with that? Like, what's that handbag that they got that you see like all over the world
Seeds.
uniformly?
Seeds.
Right.
I always say
They
seeds every time.
they hijack the necessity and they glorify aspects within this. Within this. Because everybody knows you need that. So I don't know. I'm trying to tie this back to the Adam and Eve thing because the original
Well,
claim was, yeah, what's up?
well, with those handbags, maybe those handbag carvings are a pre-Diluvian carving that it survived the flood, and they're actually depictions of the first men going around the world and planting the seeds and spreading plant life everywhere on Earth, essentially. Because it said in Genesis that the seeds and shit were in the ground, but like
the
to expand, because there was
Mhm.
no. It seems to indicate that God doesn't need, but He designed the creation thus that men would actually be the gardeners in a sense. That's
Yeah,
kind of what
like,
happened.
like in the, I forget if it's like the Aztec or Incan, but they're basically there's like some kind of the guy who basically establishes the city is also known for having a handbag too, and also like that they're spreading seeds around. You know what I mean? They're growing their shit out. It's such a valuable thing to have, you know. Like it can travel. You know, pretty dope. Right. Like in
There's
a world
something.
where like basically like having a boat or a fucking spyglass or some maps is like high tech as fuck. You know what I mean? And like plants are like high technology. You know what I mean? You can cultivate them, pick them up. You know what I mean? Trade them, whatever. Get a bunch of slaves and grow a bunch of rows of it and stuff. You know, mass market that shit. Yeah. But they used to do this with all different types of things in it. You know, in fact, way back when, just like whatever they did make, they were making like gum arabica from like certain trees, like on Crete or something like that, and then they package it into like little cylinders, and they like, trade that bullshit for like some metal, like ingots or something like that from somebody else. Apparently, they find all this info from like treasure ships and stuff like that. So they were like transporting this stuff, there's like records of receipts and all kinds of stuff. So that's like a modern, somewhat of a modern, multi-country sort of thing going on there, right?
But what I find odd is that clothing also apparently seems to be a thing in the realms above us. Like it's not something just specific to Earth or exclusive just to Earth alone. Like something barbaric or archaic, right? Like something old, right? Like apparently, if there is other realms above us, that they also do wear clothing. Like those entities have their own version of like aesthetically like appearing to you with clothes, bro. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Maybe, yeah.
So it's
Sure.
pretty insane that the clothing can be divine.
Yeah, well, his
has-
message might be very different if he comes to you with his junk out.
Clothing can be divine. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be just something like.
If God just
specific
appeared
to
like
Earth.
butt naked to you, yeah, that would be fucked up.
But Adam and Eve were naked, then God gave them clothes. They didn't make their own clothes. God gave them clothes. Right? Isn't that I'm pretty sure He gives them the clothes because they were just putting leaves or some shit like.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there's a story also in Genesis where I think is it Jacob? Or maybe it's Abraham. Someone gives like this coat of many colors to
Yosef.
son of Jacob.
Yosef.
Right. Yeah, Joseph gives him the coat of many colors, and then the other ones get jealous of him. But it's kind of weird because he says that they're like his family's gonna bow to him and stuff, and then he ends up going to eat. I don't know. That was a weird story. But that's another clothing related event as well. Oh, plus that lady when Jesus was going through the cities. I don't know if I'm coming through, but the coat she touched his coat and was healed or whatever. So that's another instance of clothing being, I guess. I don't know.
I gotta tie this back to the Adam and Eve. You know, they were naked in the garden, and then they were given knowledge that now they're aware of their nakedness, which inclines them to cover themselves. So, like, there's like all these weird stories of, you know, kids trapped in basements from the day where they were born, and they have no concept of normal human practices. Like, you could teach somebody that they don't need clothes, but I think in nature, that's just the instinctive thing that people end up doing. And now, if there's some like indigenous tribe in some remote area, and then one of the guys in the tribe just chooses to be naked all day, he's more in touch with like a animalistic part of himself. That's not the human thing to do.
Yes.
Right.
Very well said.
I mean, like, what do you expect that they're fabricating? You know, they'd have to have a loom to make anything like fine enough to like wear as a garment you're going to wear all the time. You know what I mean? Maybe she's going to weave a grass skirt or some shit. You know what I mean? Hope that doesn't chafe you too much. Yeah, at some point, it might. I don't know. Like, where are they getting cloth out of?
Did you hear like the fucking Lululemon leggings or something are supposed to have like toxic chemicals coated on the inside of it or some shit like that? Fucking what did they say it had? It had some like fucked up. Let me see what it is.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think like yeah,
You know
there's
something
convention for most like like areas in like Western civilization, like out of the last like couple thousand years. Yeah, like we're gonna have established like looms and clothing and cloth would be some shit that they understand. You know.
eventually this developed into oh man, this is hard to explain. You know how certain animals have like how deers have antlers, and this is to attract. What is the reason deers have antlers? Isn't it to attract mates?
I thought it's the
I don't know.
battle the other guy like that. Like two male bucks battle each other with their antlers.
I got it. Yeah, I got to look into that.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, and then they just basically sneak up on a female deer and be like, "Hey, what's going on? Hey." Bunch of Bambis. I don't know. We're pretty different, I'd say, than anything in the animal kingdom.
I think bees or ants are pretty similar to us. Yes.
They
Kind
all
of
have like
lions, though.
hair, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Or like lions kind of, but also bees at the same time, in a sense. You know what I mean? Because like
Lions can't even like play fucking Xbox.
not in that way. I mean, like in our grouping behavior, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
We're like a cross between an ant civilization and a bunch of lion tribes.
We have the ability to displace like a alpha leader for a symbol, so we can just pay attention to a flag or to symbolic like an office or something like that. And we say that that's the alpha, and then that's what keeps like the super tribe of people together.
Flag is just a flag signal. I mean, that's what it's for. It's for communication.
Just ways to signal like authority or leadership or whatever.
Yeah, authority. That's what it would be. Authority.
Could be whatever.
Think about Titans.
Like if ant colonies had flags, you might have a point. I just think we're peculiar beings. Sorry.
What do you think about Titans?
Oh, you wouldn't probably like it, I guess.
Well, you don't believe in Titans. You don't think there was giants?
No, I don't necessarily think so. But I would say, what, above 8
Do you
feet.
believe in dinosaurs?
Hmm?
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
No, like what? Maybe. Well,
So what do you
well, there's always
that
older things. It seems like.
do you believe that it's just been human beings? Like, don't you think like? Oh, and what's your view on history? I guess you're talking about some saying in the last couple thousand years, whatever people have clothing or whatever. But like, what about before that? Like, what do you think there's dinosaurs? Do you think giants?
It's like maybe people have had like
Do you think there's a Big Bang? Do you think it's like
good clothing, like maybe 5,000 years or something.
what's how long have human beings been walking around and talking? In your opinion,
That's a great question. I don't even know how you start to figure that out.
you don't think there's titans? You don't think there's giant bones that are uncovered?
But mega sized things.
Yeah, it just seems to me.
I don't know. Like they talk about dinosaurs. They talk about like megafauna, but like I don't know. Like big horses. Yeah, maybe. Big.
Well, big everything is what I'm saying. Like huge. Like huge.
No, I don't.
Gigantic. Like continental sized individuals walking around. And
No, I
then
don't. I don't think that.
you don't think there's guys walking around the size of mountains?
And then
Like,
some guy like fell down and looks like a mountain. It's just like a guy.
like Godzilla level creatures essentially walking around. That's what I'm saying. Godzilla level just fucking roaming around just causing havoc and hell on Earth essentially.
I think it's
like Titans, bro. Like that's how you would
basically I classify that as like fantastic.
All right.
And
So you think that not the case, but what do you think is the case then? Like, do you think it was always human beings with their
I think
calculus?
a lot of like rock formations. I mean, it's just like soil. It's like, I don't know, it aggregates, man. Like changes over time.
Don't you have any curiosity?
Fucking a lot of things could be going on, right? With that,
I think it makes more sense that real quick while I got a chance. I think it makes more sense that like thunder was explained away by being like the footsteps of a god walking over there. You know what I mean? Like who knows? I don't know. What's up, Snacks? Big up, everybody.
Yo, what's up, man? I kind of feel like if I just trace the phonetical back, what it makes me think was like, so what's your, so it's like Titans exist within the Bible. They are said to exist within Greek, right?
Yeah, gods and titans,
Mythology.
exactly.
And so there's that.
Gods are human beings that have advanced technology, and titans, giant monstrosities that are like just huge.
I don't. It's,
I mean, like, because here's the thing.
Must
That
be
may
on
sound
my
that may
brain.
sound fantastical, but then again, the other claim is that there was nothing, and then nothing exploded for no reason into, and then it split into anti and normal matter, and then exploded again. But then somehow there was enough matter that wasn't antimatter, and then that turned into giant gas clouds, which then turned into stars, which then turned into solar systems, which then
Wait.
turned into planets.
Okay,
which then had which then had a reaction or something that caused
my flat Earth. My flat
like,
Earth exists within. My flat Earth exists within something I call a galactic plate.
A what?
A galactic plate. It's just flat for fucking ever, with like similar to just exactly what we fucking have here. You know.
Wait, do you think that there's an infinite amount of islands and seas and stuff? Is that what you're saying? Like you just
Yeah, it's basically something as large as a. To us, it's infinite. We can never really go all these places. It's so amazingly big.
So you're saying that there's like 40 more America-sized continents? Just
No, I'm saying there's like 40,000 more Earths.
Earths? No, wait, but
like 400,000. I don't know.
Sure.
Like more than you could count, I guess.
Are you okay? Let me ask you the question this way: are you an individual that thinks the water level? Are you an individual that thinks the water level is a straight line, or are you an individual that thinks the water level is a curved line into a globe shape?
No, I don't think it's a globe shape.
I'm laughing so hard right now.
I don't know why would
Dude, this is so funny right now.
Yeah.
So there it's essentially a flat thing. What the fuck is that?
We live on a huge ass piece of rock.
My bad. Sorry, I got. There's like a police officer.
Oh, and I think that these like holes are just like nodes that just appear because of space, because of area, because of potentials. Like they form nodes that are like poles, and so you know, like our center of our little environment here. There's another one next door, and next door to that, infinitely like a sheet of bubble wrap. But I don't think of it in terms of, I don't know, it's just how I think of it. Each one is its own contained sort of atmosphere to a point. You know what I mean? And I think the upper deck, like what we see of like all that we can fucking see, is just inside of here. Next door has its own way that turned out, but like every system has a sun and a moon, and there are stars, and there's like the same amount of planets, that they would see. They just look.
Is that like a multiverse then? Essentially, like
no,
a flat
it's just
multiverse? Okay, wait. Let me try to still man this. So you're saying that there's a flat plane, and then there's a dome above us. But if we go far enough, then we'll get outside of the dome.
Into
And
what?
then
I don't know.
And then you're saying there's other domes out
I think you
there
could. I think
with
it,
other, like almost like not like a multiverse, but like a multiverse where you could
I
go
don't even
from
know
a dome to the other, or is that what you're
You
saying?
know, I have no fucking idea how high we can actually see. Like, you know what I mean? Because I don't trust that these light years are right. So whatever those distances are, I have no idea. You know. So like, you know, if quote unquote like Carmen line is like 50 miles or something like that, like, yeah, okay, well, where's the thermosphere at? Where's that bullshit? And because that's all supposed to, you know, because at that level, I think it's rarefied out to being like hydrogen helium, and that's like where this like fucking sun thing is really hanging out, doing its business. That's what I think of. And like it's stacks of things happening. That's going on. Above that, even more rarefied bullshit that's farting out. Like it's like accruing some kind of like clouds of primordial shit that's just clouds, right? You know, it's spinning up in the vortex too. You know, so you know we're in this toroidal moving kind of energetic situation. Anchored off of this center node, right? What we call the North Pole, and I think everything South Pole is just apparent. Yeah, it's just the nature of being on a continual plate. You know, so like basically, it's like you know how like a galaxy is a flat disk, basically.
You think stationary, right?
You know how like a galaxy appears to be a flat disk, right?
Not.
I don't know. You don't know. But anyway, I just mean like we're on a super flat rock, and it's populated by all of these nodes that are apparent because of just it needs to be populated because of the equivalent moving of all this like energetic to do with top and bottom, whatever energy moving from where sparse material is down to high density, you know, and like a loop. And so these things just kind of percolate out of like our environment is, you know, unique to itself, but it may even share like life from other ones that are neighboring. You know, they might find there was like a lot of the same. You know, if we could get to, I think if there was, that's my concept of an outer ponder kind of thing. I don't know what other people think, but I think of it more of just like you know, each one is sort of like discreetly sort of contained by you know pressure mediation, temperature, environment, and it just makes it plain difficult for anything organic to pass through. You know, unless there's like an adjoining sea from one to another, and that might be what we have here. Maybe there's an adjoining sea that goes to another environment. You know, it's a thought. Yeah, it's just all circles tiled out. Infinitely, yeah, just like
Right. So you're saying like the corner of one map essentially could have like a connection or a bridge, like an arc in the dome that you can go underneath, and there's like a passageway to another dome, which is essentially like a world. That's kind of lit, bro.
But there's probably other places like that are in betweens that are real bad places to be, I guess. You know, like right between where all those fluxes are happening or whatever. Maybe even like some kind of dead space occurs or who the fuck knows. But yeah, and I
like Anarchy.
Yeah, basically like each environment is like mediating itself like off like these oceanic, they're called oceanic gyres. They're basically big like whirlpools that never stop. They're out in the middle of the ocean. North Atlantic, South Pacific. Walter Winchell, Joe DiMaggio. Anyway, they're I think that they're actually connecting up. Like they're sending like a spiraled ionized stream that basically energy is moving from like north to south across the equator. And I think that's and they experience like opposite turns, right? So they're like doing like what we call the what we're told about the toilet bowls flushing, which is all bullshit. But that's what these big toilet bowls in the ocean are actually doing, is they're flushing opposite directions. But I think that means that they're like part of a coaxial electric sort of bridge, that bridges over the equator, and that like sort of energizes the southern Atlantic anomaly, and it energizes other things. It may be part of like just an energy return system. There's so much like material and kinetic efficiency within this somewhat pseudo closed environment that we live in. It's got to be uh, just all kind of like circuited together. You know what I mean? And like it never stops being like this. Do you know what I mean? Like the energy state is like always pretty much the same.
It's a TV show, bro. It's a TV show.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, you know how you have like your favorite TV show. You could be the creator of the TV show, and then it ends. Then
Like it could be
you,
that
you
realities are like all the same within each one of these, or it could be that they're subtly different. Like math basis or the way energy works, or I don't know. There could be different conditions within all these things, and they might be at like different states of advancement or decay. You know what I mean? Like maybe we're in like the party time of this area. You know what I mean? In another area, it's like fucking deadland. You know what I mean? It had
yes. It could be connected areas. It could be, like other worlds that aren't connected, but there are other worlds. And like I'm saying, if we know that something's watching, right? Something made us, something's watching. Like let's say I'm saying it's a TV show. Let's say okay, it's a TV show, but now the question is, well, is he still watching? Are we on the shelf? Are we canceled? Are we doing reruns? You know what I mean? Like, are they making new episodes? Like, you see what I mean? Like,
I think we've been
what state
guaranteed
are we
for at least
actually
another
in?
30,000 more seasons here.
We could shout out there. We know there's a creator and he loves us, but we don't know how much he's watching right now,
what we
even.
really can't control are these like volcanic cycles, and like when some shit pops off and like takes out the sky and renders all fucking solar equipment nil, or like fucking takes out agriculture in a certain part of the world. You know what I mean? Like that
could be
like
catastrophic.
poisons the air. You can't breathe it no more. Whatever that kind of shit happens.
Do you think that's happened before?
Like what is this stuff that they talk about with like what the fuck where the Old Faithful is, like what fucking park is that? Damn. There's like it could blow. It's like a caldera basically, so it's like this like mount where there's a bunch of like magma underneath it, geothermal activity, and it could just like pop or whatever. And these are like doomsday explosion scenarios, but like is it possible if like so, or even just like a bunch of volcanoes going off that just like smoke out and don't necessarily explode, but they just like darken the sky enough to where like plant life doesn't fucking flourish very much, and it makes things scarce. I think that occurred in the past. I do. Like, yeah, the sea peoples, like that whole shit is interesting. They talk about like big ass motherfuckers. I don't know if they're talking about like Titan sized people, but like
Bro, Titans are like, when I say Titan, I just say it because like giant indicates like someone who's 15 feet tall. You know what I mean? Like that's a giant, right? A guy who could essentially like punt you across a football field by swinging his shin is a giant. You know what I'm saying? But like a Titan would essentially be like a giant to a giant, like a mountain-sized motherfucker, like a fucker who could like ram a mountain and knock it over. You know what I'm saying? Like give a little shoulder hit to the mountain and like knock a bunch of rocks off and like, you know what I'm saying? Like a Godzilla level.
Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like, I just look at like what we got today, and that's like 7.6, 7.7 is kind of serviceable, but anything above that, it's like actually kind of a chore to fucking do shit. You know?
Yeah, and I think at the same time they had these Titans, there was like essentially guys flying around in advanced technology, like shit that we would say is like an alien UFO. And essentially, like, they have these stories of the gods killing the Titans because I think essentially they had to, like, kill these giant destructive creatures. And that's why there's no more Titans today, because, like, they essentially did like an extermination job on these creatures. And then now we live like in a peaceful world, right? There's only other guys, and then yeah.
I don't know. I guess I have this whole like my craziest theory here is that there's like an, you know, wherever Egypt is, Giza, the Great Pyramid is, there's something diagonally across the pole, equidistant from that is hidden, and that we don't get to know much about it at all. And I think that's like that. I think some shit did. I think that's where maybe where the Moo stuff kind of comes from, or that's some smokescreen to kind of disguise this or whatever. But I think that sometime around the 1800 BC or something like that, there's something like the Sea Peoples who kind of invade all the Peloponnese, the archipelago. They leave Egypt, but they leave Egypt like as a shadow of its former power, and they kind of just take over the area, and they kind of become all those races in a way. They just like blended in, and they just took the shit over. But I, what I think that there's like had sister cities or something like that, like across from Egypt, basically, and that one of them like basically there was like a volcano explosion that triggered the movement of these people across the what I think was probably a like a crossable, like they came across the pole or something. If that Four Rivers map is accurate, then you know they would have been able to do something like that. I don't know, man. But
I was thinking about how there was an ice age 10,000 years ago, but you could still live on the equator, and how it appears that society was more advanced near the equator 10,000 years ago.
so anyway, like these unknown people, like kind of just stormed all through, you know, to like before Alexander the Great was ever born. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. It's weird. And then you know, like those Paracas people, the elongated skull people, like they're supposed to track back to the Black Sea or whatever, and that's kind of like in the same area too. So it's like I'm not just exactly sure what the fuck was going on, you know. But to me, that's definitely of interest. I don't know, man. It's like there's some like entirely hidden history here. You know what I mean? That basically would sound like probably crazy. I bet. You know. But yeah, I don't know about the Titans. To me, like I feel like is something of an adaptation of something that's maybe like Indo-Chinese that like dragged out to Greece and sort of stuck there, sort of in lore, if you will. You know, stories are pretty good. The good stories, they kind of stick around. I think that's why we see them repeated a lot. Um, but in this, I think that it's like the Titan concept is like coming from a blending of basically like a heavenly being, like as a constellation from Chinese for like the word T is like heaven and shit. I need my notes, but I don't know. Or you believe like that in Greece, like that they think that like something could have 100 hands because that's in the Greek mythology. There's a guy with 100 hands, 100 eyes, you know. But these things almost make sense like as constellation, you know, to me. So that's maybe where I think that the Grecian stuff goes to. You know, but yeah, I just think it's kind of like a blended out like sort of mythology, but it's like then been reinterpreted by like the Roman Catholic Church and then spat back out to us as like I don't know Greek myths, right? For the most part, and they talk about like Tartarus and the Titans that are held underground and stuff like that. Maybe they hold, you know. Then we hear about Atlas, who like holds the world up. I don't know. Like it's like there's kind of some kind of cover up with with all these storylines, man. I don't know. Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Like, how could Atlas hold up the world? What would he be standing on?
Yeah. Well, and then like I think it's also that he's not holding up the world; he's holding up the heavens.
He's holding up the sky, not the. It's not he. There's no globe Earth on his back. That's some fucking garbage Disneyland shit. He's holding up the heavens, like
Right.
how, like when you look at a pillar inside of like a fucking cathedral, and you know it spreads out at the top. That would be like how his arms spread out to hold it there. But yeah, I essentially think they all these Titans and shit were having wars, and there was like
That sounds like the
and then
the Egyptian goddess Nut, who holds up the sky. Have you heard that?
Knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, man, I'm zooming all around these different fucking archaic religions and shit today. I need a notebook.
Everything, all logic is fine and planning and all that. It's like really line things up and focus on shit and set your goals on it. It all goes well until you know until those distractions get into the mix, man. We can have our eye on the prize all we want. We got the project lined up. We're gonna build the pyramid, and then the women walk by, and we can't think of nothing else. It's all their fault, man. Then we gonna fight with each other over them and shit. You know what I mean? Like what? Like really? What is there to not get along about other than women?
well, that's why they had the whole marriage thing, so that guys wouldn't battle each other. They would just, this is my wife, that's your wife. You know what I mean?
It's so interesting. Like we used to respect like physical power, right? But now it's like you got to be a gentleman. You got to have your morals, and now it's like you need to use your mental power. But it still is a form of like power dominating or might making, right? Like you used to just could, excuse me, I don't like agree with this or anything, but I'm sure back in the day, men were just tackling women and they were cavemen and they were just, you had to be strong enough to whatever, dominate them physically. Maybe in some, I'm sure it didn't have to always be that way, but I'm sure there was some of that happening. Now, society's going to protect from that type of behavior a little bit, but men are still trying to tackle women with power, like with money or stuff like this. So it's like nature's been twisted. You know what I mean? There's people trying to form nature, you know, so that they can use it efficiently and they can reap all the benefits of it without needing physical strength anymore. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, we're evolving, we're becoming gentle, we're having morals, but it's also allowing these systems for people who are not the physical strongest, which used to be, you know, the trump card. Now it's just about
I don't know.
so much about intelligence.
I kind of disagree. I feel like the smart person has always been the intellectual man has always been the dominant man in any circumstance. Like, if you're having
Even
a war,
in primitive time.
if you're having a war, yeah, because you would fucking make some traps and shit, and so when the enemies are coming, they could be bigger, but
Okay,
and then
I
you would
agree
like,
with you, but don't you think there was a transitional period of like, at first the strong people could beat, and then the smart people to learn how to.
dude, what?
Take
Come
Sun
on.
Tzu,
You're
for
breaking it.
example.
My
Take
goodness, yeah.
Sun.
You're breaking up really fast.
My fucking goodness, can I get my point out? Why is everyone hopping on me?
Trying to tell you you're chopping.
I was trying to jump in real quick.
Yeah,
Your
so
mic sucks for trying to get in, bro. You just chop. I mean, you can't. You got to wait till everyone's done talking.
I was talking first. Me and this other guy were talking.
Don was talking, and then I tried to jump in.
Nah, bro, I was talking.
Interrupt him, Jeremy. I did interrupt.
Bro, just let him.
Well, Don, stop interrupting, Don. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
yeah. Well, he asked me a question, I was answering, and then both.
Oh my god, bro! What the fuck?
So, well, be quiet for a sec. Essentially, if you have a bunch of smart dudes, all of you guys can do like formations and shit when you go to battle. Whereas all the jack off dumbasses on the other side of the field who are fucking cavemen are gonna come at you, and they're gonna come at you in like with no form, and you're gonna essentially be like fighting 5-on-1. You're gonna set up rocks and shit in the
You're right.
ground.
But it's not totally applicable to my scenario. I was talking about capturing a woman, not battling each other. Go ahead, Jeremy. You want to say something? Jeremy, your point. I respect your point, sir. But like, we have to. It's not always one person.
I wanted to say this. Yeah, capturing people and making them your slave or your servant, that's not the result of intellect. That doesn't make a societal norm. That makes
I agree. That's why we have evolved past that. I mean, all these points are granted. I believe. What I'm saying is there was a time where like the smart guy is figuring out how to woo that woman or defeat the strong guy so that he's the one left for the woman or whatever. And in that time, until you know that evolution takes place, there was powerful people just dominating with physical strength. I didn't even want to get into arguing this, man. I just want to make the point. Now it's not used as much now, and that there's so much corruption, you know, at the top of the what we're supposed to respect as the gentleman power structure. You know, we're supposed to be civil and have all this, but it just opens the door for, you know, people to come in, and if they don't play fair by the rules, you know, they have the upper hand. They're double dipping. You know, the people are double dipping. We're pretending like we want to be nice and all this and respectful, and then there's people who are using that and backstabbing us. And really, the greater question is why? Why are people doing it? For what? Right? To live like, for what? What do men fight over? What do men fight over other than women? Seriously.
Resources and beliefs.
At the root of why do you want the resources? For what?
Because
you want a woman.
Not necessarily. I mean, imagine you get your fucking nuts blown off or something. There's still rich eunuchs throughout all of history. Like, it's just part of human avarice to want more and more resources. You're always like, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to be driving a shitty car and look at a nice car and be like, oh, the only reason I want that nice car is because it gets me women. No, like, there's other things to the nice car that you want it. And
you might be distracted in superficial middle ground nonsense, but at the root of it all, my assertion is that it's all pressed by procreation. All your subliminal programming, all that. It's all procreate. Whether you want your spirit to live on, and you want your physical genes to live on. That seems to be the name of the game, is to find out the goodness, the awesomeness, the strongness, whether, whatever. I'm not the judge of what's strong. That's the creator, but whatever the strongest stuff is, like, it seems like the cream's trying to rise to the top. And to keep it going, we have to procreate and reproduce. So that's the name of the game always. And if people get distracted, or like you said, the eunuch wants to be rich, the motherfucker's distracted. You know what I mean? Think about the root of all that shit. But I appreciate y'all.
Eunuch doesn't have a root, he can't, imagine if you, well, not you, but if they're the fucking eunuch, right? And he didn't have kids before his fucking balls got chopped. He would still have to do shit and have a drive to do shit. It's not, I don't know. I don't.
You're right. I agree. But think about when we don't have immediate tasks, we start pondering the meaning of life, the greater meaning of life.
Hold up. I'm almost done. If you are starving for food and fucking in a desert and thirsty for water, and a chick came up to you, the hottest chick in your life, but you were on death's door, in the next hour, if you don't get a drop of water, you're gonna fucking die, you would not give a fuck that there's a hot woman there, giving you oh yeah, yeah, you're so hot, blah blah, while you're literally thirsting to death and dying, and having mini strokes and shit. You would, and then if someone had a cup of water, you would run to that water. You'd not run to the chick. So I don't necessarily agree.
Hey, that's interesting, a scenario, man. But the point is, they're the number one. You're gonna focus on your survival, right? But then that's the only it's that's the fucking distraction right there. All this other stuff, this war nonsense, that's what I'm saying. We get distracted when, if we didn't have that distraction, we constantly would be the rich youth, right? We would be okay, I have food, but I want more. Why? Because I'm living this time. I know it's gonna end. What's the meaning of life? Let me, leave goodness. Let me, produce all I can, create all I can, whatever. Soak up life. You know what I mean? You're gonna try to soak up life. But then it's oh, there's this distraction that comes along. You know what I'm saying? And it makes you think about either the next generation after you, or sacrificing your responsibilities further, or it's just the nature overpowers you and you can't, that scenario you were talking about, man. There's gonna be some percentage of men that are all right, fucking, I'm gone. Get me before I go. Let me get this. Maybe I'll send the baby off with it. You know what I'm saying? This is not all gonna be 100% of men being all right, just take me to the hospital. There's gonna be some leave me to die. Just let me get you real quick. You know it, dude. I really think it's reproducing. I don't know, man. It's maybe we do so much stuff when the goal is not going to be accomplished, have playing around sexually and not making kids and stuff like that. But it's still, that's the reason why it's in you. All that stuff is in you. I'm sorry. But yeah, most things are telling you to reproduce. Even if you're not directly doing it or you don't see the thing, everything is we're just a machine trying to reproduce. That's all we are. Period.
So if you're a machine, do you think there's a designer of the machine, or do you think that the machine spontaneously assembled itself before it existed?
Oh, dude, there's definitely plenty of gods. There's plenty of stuff above us, I'm sure. Plenty of it. There could be layers of but there's the one, man. The one, when I say the word God, though, it's that thing that breaks the continuation of beginning and end. That to me is, God.
Bro, you know what I thought of the other last night? I was watching some shit, and it was Star Wars or whatever, friend's house, and it was it said something in a vast field of emptiness without beginning or end. So without beginning or end, and then I was thinking to myself, doesn't God call himself the beginning and the end? So essentially, in Star Wars, there is no beginning and end. They're essentially kind of it's almost like a subversive attack at God. Like there is no big. I don't know. Like that's just kind of. But
they could have been paying tribute to God there too, though. I'd have to see it, but that was my first thought. That when you were saying, I was like, oh, they're recognizing God, but maybe you saw it in a different way.
no, because God calls himself the beginning and the end, whereas in the Star Wars, in those little yellow letters, it was like in like a vast space without beginning or end. And if God,
That
it's like
means God. That means within God in the space
no,
with.
without.
Oh, I see. I see. Without. Yeah, I mean,
Right. So it'd be like
yeah,
out.
that's tricky. Think about it though. It's hard to say. Maybe with the possessive, it's easier to say it from God is beginning and end. But think about saying it the other way without the possessive, like in a place where it is beginning and it is end. You know what I mean? Like it's probably easier to say it the other way. But I kind of get your little point there.
No,
But
I think they fucking designed the phrasing and the language and the grammar to like just line up to where essentially it's like in a galaxy without God, essentially. But instead of God, they put in beginning or end because God literally said, "I am the beginning and the end." So it's like
right, but it's like but it's like if the galaxy has no beginning and end, that's the galaxy doesn't have it because God had it. Like again, I respect your point here. I'm trying to play advocate, and I'm trying to be like, let's try to even say it the other way. And when you find it difficult to say it the other way, like change the word without to with, and you'll see that it doesn't fit. You know, like, well, they could have said
well,
no, they could have said
there isn't
with,
really
but they
any.
really couldn't have.
But there isn't any God in Star Wars because it's just the Force, which is the, you know,
it's the force of the devil.
It's in us.
It's not an attack on God, is it?
It binds
It's not an
us.
attack, is it?
What gives a Jedi its
I
power.
didn't know.
Right.
I was going to say, it's not an attack on God. It's just because he decided to leave out God out of his story. Not everything has to have the fucking same God as you all believe in.
The thing that transcends the beginning and the end, that's what I mean. That whatever words you want to put around that, whatever other stories, we're all looking to the same thing. That logic breaker is what we all respect, man. We don't have to fathom it having hands or head or eyes or being a force or a entity of mist or a corporeal anything. Like that's over our head. None of that matters. You know, it's the logic breaker. That's what we all see in common, I believe.
The unmoved mover, the ever existent, the ever present.
Yeah. Well, like, so Star Wars is sort of a little bit like a trilogy called Cycle of the Rings, which is like an opera. So there's that.
This is such a good fucking thing.
It would be also that this is Hitler's like favorite opera by Franz Wagner, who wrote the Cycle of the Rings, or the Rings of Nibelus. And then it's like Star Wars itself features a lot of like types of just like references to that, like the soundtrack of it does, to the like the Ride of the Valkyrie, you know, a little bit like the Charge.
Is that is that?
Yeah, it's got that. It's all through like Looney Tunes and stuff too. Good shit. But then that itself, I think, is based on some kind of actual mythology. But anyway.
Yeah, the Jedi and the Sith. But it's funny because
and then there's like there's modern times, right? Yeah.
Sith use their passion or whatever, or their essentially lust and greed as their power. And I don't know, I forget what the Jedi use, but and then there was like some new movies that came out, and they were like yeah, the Jedi were wrong, or I don't know, bro. I'm kind of tripping, bro, because I feel like there's an even deeper message that I'm like missing out about the whole dark and light side of the Force being essentially like two sides of the same coin, kind of like how there's like,
well, that's in a way that kind of like
no, what's that called when it's like
yeah,
controlled controlled opposition. The light side of the Force is the controlled opposition to the dark side of the Force, essentially. Both sides are wrong, and that's why they have a perpetual conflict, because they're both wrong. Because if
That's
there was a
absolutely right.
yeah,
they got this two-party system even in space a long time ago. Some of it's just like, you know, political propaganda in a way. Some of it else is like, I don't know. It's like it's a little bit like that dark side, light side is like a little bit like Zoroastrian type stuff, you know, or Jainism. Or
Adam Belial and Adam Cadmon.
Yep.
Oh man, Jesus, Anakin is like an orphan. Anakin's supposed to be Jesus. George Lucas was reading the Bible like it was. That's the story, that he got a lot of the themes in Star Wars from the Bible.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just because like, but like as a writer, like sniffing around for like, you know, pieces of story to kind of like add to a fictional narrative that's meant for like wide audiences where most of them are Judeo-Christian anyway. You know, they read this dark side, light side like in a particular way, right? There's that. But
I'm essentially saying is they say the light and dark side, but if you look at a yin and yang, you look at the light side still has darkness in it. It has its own, like they tell you in the yin and yang sign, they have a black in the white side, showing you that it's a controlled opposition. They have it where the eye is supposed to be, where perception and consciousness is coming from. So it's like no one's showing you this conflict that's made up. This conflict is what perpetuates the dark side.
I don't know if the yin and yang look necessarily, but like, I mean, like just so like going back to like Brahman, you know, like, or you know, I guess is like in Hindu, it, like the creation myth there is about like that the light is like these sort of like a protected set of rings or something like that, with like a central source, and then like there is like darkness which creeps around and like tries to just like attack this like center of light, and it talks about basically that there's like these points that respond like angels that are messengers and like, you know, signal to the other angels to like, you know, try to overcome the darkness, and that this is like some, I don't know, it's like an astrotheology thing maybe out of the, you know, Hindu sort of faith, but I think it also like it's basically it's like sort of part of the creation myth and like what composes the god Brahman, which is like all these like 33 points that compose like the 33 angles that make this triune three-headed in Hindu god, basically make you know, reality, creation, or whatever, the light force, you know what I mean? But there's always like the dark force aspect trying to get at it, and you know, it just makes sense. We have like night and day, so like that's like a, you know, understandable theme. Good and evil, you know what I mean? Happy, sad, you know, all these kinds of things start like putting together. You got like we got a script here. Let's get some actors and put them in the trash can and the metal costume. But yeah, I think he's heavily borrowing from that. And then Joseph Campbell's like the hero with 1,000 masks, and create like the hero's journey, all that kind of stuff. At least the first three are pretty good. These other ones are kind of like just a stretch on top of itself, you know. It's like at some point it just like loses all like coherency for what it was supposed to originally be, which is like this like triple trilogy. But then that sets up like all of the Vader, Luke Skywalker shit, which is a little bit like, in a way, echoing like Grecian myth, right? With like Zeus taking out Jupiter, right? Stabs him in the back with a sickle or a scythe or something like that. And it also kind of like plays into this like Oedipal sort of weirdness, maybe somehow. I don't know. Oedipus complex or something. I don't know. And it's also a little bit like Chewbacca is like sort of like the wild man character out of the Epic of Gilgamesh in a way. He's like, the beast man. Got beast power. Never takes a shot in the arm. Fucking with a laser blaster. Nothing.
Oh, a shot to the arm. Interesting.
Can you imagine how? With a laser blaster, handgun. You know what I mean? Some of these Empire guys.
That was something else.
Laser rifles. You know what I mean? But like that would stink, like terrible, right? Chewbacca fur being burnt up by a laser. Like, terrible. Anyway, they catch fire. I don't know. He just doesn't make for a great space ally. But whatever. So he's part of just like the mythology of the hero and stuff like that. The Falcon, you know what I mean? Falcon's land, right? Eagles landed. The Falcon is the something else. Shaped like a big magnet. The Millennium Falcon. That's like the greatest thing out of that whole franchise, maybe. Luke Skywalker lightsabers with the Millennium Falcon. Fucking awesome. Anyhow.
Yeah, so what about the laser?
And then there's like the
swords, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
The swords being inspired by real swords. Like, these fuckers actually had flaming and plasma swords in the past. And essentially, that's where they get the Jedi, bro. What are the Jedi supposed to be in history?
I think that which is the Empire and which is the Republic? Who's the dark side? The Empire?
Yeah, essentially there was a galactic in the story. There was a galactic republic when the Jedi were not in control of, but they were kind of like partners. So the Jedi and the Galactic Republic were partners. And then in Revenge of the Sith Lord orchestrated like a coup and killed all the Jedi and turned the Republic into an empire, like instated himself as the emperor. It's kind of like a Julius Caesar type moment, like where Rome turns into a empire. And essentially at that point, the Sith he holds the title of Sith Lord and Emperor of the Galactic Empire.
I would say that George Lucas intended for the Empire to be the Roman Catholic Church, if it is like a rough iteration of the biblical timeline.
I think he's like basically hearkening on this like World War II era type of dogfight warfare. It's like basically instilled in the sound design, like to basically mirror the sounds of like fighter planes and stuff like that from World War II stuff, and dogfighting and
Nazi
that whole type
uniforms.
of shit. That's Nazi uniforms, right? That too. And then it was just about a totalitarian kind of enemy state or something like that. And then I think it also, in a way, I think you get out of as a reference to other like kind of like early Russian cinema, like Battleship Potemkin, which is like sort of an early propaganda film, just with like a bunch of like soldiers marching. It kind of like it gives you this like, ooh, kind of. It was like a new thing then, you know what I mean? But this idea of like a bunch of suited up Empire, clones or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like a scary concept, but it just gives you that idea of totalitarian regime, yeah, Nazis, whatever. So it's really set up to be, yeah, like political to some extent, anyway.
George Lucas also stole from a bunch of Western movies. I believe John Wayne movies, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like
in the
Han
way they
Solo's
do,
like
like,
the space
Star
cowboy
Wars.
in this kind of thing.
No, like he actually stole like scenes from those movies. like, shit. I'll have to find it and post it in the chat, dude. It's crazy the comparison between Oh, but here I'm gonna shut up for a minute and look this up, and I'll be back in a second.
It's also got some Jungian like psychology in it too, with like the cave part of Luke's training, and basically every Jedi's training is you kind of face your shadow self in some kind of weird hole somewhere. It's just that goes on. And that's very Maitreyic. Shadow self. I don't know.
The movie I was thinking of was The Searchers. But yeah, there's a lot of biblical references. Like, I don't know, I say a lot of interesting things with the good and evil with Star Wars, right?
Well, and then the most recent,
the redemption story.
but the most recent one with like Han Solo's like kid, who is like the baddest Jedi guy.
Yeah, but can you really consider those Star Wars stories? Really?
I know, but I just only feel like it's relevant because he's got like that cross-shaped lightsaber.
Well, and technically, when he holds it up, it's an upside down cross, so that's interesting.
Right? Yeah, sure.
There's a guy who's like the son of what? Princess Leia, who's the daughter of Anakin, essentially running around an upside down cross, pissed about something. I don't know. The new movies are like, I don't know. Yeah, very weird. It's hard. It's hard to analyze.
Yeah, they've been like Disneyficated.
So
JJ
it's kind of funny though, also because like going off of that, with okay, so the Emperor is the bad guy in the very last of the retarded new ones, right? Like, so he died. Everybody thought he was dead, but then he comes back. Like that actually, like the
That's such a stretch.
Not the false prophet, but the
beast.
The beast, right? Isn't he like damaged to where they think he's dead, and then he comes back? Like,
yep, his head wound.
But then, like, the Emperor is way overpowered.
Yeah, he is. The new Emperor is so fucking strong.
He's like, I'm just gonna like lift this graveyard of fucking death's fucking ships out of the ground.
Bro, he shot lightning in the sky, like the lightning attack he used on Mace Windu. But this time it was so powerful that it went through a whole fucking like armada of battle. I was like, all right, like, wouldn't that be? Why wasn't that your opening move? Like, that's fucking ridiculous.
well, okay, and here's another one though. Like, so in the very original, right? Luke had trouble with the damn training bot, dude, on the Millennium Falcon, right? Remember it shot him in the ass? Like, dude, how is Homegirl able to just pick up a lightsaber and just go to town on everybody and never even fucking thought of what a lightsaber was?
It's just natural, bro. You got it. Like, he's built different.
It's yeah, no, these new movies were just so bad, dude.
So
bro.
bad.
Just new movies in general. There's no struggle to like gain your powers, bro. Even like Spider-Man, like
No,
he's just a
we were
nerd. He's just a nerd, and then he gets bit by a spider. Like there's no like, and then he's just like all these new movies, bro. None of these superheroes struggle, bro. I want Batman type heroes. You know what I mean? Like get it from the mud.
Dude, we had like Daredevil, right? Where he was fucking blind. Come on. Now, like, they're superhero. Oh my god, what was it that came out a couple of years ago? Those weird Rainbow Warrior fucking people that they were putting in the comic books. What the fuck was the name of it? Dude, oh my god, their superpower. They weren't superpowers. They needed safe spaces and shit. What was the name of that?
Just say that the superheroes needed safe spaces.
Dude, yeah, no, here.
That's what David
I'm
used
gonna
to
look
say.
this up
Why?
right now.
That's what David said. Why he started getting into flat Earth and why he started looking into stuff was because all of his favorite superheroes were either gay or like trans or some weird shit was happening like a couple years ago. I know what you're talking about. I'm not into it, so I don't know, but I've heard other guys talk about it before, so I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I don't know if that helps anything, but do you remember what David was talking about, Josh?
No, well,
'Cause
no, I
he
know what he's talking about, but I've never talked to him about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he didn't say specifics. I figured since you're friends with him, maybe you guys talked about it. But I thought that was funny though that his introduction to like truther stuff was like the fact that everybody was turning gay and everybody was black and everyone was turning gay or something like that in all his favorite like movies or whatever. And then he started questioning stuff, and it started him down like rabbit holes, which I thought was pretty funny because that's like I don't know. I just never heard that before.
There's this show on YouTube, and like I don't know, I go to my friend's place and so they have fucking TV and I'm playing YouTube or whatever, and I was like, all right, they're like playing this. Oh, let's watch comedy or whatever. And so there's no fucking comedy on YouTube except for this fucking show called Kill Tony, bro. And I didn't know what it was until we started watching it. And essentially everyone, it's like a stand-up comedy, and everyone was either like gay or a fucking nigga, basically. And it was like, what who's select, like, what is this? Like, I was watching it and I was like disturbed in my mind. Like,
Yeah,
what the
what's going on? What
like,
on
why is
God's earth is going on?
everyone on the show, dude, that came up
They're in
into the line
man.
did their comedy act? It was like to a point where I was like, okay, like once or twice was like kind of funny. Like, this is just, it's just not even funny anymore. Like, what's going on here? Like, and why is this the only thing YouTube has? Like, YouTube sucks nowadays. Like, fuck that shit. I
You
wouldn't
just
watch
gotta
that.
search for Shane Gillis a few times, and then you'll get on the right algorithm.
Well, so here, check this out. So I found, yeah, the new LGBT hero and brother team, whatever, their names are Snowflake and Safe Space. That's their fucking superhero names, dude.
What's going on? Honestly, I say, what do you reckon is going on, Dan? Come on, it is mad as mad can be. But what's going on with all of us here down in Underland? What do you
Yeah,
think
that's
is
like
going
kind of a
on?
lit power.
Oh, we're all mad here, Pete.
Imagine if you were a superhero and your power was to make the safe space, like, or make the space safe or whatever. Like, that's actually kind of
Dude.
useful. If there was like a rampaging monster, you would just like, I don't know how he uses his spell or whatever, but you would just like make it safe. Like, that's, I don't know, like, that's kind of funny. Like, I don't know.
Peach's superpower, right? Peach's superpower is he can smuggle weed in his false leg, innit, Pete?
My superpower
He
is
can put
also I'm the only one that can sit across the room and have my leg in the corner, the opposite corner. So yeah.
You can smuggle
Sure,
liquor in there, plutonium, livestock.
Technically, you're never safe though, because like you could just literally have a heart attack and die. So like, there's always a risk involved. Like, there's a risk in wasting your time in a fucking room that's supposedly safe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, or imagine if you're in this safe room that they say like, oh, this is a safe space, and then a laser just comes and burns you into ashes out of the sky. Like, what? Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a lie. Like there's no absolute safety. We're mortal creatures on this earth. We're not like
Is it
you know what I'm saying? There's no
safe
fucking
space from being
sanctuary.
offended?
No sanctuary from death on this earth. Like what do
I
you
thought
what
I
do you
thought I thought safe spaces were from being offended. That's what a safe space was.
bro? But that's just subjective opinion.
It means like a tolerant social climate.
Being
is what it's
offended
talking
is
about.
essentially a choice.
Hey, I'm not offended by lasers hitting me, man. So that you know.
Okay, so there's a whole team of these motherfuckers, and they're called the New Warriors.
Right.
This is, oh my god,
And there's
they
social
actually
justice.
appeared, dude. They appeared in a legitimate comic book.
Yeah. New Warriors.
There's Hummingbird, Justice, Nova, Scarlet Spider, Speedball. I find that an interesting name. Sun Girl and Silhouette and Water Snake. Fuck. Yo, okay, so they're just getting ridiculous with stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you see what they did with like the Deadpool series, like that like is so weird. Because that's not like I don't know, they just took I don't know, like a departure on that because like there's a whole X-Force like crew, you know, as well. That's like
I have a theory.
they just killed them all immediately.
I have a theory, Snacks, and I think you might appreciate it somewhat. Pancho Pete was a very ardent flat earther. He went on now to spend most of his time just exposing transgenders. Now, if the nature of our reality is absolutely different than what we were taught and what we think, well, all of this is doing is serving the individual to ask questions. Amongst populists, there's a very tiny percentage who are homosexual, gay, or tranny, or whatever. But I think the whole point is to put it into our minds. Now we look at every new person, especially on this overall stage here, and we think in terms of male, female. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's an encouragement to us, for us in our own way, to look back and look at the figures in authority right now and figure out who the fuck is a man, who's a woman, and who's in between. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so predominant. Okay,
I know, but like you know, in like 1900, women were coming off the boat looking pretty ragged. You know what I mean? Not looking like no beauty queens. They didn't have makeup or you know what I mean? Like all this beauty shit. You know what I mean? That's all like a product of the early, you know, up to the 50s.
Commercial age, yeah.
Get these gals looking good. You know what I mean? Anyway,
I don't think anybody should trust Poncho for telling them what a man or woman is, because before he went down that whole rabbit trail with those, dude, we played a game one day where we were putting like pictures
it was
up
so fun.
online.
It was. I remember the first day, and we had such a good time. And I said we had such a good time. I was like, when can we play again? Merle had brought these pictures of comparisons and stuff. It's like, oh, I found a website that compares. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, you know, you can rate them, and you know, we'd like rate them, and Pancho was like,
Poncho failed like every one of them, dude.
Yeah, he failed every one of them.
And then like 3 weeks later, he's coming out trying to tell everybody what a tranny is and who's a tranny and who's not.
Right. And then, but I was calling it the crying game because like it's a game that we all played and we wound up all like crying, laughing because it was so funny. And Pancho got so bent out of shape about being wrong.
Point is,
that's a man. That's a man.
He's a prominent flat earther. Yeah, he's a prominent flat earther, Snacks. So the point is, he's still doing it, and that's not to say that he's not right about everything, but he's fucking not wrong about everything as well. You know
he's like decided to specialize in this transvestigations. He decided to specialize in that niche aspect.
Let's just put it this way, Pete. I wouldn't trust him if I took him as a buddy with me to a bar to make sure I didn't go home with somebody I wasn't supposed to.
Well, he had a story to tell. I don't mean to get too... I don't trust him in a sense. I have my own ideas. But, well, he had the story to tell, of course, that he thinks he was with 7 women who now he suspects has been trannies. So.
Dude, at one time, he was questioning whether or not he was a tranny.
Well, I do think there is a validity because when you look at the skeletons, the man does have like a V-shaped collarbone, whereas a woman kind of has a more straight one.
No, you're not wrong.
He did transvestigate himself.
That's legit.
They do have a wider They do have a wider hip bone, and that circle inside the hip bone, that's the wider for giving birth. There is a difference in the skull.
Q angle.
Or
Yeah.
skull is
But like
different.
he was he was
the
like
shoulder-
throwing this at people that we knew were genuinely men, like they have children and shit, you know, like they're part of our group.
Well, what I
Even
remember
like-
him doing it to
even the-
himself. Wait, hold on.
even
His argument, though.
wait,
Let me just finish this one sentence really quick. So he basically was thinking that people were getting switched at birth, and they were unaware that they were the other gender. So that's why he started transvestigating himself. Because I mean, that's when you really know you're like actual truther, right? Like you're even question your own shit because like for whatever reason.
You have to.
Anyways, carry on. Sorry.
I think it's more in depth. So yes, I get what you're saying there. But remember, fundamentally, he was analyzing, or the analysis gone into people on the stage that are put before us. So yeah, is a difference between people, and sure, people can have female and male characteristics, and also we're dealing with a virtual sort of platform here. You know what I mean? If you see someone, I'm telling you, if you see someone in daylight and you're thinking along these lines, you'll be able to identify a transgender immediately. Immediately, you will once you get a hold
Yeah,
of
but let's let dude finish his thought real quick though.
Go ahead.
Where'd he go? What's up, man? Where'd you go?
You talking to me?
Yeah, because you got cut off
yeah.
by Rusted, and then Pete threw in right after that. But you were in the middle of trying to say something.
Yeah, well, essentially, there's certain points, like there is a validity to a male and a female having a different like skeletal structure, different angles, different ratios, different shapes in the bones, and essentially, like to change that on a human being requires like extreme surgeries. Yeah, sometimes it's even impossible. Like you'll never be able to. You just have to hide it. Even that there's like this Adonis belt. There's the angle on the kneecap. There's the hip ratio, the shoulder ratio. There's certain places you can look on the body that have differences, but like the whole there's just slight differences everywhere, and you can look at certain key points, and you can also see like the way these models pose in the magazines.
Yeah.
They do certain poses to essentially hide these certain points so that you can't actually, like when you're trying to look, they're essentially at an angle to the camera, and their body is contorted in a way that you won't actually be able to distinguish. But sometimes you catch it, bro. There was one of Jennifer Lawrence or what? Oh my god, bro, it was so bad. Like I looked and I was like, that's there's no. And then they even took the fucking picture down, and I was like, yeah, they better. Like it's.
You kidding me? Jennifer Lawrence is a male. Are you kidding me? I was only looking at her the other day. You kidding
In trouble,
me?
Pete.
Oh, well, I wasn't fantasizing about her. First of all, she's very beautiful and she's very intelligent. That she's a male now, I was looking at it myself. I know it's all possible, but are you saying that, yeah, it's more than likely that she is? Okay, I'm with you. I'm with though, man.
That's the one from Friends, right?
Oh, Jennifer Lawrence is, what do you call it?
That's the one
Goldie
from
Hawn's
Hunger
daughter.
Games.
Goldie Hawn's daughter is Jennifer Lawrence.
Wait,
Jennifer
I'm sorry.
Aniston is definitely a male.
No,
Jennifer
dude.
Aniston
No,
and,
you're thinking. Pete, Jennifer Lawrence isn't Goldie Hawn's daughter, is it?
I apologize. I was incorrect.
You're thinking of Jennifer Aniston.
Wait. I was
No.
apologize. Let me clear it up. Jennifer Aniston is the name. I'm sorry. I don't really follow these celebrities much, but when I had an Instagram, dude, there was a post that this chick made, this Aniston chick, and I wasn't even following her, but it came up as a sponsored photo. And I guess you can just sponsor your photos to come up on people's feeds or whatever. And I looked, and I just drew like a line across it. I like took a screenshot, drew a line across the hips, drew a line across the shoulders, and it was fucking. The proportions were disgusting, dude. Like I even went underneath, and I put like the measurements, and the whole photo got taken off of Instagram after I put my comment. So I feel like I spooked. but I don't have Instagram anymore. So
Let me just say this, bud. We realized that years ago. I'll just say it's not new, right? But all these things get taken down anyway. But here's one that might shock some people: Black Widow from the Avengers series. The actress there, that's a male. That's a male. She's had numerous plastic surgeries to make her the top of the list or top of the pile in terms of stars. What's her name now? Johansson. Yeah, what's her name? What's her name? Johansson. She was also in the movie Lucy, very significant as well. What's her name? Scarlett Johansson, right? The Scarlet Lady. There you go. Yeah. Now, how do you feel about that one? I think Jennifer Lawrence is a male, but Jennifer Lawrence is a female, but I think Jennifer Aniston definitely is a male, and I think that Scarlett Johansson is definitely a male.
There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind. I've never watched any shows with this Jennifer Aniston chick, but after I looked into it, this is definitely a male, not a female. Like, there's no like, bro. It's. I don't even. Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
And here we go. So to consider something further now in Flat Earth and beyond, right? All of the people in Hollywood who are transgender or otherwise, even if you're not, they know the people who are transgender. It's a sort of an open secret. I think the biggest challenge for flat earthers is now to come to realize or come to think about what these people know. I don't like people being dishonest, first of all, but also being in positions of power and influence and also having a secret that they were led into that they're holding back from me or from us. Yeah, I don't like that.
Essentially, I think it's like if your identity as from the beginning, like if someone asks you, what are you? You say, I'm a man. If you say that you're a woman when you're a man, you're essentially lying. And so essentially, I think they build it from a point where like they make certain key parts of their life a lie that they have to lie to everyone about. So if you're constantly lying, you're essentially practicing being a liar. You know what I mean? Like kind of like how a politician like gets up in the morning and he just fucking lies to himself in the mirror before he goes out and then just lies to a bunch of people in a crowd. Like with these actors,
they've been immersed in the life for so long, right? It's
yeah,
their
bro.
life.
Like,
it's part of
like,
their life.
bro, like you know how Leonardo DiCaprio has to get into character? Like he has to be in character in and outside of his set when he's like doing his fucking movies or whatever the fuck. It's essentially like that. Like they have to constantly be like, imagine being an actor, but you're always in character. You're a 24/7 actor from. You're basically, what is it called? Initiation or whatever. You get initiated into a cult of actors.
Maybe that's why they're pushing this whole you can be whoever you want whenever you want. So like that one chick, that was a dude that's now going back to being a chick again. I forget her name, but she like
Jenner. It's Bruce Jenner, isn't it?
No, not Jenner.
You're talking
she's
about
like younger.
Paige, right?
Who is it?
Elliot
Yes,
and Ellen
Elliot.
Page,
Elliot.
whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. So then for a minute there, she was actually telling the truth. Like, no, I'm actually a boy. So like, it's like a mind fuck. Because I think that part of it, the reason why they, I think they believe in some sort of like karma or whatever, right? So they're like, no, we're telling the truth. We're identified as a guy today, like whatever, and like they have to tell us, and as long as they tell us in some way or another, whether or not it's through movies or TV or whatever, like they're still telling us. And like if we don't take them seriously, then that's on us. But they get off the hook like karmically because they're like, oh well, we told you guys, So anyways,
I think it's very interesting now. Yeah, let me just say this to respond to the last comment briefly. I think it's very interesting now because now we get into flat Earth and beyond, and it's not only the nature of the Earth, we have to question the nature of ourselves as well. And here's where I think the tranny stuff is justified, the transgender. I think it's because of our own natures, male and female are not whole in their separation. They're divided from a greater aspect, a greater amalgamation. So I think in essence, as we're coming to greater sort of awareness, as there's always been a different story in play, that this is what they're referencing, and it's about ourselves, oneself, coming to find out their maybe true nature now as leaving the evolutionary tale, metaphoric tale behind. You know what I'm saying? So I have more to say about that, but
Would you say that you become what you idolize?
Hey, hold up, Peach. So think about this. Arya Stark, okay? The little girl, okay, hold up. The little girl who dresses as a boy and travels across the country and gets initiated into the cult of essentially thieves and assassins who all have different face masks that they put on and act in different personas as a shadow government over the fucking Westeros governments and shit.
Yeah.
And
I'm with you.
the school is the most influential thing in the whole movie because they kill the main enemy. Like, it's fucking. And then look what we have: a bunch of guys dressed as girls and a bunch of girls dressed as guys in a fucking initiated. Like, it's like they're mirroring it, dude. It's crazy.
They're telling us as well, so don't forget that we're not sort of at the tip of the sword, you know. No, they're telling us, and pretty much anything that we've come to recognize is sort of obvious. Can I mention another character? Let's just look it up. The person who played Arya Stark is a boy playing a girl. Also, Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish is an obvious male as well. So there's something more sort of.
What? Hold up, bro.
What the heck, man? What the heck? That's one of
What
the
are you
more
saying
obvious
about? You
things.
talk about Arya Stark is a female,
It's a
right?
bloke. It's a boy. It's a boy. A boy slash girl actor who plays the role of a girl, Arya Stark. I'm not going to mention Arya Starkus.
Slow down, Pete.
Yeah.
Is that acting person a little boy or a little girl
It's
in
a
real
little
life?
boy. She is a little girl
That's
according to the persona, but she's ultimately a little
oh,
boy, like Billie
holy
Eilish.
shit!
Okay, wait.
Listen, I no
So,
no 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 no. Hold up.
wait. Let me try to break this down.
It
It's
was
a
born a girl.
it's a guy. It was a guy acting as a girl, acting in a
Yeah.
show as a guy.
Yes. Yeah. It's a
No,
guy
man,
in,
y'all
in
chill
real
out with
life. In
this
real
shit,
life.
man. If
Hang on,
y'all
bud.
look up who
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is, he know. Pete, you do not know what you're talking about, bro.
No, hang on. You have that wrong. Arya Stark in the movie was a girl, right? Or in the Game of Thrones.
There's a lot of speculation.
No, it's not. No, it's not. There's more to it than this, right? But Arya Stark in the movie or the game, I haven't watched the Game of Thrones, but I've seen Arya Stark. So in reality, she's a girl in the movie, and she's a girl in real life playing the role of a girl, a very boyish girl. But
Okay, thank you.
I'm saying to you that the character is actually a boy, born a boy, transitioned to a girl, and then playing the role of a girl. Arya Stark, yeah.
Okay, you're saying in the book.
When the movie
Okay,
Arya
if
Stark
there's
was a female, she was a girl, a teenage girl, wasn't she? Looking for revenge or whatever.
the thing you're saying is that it was a boy. You keep saying it was a boy. You're
Yes, but
slipping
I'm
in. It was
saying
a
that the
boy.
actress, the
He's talking
actress who
about the
played the role, what the heck
actress.
is wrong with you? That's a bloke. That's a boy. Actress who played the role of Arya Stark is a girl, supposedly, but it's actually a boy. Same, okay, with Billie Eilish. I mean, come on. Same with Jennifer Aniston. Okay, come on.
Jennifer
Yeah,
Aniston.
I don't know
You
about.
mean
I don't know
Jennifer
about.
Aniston?
I don't know
Didn't he
about
just talk about
Eilish or
Jennifer
the.
Aniston?
I don't know about any of the other ones, but Aniston that's a dude, like 100%.
Now type in, now, hey bud, the guy who agrees 100% Jennifer Aniston's a dude, type in Billie Eilish and tell me just from the Google images, is that a dude or is it a girl? And do the same with Arya Stark, the actor, if you want. Love to hear your honest impression, because if you never heard of it before.
Yeah, so like what I was asking you a minute ago, dude. Do you think that people become what they idolize?
Okay, what I think is that these people are led into a greater story. There's a different origin story to humankind and this earth itself, and they're playing a theatrical part. In a sense, they're sort of NPCs giving us out different clues to different layers or different degrees. They already know the truth, bud. They already know it. That's what I think. And I don't think the truth is too difficult as well, honestly. Or at least a greater truth, flat earth and beyond. They already know the earth is stationary flat surface, and they probably know more so what the earth actually is. You know what I mean? That's what I think. As Tim Osman, Ozman, talks about the metascript and all the different characters in play, I agree with him. The theater, actually in theater we have earth, ether, and heart anagrammatical. Theater then, well, is earth inside now. The Globe Theater by Shakespeare. So you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that these people are privy, or they're born into it. Look up some of Ed Sheeran's work. What's his name? What's his name? Dallas Goldbug. I tell you something. There's so many clues in that. But when you look up some of his work, he actually talks about some of the main actors, characters in play being royalty, and part of sort of rich families and that sort of thing. So yeah. It's a shocking sort of a pathway to go upon, but I'll just say to you that none of this stuff is new in a sense. Pancho P calls everyone trannies, but he wouldn't be far off when he maybe calls about 50% of the people who he investigates transgenders, I should think. See if they're in the public influential eye, past and present. You know what I'm saying? Mad world.
That's just not fun, dude. I like real ass. Like talking about it is just what's real. That's so stupid. There's so much real ass out there, bro. Like real good ass.
Well, what are you going to do, bud? Go out into the real world and make your own judgments. You'll find plenty of people with what you're looking for.
Well, you
Listen,
see,
you will.
that's the
Go down to the Florida beaches or something. Go down to the California beaches and tell me the same story. Or that. No,
Well,
tranny in the
essentially,
bikini.
Go to Walmart, motherfucker.
Yeah.
essentially the real world and the fake world. And the funny thing is, the fake world is based on the real world.
Right. Now you have
But
it.
the real world is influenced by the fake world through human beings' actions.
Of course it
So
is.
it is kind of like saying like, oh yeah, like it doesn't matter about these fake people on TV, but it's like, yeah, but like all these fuckers watch TV and are literally like under mind control, and we probably are still too. Like there's probably things that are still running in the back of our head that like are just not true, that we just picked up from watching TV and shit. And like literally like
Yes.
this world does essentially
No.
I've been trying
control
to find the
people.
right moment to bring this up. In Egypt, the androgynous people, they were kind of they believed that sperm is genderless, and that when you die you return to this genderless state of your being. So they thought that being aligned with that, ethereal infinite version of themselves is like a truer form of themselves. That's why men were using makeup to contour their face to look like women, because they wanted to identify as the cause of fertility, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, one second. Consider this then. Consider this in real terms, right? You're alive now. Faith again. I say the Creator has given you the ability to put all these pieces together and apply them in a new light. Jill, let me just say briefly about the heliocentric model, right? So the helii model is built on the truth, right? So whoever has divided and delivered it to us, they did it with purpose and they gave us the lie, but it was built on the truth. So our quest becomes to figure out the truth now. So now we think about ourselves. Think about the female and the male genitalia. One is the sort of solidity to the other's vacancy, and it's almost as if we're sort of pulled apart from a prior amalgamation, if you know what I mean. So this is where the sperm comes in and the egg comes in. One is the vacancy, the potential, the other is the direction. But ultimately, yeah, asking ourselves who we are right now, I think we should be very careful. And where are we going to look for the ultimate truth? Well, you have to look at the lie given. You have to look at the lie given and then what? Invert it. Twist it around. This is why Alice in Wonderland, or as I say, all of us in Underland, is so important. The truth isn't delivered to us directly by science. The truth is delivered directly by children's stories, nursery rhymes, children's songs, etc. They just need decoding and hearing in the proper context. I leave it there. So I definitely think, though, that I definitely think that's along the lines we have to be thinking. Go ahead.
Pete, is there water or something I
Hi.
can put on you to make you melt? What can I do? What can I do?
I know you love me, Fanny Mandango. I know you love me, really. Your heart's
I'm
melting every
leaving.
time I sing the song.
I love you so much. I'm leaving until you go away. That's how much I love
If
you.
I was to die, Dan, if I was to die, would you help resurrect me after my death? I heard Rob Skiba was resurrected, but I only heard that from someone. What do you reckon, Dan? Do you love me or hate me that much?
I get more data out of crickets.
Yo, what do you guys
Well,
think
Dan,
about?
you go ahead and tell us about water as well, because after all, you are the water man, and you've done loads of experiments over water, and you can talk about water till the cows come home. Dan, the water man, go ahead.
I was on Gems yesterday, and they were really convinced that they were really convinced that
Sorry,
they
Dan.
had
Go ahead. I
us,
was gonna
and
say.
they
Go on, bro.
this refraction thing is easy for them to say and not easy for them to demonstrate. The idea that we haven't measured something when we were looking only to show, a lot of people, still don't understand what we were looking to show with laser experiments. And it was literally that we are sure we have a straight line to begin with, and we literally just pointed that line across the Earth, knowing that their Earth will deviate away from us at 8 inches per mile squared. Well, it didn't, over and over and over again. So all of their suggestions are that it must be refraction, therefore there must be some formula different than the reason why the surface curves, because this isn't affected by gravity in the same way. They're only photons. So they cannot demonstrate their refraction in real life. They can do it in a fish tank, and if you saturate a small amount of something, you can create lensing of all kinds of things, whether you're using, temperature or a saline solution, but you're changing the solution. The fact is, if the solution was that saturated in real life, we'd never achieve line of sight.
We wouldn't have
Because
light.
it would
We wouldn't be able to breathe. But Dan, you're preaching to convergent here. We all know that you're correct. And all the bowlers are all fucking fakers.
Cheers, right?
We fucking know it. And excuse me, just in case you don't know, I frequent Jim Panda's channel where all the ballers hang out, and you got rocket scientists fucking, you got Hollywood script writers, sons of astronauts, you got top people. Dan, that's true, isn't it? Right, but we hang out there, and I did say to you, Dan, that everything you've said on that channel, I agree with you, not them, but they're never going to change. So yeah.
But I'm particularly upset this morning because I don't have the feeling of teamwork or unity. I don't feel I can work with anyone. Shane just came and went. He's thrown me out of his place. Everyone here's managed to throw me out of something but Gio. And it's really sad.
You must be doing something right.
I'm so lonely. I'm so hurt. I am so offended that I gotta go alone.
Let me sing you a song to cheer you up. I started a joke which started the whole world crying. I won't continue. I was sort of like a little comedic with the violin out for Dan the Waterman, who already worked for Prince. He already met Prince. He's a great life. He was in the paparazzi. He has a great number of interviews behind him. A great life, traveling from here to there, measuring flat water. So yeah, Dan, I'm not okay. If you want me to continue that song, by the way, I will, of course. But yeah,
PJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What do you think about this vril parasites?
Is this sort of along the lines of the black goo?
It's like a worm that goes into people's eyes and it takes over their brain, essentially.
Well, the Vril Society rings a bell association with the Nazis, right? Where the Nazis went. There's a conundrum whether they went to the north or went to the south. I think the average conspiracy opinion is they went to the south and took hold there. But I don't know, bud. I haven't heard about that term directly. But I'm thinking it's probably connected to the idea of the black goo anyway.
You haven't heard of the vril parasite? I'm surprised.
The vril, VRIL parasite. No, not directly. No. Not directly.
The vril parasite.
What is it? What is it that there are? What?
People are saying that they were saying that the black eyes, like when the celebrities get the black eyes, it's actually like it's essentially that actor or whatever, whoever, like say like the Pope gets a black eye or whatever. The theory is essentially the actor who's playing the Pope. I guess we've got to a certain point where he's now with the vril or whatever, and there's different types of vril. But one of the main types of vril is a parasite that goes behind your eyelid and it has to burrow through your eye, like around your eyeball, so it causes a big black eye, and essentially it attaches to the stem of your brain through your eyeball, and that's the reason that there's the black eye and the one eye odd, because the one eye is not actually, it doesn't see anything, because essentially that's
Right.
that's where the vril attaches, and it's like essentially a parasite species. And there's like the walking reptilian. Walking reptilians are the type 2, and then the type 3 is the big-headed aliens. But that's the whole alien like thing or whatever. And then there's the people from Hollow Earth who say like the vril are actually the races of the Hollow Earth or whatever. So it's part of that whole Hollow Earth thing.
I think the Hollow Earth, right, I think we live on a tree stump. I think I'm not going to say it's obvious, but it's sort of obvious, I think, to me anyway. But I think the Hollow Earth is down in the stump then, or in the tree itself. Let me tell you something, just my initial thoughts. So I think it's all along the same lines. But it's, we get to see these people, actors probably in suits. I think Jonathan Pryce probably plays Pope Francis. But yeah, we get to see all these people with the black eyes, the one black eye, and also the one eye symbolism for definitive reasons. If they didn't, it's not like we found out by accident, you know what I mean? We find out particularly and on purpose, and we got to ask for what reason. I will say this, right, because I meant to say it today, it was just a reference to Gio when we were talking, or it was a reference I posted in chat. It's to the Beatles song, The Fool on the Hill, which is the fool on the hill sees the sun going down while the eyes in his head see the world going around. So the distinction is made between what we see with our visible, our eyes, and also we have the imagination. I think the eyes in the head are the imagination. And why does he see the world going around? And why is he ostracized? Well, because he's rejected the imagination of others, the Ball Earther, and he's been ostracized then by the general crew, the general crowd, and he finds himself alone with a big smile on his face on the hill because he's overcome the implanted imaginings of others. Okay, anyway, that's what I want to say. Is that, by the way, I think, Bod, that it's all a greater theater, and it's sort of symbolically represented. You know what I mean? It represents the fall or the rise of man, and the singularity of man itself in this divided state. So yeah, that's my initial reaction anyway. That it's all sort of theater. It's a new fear that's delivered our way. And well, are you going to dwell there? That's up to you. That's up to you. I'll go where I'll go. I'll go where I'll go. Just say, isn't that the fucking quagmire that is flat Earth and beyond as well?
What's the
Everything's
topic?
that last thing. Everything was given to us completely in its entire
Whoa,
package
whoa,
with the
whoa.
heliocentric blue marble model, and we left it behind, and we don't know where we are now. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I was just wondering, what exactly is this about?
Vril parasite he was talking about, maybe equivalent to the black goo. I think maybe in a sense you're talking about once you enter the cloud,
parasite.
you start off at a lower level and then you reach higher and
Vril
higher levels
parasite.
of awareness. Go ahead.
Vril parasite. There's essentially a reptilian. There's three. The essentially theory is that in the Hollow Earth. This is not like flat Earth conspiracy. This is Hollow Earth conspiracy. Okay, but I'm not a Hollow Earther. I obviously think we live on a flat plane, but I'm not saying I'm claiming there might be stuff underground. I'm not saying there's no subterranean caverns, but okay. So essentially, the whole Hollow Earth thing is that there's essentially 3 races that live in this underground area and invade our area, and the 3 races are like symbiotic to each other. So it's like Vril type 1 is a worm essentially that goes into the back of people's eyeball and attaches to the brain and essentially takes
Yo,
over
real quick,
people.
did you see that show? Real quick, did you ever see that show where there were these white worms and shit that was going back in? It was like some kind of like vampire thing.
No,
I forgot the name of the show.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, bro. That was a
What's the
freaky
name of that
show.
show?
Forgot the name of it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the Vril type 2 that's like essentially a walking like smaller hominid, like kind of like a short dude, but he's like a reptile, like a bipedal reptile essentially. And essentially they say like that's where the chupacabra and the lizard man comes from, and they're the type 2. And so there's those guys. There's the type 1 that's the parasite, and the type 2 that's like the little lizard guy that's carnivorous and stuff. And then there's the type 3, which is still reptilian, but it's like a more humanoid, and it's like almost our size, and it has a big head, like kind of like a gray alien essentially. So the gray alien's the type 3, and so that's supposed to be like these 3 races. Like I don't know how they're there's something to do with their reproduction, like and they work together or something like that, and like they come out of the underground, and that's the whole like Hollow Earth thing or whatever. And there's this Vril, and they have this power over this energy, and that's supposedly like on the back of the dollar bill. That's supposed to be a Type 3 Vril or some shit like that.
This sounds like those parasites that go into some insects. What is that? What is that thing I'm thinking of? There's like a type of parasite that like leeches off of insects and controls them. Sounds like the same thing.
I wonder what the hollow earth sort of greater picture is. I guess it's easy for one to say I'm a flat earther. It's only comparison against the ball earth. But now draw a picture for your child, I guess, if you're going to say that. You know what I'm saying? You send your child to school, they come back thinking that they live on a ball earth, and you're going. I'm not saying this to anyone in particular, but you're going to tell them, oh well, you don't. I'm sending you there, but they're actually telling you lies. You don't actually live there. And say, what do I live on then, Daddy? Show me a picture. I can show you the blue marble. Well, what are we going to show them then? Hollow Earth, I wonder what they have to. Of course, they have a detailed, what do you call it? Detailed cosmography. But I wonder what ultimately Earth becomes. Actually, funny enough, you know what it reminded me of? Sleepy Hollow. You remember Sleepy Hollow and the central part that the tree plays? I wonder. Anyway, man, I don't like to go there so much. I like to think that I have control over my own destiny in a sense. And I like to think that the creator is on my side. All of these horror scenarios, I've already separated myself from all these politicians, these actors, in terms of what they seemingly overtly represent anyway. But at the same time, yeah, I have faith in the creator, that he has faith or she has faith in me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the black Vril represents the black offerings, the price of success. The selling of the souls, the deepening of the
That
heart.
sounds like.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
That sounds like Venom from Spider-Man. The symbiote stuff.
Can I tell you something about the superheroes? I mentioned it earlier on. I think every superhero represents an ability within all of us. We are the Superman, the amalgamation. We've just been splintered out. So all of these different represented special abilities are latent within us in potential. I definitely think so. If you believe in God or a creator here, why would you not think so? Why would you not think so, that the Creator loves you and has given you these dormant abilities in order for you to grow? We're birthed, after all. We're born into something. We have to grow and be born again. That's what I think. I don't like these fear stories, is my answer anyway. And I think ultimately it's sort of metaphor referencing our own sort of arising out of the darkness, out of the blackness. That's what I think. The heart has to be bridged then to allow the overall, the almighty, to sort of bring back. Otherwise, where do you find yourself? This mad world of new possibilities which are far wilder than the old terminations. Yes.
Hey, Jeremy, you got me racked my brain for that show. It was called The Strain. Not that it's important. Go on, guys.
Yeah, so it's just these guys wrote a lot about these different types of Vril and have this whole fucking like, I guess, mythos of this Vril or whatever. And then I seen them in there was this Star Wars animated series, and one of the episodes they had this Vril, like literally had the Vril parasite in the episode taking over people's brains and shit, like the clone soldiers or whatever. That kind of ties it back to Star Wars a bit. And then fuck, what else was I going to say?
I think,
Yeah.
I was just going to fill in the gap there just to say about the Vril and the Vril society. As we hear these words now, you'll be able to look back and figure out the association between Nazi Germany and where they went from beyond here. And again, I think flat Earth and beyond is central to all of this. But so I hope you've regathered your thoughts there. What's helping you out?
A lot of weird stuff.
The
but
Strain. That's
the
right. I
sources
remember
of
that.
the source
The
of
Strain, bro. Yeah.
Oh, and then
Yeah. I never finished that either.
Resident Evil, I think, also has these fucking worm things that bore into people's brains and shit. So like it's kind of a common, like, I guess, archetype. I don't know what
A
you would
theme,
call it.
a common theme. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it's associated with the black goo as well. Yeah, I'm with you. Jeremy, have you ever heard of the Vril Society and the sort of the bell, the Nazi bell? We get on to Antarctica now. You know that story. So Hitler escaped to Argentina, South of Africa with all his team, and that's grand. That was one of the mainstream conspiracies. Now we come to flat Earth and maybe accept the same story. Hitler's an actor or whatever. But now, did they go to Antarctica? Was the buzzing of Washington D.C. by advanced craft that Hitler had already developed and encountered and amalgamated with other species beyond the ice wall? These are all possibilities that are laid before us for flat Earth and beyond. You know what I'm saying? But have you ever heard of the Vril Society like that, Jeremy?
I heard of the Vril or Brill or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's come up in a couple things I've heard before.
Yeah. I think we got to be aware that the people who fed us our fucking excuse my passion here, but it really
Watch your
pisses me
fucking
off.
mouth, Pete.
The people who fed us the lie of the ball all our life, Jeremy, while we were busy sort of rabbled within it and unraveling it, they're hundreds of years in knowledge and experience beyond what I know as I come to a basic flat stationary Earth is surrounded, encompass singular earthbound source of all the skylights recognition. They're hundreds of years beyond in terms of the true story. How am I going to catch up with them, dickheads?
Yeah, and then there's those like cone-headed skulls. That could be like the Vril Type 3 in a sense, because it's literally like people, like even big people, like almost giant-sized skeletons with these huge cone heads. Like that could be the Vril Type 3. I think there's something to do with it. It has to be like born from a human mother or some shit like that. And like, yeah, there's this whole fucking thing, and then those little. It's just funny because like, in that whole Call of Duty Zombies, they talk about the Vril. They never show up, but there's a bunch of zombies that you have to kill and stuff, and that kind of relates to the Nazis because the franchise started out as Nazi zombies, but like the whole zombie franchise, like, aren't the zombies would be the guys with the fucking worms in their head essentially, and the Vril Type 1 stuff like that. I don't know. I just find it interesting that it's like a lesser known, I guess, conspiracy theory, but its themes seem to be like spread out in all of our like entertainment / media.
I think the overarching search term, if you were just interested in getting into this, is black goo. Black goo. So it seems that there's this black goo, it spreads like a worm and it can sort of infiltrate and penetrate within it. But I think that's maybe your starting point. I would maybe say not to get too deeply involved, I should think, because you'll go mad. Or actually you won't have the time because of where it might lead you. But I would say look into everything lightly, but consider stationing a flat Earth surface as a pivotal point. Now you can look at everything else presented within this new sort of setting. And last thing I'll say, and I think you'll all agree with me here, the average bowler has fuck all, excuse my language, to say about any of this. F all to say about any conspiracies and sort of beyond flat Earth and beyond globe Earth and beyond the fantasy fucking bullshit story that we've
Man, I've been
fed.
right here trying to interject
Go
the whole
ahead.
time. Yeah, so here's a video. This claims that cats actually have something in their saliva that makes people like them more, like over time.
Pussy juices. Is that what you're trying to say?
Pussy juice. Pussy juice.
No, that's not what I said.
Pussy
But
juice.
the idea is that there are parasites. There are parasites that control the hosts of whatever they're on. there's a type of worm that can end up in your stomach that inclines you to eat more sugar. I forgot the name
Dude,
of it.
I've got that fucker. I've got that
How
fucker.
about, how about think about your whole system being sort of programmed and conditioned to be immersed in sugars. Americans should be specially fucking worried, honestly. I'm not saying this in any way, we're all equal here, but honestly, you must have seen the videos comparing the same products, not just in Canada versus US, but also in Europe as well. So sugar, loaded with fucking sugars, the Americans are, and just in terms of the basic products. So absolutely detrimental. And then why wouldn't it become addictive? Because these parasites that live off of all of this shit that we're being fed, require it. They require it. They've connected, in a sense, to your nervous system.
I'm just
You know
saying
what I'm
that we already know that these types of species are already, like, we consider them to be real.
Right, but the Vril is like a step ahead because the Vril type
Yeah.
1 like controls you like a fucking like. Apparently, they fucking like you walk around and like talk to people and shit, and like it's the same body, but your soul or your spirit is gone. Like you're dead. Like that body is dead. Like you're not the same person, but you're the same body, and essentially this worm is like completely in control, apparently, like of your corpse. Like it's like a zombie. It's a living corpse animated by this fucking worm thing, like a viper. But I guess I don't even know if it's a worm or a snake because it's supposedly all the Vrils are a reptilian species.
Oh, that I'll answer you here now by saying this. Are you a fakeologist? Are you an auto hoaxer? Can I ask you that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nice one. Excellent then. Imagine all of these different characters being told to pose in a certain way. Imagine when their pictures were cut of them when they have these black eyes, but they could have been applied by makeup. But imagine that there was a greater script trying to lead us into this dark pathway. What would we make of it then? You know what I'm saying? That's the auto hoaxer versus the ordinary conspiracy theorist. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's something else then, and I actually do think there's something else. Anything obvious is obvious, and how am I going to decide if any of that is true? Even if I meet someone and I look across the way and I say that fella looks like a fucking he's been taken over by a real parasite, and I can tell you I can say that about certain people, but what am I going to do with that? It's all only sort of in the realm of possibility, and there's no real sort of bearing on, you know what I mean, our day-to-day life. It'll remain within your speculative mind, your frightened, more and more ever frightened mind that you have this fucking army against you and you can't identify them. You know what I'm saying? But I prefer to think beyond that. And the blackness, let me just say this, the blackness is everything encompassing below your heart. The whiteness then is everything above, and we got to move our way upwards in terms of our greater evolution, because, well, we come from the greater spirit. The lower aspects, L, then we have the Vril. V is the opposite of A, right? R, anytime you see an R, just say R, A-R-E. I is I, and L. L here is the other thing, right? So we have the V and the L. I'll ask you, what's the opposite of L? Let me give you the answer. Look at the capital letter H at the center of your keyboard, right? You bring the two dividing pillars together and you lower the crossbar. You get the L on both sides, right? If you bring the crossbar upwards, well, you get the capital letter, T. You get the capital letter T, right? So,
Holy schmoly, Batman.
well, this is all about us,
That's
SC.
what I was
All I
thinking.
think it is.
I was thinking that same
Can
thing.
we like do a topic here? Because my brain is getting fried. No disrespect, Pete. But can you,
Go ahead,
how about
go
you,
ahead.
Pete? Can you bring up a topic? Because, I mean, what is this? What are we doing here?
Well, I can bring up loads of topics, but you go ahead, bud, because you're normally
Bro,
someone
I'm just
you
thinking
to
about this
introduce.
fucking. I'm just
If you
thinking
want.
about this whole Vril fucking storyline, and like it's weird
Yeah, I want to.
because
Can I tell you a fucked up
there
story?
is a big headed alien on the back of the dollar bill if you put it under a certain shader, and
Let me tell you this.
there is all these shows where they show a fucking worm going into a guy's brain. So I just feel
Alright.
like
Let
if
me
it's
tell you
not
this.
real, like I'm not saying it's real, but I'm saying like they're playing like it's real. You know what I mean? Like they're doing this whole charade.
Yes, it's the theater, the show, the charade.
Yeah.
So now, as a fakeologist, you separate yourself
What the
from
heck?
it, And you think about last thing to say, SC Montreal, because it's a very good topic. But last thing to say, but this is the point that you now stand aside a little bit and not become so afeared. You got to figure out what is Earth if it's not a spinning ball, right? A blue marble, stationary and flat Earth surface has to be your beginning point, enclosed your secondary point. All of the skylights having a singular earthbound source and all reflections of some sort, your tertiary point. But you make up your pathway in terms of your greater recognition. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Noah, I wanted to tell you, bro. This is a true story. You don't gotta believe me, but I'll say this because I know this sounds crazy. But one time I was sitting inside a car in the winter with the windows rolled up. It had to have been like January. My friend is in the driver's seat. I'm in the passenger seat, and this fucking black rectangle like slammed into my eyeball and slid up under my eyelid. And I was like, "What the fuck was that? An insect?" But then I'm like, "Dude, it's literally like snow and ice on the ground. Like, why would there be an insect inside the car right now?" My friend saw it. Yeah. Like, I don't tell people that all the time because it sounds ridiculous,
Fine.
but
Did you feel any changes subsequently to that? Do you remember back? And you sort of felt differently beforehand. You obviously remember the incident, but did you feel suddenly differently, or did you transform in some way? I'm not saying, but I believe in fucking leprechauns, fairies, ghouls, goblins, ghosts. I don't care. I anything is possible now in this in this globe theater. But I'm asking you just to hone in on your own condition. Did you feel differently afterwards? Did you
I
notice any?
definitely felt the thing hit my eye, and I definitely felt it slide into my head as if was its only
Yeah.
intention for landing on my fucking eyeball was to slide up under my
Yeah.
eyelid. And then my
And
friend
you know
saw it.
what
He
you need
said,
to
"Dude,
do?
what the fuck was?" He said, "Dude, what the fuck was that?" And I said, "It looked like it was a fly, but it was like a rectangle shape. It was like a tiny
Yeah.
rectangle."
Like a
Yeah.
little, you know those little rods. Have you ever heard of those rods that come up occasionally that they're flying around? It's almost like one of those you're talking about. Let me tell you something though, bud. I will recommend this to you if you want to figure out if there's something inside sort of controlling you. Go on a fast for 72 hours. Starve the fucker out.
I
If
did
it's an
it. I did
alien sort
that.
of
I did
presence.
that for 5 days straight. I fasted. That was like 2 years ago
Uh,
now.
Well, I was going to say to you, right, because now you think it might have went up into your brain, now you have to think differing thoughts, right? I guess you got to figure out what the difference between black and white is. If you take the seven colors of the rainbow in terms of paint and you mix them all together, you'll get something very akin to black or dark brown or something like that, right? But if you take the same things with light, you'll get a white. You'll get white. So I think we got to figure out what black and white is. And where do we figure it out? It's not just in our brain, you see, in our head. That's only half the story. Our brain is unraveled in our gut. You just take an air hose to your brain and you blow blow it out and fold it up like a load of sausages and stick it in there. That's why we have a second gut. So that awareness of that interconnection. So maybe go on a fast again and well think about
Okay.
what you want to achieve here.
Yeah, what do
Yeah,
you even
I'll
say
keep
to
that in
that?
mind.
I know. Yeah, fast. Just go on another fast. Yeah.
About think about if you
What
had a
do we
virus in your
got?
head, Jeremy. If you had a
SC, what
virus
do
in
we
your
got,
head, what
bro?
would you do?
I don't know, Pete. I'd ask you what to do. That's what I would do. I'd always
But he
check with
told
Pete.
the
What would Pete
story.
do? You know
Told the
that saying, "What would
story.
Jesus do?" I just think, what would Pete do?
But he told the story here, and he knew you were scoffing at him. I sort of believe him. I believe the possibility is so. Remember, I said I believe in fairies. Hey, Sasquatch. You believe in Sasquatch, Jeremy? Go ahead. Don't says you, but
I mean, it's
Sasquatch
possible.
believes in me. He tells me it all the time.
You know
Yeah,
how
go
pigs
ahead.
turn. You know how pigs turn into hogs in the wild. I think maybe there was a species of ape that they grow more hair when they're in the wild, like cousin it from outer
Can I tell
space.
you something? Can I tell you something that comes back to our true reality here? That is, and it's going to be shocking. Be shocking to you. If you eat pigs, you're engaged in cannibalism. Official, what do you call it, story has given us a certain sort of relationship percentage according to the sweets of time and the interactions. But if you eat pig, you are eating your nearest and dearest. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. So stop doing it. Hey, this is what flat Earth is about: getting your understanding straight. The truth is told us all along, but our mind has been parasited. Our mind has been blackened. And I think that's the greater metaphor in all this. And don't forget, whatever all of these scare things, there's a million scary stories. You would never introduce your child to this conspiracy world. But yeah, you now have to have a faith that there's a greater power within you to work it out and see the black and the white and the up and the down and the in and the out and the relationships. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, somebody please come up with a topic. 30, please.
A great topic, SE Montreal. Absolutely excellent. Now, absolutely excellent. It's on flat Earth and beyond. And SE Montreal, we're all of the same kind here. But what we're trying to do is to present a scenario to the baller. You were talking about it the other day, SE. I'll calm down a moment. You were talking about the other day
Who
in
is
terms
we?
of looking into a box, right, and shining some light, spectrographic sort of analysis, and never knowing exactly what's in the box. I think it's along the same lines. Now you have to question the bowler, and if they're confounded in some way, well then good, because maybe they will come to change their thinking on story. Anyway, here's the thing. Here's the conundrum. As we look over the water, bowler flat earther will agree that the water seems to rise to eye level, right? So now as we picture ourselves rising above a cloud layer, that's a certain fixity, where flat earther will say it's flat over our local vicinity, a ball earther will say it's curved according to the earth. Well, does the same thing happen in reality? It does. The cloud layer, as you look over it, as you look beyond it, it also seems to rise to eye level into the great distance. And the question is, how does this gel?
Oh my God,
with
I
the
want to
ball? I'm
respond to
done
this.
now. Go ahead. If you
I
don't
really
want
want
to
to
talk about
respond to
that, it's fine. Go ahead.
Pete, you said that it appears at eye level. Is that perfectly at eye level? Or do you
Rises
have to
towards, no, it's
tilt?
not. It
Man, he
rises
don't know,
towards,
You have to
man.
it
angle
always
the
seems
line.
to rise towards eye level then. I should be more careful with my words.
Okay.
What is choice?
How does the bowler, in other words, how does the bowler deal with this conundrum? And when obviously everything is dropping way over the ball, but the clouds also, as they remain parallel or level with the ground, also have to be dropping away from your upper vantage point. How does he deal with that? I think it's an impossibility.
You go straight, and you keep going straight, and you leave the cameras on the whole way. That's how.
I think it was Whitson who brought it up the other day about
Really hard.
the
Leave a
perspective.
trail of
The bowler
peanuts
mentioned
behind you.
perspective. He's fucked. That's what Whitson brought up, I think, the other day. Correct.
What?
Leave a communication cable. 2
John,
tugs if you're in danger.
John, you've been smoking the
Pete, how can anybody even respond to that?
That's a brilliant consideration. I have many brilliant considerations because I'm all about confounding the bowlers, which I've done many times, from the best of them to the less best of them, which are still very good. Consider what
Right,
I'm
you
asking.
said that if I look at the water, the horizon is at eye level. It's not
No.
though, right? Okay.
So the water, as you look out, look. So you're starting off. You're at the edge of the water, 6 foot high man. You're looking down, see the water's edge. Now you look as the out to the greater extent. Whatever it is, you don't know yet, but it does seem to rise towards eye level. Maybe not exactly at eye level, but towards eye level as you do. So in other words, it appears
So you're
to
saying the
rise.
higher you go, that the position of the horizon rises towards eye level? When does it get to eye level? At what altitude does it finally meet eye level?
It will never get to eye level. It won't get to eye level because first of all, you're dealing, as you're looking over water, with a vast expanse, and beyond a certain distance, the water will start to mirror because you're looking at a very, very scale sliver across the greater expanse. Anyway, but that's not the point. The point, or the conundrum for the bowler, is now as we have a consistent cloud layer above us. For a flat earther, it's a flat plane, a flat cloud layer, and it's understandable below as above. But for a ball earther, now as you're above the curve of the earth and the clouds are curving according to the curvature of the earth, why did they still seem to rise to eye level or towards eye level in the greater distance, the clouds themselves?
Is it rising from eye level or is it declining from eye level?
It's approaching eye level, bad. It's a pro. In other words, it seems to rise.
Right. So you're saying
As you
it
look at the clouds
rises
beneath
towards
you,
eye
as you
level
look
the
at the
higher
cloud
you go.
directly beneath you, and you look along the greater line of cloud, owing to the great distance, it seems to rise to eye level, just like the water on the ground. How does the baller deal with this? That's the question.
Well, that's
You're a
incorrect.
baller.
It actually drops when you gain altitude. You can measure this.
Well, you're a bowler. I'm glad if you are, because that's a conundrum for you. So you better be on your best form, because I'm the instigator of this conundrum.
Okay.
Therefore, I have the answer as well. That's okay, or at least you have to consider that he might have the answer, because he's been thinking about it more than I have. So I
When
better
you
be careful.
gain altitude, the horizon line falls further and further away from eye level. It's measurable.
First of all, what horizon? What do you mean when you say the word horizon?
The horizon line, where the sky appears to meet the ground, that point of elevation falls from a level line of sight when you gain altitude.
And also, the new horizon now is where the end of clouds seem to meet the sky as you're above the cloud layer, right? Is that correct as well?
Well, I say that because when you say that it rises towards eye level, like, which is it? Because what we see is that it actually doesn't. It doesn't rise.
Thinking that, I think I'm right about now that pretty much every flat earther can understand my question, my offering here, and you don't seem to be able to. I don't understand why, really.
All right. What do you want me to be able to? What?
What?
What am I supposed to be doing?
Supposed to justify why the Earth is a ball, also why the cloud layer is a ball, is in a rotund adherence to the levelness of the globe Earth. That's what you're supposed to justify. So if you're on top of the clouds and you go up above the globe of the Earth, and you go to the top of the clouds, which is a layer, let's just say for the sake of argument, 2,000 feet above or 2,000 meters above, stretching all the way, right, you're going to have to justify now why you don't notice that drop at every point along that cloud surface, dropping away from your perspective, as opposed to rising up just like it appears to on the ground level with the water. That's what you have to justify. Because it's falling away at a quicker rate, you see. Curve of the clouds are falling away at a quicker rate, as they must be, according to your own mode of thinking, bud.
How much should the perceived angle of a cloud change over like 50 miles? It's only 1 degree. I think it's 1 degree every 69 miles if it were a globe.
This is a
You
thought
think that
experiment.
just with the naked eye I could detect that?
1 degree, but hang on the ground.
Over 60 miles. We're talking
For
about
69
69 miles.
miles. 1 second, bud. You can definitely see 69 miles along the cloud surface as you're up at it.
And that's not even far. That's actually
Clouds.
far.
But hang on, over 69 miles on the Earth, you would have.
No, I made a mistake.
Drop of,
Sorry.
excuse me. You would have a drop of. I'll tell you how to work it out. It's 2/3.
Don't work it out. I misspoke.
69 times 69. Just equate that to 70 times 70. So 7 times 7 is 49. Let's just say 50. So 2/3 of 50 is roughly, let's say 30.
I wish I didn't mess that up. I made a mistake, dude.
Okay, go ahead then. You can.
Yeah, no. Clouds don't decline 1 degree every 69 miles. I shouldn't have said that. That's all. It's
That's fine.
Definitely a different rate.
The Earth, though, over 69 miles will have declined at that rate, so it's 8 inches per mile squared. 69 is 70 miles. 70 squared is 5,000, right? I think we'd agree on. Is it 5,000 or 5? Hang on. It is 5,000. Yeah, 5,000 feet, and then multiply that by 2/3. I'm thinking roughly we'll agree on maybe 3,500 feet. Sorry. Yeah, hang on. That's about a mile. Yeah, that's about 3,500 feet. That's about a mile.
What's the furthest cloud you think I could see, like from a random high altitude point? Like, what's the furthest I can see a cloud?
There's no way of gauging it. Let me just answer. There's no way of gauging it because in reality, over a flat extended plane, that you can see as you rise higher and higher, you see clouds to the greater extent. And when you look at high enough, all of the clouds over the Earth's surface become quashed and squashed together, and you
Bro,
just get this sort of vague zone as you become high enough. That's all. It just
bro,
melds into one another. Go ahead.
fuck that boring shit. Listen, look at this. Even in the book of Mark, here we go. We have Jesus saying in chapter 9, verse 48, where the worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. What fucking worm is that? What worm is in hell?
Oh, and here's another one. Here's another one for you, bud. Along the same investigative lines,
Because think about it.
wormwood. Yeah, excellent.
Hollow
I love
earth.
this line of inquiry. Wormwood.
The hell is in the earth, and that's where the worm that doesn't die is. And then there's worms that take. It's fucking. Oh my god, bro, that's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah,
type in wormwood.
tardigrades are
Type in
water
wormwood as
bears.
mentioned by in Revelation. Yeah, do that, bud. Do that. So we're on
Tardigrades can
something.
survive in any condition, pretty much, that we can subject. Yeah, so there are species that can survive in like.
One second, bud. 1 second. Remember though that the worms, according to our own mortality, the worms will eat the flesh, the body. That will be our end in terms of the material body. I think the man I'm talking to now is a bold earther, is probably a materialist, so he thinks that once the body goes,
Nice, I'm being strawmanned, and you're not going to let me speak.
but the worm is the
You're gonna
ultimate
shout over me
decider.
while
Okay, go
strawmanning me.
ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I never said
Wormwood
that.
as well. Actually, by the way, wormwood, a tree, the tree of life, Aristarchus fell tree. Go ahead, bud.
No, I never said that. You just called me a materialist.
I think you might be. Are you a spinning ball earther? Just asking you.
Yeah.
Right. So all the planets are material, right? What if you're wrong? Go and find the moon today. Where's the rest of the moon? The moon is a reflection, bud, but it's a reflection of solidity. We are immersed within the material world. So yeah, I mean that's what I'm asking. I mean, have you considered flat Earth and beyond? Flat Earth is a science.
If the moon is a reflection, why doesn't it become an ellipsis when you change your geographical position?
Well, I guess you got to ask what
An
is a reflection
ellipsoid.
of.
Sorry, an ellipsoid.
Have you noticed? Have you noticed now in your new burgeoning mindset that the moon and the sun, if everything's up close and personal, the moon and the sun seem to be exactly the same size? Well, why is that? Now we got to focus on what the sun fucking actually is. Is the sun natural, or is it a product of some sort of broken, divided state?
People say it.
Distance?
People say it. People say it's an anode and a cathode in the sky, in the aether, or something.
Yeah.
We know the moon and the sun aren't the same size because or the same distance because of stellar parallax.
Okay, I have a question, bud. Want to take me on because I'm used to dealing with rocket scientists and sons of astronauts. Let me ask you this then. Without reference to anything else, on Earth, me and you, as we look at the sun and moon, can we take any measurements which will show that the sun and the moon are on different planes of reference? Outside of anything else, don't be referencing the skylights, we don't know what they are. You determine that they're both on different frames of references, different sizes.
Bro, you changed subjects way too fast for me.
No, that's exactly on topic. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I feel like it's a little scattergun.
Well, let me ask you again then. You said you can prove that the sun and the moon are on different reference planes because you look at the stars and you measure stellar parallax. I'm saying my question to you was, without reference to what the stars are, right? And you and me taking measurements on Earth, can you prove to me that the sun and the moon are on different planes of reference? In other words, that there are different sizes at different distances away and different compositions, if you want. Can you prove that to me without any other referential?
Yeah, I would need 5 minutes to go find the articles about measuring parallax on the moon versus parallax on the sun and what the real differences are and how we know that they're actually different distances from the Earth.
You don't have to do that, but it's difficult, isn't it? Without reference to the
It's
stars.
not. It would take me 5 minutes.
Take your 5 minutes if you want. Maybe SE wants to get in, and I'll shut up. Honestly, friends, I should fucking shut up for a while. Can I just say to with the worm, excellent man. WRM. So we think of the capital letter M and capital letter W. One is an inversion of the other. So remember, we're in a greater again in a metaphysical sort of game. We're in a game. We're like in the Tomb Raider or something. Tomb Raider, very good. But yeah, the tomb. Where do we all go to? We go to the worms. Wormwood. That's what I encourage you to look up. Wormwood as referenced in the Bible and Revelation itself. Very interesting. And think about your own origins, your material versus immaterial. That's how we came onto this. The average ball earther is an atheist, materialist, determinist. He has faith. The average ball earther has faith, but he has faith in man. He has faith in the giants of science, as opposed to some higher, power, which is fair enough. I was there myself. I was
That's not true, though.
absolutely that person. Okay, go
What you're
ahead.
saying isn't true. You're trying to generalize all Globers as atheists.
In general, the ones I've met are, and that's why I said I'm generalizing. But for the most part, I think it's true because I was there myself. You couldn't help but being an atheist. Could I? Everything has been determined from the outset, milliseconds after the Big Bang. By the way, Big Bang is metaphor for the big fuck, excuse my language, but yet I don't. Big fuck, the coming together of the sperm and the egg, the two opposites, to give us the spark. Like the negative and the positive, the anode and the cathode coming together because they were once divided. And what emerges from that? Well, the human child. It is you. When did you stop being a child? The greatest, most complicated, divine thing in existence. If you want to fight with me on that one, go ahead.
Nah, I'm not trying to fight you.
It's okay, isn't it? Even if it's not true. It's imagine everything was. Imagine I left the ball behind, but you don't know me. Everyone has their own life path, but I had an interest in science all along. I studied mechanical engineering university. I'm not making any big deal about this, but I had an interest in popular science, which is more to it. I brought up my son in this vein. But I came away from it. Now I can see it all as metaphor. So I think the onus is on us now to see the decoding within the greater setting. So if you believe in a higher power and you are a ball earther, you still got to decode what's presented to you because the Creator placed you in this divided, combative setting only to possibly make your way home, like setting you at the start of a Tomb Raider. You know what I'm saying? Only for you to be able to finish and complete the boss level. At level 5. Usually level 5, by the way, isn't it? Also, it's the same with theatrical plays, Shakespeare plays. We always have nearly always 5 acts.
Okay, so saying that there's these worms in hell, and then there's these real parasites that supposedly take over people's brains. And this is and it comes from an underground civilization. And then now we have the Bible saying that hell has a mouth and a stomach. It's like a human body. And then they have these titans that are the size of mountains. And so essentially, I think there's like a dead corpse of a titan named Hades. Like a slain titan named Hades that died. And essentially all these reptilian serpent race individuals live in there. And then they have their incursions onto Earth. And then I'm trying to think of how the whole deluge and the flood and the petrification of everything.
The tree was cut, bud. In Ezekiel, God gave the orders to the angels to cut the trees. What do you think the deluge happened?
Petrol is supposed to be from dead plant matter. So, like, all this biomass in the earth could, in fact, be like a breeding ground for some, like, cephalopod species. Well, what if there is some gigantic mass of an insect that is just the reason for all insects? That sounds wild. Like a gigantic worm underground somewhere. You know how mushrooms are like you know how mushrooms, like, their network under the ground is like one gigantic, like they're all connected all day. What do they call that? It's just like the fungal network.
It's fungi. It's very interesting, as a matter of fact. It's considered to be a third type of life form, believe it or not. An underground network.
What are the 3 types of life forms?
Well, we have plant, animal, and there's supposed to be a third, well, actually a fourth type. I can tell you about that one after, but the third type is fungi, mushroom fungi, whoever just mentioned it. It's,
And
yeah.
And you know
But
how
the
flies are
innards.
attracted to dead bodies? There's always going to be like things crawling towards the biomass of something dead. The idea is that they use like death as a place of rebirth. That's the
I
whole.
have something to say here. I tell you,
Yeah.
this is very important. What about the innards of all of us? Let me tell you this. Along with the heliocentric model, right, they've told us everything about the external and told us everything about the internal as well, that everything is ultimately sort of separate. But what if it's not? And what if these greater stories that we're merging into is actually a story
Pete,
about
you're
our own
going on and
processes
on,
with,
bro. I don't want to
about
cut
our
you
own.
off. I'm
I'm
trying to be
finished now,
cool, but
Biden.
bro,
I'm finished
you're
with this
just going
thought.
off into the weeds, bro.
I'm
Please
finished with this
try to
thought
stay
then.
coherent. Like
I
we're
am
trying to
coherent. And
keep a
stop interrupting
conversation
me
going,
now,
Pete,
and
and
I hasn't really
you
finished, and I'll
keep
stop then. We're
Pete.
talking about the inside of us, man, and all of these processes happening within us, and all of these. Yeah, shut
Yeah,
up,
he was
man.
already
Go
finished.
ahead. Fuck's sake, head.
No, you're waffling on and on and on,
Shut
bro,
up,
about
man.
incoherent
I'm
stuff.
not
We're
waffling. I
talking
wasn't
about a
Jesus,
waffling.
certain
bro.
thing,
Give me
and you
some
Decided
change
I
the
chicken.
subject
was.
every time, Pete. This is not going to
Decided
be
I
the
was
Pete
because
show,
you've nothing
bro.
to say about what
I'm
the
trying to
stars
be
are.
nice.
You've nothing to say about what's beyond fucking flat Earth. You won't even admit to being a flat earther, so therefore it bores you. It bores
Stop
you.
waffling. Keep
Head.
your
I'm finished
things
now.
short.
Thanks
There's
for
other
you,
people that
bud.
want to talk.
Go and
Stop
tell the fucking
waffling,
people
Pete.
that you
Please.
talk to every day,
Pour
the
it on.
aces
Pour all
of
the
this forum,
pancake
to
syrup
stop
you want.
waffling. You'll keep engaging with them and even some flat earthers. Go ahead.
Waffle syrup, I mean.
I was gonna say, I think it in their whole evolutionary fairy tale, a fungi and animal are supposed to be like this. Like there was the fucking the ones that get chlorophyll are plants or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And the ones that don't have the chlorophyll, that green shit, are not plants. And so essentially, like according to them, the animals are more closely related to the fungi, and they both of us have to subsist off of essentially what the plants create, because the plants are like the OG guys that get all the energy from the sun. We need to subsume them essentially. The fungi and the animals need to subsume the plants to survive.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
this is crazy, bro. These fungi, like you're saying, underground, the roots, the mushrooms is just the tops, right? It's like an iceberg, but underground, apparently, it's a whole network, miles and miles of this stuff, bro.
Yes.
And apparently, they communicate with each other. So they're saying it's like a third life form. Yeah, it's freaked out.
Right. Imagine like a
Official
gigantic.
science is telling you that, SC, right? Official. I bet you read that on an official science forum, right? Go ahead.
No, but you
I
see
just.
how short and
Yeah.
concise I was, Pete? I didn't waffle on, bro. Like, don't
How
take it
about you
personally,
just
but
delivered a
I'm
fact
just
from the
telling
Reader's
you what other
Digest
people
from
are afraid
official
to tell you,
science?
bro.
Just
You
delivered a fact
waffle too
for
much.
consideration. Oh, okay, but can I respond? You just delivered a fact for consideration. You didn't make any sort of statement yourself. You just read something out and said, "What do you think about that?" And I bet you it's from an official fucking science memorandum or some reference. I bet you
What's
it
wrong with
is.
that?
Yeah,
What?
because they're
So
all
what?
fucking fakers and bullshit.
Not everybody's a faker.
Or tell me something coming from official science that's true. Go ahead. I dare you.
Fungal
You're gonna
networks.
go with that.
Have you heard of this before I said it, Pete? Why are you being like instead
Yes,
of
I
saying,
have
"Oh,
heard
really?
about
Let
it.
me look into that." Right away, you're
I have heard
defensive.
about it.
Why?
I have heard about it. I think it's all metaphor for our own sort of metabolism.
You're
I
being
have heard
kind of
about that.
antifungal right now.
I had though. Okay, but listen, yeah, I was in the process of just saying that and how we all should be thinking about our own internal structure and basis snacks, because maybe that's what it's all referencing at the end of the day. I'll leave it there. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, Pete,
Yeah.
that's how you do it. Short and sweet, in and out. Yeah, perfect.
I do imagine gigantic species of insects underground all the time.
No, that's crazy, bro. When I found that out, I was like, holy crap. Like, they can communicate if they need water in a certain area, if they, like, it's freaked out. Rakio was saying last time, you heard of this last time we talked, and he's saying he encountered this in construction. Like, this fungi, let's say it wants to spread, right? And it wants to get from here to there. Now, let's say it meets like steel or something, a screen. It'll bring water. It'll contact the other fungi over there where there's water, and they'll filter it in, bro. It's like amazing stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They'll rust. They'll bring water. It'll rust the metal, and they'll get through eventually. It's like the thing has a brain, like a hive kind of a thing. Yeah.
I think they say that it's similar to like neuroplasticity.
Yeah. They're saying it's a third life form. I was astonished that when I first saw it, was like, holy crap, really?
You have Netflix? You gotta watch this documentary about it. There's a documentary about mushrooms on Netflix right now that explains how these the mushroom is just like it's like the flower, and then the roots of the mushroom is like the fungal network under the ground. It's like a gigantic root system. They get much larger than normal plants. And insect life forms, this is where they are more likely to plant their eggs in this decaying mass. Oh yeah, this is like when something dies in the forest, that's where a fungus network can start. It always starts with decaying biomass, and insects are attracted to that.
You want to know something? Is that some
You cut out, no.
Did I overdo it with the dodo guys or what? Is he a pain in the neck? Was it just me, or did I wake up on the wrong side of the bed?
I feel bad. I feel bad when I scattergun. I make it hard to address what I'm saying if I just say too much.
It's like waffle, man. I mean,
which is good, but like I think once we run out of hot butter, it's like a little tough to chew.
Yeah, that's interesting. If Noah's there, is Noah here? What passage from the Bible was that story about the worm? I want to read that. I could probably find it by Googling it.
testing?
Yep.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Yeah, your mic works.
We hear you, bro.
Hello. Can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry. I don't know. I was talking before, but my shit was just. I don't know what happened.
People hear
okay.
you now.
From I believe the passage is from chapter 9 of Mark, verse 40 something. And it's like he says when you go to hell, you go to a place where the worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. And then later they describe Hades as a place, and it has a mouth that it opens up and engulges people, has a belly. At the end of time, it throws up souls and stuff, and then it even the body is thrown in a fucking fire. Like that.
What the heck? Wait, listen to this, bro. Oh my god, I gotta tell you this. In Gemara, the Shamir Hebrew, the
And
word
then
Shamir
these
is a worm or a substance.
These worms are in the fucking in there. These worms from hell, and I think these are the ones that they put inside your eyeball or whatever. It goes into your fucking brain essentially and fucks with you.
Bro, I'm sending you this. Look in the main chat.
And then I was gonna say that there's this old. You guys are talking about decay and fungi and stuff, and this old alchemical manuscripts or whatever. Like the explanation on how a child forms is that the semen or whatever is actually like it goes into the womb, and then it decays in the womb, and then the fucking child is born out of it, like how a fucking mushroom would come out of like a dead corpse. Like they call it a desiccation or something. I fucking forget. They have like these different fucking operations they do in alchemy.
So
And they
check.
say when you have
Let me
sex,
read
that's
this to you. Know.
operations or whatever. But it's
Can you hear
essentially
me?
a human being comes like a fungi, like out of rotting. It's called putrefaction. That's what it's called. It's called putrefaction. There's a operation in alchemy called putrefaction, and they believe that when you putrefy semen in a female uterus, that's the cause of the human being coming out of existence. So it's like alchemical operation. What were you saying?
In Gemara, the shamir, the word is shamir in Hebrew. It is a worm or a substance that had the power to cut through or disintegrate stone, iron, and diamond. King Solomon is said to have used it in the building of the first temple in Jerusalem in the place of cutting tools. How crazy is that?
Was
Look
it a
up
fire?
Shamir, Shamir, and type in Shamir King Solomon.
So this is like a parasitical thing that takes over your body, and you're saying that that's found in the Bible?
These are species of worms that they used like tools. That's what it's saying.
Like tools.
Yeah. Like, you know how kombucha is like fermented, and the bacteria that grows is said to help cleanse the stomach. That's like the result of, you're just further domesticating and figuring out the science of plant life, or whatever you want to find out the properties of. Trial and error. I think these kings had access to all kinds of things that they figured out what's their true best practical use on people. And worms, probably, there's still places in the world that'll administer parasites on some patient to help them with whatever. I gotta find an example of that. I know they still do that in places. Kombucha is an example.
Yeah, no, they do. It eats certain worms will eat like infections if you have like gangrene or something like that, I think. And then also that's the reason why that they banned and made it illegal to drink raw milk, because it gives you all the good probiotics. Like Louis Pasteur came in and decided that like everybody that it's bad to have raw milk, and did this whole fear campaign around it, and now everyone's like scared of it, when really like the listeria or whatever the bacteria is that causes like people to get sick is actually more commonly found in pasteurized milk than it is in unpasteurized, but they tell you the opposite to scare you from drinking it, and tell pregnant mothers not to drink it because it'll hurt the child, but actually it's like giving the child like benefits at having that gut bacteria like healthy will actually fight. And like if you think about the other countries, they all do like I've met several people from Mexico that like little old ladies I used to work with and stuff, that are like, we talk about all kinds of health stuff and what they do and what they grew up doing, and they all every 6 months as a family, everybody does parasite cleanses together. Like it's a thing, like in all the other countries except for the United States. So what does that tell you? Like the newest country that's like, whatever, like, and it's weird too, because like I've heard this from multiple different people that who like came from other countries and are like, yeah, we totally do parasite cleanses. And for some reason, the last like 3 generations, people in the United States, like my mom never heard of it, my dad never heard of it. Like they're, we've been here a few generations, but they originally came from like, Scotland and Ireland and shit like that. So why didn't, I'm sure like they all did parasite cleanses back in the day. I wonder why that didn't like follow, like why some people in other countries like still do it and it's a common thing, but like for some reason here, like people don't do parasite cleanses. It's really bizarre. And like and we have this huge like overweight issue going on, which I think is just the waste from the parasites because they're not cleansing it out. So like I think it does have to do with the garbage food they're feeding, obviously, but I think a lot of it also has to do with the fact that nobody does parasite cleanses here. Like I haven't heard of anybody talking about it, even in like the it's like the holistic world's the only world I've heard people like talking about this and like talking about how you should be doing it every 6 months. Wormwood, clove, and black walnut are like the three things that kill them in like all three stages of life. And apparently there's actually a really interesting video about people that like that what is it? Basically it's kind of messed up when you listen to it because the guy sounds like he's trolling, but he was like, I used to be gay and now I'm not. Like ever since I did this parasite cleanse, I have like no desire to be gay anymore. And he was like convinced that like basically the parasites made him gay. I'm like, what? But it's actually like I'll post it so you guys
What?
can
I
listen
need
to it if you
to.
want.
That's a video. Could you send me that?
Yeah, it's actually like really well researched and well done. Like when he starts getting into it, but like the way that he talks about it, like you totally think he's trolling at first, but then he makes some really good points, and then he starts like, I don't know, it's really crazy. Like because when you think about it, like you know, I don't know, I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about this on the channel or if I'm gonna get in trouble or what because I know this stuff is like, but yeah, basically he's like there's a growing group of people on 4chan that believe that that's why there's so many gay people is because there's rampant parasites running around everywhere and that's making everybody gay. So yeah, I'll find the video and post it though. It's actually really interesting. But yeah, carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about this cleansing stuff with the worm, the parasite. It is kind of interesting because really we've never hear about this stuff here. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not hard to the tincture you can buy all three of those already in a tincture, so you don't have to like buy three separate ones for like $10 on wherever from any holistic store. You just look up parasite cleanse and those as long as those three ingredients are in there, you'll kill pretty much any parasite in all three stages, the larva, adult, and like they like lay eggs apparently like in your fat and stuff. And you do it like for like a couple of weeks.
Where's this video?
I gotta find it. I'm looking for it. It's on BitChute. I'm looking it up right
So
now.
what's the purpose of? Someone was just talking. What's the purpose of these parasites? What do they want to? Why are they so
Well,
bad?
if from what I've heard, if you let them get bad enough, I mean, that's why I think that we have such an obesity problem is because they literally they're taking your nutrients from you. So your body is not able to absorb the nutrients it needs because the parasites are eating them. So then you have mineral deficiencies. That's why their vegans are so retarded because their brain is literally eating them itself. They're not getting the nutrients that they need to sustain. There's like 90 essential nutrients or whatever, so they're not getting those nutrients. And like same thing if like how they've been saying for a while, like if you get like that Celtic sea salt, the gray salt that has like all the minerals in it, it's like not stripped at all, it's just like straight sea salt. You put a little bit of that on your tongue before you drink your raw milk or before you drink water or whatever, and it helps your body to actually like absorb the minerals and absorb the nutrients, versus if you don't, it like sometimes will just flush right through your body and your cells don't actually like absorb it or whatever. But yeah, the basically like the reason why they don't teach us about the parasites is because they want us to be sick, like they don't tell us, like it's only a thing in like the holistic world because like they're actually trying to get rid of the root of the issue, versus the pharmaceutical companies want you on their pills forever, so they're not going to tell you all you have to do is get rid of parasites and then you'll be healed, like because then they wouldn't have anybody buying their stuff.
Yeah, well,
So
I
there's
can
been
understand that logic, but
yeah, so there was a couple of guys that actually cured them. Like they were told that they were, on death's door with some cancer or tumor or something. And they literally all they did was a parasite cleanse and they're healed. And they started being able to absorb nutrients again because the parasites weren't absorbing all of the nutrients. So like they literally changed their life around just by doing
I
a
have like
freaking parasite cleanse.
I have like a flash in my mind of a video a friend sent me. I can't, I can't remember if it was a story of somebody curing their cancer using a parasite, or if they cleanse themselves of parasites and
Well,
cure their cancer.
Well, it does both. That's the thing, is that some of them are actually used to heal exterior wounds, like gangrene or different. I can't remember specifically what it was, but if there's like, something infected, like actually putting the or maybe it's maggots, maybe it's not parasites, but some sort of,
Yeah.
whatever. Like there's different things, and I mean, just like everything in life, right? It's the duality. There's good and bad and all the things. So I'm sure the parasites can be used for good things for certain. Like shoot, there was rumors that women used to purposely like ingest, back in the day, like to lose weight or whatever. They would like ingest a certain parasite or whatever to like help them with like weight loss, and then they would like rid it when they were done, when they lost as much weight as they wanted to. It was like a new diet pill, like, which is crazy too, because what if that's the new diet pills that they're pushing that actually work? It's really like you're just eating some parasite that's like, oh, it's so gross to think about. But what's even grosser is to think that that stuff is just running rampant in you and you're not doing anything to, like garlic is another thing. If you just take a clove of raw garlic, like that, I give that to my dog every month for the heartworm medication. Instead
Oh
of
yeah.
spending $40 on heartworm medication, like raw garlic, like cures so much stuff and is so amazing and kills worms and stuff too. But I think that it only kills it if it's like in your stomach. If you want to do like kill the larva and the eggs and the everything all at once, I think that's why you need the wormwood, clove, and black walnut whole. Which is crazy, as we found just a black walnut tree in the backyard. So I'm actually making my own black walnut tincture right now, and it will be done in like a week or two. But
Yeah,
yeah, so
you seem like you have a great source of information that I'm not privy to.
yeah, I'm weird. Like I've been into like this kind of stuff for a long time. Like long before Flat Earth, I was like into like I was an anti-vaxxer and anti-pharmaceutical and like all about the raw milk. Like I've been drinking raw milk for like 10 years now, and it's really cool to see. There's this website called A Campaign for Real Milk, and you can pick like across the country, just pick your state, pick your county, and it'll list all of the farms that are in your area that you can go buy raw milk or
What's it
raw
called?
goat milk. It's called A Campaign for Real
Alright.
Milk.com. And they're
I love
awesome.
this.
Like
I love milk. Like I
yeah,
love milk.
raw milk is the way to go. Like and then you get to go to the farm, you get to like, see the conditions of the cows and see like everything for yourself. Like it's really a cool experience. And a lot of time like they do it like in Wyoming. They were the one that I went to, the farm I went to there was just like straight up like you walked in, like once I went there the first time, she was like, oh, just leave the money in the box and grab your jar and leave your jar. Like you bring your own like half-gallon mason jars and just switch it out. So basically like it's like on the honor system where like she's not there and she's like, yeah, there's a little shed around this corner and just go in there and grab your milk and leave the money in the box. I'm like, that's so awesome. Like that's
It
like
is cool. And I was thinking about that the other day, how the world is like changing, right? Like I'm going into like these convenience stores, like, oh, no bags, no cashiers, just grab stuff and go to this self checkout. I'm like, man, I could just steal everything. I could just steal it all.
right.
Right? You know? It's like weird. Like everybody's like, I don't know if everybody, maybe if I go to a bad neighborhood, it's not the same, but they're just like, yeah, go shop and just take what you want and then just pay us and leave. Like we're not going to check. Don't even bring a bag. It's a little weird. Things are getting better. Maybe I don't know. I guess it's better. But
I
I'm not
wouldn't
finding
say
a
that's
website
better.
though.
I wouldn't say
Why
that's
not?
better. I would say it's more like that's the old school way of things where people had like, like a little chicken wagon that it was just on the um like they have a little thing set up with their eggs and you could just go and do the same thing with the eggs, like leave the money. Like that's like a thing out here, that's where I'm in Ohio now, and like that was a thing in Utah. It was a thing, and it's a thing like outside of the big cities. Like in the big cities, you can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I don't like living in big cities, because like
Yeah.
there's still like that sense of like community, and like people trust each other, and people aren't gonna like screw each other over. Like if you had something like that set up in Phoenix, like yeah, it would get robbed every day, and you would not have eggs or money every day. You know what I mean? Like it's wild that it still exists. Like they try to tell us how bad everything is all the time, but the fact that these places still exist and like they're not getting robbed is just on the outskirts of town, like gives me hope that, you know, that it's not as bad as they say it is. But you know, that's their fear point. They want to tell
I want to
everybody how
talk.
bad everything is too, you
I want
know?
to talk about this. Yeah, I want to talk about the stealing thing real quick, because in New York they just start like all these CVS's and Walgreens. They started putting everything behind like plastic cases. So there was such a stealing problem. Like people would like go in, steal Listerine, and just sell it a couple blocks away. And that's like what a lot of homeless people did. They would just steal from these big box stores and just sell it down the street.
But yeah, that's a good. But so campaign for raw milk. It's not coming up. I found realmilk.com.
Yeah, originally it was called A Campaign for Real Milk, but like if it's realmilk.com, click on that, and then maybe it says it on like the homepage or something.
Yeah, it's still
So that
branded
should
like
be I think that's the same site though. I'm pretty sure it's the same. If it's like if you see like a milk finder like section in the menu, click on that, and then you can pick like what state you're in, or you could put in your zip code or whatever, and then it'll tell you like whatever the closest.
Sweet.
Yeah,
It's got all the same stuff. It says like the business is still called a campaign for real milk, but not the website.
Oh, is it okay? My bad. I don't remember. I just like it's like saved in my little search thing, and I just click on it. And
Nice. Yep.
But yeah, that's like the best. Like that site I've been following for like 10 years, and when I first found them, like there was hardly anybody on there. Like I had to drive 2 hours to find milk sometimes. And I would just basically get like 6 gallons at a time and like come back, you know, so I didn't have to make the trip all the time and then freeze a bunch of the milk. So like, basically, you know, like it just would make it last a little longer. But now it's like, it's everywhere.
Yeah, I see there's a bunch near me.
Yeah, don't let the chicken in the house. Sorry, hold on 1 second. We got chickens. They love to come in the house whenever the door's open. So yeah, definitely I would say if you can find milk around you, like it's cool to support the little guys. I mean, it is more expensive for raw milk, but it's worth it in my opinion to have better quality you know, better quality food and
Well,
knowing
listen,
that like you're not
I love milk, right? And I even started switching to. I don't know anything about it. I don't research it, right? But I just watch like 9-year-olds grow tits. So I started buying like almond milk because I just love milk. I don't want to ever stop drinking milk. But yeah, what was the salt that you said? You said eat salt.
Yes, Celtic salt, Celtic sea salt. They have like it's like a gray color-ish, like so
Yeah, I
I
got
would
it.
say get some of that, get like just as long as it doesn't have any weird like fillers or additives or something in it, you know, like that's what like there's I forget what it's called. It's like it starts with a T or something. Like, if you look at the ingredients, it'll say, like it'll have some ingredient that you can't barely pronounce that's added to it for like an anti-caking agent, and you want to stay away from anything with that crap in it. Like it just needs to say just pure sea salt or just pure Himalayan salt or just pure what's the other one? The real salt. Redmond's real salt is another good one that has a bunch of different minerals. And all three, there's actually, I'll post this video. I just watched it like a week or two ago of this lady, this homesteading lady that I follow that actually did like got tested like all three of the different salts and found out like that they all have different minerals in them, but they all have like different amounts of different things. So it's like, it's not that any one is better than the other. It's like they're all good for their own purposes. Like Himalayan salt, I usually use that for like pickling stuff. But like the Celtic salt is what I'll like put on my steak or whatever, you know, like because it's like bigger kind of chunks and it like
Yeah, maybe I'll check
know.
it out. Little, I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, it's just little. You know what? I use the salt that's got the girl with the umbrella. Probably
yeah,
not
no,
good,
that's
right?
bad. That's bad. That's the
Yeah,
worst salt you could get. It's like
yeah, it's my
that's
jam.
like it doesn't have any nutritional anything. So what they tell you all the time is like that sodium is bad for you, right? And like it is if you're eating that type of sodium. If you're eating natural, like from the earth salt, like that's where you get your minerals from. That's where like there's literally like a whole plethora of different minerals. I'll post a video and it actually breaks it down to like how much is in each one, and like all three of those are really good, but some of them vary as far as like how much, like the Celtic salt and the real salt. That's like the Redmond salt, I think, is from Salt Lake City, or like not from Salt Lake, but like just south of Salt Lake. I forget the name of the town right there. But
Yeah, but
it's
that's no,
like
but that's.
there's
I
like a
mean,
big
I'd like
salt
to try
flat.
it. Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah,
they,
yeah. Little things
but
I don't know much about. Maybe they'll.
yeah, it's important to have good quality salt. You could literally have like a ton of salt in your diet and be like totally healthy and good. It's just what kind of salt. Same thing with like fried foods aren't bad for you. It's what you're frying it in. So if you're frying in seed oils, canola oil, stuff that was originally designed for vehicles, which is what and for like machinery and stuff, that's what they made canola oil for originally, and then they figured out that it's like a cheap way they can like sell it to poor people and like basically mess up their health for like life
My
from
friend
it.
Corinne was
And
just going on and on about this yesterday to me. She's telling me, she's saying that I can't remember the whole thing because I couldn't really take in her info that she gave. But she said some woman bought 40 acres to get this stuff out of the ground that was like contaminated soil. And then she grew, I think, beets and tested them. There's some whole backstory about like and then with the seed oil and all these other things. Yes,
yeah,
seems to be a thing now. Yeah.
yeah, seed oils, you just cook everything in beef tallow or some kind of animal fat.
And then,
Like you want to
and then
stick with
and then
animal
she was
fats,
telling me,
butter.
yeah, she tell me about I'm ring a bell. She's saying then she said she was saying, all right, well, this girl who did the 40 acres of contaminated soil, this test the soil, is finding that bad shit they put in the ground stays for like 7 years, and then she had, anyway. But she the idea from another person who's like a man who's like I don't know, maybe like one of the initiators of farming, and this guy did weird things where he would grow food in certain directions and then do some kind of weird dance over it. Does that ring a bell at all or no? Can't remember the guy's name.
No, but I'm
No,
interested. I totally want to listen to
um,
or
let me
watch
ask her.
that or whatever. That's funny. Um, no, I haven't heard of that. I just know, just from my own experience with and what I've researched over the past 10 years being into like the carnivore, like animal based diet sort of stuff. Like if you can get farm fresh eggs, do that, don't get pasteurized anything basically. If you can avoid pasteurized stuff and avoid seed oils, like you'll be so much better. And I mean obviously sugar and stuff, like, but if it's natural sugar, if it's like a fruit or whatever, it's not so bad. Like it's just the refined sugar that's worse. And like, if you're gonna have some wings or something, just actually just found out, I don't know if this is true everywhere, but here apparently the Buffalo Wild Wings fries their food in tallow, is what I heard recently, which is interesting because I'm like, oh, like there is actually a place I could go out to eat to, like, because there's like so many places I don't want to go eat at because, like
And
whatever.
what is it that's bad about the seed oil again? What's
It was originally our body can't digest it. It's the same thing as like high fructose corn syrup, right? Like they introduce these foreign things to our body that, we're used to eating sugar. We're used to cooking everything in beef fats. Like McDonald's was originally cooked everything in beef tallow, and then a bunch of like old timers stopped eating there because they changed it to, in like the 50s or 60s or whatever, they switched over to seed oils because it's cheaper. So, and they originally had made it for machinery. So it wasn't even like, I'm sure probably not even tested on humans. And we were the test subjects like everything else. And since then, like heart disease and all kinds of crazy stuff has skyrocketed. And it's bad. It's bad news to like,
when they start? I mean, they're talking about running cars on water, but bad, right? But so what is? But it's just a seed. So what's bad about it? What's
Well,
bad
it's
about seed?
Well, and that's the thing is that our gut isn't designed to process seeds. That's why, like, or insects. That's why chickens, they eat seeds and insects like nothing. So them trying to feed us bugs right now, it goes against like what our gut is able to even like digest properly. Because our
Ooh,
guts are
just
more
going to one
closely.
thing to another. Now, who's feeding us bugs now? Like, man, it's getting
They're
bad. I'm
trying to
not.
feed, dude. They're sneaking it in shit and everything. Go look up Eat the Bugs, man. They're like, there's so many things, so many products. You have to read everything that you buy now because they're sneaking in not only bugs, but they're sneaking in those like weird
Getting
like
ridiculous.
the lab grown meat stuff. They're sneaking that in there. They're sneaking like other weird things that like like GH something or other. Like I don't even remember what all this stuff is. I just know that it's like that it's garbage and it's not good for
Yeah.
you, and it's like basically try and eat the way that your grandparents ate, like like from the land, butter, beef tallow, animal fats, raw milk, eggs,
Yeah, my grandma was like 96. She did pretty good.
right? And people are
Yeah.
dying like way younger now, like um don't splash the chickens. I don't think they like that, baby. Thank you. Sorry. So yeah, I think that it just depends on, some people will argue and be like, here, come up here,
I
child.
distracted you though. You were saying so seeds. We're not supposed to eat seeds, or something because we're not meant to digest them.
Yeah, same thing with like peanuts too. Like everybody grew up on peanuts, and there's apparently like a mold that grows that develops in the peanuts, and then they like because they store it or whatever in these like big containers, and then mold will start to grow, and then they just grind it all up, and that's like one of apparently there was this whole story about how like they stopped feeding, some kids all had like the same like health issue or whatever, and then they stopped giving them like they did the elimination diet thing where they
Yeah,
just took you know s-
that's how.
the, and
Yeah,
basically they found out it was from the peanuts, from the peanut butter, and it didn't matter which brand of peanut butter, it didn't matter which okay.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
like
That's how
one
me and
brand
my
that's good, like one type of meat.
Hold on one
It's like a
second.
Japanese peanut or something like that.
Hold on, sorry, I'm mute.
Yeah, that's how me and my friend Corinne's conversation started on the seed on the seeds was something about uh, peanuts, and then I said, well, I hear peanuts absorb anything from the ground. Like you could pretty much like just throw like gasoline on the ground and get rid of it by planting some peanuts, and it'll absorb it all. And then she said, yeah, that's why everybody has these peanut allergies because it's absorbing all the bad shit out of the ground, and then they're making peanut butter or whatever, or peanut oil or whatever they're doing with it. And now everybody's allergic to peanuts, but they're not actually allergic to peanuts. They're just because it's got bad shit in it. And then she went on from there to
Well,
a story about the lady who cleaned somehow. I can't remember how she cleaned the ground. She did the test to prove that the ground held the toxins no matter what.
yeah, and then
And
she
then she
grew
somehow
certain
cleaned it.
products. And hold on a
Yeah.
second. Um, yeah, I've heard about that. Like, I heard that like marijuana actually does that to the ground. Like when the nutrients get stripped out from like growing certain crops, and like every 4 or 6 years or something like that, they need to grow like a whole bunch of herb to like basically regenerate the soil. And yeah, pretty much that's I mean I know that that's what a lot of farmers do. They rotate like certain like like chunks of their land. They grow certain things while they grow other things to like help rejuvenate the soil. Like there's a whole science to it that like okay, hold on. But I don't remember exactly
Yeah.
specifically what, but I know it's a thing. I just couldn't tell you, like if you're growing like what, I haven't researched it enough to like speak on it, but I've heard of that, and I think it's the same thing with a lot of stuff, within our own body. Like, there's certain things that we can do that we can, like do for our bodies to help us like basically, absorb as much nutrients as we can. And when they put people on like that have diverticulitis and stuff, they put them on medication or put them on like, oh, eat a bunch of fiber, and that's like the worst thing that like totally destroys their gut. All like the leafy greens, that's why you see a
Oh
lot of
wow.
vegans that have so salad's actually bad for you. Like we're
Well,
not
it's
cows.
seed oils, Russ's soul. It's seed oils, and they're not. The funniest thing is they say it's vegetable oils,
Yeah, and
right?
it's not from vegetables.
It's from rancid, oxidized. You basically petrol. It's petrol, and they call it vegetable oil.
Yeah, and they lie through their teeth. It's like it's
You're
crazy.
ruining my
And then
life because I was told you eat your salad first when you go out to a
no,
restaurant because it helps
nope,
to digest your food. You're telling me no.
nope. And they lie. Just like everything else they lied
Bastards.
to us about, they lied to us about salad too. And think about like, okay, so I've known now like at least 5 vegans that had their gallbladders removed or got kidney stones, and they
Wow.
were always doing those green drinks, the raw spinach and the salads all the time and all this stuff, and they were always bloated and they always had health issues. And like, so far since I've been doing like the
And
carnivore
they look like
thing.
zombies, Rusted. They
Yeah.
look like zombies.
I
I
know.
like salads.
Yeah, salads are bad.
Salad's no
Basically
good. I just like
everything.
salad though.
Yeah, eat
Okay.
steak, eat meat, eat
And
raw
eggs,
cheese,
fried eggs,
eggs, raw milk, anything that's like
bacon,
what?
butter,
Yeah,
bacon and
butter,
butter,
yogurt. Yeah. Get beef bacon though.
milk.
Pork, I'm not a
No,
big fan
mate,
of pork.
3 glasses of milk a day, at
Yeah,
least 3.
yeah. And I mean that's the one thing that sucks though is like, it is more expensive for raw milk, but it's worth it, and this I need to get you higher.
Raw milk or whole milk, you need to be drinking your milk either way.
Yeah,
I drink
Definitely.
whole. I do drink whole milk. That's like my.
Yep,
That's what I
yep.
drink.
You
Yeah.
have to be drinking milk, guys, and a lot of it too.
Okay, I'll fix it. Sorry, hold on. Let me get it for a
Women
second.
don't like
This
milk.
is for
What's
the
that all
lads.
about?
Yeah, I don't know about the woman, but this is for the lads. Drink your
She likes
fucking
milk.
milk. Pardon
She
my
likes milk.
language.
Yeah, most women don't like milk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
almond milk. You might as well not drink milk if you're gonna drink almond milk. Like almond
No,
milk is
cow
poison.
milk.
Like it's
You're drinking
like
cow milk.
or goat milk is another thing. But try to get it raw because pasteurized is what causes the lactose issues. Because it takes away the
Yeah.
lactase from the lactose. So
Well, not
basically, there's
really. Rusted, I think the lactose comes from, mind me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's genetic.
No, it's not. It's actually been
I
totally proven that it's not. And I know because I
Really?
actually know 3
Okay.
people that are lactose intolerant, and when they switched over to raw milk and raw yogurt and raw cheese,
They were
they no
okay.
longer have any issues. And one of them
Wow.
is my aunt, who genetically speaking, like we should both have the same issues, but we don't because I've been on this path for a while now. So I'm like, I'm good,
But were
But when I was a
they,
kid,
pardon me, were they European?
yeah, we're from my that side
So
of
they're
my family's from
European, so
Germany and Poland.
they're lactose tolerant. If the thing is
Well,
Asian and other other races,
yeah,
mind me, they're lactose intolerant, and that's just what
maybe.
only a
I
slight
mean, I don't know.
only 10-15% of them are tolerant because that's
Okay.
depending on the tribes. It's just
Yeah.
depending on how long that they were drinking milk. It's just over
Yeah.
hundreds of years. That's all it is, right?
Well, and the thing is
Um,
that I think that our ancients, no matter where you are from, like through the winter months, like lived off of cheese and milk. I think we all pretty much had basically the
100%.
same diets.
But
But
that's Europe, though.
yeah. Well, we don't know because I mean, it just depends. Like I don't we're all I know is that the people that said that they were lactose intolerant all of a sudden weren't lactose intolerant anymore because they didn't eat pasteurized stuff. Because the pasteurization, like it's an enzyme that balances each other. The lactase and lactose, they balance each other out naturally. So when you pasteurize it, it leaves the lactose and then takes away the lactase, which balances out the whatever in your stomach. So I see, baby. Good job. So basically, like from what I've heard, like that's the reason why people have issues is because it's not like a balanced thing in your gut. It's like giving you like an overabundance of lactose. But when you switch over to raw, it doesn't have that because it's got all of the good like it's not just those two things. There's like 15 different good types of bacteria in raw milk that's super beneficial for your gut. If you're on antibiotics at some point, like the first thing you want to do when you get off is like, even if you're doing natural antibiotics like garlic or whatever, the first thing you want to do is drink as much raw milk or raw yogurt or raw anything as you can to try and get the good bacteria back into your gut, since it's like completely stripped from the antibiotics.
How
So
about mushrooms? Let's get some more info out of
mushrooms
you.
are good for you because they're from anything you find in nature is good. So berries, mushrooms, stuff that like you
Lettuce.
would go
Apparently
out
not
and
lettuce though,
not
and onion
well,
and
yeah.
carrots.
Yeah. I mean, carrots aren't I think root vegetables are okay. Like potatoes have a lot of starch, so it turns into sugar. So if you're trying to stay away from sugar, you're trying to lose weight, like you want to stay away from potatoes unless they're sweet potatoes or unless they're like, they have these purple sweet potatoes that are like less sweet than sweet potatoes. They're like Japanese or something. They're actually really good. I don't really like sweet potatoes, but this sweet potato is like a mild sweet potato. So I like it.
But my
But
friend Corinne, I mentioned, she's a vegetarian and she loves potatoes.
yeah, if you can be a vegetarian as long as you're eating butter and eggs and like fish and you have some source of like, cheese, like real cheese, not like that fake plastic cheese stuff.
I mean, I'm sure she does it okay. I mean, she was born as like a vegetarian. Like her mom raised
Yeah.
her as a vegetarian. So,
Yeah, it's
and
funny because
they're all like holistic.
yeah, I knew a girl that was raised vegetarian also, but she ate eggs, she ate cheese, she ate in my opinion, like that's okay because like you're getting your animal fats, like you don't have to eat meat. If you don't want to eat meat, like don't eat meat, that's fine, whatever floats your boat. But like, if you're not having eggs and you're not having cheese and you're not having milk and you're not having any of that, then like you're eventually your body's gonna like get
No, she
pissed.
eats cheese for sure. She definitely eats cheese and eggs for sure.
Yeah, so then she's
Yeah.
good because they're like an egg is basically like a multivitamin. Like you don't even need to be taking supplements. If you're eating properly, like supplements are like, like you're better off going to the store and getting like some bone marrow and like eating bone marrow and taking, eating liver or something
I
like
tried.
that. Then
I tried to eat bone. Like I think it was powder bone. Dude, I bought a big ass container of it once, right? Because like, oh, this will help you and get your joints or your back pain or something fixed up.
yeah, it helps with a lot of
I'm
stuff. Yeah.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't shake it with wood. This is fucking impossible. How do people eat bone
Well, what
stuff?
I do is I go to the butcher and get the
I
actual
think I
bone,
ruined like 3 blenders. They turned to like stone by trying to like
like
mix up this.
gunky. Yeah, I don't. What
The
I do
glue, it
is
just turned to glue. I was done.
yeah, no, that I just get like I get the actual bone from like cut up from the butcher or whatever and just like dig out the bone marrow in it and like I freeze it into little chunks so I can just take the chunk out of the freezer and swallow it like a pill kind of. I
Oh
feel
yeah.
like that's the best way to like make it go down without because some people like will just like cook it and eat it or eat it raw or eat it, you can eat it raw. It's totally that's what I end up doing. I just freeze it first. Just because I don't like it's like I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the texture. I do the same thing with liver too though. Like I don't like the taste of liver, so I just chop it up into little like bite-sized pieces and freeze it like that and like on like a cookie sheet or something so they're all like separated and then put them like in a little container and then it's like my multivitamin I pull out of the freezer and take that, and it's just
Oh nice.
seems to work a lot better than and it's cheaper to do it that way because they'll charge like if you buy supplements that are like based off of like what's it called like the like whatever supplements I forget what they're called but they're like ancestral supplements or whatever where it's like just liver and heart and bone marrow in pill forms like they're like freaking $60 a bottle or something. It's like crazy expensive. So you buy
Yeah.
bone like actual bones from the butcher for like $5 or something. You got enough to last you for like a month or two, like it's I don't know, it's crazy
Yeah, that
how
bone stuff I was telling you about that I was powder. It was expensive. Yeah, and I
yeah,
just
it's not
like
cheap.
I probably
It's a
yeah, I
business.
just couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, the
I was
holistic
like, I
world.
think somebody said boil it, maybe boil it. They said I can't remember. I just was like, it just turned. It just you can't. How do you drink? How do you drink it? How do you turn it into something you? Then I tried doing like little like I was like, fuck it, I'll just eat powder. I'll just swallow the powder, and I
Yeah.
couldn't. It's I don't know. It's unreal how
Yeah,
It's impossible.
no,
I
you're
think.
better off
Yeah.
buying the bone and digging the bone marrow out and just swallowing it that way, or breaking it up into little chunks, freezing it, and then it'll like kind of clump together and stay together better. Just because it's so expensive. I mean, it's a business, just like pharmaceutical companies. You know, like it is a legit business. You know, for people to be selling health products in general. You know, supplements or just anything. You know, like it's like you can
I'm not
dehydrate.
knocking it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not knocking it and saying, oh, they shouldn't have made money. I'm just saying you
yeah.
should
However,
also
no, but
be
if
able
you
to fucking consume this stuff, you know?
yeah,
That
I
you're
mean, that's
saying
what
I
I'm
should.
saying though, is that you can either go the route of like buying the stuff for a lot of money, but if you have the money, like cool, whatever, or you could just get a dehydrator, buy the liver and the heart and dehydrate the organs yourself and make your own capsules for like a fraction of the price. You know, that's what I've been doing for years, and it's like, you know, like it just depends on where you want to spend your money and if you want to, you know, whatever.
I'll just go buy so you're saying buy a bone, right? Just smash it up into pieces with a hammer, put it in some
Well,
jello, and just swallow it.
no, you got to take the
Swallow it
middle
up.
of it out. You take the middle. The marrow is on the inside of the bone. So you just scrape out the inside of the bone and it's like the soft, like mushy bone marrow,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? So
Yeah.
the outside of the bone you could like, you know, save to like give to your dog if you have a dog or a cat or whatever, or put it in like some soup and do some like bone broth soup
I'm gonna
and
be
like
like fucking. I'm gonna be shopping in the Walmart like dog treat aisle. And, what do you get all these bones for? Oh, it's healthy for you. I'm gonna eat.
no, don't
I'm
go
going home
on
to
the
eat these guys.
just go talk to your butcher and get some chunks of bone. They usually already just have them. Like if you just look around, you'll see like cut up. They're like cut up in like 3 or 4 inch pieces of bone, and you can see the bone marrow inside and everything.
Yeah.
And they're like it's like $4 usually at the store. Like it's super
What do you
cheap.
think about like Greek yogurt that has like bacteria put back into it? Do you think that even if it was
Yeah.
pasteurized beforehand,
Yeah,
it's
no,
better?
totally. If you can't get it, like I can't get raw yogurt where I'm at now. I used to be able to get it pretty easily. And so now like I just get as long as it's whole milk, like I just get the organic whole milk yogurt or whatever. As long as it just doesn't have anything added to it, like I get it plain, so I add my own honey, my own berries, my own whatever I want to it. Just because like I don't
And then
trust, you know, sugars and all the different stuff. But yeah, I mean, as long as you're like that's totally better than like nothing. You know what I mean? Like if it's your option is like Greek yogurt versus, you know, just don't get the low fat, get full fat everything. Everything that they told us about fat is wrong too. Like you want fat, you want lots of fat, you want butter, you want full fat, whole milk, everything. Like no, none of this low fat garbage.
yeah, my favorite meals that I've been sticking to is Greek yogurt with berries, olive oil, cinnamon, a little bit of honey, and then like eggs and bacon. Then like ground beef with just like garlic and onions in it, pretty much, and that's a
Right?
lot of
And
my
you've been
diet.
feeling good, right? Like that's like it's funny how
Yeah.
like I'll eat like the same thing for like weeks at a time, and like if you look at food differently, like in a way where it's like it's literally just meant to like give you energy. Like it's not like, you know, I mean you could make it like, you know, like there's time like I'll make hollandaise sauce still and add that to my eggs and like do certain because I'm a foodie in certain ways, but like there's ways to be a foodie but still stick to like the high fat animal product like diet without like compromising your foodie side also, you know what I mean? Like because
Chicken bacon
I've
ranch is also a good one.
what?
I make like a chicken bacon ranch bowl where you make your own ranch, mayonnaise, and everything, and put it
Oh,
all
nice.
together. Obviously, chicken's not as good as like beef, but it's still a
Yeah.
nice change.
Yeah, no, it's good to switch it up. Like I totally get that. Like I've been making like duck lately and I really like duck a lot, and it's like I get a lot of fat from that cuz I'll make my own beef tallow or duck tallow or whatever you want to call it out of all the fat that comes off of it. And yeah, it's good to switch it up for sure. Like it's definitely you know, I still like eat hot wings, but I just do, you know, cook it in beef tallow instead of, you know, and I actually like my wings better than going out anywhere for wings anyways. Like, you know, like it's actually tastes better, like the beef tallow, like, you know, and I'm like less strict than I used to be. I used to be like a lot more strict carnivore, and like, you know, the past couple years I've been, you know, like sometimes having French fries or whatever, but I make the French fries at home, so I know there's not stuff in it. You know, I get organic potatoes, cook, you know, like soak them overnight in water and like vinegar in the fridge, cook them, fry them in the beef tallow, and then put them in the freezer. salt them with the good salt, all that stuff. And then so it's like a quick way, you can just pull some French fries out and just like they do like the frozen French fries at the store. But if you look at the ingredients on those, it's seed oil and a bunch of other stuff you can't pronounce. And it's not just potatoes and beef fat or whatever, like how I do it.
What do you think
But
about like olive oil, avocado oil, and then coconut oil? The three veggie.
yeah, those are good. Those are still okay. I personally only use coconut oil on my teeth, like for oil pulling and stuff, but I don't like the taste of it, so I'm like, "Bleh," afterwards. But to each their own. Some people like cooking with it and don't mind the flavor in their food. Like I just don't really like coconut, period. So I don't do that. But olive oil, as long as you don't heat it up. If you heat it up, it changes its like chemical like compound or whatever. Like I forget what it changes exactly specifically, but I know that like as long as you're using it in like dressings and you're not heating it up, then it's all good. And avocado oil, I think that's the only one that is technically I think considered a seed oil because like it has a seed in it, like it has a pit, right? So I don't know. That one is like I'm kind of confused on that one myself because I think it's the same. I think it's okay to heat it though. I'm not really 100% sure on that one. I just to be safe on the safe side, I just cook everything in tallow, and like, I don't use avocado oil anymore. I used to. But I just because I don't know, I'm like, I'd rather err on the side of like I know that like beef tallow is good, so I'll just stick with that. And but if you're gonna make like a dressing or something, then yeah. But then again, like if you're making a dressing for a salad, like I would just leave the lettuce out, because apparently the lettuce, like our body can't. Sorry, the truck go by. Um, our bodies can't really digest the lettuce like a cow has 4 stomachs, so it can digest leafy greens no problem. But our guts are more closely related to like a wolf, so like we're better off with like meat and cheese and like that kind of stuff. It just digests better. That's why like seeds and insects like it. I forget the. I'll post a whole bunch of stuff here in a minute in the side chat so you can see what I'm talking about because there's like like I forget the name of the thing that's released in the insect that like really like disrupts our digestive system, but it doesn't to like chickens and other like birds and stuff can eat the stuff just fine. It's just us
The way I
that
understand.
can't.
The way I understand how cows can like absorb the grass and shit is just because they have bacteria in their guts that the bacteria eats the grass and then it grows the bacteria and then when the bacteria dies, the cow absorbs the protein from the bacteria, not from like the grass and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, and it has like 4 stomachs to process all of that too. Like we have one. So basically like giving a bunch of lettuce to someone who has diverticulitis is going to like tear up their insides. Like it's almost like little blades of like the little like shards of like our insides are actually a lot more sensitive than what we realize. I think that's part of the reason why they're pushing the vegan agenda so hard and pushing for everybody to eat salads all the time because they know that it's actually not good for us. Like they know like everything else, they create this whole like, oh, eat 8 cups of vegetables a day. Like who the fuck eats 8 cups of vegetables a day? Like how is that even possible? Like that's just so much. Like, and just 8 glasses of water. So you're diluting your system like constantly, like, like flushing out any nutrients that you do get. You're flushing out by like chugging water all day. If you're keeping up with what their recommended things are, like it just doesn't make any sense, like in my opinion. Like I just drink when I'm thirsty. You know what I mean? Like I drink milk, like try to drink milk, and I drink water too, but I don't drink all that much water. Like I drink more milk than I do water, and I put the little salt on my tongue before I drink it to make sure that my cells can absorb the nutrients, and I feel good, and yeah, I don't know, my little one.
For raw milk, is it hard to find like grass fed raw milk? Like is it usually just gonna be like raw milk from like shitty
It
cows?
It depends on where you're at. Like in Arizona, the cows that I got my milk from were fed alfalfa, but it wasn't from like they grew part of the year grew alfalfa on their property, but it just depends on where you're at. Like in Wisconsin, when I lived there and like close to Green Bay, I got the milk was like there's so much grass, it grows so fast there that like they're just like it really just depends on what part of the country you're in and what you know, a lot of times they have to like bring in feed from other places if you're like in the West Coast, because there's not enough water to be self-sufficient. That's part of the reason why I moved to Ohio, because I'm by the Amish, and you know, like they're all about the living off land, you know, all that stuff. So basically, like they have enough water here to sustain, to have cows, to have everything eating off the grass and being, you know what I mean? Like it's just, but if you're like out west, you might be having to, you know, like it really depends on the farmer and what they prefer. When I lived in Utah, the cows were fed alfalfa from local farms that grew it, but I know that it wasn't advertised as organic. You want to go back inside? Okay, come on. Hold on. Okay, come on. Sorry. So basically, when you like, I'm gonna use you as a monkey bar. Okay, sorry. I forget what I was saying. Something about the cows in Utah. Oh yeah, so that they didn't advertise it as organic. And so that made me a little bit nervous, because like I knew people that grew alfalfa there, and they like use Roundup ready stuff. So I know for a fact that the cows were eating Roundup ready alfalfa, which sucks, but it's also, in my opinion, like better than the pasteurized milk, because at least you're getting the bacteria, the good bacteria and stuff. Um, so it's kind of like, you know, it depends on where you're at, how many farms are around you, if you have like, you know, choices or not. And yeah, it just all kind of depends. So that kind of sucked, because yeah, sometimes I was like, oh man, should I just, because then you also are just trusting that stuff is organic at the grocery store, which there's been time and time again, people are like proving that like the organic baby food has like all this aluminum and all this garbage in it. So I'm like, why wouldn't I, you know, like what if they're just selling us regular milk that's not even, you know, like it's just the same milk? Because what I was seeing too is some like Albertsons or one of these stores like had like all their old milk, they would go dump in like this big vat in the back, and then like heat it up and like resell it. So like, and literally put it in like organic bottles and whatever bottle, like it didn't matter, you know what I mean? So then I'm like, oh man, like that's terrible. Like I trust the farmer down the street with the Roundup ready than I do like the grocery store at some points, you know? Um, but it's kind of, I don't know, kind of up to you, and you know where you live and what your options are, really. But yeah, I didn't mean to hijack the whole thing about like health for the last like hour. Sorry, guys.
I was gonna say I enjoy the conversation.
Word.
It's
Good.
a topic to talk about. Just we're eating, health, and all that in general.
Yeah, there's definitely something to how, at least how I felt after I started this, like probably like 7 or 8 years ago was when I first started like really being serious about it. And my energy levels went way up. I ate less, but I felt like more full all the time. Like I don't know, I just like overall I felt like just better, you know? So I think, you know, people have to figure it out for themselves. You know, a lot of people were like, well, I'm vegan and I feel great. I'm like, cool, your body clearly needed like a cleanse, and that's good. Like, you know, cleanse away. But there's a certain point when your body needs sustenance and it doesn't need to cleanse anymore. It needs, you know, good high quality fats to like replenish, you know? But if you're coming off of the American diet, of course you're going to be feeling good doing the vegan thing, because it's good to like do intermittent fasting. It's good to not be always eating, you know, American whatever food 3 times a day. Like, you know, it's good to give your body a break, you know, because like that's another thing too. If you eat right before you go to bed, your body is constantly working on, nope, Stella, don't do that. Oh yeah, you can have that. Basically your body's always constantly trying to work on digesting food while you're sleeping, and it's not working on healing yourself. So if you eat at like 3 or 4 o'clock, and then If you eat at like 3 or 4 o'clock, and then by the time you go to bed at like 10 o'clock, your body's already like digested that food. And so then by the time you go to bed, it's like starting its whole reset, like, and it's good to like I started eating just once a day instead of like 3 times a day, and like that made me feel a lot better. Just eat once, like when you get hungry, like if it's like 1 in the afternoon, that's when you eat like a nice steak or whatever, some meat and some cheese or something, some eggs, whatever you want. And then no, don't do that, go inside. No. Sorry, hold on a second. um so basically, if you no, you're not, go inside, go. Hold on one second. Sorry, got a 4-year-old who's like, I'm gonna pee all over this patio right now. I'm like, no, you're not. Go inside. Anyways, so yeah, if you eat before, like, try to eat as early as you can and not eat right before bed is basically like the optimal time for your body to like go into repair mode and like not be focusing on digesting food while you're sleeping. And that will help for sure if you have any like health issues. Well, I guess I should be saying, like, I'm not a doctor, don't take any this is like, like, this is just what I noticed and what helped me with how I feel and how when I get sick, like I kind of go, and I actually hardly ever get sick now. Like it's pretty rare the past like 7 years or so since I've been changing my diet around and being more aware of what I'm eating and everything else. Like like your sickness is like when you do get sick, it's like super mild and it doesn't last as long, it doesn't feel as intense, and it's just like, a stuffy nose, a cough, whatever, and then it goes away, and can still work and still do things. So yeah, that's another benefit to like
Have you heard of Barbara O'Neill?
Barbara O'Neill. No.
Okay, my wife wanted me to ask you because apparently she's a big health kind of stuff you're talking about.
Shout out to
No, I
Essie's
have
wife.
not heard of her. I've actually been following Natasha Campbell was like the main, whenever I share this information with people, it's usually her stuff. She's like apparently cured like a bunch of kids' guts, like kids that have autism apparently have like way less like autistic outbursts once they change their diet to like bone broth and bone marrow and all that kind of stuff. And they start out with hold on, I'm gonna yell at my dog. She's about to get out of the yard. Sorry, I have this one part of my yard that's not quite
Yeah, I think it was
sugar.
bone broth that I couldn't drink. I don't think it was bone marrow. I think it was bone broth that I tried to like melt and I couldn't eat it. I just couldn't turn it into
Huh.
something that was edible.
Really? Yeah, bone broth that I've had is um
It was like
it's
powder
just
though.
like regular broth, it's just a tiny bit thicker.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But
Maybe
it's
that's what
not.
I was looking up. Like maybe I was looking up afterwards bone broth. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's like it's best to make it, but there's a like bona fide bone broth or whatever. That's a good brand that I think that I trust, that I'll buy my bone broth from sometimes if I don't have time to make it or whatever. Um But yeah, apparently when you start on the GAPS diet, like you start out with like the first week or two is like only liquids and like only bone broth um and then you eventually work your way up to adding a little bit of meat into the bone broth. And then but it's kind of like the first week or two is like a cleanse of like all food in general, and like you're only eating like, you'll even add some tablespoons of fat or butter or something inside the broth. And some really loud ass bird over here. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Um, but yeah, you know, it just depends on what you're willing to do and what not everybody likes the idea of going without food for like a few days, or, you know what I mean, or a week or whatever, and just having liquid and stuff.
Yeah. Why is you, why that happened? Why is somebody not eating?
If they're
Struggling.
sick, if they're sick and they have They have like some like that was a lot of the women that go, or not women, but a lot of the people that have gut issues that go to this woman, Natasha Campbell, and she's got all these like testimonies of like people like, oh my God, she cured my whatever. And literally all she did is put them on a bone broth for the first week or two, and then
Oh, nice.
basically just give them a lot of like sauerkraut. If you do eat vegetables, it's okay. It's just ferment them or cook them, because it's hard for our gut to digest like
Yeah,
raw vegetables.
your boy Gio there, like he just like he took salad from me, and now he's saying don't eat asparagus. Like I like vegetables a lot.
I,
Like it's like
if you cook it and it's like, and you cook it in like butter or tallow or whatever, then I don't see a problem with it. And I think
I
that's
make
pretty much
listen, like most people say to me, like you guys always make like asparagus and all and artichoke, all this stuff. You know, you're
Oh,
eating
those are
healthy, but
good.
you ruin it.
Those are good.
Oh, I know.
Asparagus and
No,
artichoke are fine. I never said those things. I never
no,
said
the link says it. The link says asparagus is one of the worst to carry this.
a link I posted. I posted the raw milk finder, the real milk
Yeah,
finder.
it's awesome. Yeah.
That's not
The
about
peanuts. The peanuts carry something called alaflox or something, or
Oh, I
alatox.
posted the thing. Yeah, she was mentioning aflatoxin, which is in peanuts. Yeah, I posted that. Yeah, it's like
Thank
it's a mold and a fungus that grows on peanuts. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, they comment and they say, "Yeah, I see how you eat. You eat all that vegetables. That's good, but you make it look like the most unhealthy stuff because I saturate it in like oil and I make it. So maybe I'm somewhere in the middle then. You know.
Yeah, as long as you are saturating it in good quality like animal fats, like good butter, good beef tallow or bacon fat or whatever, like then like, whatever you want to eat, it's your body. Everybody takes this and does their own thing to it. And if you're not sick, if you don't have like health issues or gut issues, then you don't need to be as strict as other people. I don't know, baby. Let me go help you. Hold on one second.
What do y'all think about nightshades and stuff?
Like wearing
potatoes.
sunglasses at night, you're the coolest person apparently. If you do it, you're cooler than all the other people.
Well, they're known to
Ray-Ban.
cause inflammation, and they have these alkaloids in them called solanine, which is in nightshades. So
Yeah.
some people can get like arthritis and inflammation effects from them.
Yeah,
Like, do you think
there's
if I
something
just
else.
peel my potatoes, they're fine, and cook them, obviously?
Well,
Or do you think?
What I've heard about potatoes is if you cook them and then put them in the fridge overnight and then eat them after, like heat, when you reheat
It
them.
lowers their glycemic index.
Yeah, but it still doesn't take away the fact that it's like a starchy, like, breaks down into sugar and all that. So if you really are like, it all just depends on how strict you're trying to go. Like if you have health issues, if you have gut issues and you're trying to like get rid of shit, like I would stay away from any and all nightshades, potato. Like I would literally just stick with like the bone broth, the meat, raw cheese, raw milk, eggs, and like that's pretty much it.
Yeah, a lot of plants contain. They're all different, from my understanding, because like all plants are different. I mean, they all have different things in them, but some plants are worse than others. But yeah, a lot of them contain like anti-nutrients. Like I think you were alluding to the oxalates, which when you look at them under a microscope, they literally look like blades. It looks like pins and needles and blades. But anyways, oxalates are really problematic. Goitrogens, which are found in like broccoli, affect the thyroid gland. So there's certain of these like toxic compounds that are in plants, and then some plants contain like anti-nutrients as well, which like block the absorption of minerals. So there's just a lot of problematic components to certain plants.
And we brought up salt earlier. What do y'all think about like iodized salt or iodine in general? Like, is it easy to acquire through meat normally? Like, you really shouldn't have to supplement it in any way.
I personally depends on if you like raw oysters or not. I personally love raw oysters, so that's like like one of the best sources of iodine is like my mom had a thyroid issue, so we started ordering oysters from like Boston. Like there's this really cool website. I'll find it. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I'll look at my email and find it. But they, for like relatively pretty cheap, like the oysters ended up coming out to being like $1.50 a piece. And you get them shipped overnight, and you like they were super fresh and delicious, and we got them when we were in Utah. So like they literally got shipped overnight to us, and we got like a whole bunch of them. And I had like some clients that wanted some, so like I shared with people or whatever. But it's but it actually helps with the thyroid condition if you are like eating natural sources of iodine. I don't personally trust the iodine in a bottle, like the supplement version of it. Like I try to get everything just from food itself, like kind of like the vitamin D3 being like rat poison or whatever. Um like I didn't know that until recently, that like apparently there's no like you can only get vitamin D from the sun. Like you can't like synthesize it and put it into like it's a lie when they tell you that you can get vitamin D from like a supplement. Like it's actually like a rat poison, which apparently they try to justify it by saying that like, well, yeah, it's poisonous to rats, but it's not poisonous to humans. And I'm just like, yeah, but it's still rat poison. Like I still am not trying to take rat poison. I'd rather go lay out in the sun for a few hours, whatever. Like it just doesn't sound like a good idea to me, but to each their own, whatever floats your boat. But for me, iodine, like I'd eat some oysters, or maybe you like cooked the oysters or something if you don't like them raw. I just know that there's more nutritional benefits if you eat it raw. So that's why I eat. And I'm not even like a huge fan of the way they taste. It's just the way that I feel after I eat it, because I think I have like certain mineral deficiencies just because I'm a redhead and I've like had, like God knows how many like shots and all kinds of shit throughout my life. So basically, after I eat the oysters, like I actually feel like kind of like after you have like I guess a Red Bull or like an energy drink, you get like I'll literally like clean the whole house and like do a bunch of stuff, and I feel like and people will say that that's like, oh, it's a aphrodisiac or something like that, where they like I'm like, yeah, I guess you could take that energy and do whatever you want with it. Like like I personally don't go that route with it. Like I just feel good after I eat them, and I get a lot of stuff done, and I feel like it's like a good health food, like it's like a freaking a natural Red Bull.
Do y'all still drink coffee, or are you worried about like the oxalates
No,
and stuff?
no, I don't drink coffee. I never liked coffee though. I never liked the taste of it. I'm not a fan, but you know, and I think with all like the stuff I've heard about coffee and it being like the most heavily sprayed, like I'm glad that I never liked it basically, because it's apparently terrible for you. But I know some people that are like, I can't live without my coffee. I'm like, well, you might just always have gut issues then. I don't know what to tell you, because it is like a bean, and it is, or like a seed or a bean or whatever. I don't know. And apparently, like a lot of them are moldy. A lot of them, like the same thing with the peanuts, where they're like sit in a thing for a while, and they get moldy, and then, like you're eating that, and like, I don't know. I'm not. I try to talk people out of doing the coffee thing if they can wean themselves off. Maybe do like that mushroom coffee thing I keep seeing all over freaking Instagram or whatever. Maybe try that, or try some tea, or try something else that like reminds you of coffee but like isn't coffee. And I just think that that's probably better for you
Well,
than
thanks for the
coffee is.
conversation. I'm gonna go eat a sandwich.
Enjoy your sandwich. Toodles.
You ain't taking my coffee away from me. Sorry.
I ain't taking nothing away from anybody. like
I'm
everyone
just
just,
messing with you.
I know. That's like my mom. She's like, she loves coffee, and I know a few people that I'm like, that's fine. Just just don't complain to me about your gut issues then. And it's funny because like people drink coffee and then they like immediately have to go to the bathroom, and it's like I don't know. I don't know where anybody thinks that that's like should be normal or a good thing. Like like I don't know. Like I kind of like it makes like road trips really hard too when you're going with coffee drinkers and you're like, yeah, let's hit the road, and they're like, you know what I mean? Like immediately after drinking their coffee, they're like, pull over. It's like, oh, why did I bring you? What the hell? Fucking coffee drinkers. But whatever. That's people, right? They have their addictions. We all have our addictions, I know. And certain things that we won't let go of.
How exactly do they say it affects your stomach? Like, like an X-Lax kind of a way, or a bad? How do you yeah?
Honestly, like I was, it was probably like 7 years ago when I really did like a deep dive on coffee, and that's when I found out that it was the most heavily sprayed crop, and that the mold issues and all that kind of stuff. I don't remember exactly like specifics on what in the gut it does, but I know that the times that I ever tried it, it literally made me feel nauseous to my stomach. Like I felt sick after I drank it. And then I've heard other people say that, and I've, just from observing people that I know that drink coffee and seeing their patterns, so like what happens after they drink coffee, it's like they're immediately going to the bathroom after. It's just like a thing, you know what I mean? Like it's just that's just an observation, and it's just like not what I want to be like putting into my body. Um, but yeah, I couldn't tell you like anything other than that because that's basically the gist that I got off of it. But I'm sure I could like look some stuff up and find like technical terms and what exactly. I know that there's like, certain beans aren't good for your gut either. Like if you eat raw beans, you like literally die from like not cooking your beans thoroughly enough. Like when you eat like pinto beans or like whatever. Um, so, just trying to eat some of that stuff, like not saying never eat it, but like, just in moderation, basically. Moderation and moderation. But yeah. Trying to think there was something else I was gonna say earlier. Oh yeah, beef bacon. If you can find beef bacon, oh my god, it's amazing. I haven't really been doing the pork thing for the past like year or so, and I kind of like not eating pork. I've been trying to just experiment with not eating certain things, and you know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things that I grew up on and everybody eats, and I'm like, I'm just gonna try not eating pork for a while. And I actually like haven't missed it, and mainly because I found beef bacon, and I'm like, oh look, apparently you can make lamb bacon, you can make beef bacon, you can make, like, if the animal has a stomach, you can make bacon apparently out of it. So that's interesting. A thing I didn't know about before. But I actually like the beef bacon better than pork bacon, personally.
I didn't even know there was beef bacon.
I know, I didn't either. Just discovered that like 6 months ago. It was like the coolest thing ever. It's expensive, and we found a place in PA that like we can buy a whole big like hunk of it and like save money and just cut it ourselves and everything. But they use natural nitrates in it, so like celeries and like some other stuff. But I used to get, when I used to buy my pork bacon in Arizona, I would just get just the straight up like not cured, not anything. And I would cook it myself and then just add my own like, Celtic salt or whatever to it. And I really like that a lot. So I want to try and find a butcher or like a family farm that I can buy just the cut of meat by itself without any of the nitrates or any of the anything. And start doing that again, because I really liked being able to like control how much salt I put on it and what kind of salt, because they use curing salt a lot of the time, which isn't really good for you. And just trying to be like more in control of what I'm eating and what I'm, how I'm preparing it and. So
We
if you
just
can
got
make,
some. We just got some Celtic sea salt,
Mhm.
and somebody recommended that you put it under your tongue
Yeah,
for a bit.
yeah,
Is
like
that
right before you drink like some water or some milk or whatever, like put a little bit of salt on your tongue or under your tongue or wherever, and that helps your cells to absorb um absorb the nutrients from whatever it is that you're drinking, or like like helps to hydrate your cells or something like that. So
But
yeah.
not the lady with the umbrella. You want to use
No,
Celtic salt.
yeah, save that. That's still good salt to keep around the house for like cleaning purposes. Like, I use it because I use like vinegar and water and stuff for cleaning, and then also use that as like a scrubber agent sort of thing. Like throw it on the countertop, scrub something down, like it's good for cleaning. If you got like a bong or something you want to clean, just rubbing alcohol, throw that in there. So you don't necessarily have to throw it in the garbage. Just don't eat it. You can use it for other things.
Yeah, I've been like pretty much seasoning all my food with Lysol. That's good to know.
You say with Lysol?
A cleaning product, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good. That would not be a good idea. Marinating your freaking meat in like pine salt. Blah.
Might as well, according to this chat that's ruined my life.
It's ruined your life.
Yeah, like I'm just like looking at it. I take a picture of my refrigerator. You know, like, oh, look at all that Yoplait he's got. That's good. You know,
Well, that's the thing. That's
that's
how they get you. They get you thinking that by buying all these products that you're. It says healthy on it. It says heart healthy, so it
it
must
says
be.
real fruit. Real
It
fruit.
says
But
real
apparently that's the
fruit. Yeah.
killer. Yeah.
Real fruit along with real chemicals you can't pronounce.
I've decided to take everybody's dietary advice that I've ever heard, and I am now a breatharian.
You know what?
I'm now a breatharian.
A breath.
Yeah. That's all you can eat.
He eats air.
That's it.
I don't think that's a good idea. But, hey, man, I always wondered about the ancients and like how they don't have toilets anywhere. Like this whole Tartaria thing. Like apparently there's like all these old like castles and none of them had toilets. And I'm like, did people just like not go to the bathroom? Did angels not have assholes? Like I don't understand why there wasn't toilets. Like, and then it's hard to believe that with all this fancy architecture that they were just like dumping their stuff out in the street. Like they're like, yeah, we're gonna spend like 100 years building this like beautiful like church or whatever, but then like we're just gonna throw our piss and shit in the street. It
Yeah.
just doesn't.
Isn't that
Yeah,
the
there's
idea? They
people
have
who.
shoulder pots.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they tell us. But the thing is I just don't believe anything that they tell us. So I just don't think. I don't know. I'm
I've
like,
heard that side of it too. That well, there's the two Australian Tartarian people. The woman, she goes on about how she believes there's evidence, not because of what you're saying, but evidence that yeah, we didn't have to go to the bathroom. Like at some
yeah.
yeah.
At some point, like maybe we didn't eat. Like maybe there was enough energy in the ether or whatever, where like we could literally just go outside and be like the trees don't really eat anything. They're just like out there chilling in the dirt. Like maybe we could just like stand outside for like a few hours a day and get enough like nutrients to like.
The trees eat everything. Like you could throw a dead deer next to a tree, and the tree will eat it
Really?
eventually.
Well, I guess through the soil, through the roots. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess you're right.
Yeah.
But still, like, I don't know. The
That's like
whole
the original carnivore, the tree. Looks innocent enough.
dude, have you
Yeah.
seen all the videos of like deer eating meat, like eating birds and stuff? And like there was like a deer eating like a snake. Like the whole snake is just hanging out of the deer's mouth, and he's just like chomping away at it like it's friggin' spaghetti or something. It's crazy. Like
I did not.
yeah. So yeah, that's apparently like all this stuff that we've been told, like, oh, these animals don't eat meat. Like I don't know, there's a bunch of videos of deer eating meat, so I kind of don't believe that. My chickens, they love like they spend the whole day roaming around looking for bugs to eat, and they could care less about the feed that I buy than feed to them like
No,
the
true.
seeds. Like they're like
Yeah, but they're just pecking at the ground for seeds. No, they're pecking for worms and bugs. Yeah, like
yeah,
what kind
they
of
want the
idiots are we?
protein.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thinking they're pecking for seeds. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen one just eat a butterfly earlier, like just chomped in the air and ate the butterfly, and I was like, oh, okay.
Hmm.
Like, yeah.
Like another obvious thing, not really relevant, but they say that with animals, they said yeah, they all hibernate, right? It's just because we couldn't find them. They never hibernated ever. Like a
Really?
bear, like bears, they don't hibernate. They said they said they did. They're like, oh no, we couldn't find any, so they must all the groundhogs, they all must be sleeping for 6 months or 3 months straight.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh shit! Now that we have cameras that we can put like a GoPro in the woods, none of these animals hibernate. They're just
They're
walking
just in
around.
different places. Wow.
Yeah. So
That's wild.
Dude, freaking wasps eat meat.
Yeah, they do. Every time we eat out on the patio here and we're eating like, ribs or whatever we're eating, like it's usually meat related. Like it's usually meat with a side of meat is pretty much what we eat usually. And they love it, dude. They swarm around us and they're like landing on our plates, and it's like it's kind of crazy how much they love meat. I guess we should compare it, put a salad out there and see if they come out around.
I said the joke yesterday. Maybe against the meat eaters, right? Like, so if you love meat so much, like, why do you really only like it after you grind up and put some vegetables on it? So is it really the meat that you like,
I
or is it
heard
the
that
vegetables?
argument. I heard that
Yeah,
argument like 10 years ago. And the funny
yeah,
thing is I usually eat my steak with just salt. So
yeah.
there's the answer to that. I don't actually grind up a lot of vegetables and put it on. I mean, I'm not saying I don't season other things and there's not, you know what I mean? But like, to me, like just a good, maybe a little bit of
Well,
pepper too.
herbs and vegetables are different, though, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would think so.
Yep.
I mean, and the thing is too is it's not that all vegetables are bad. It's if you cook the vegetable or you ferment it, then it's okay. If it's dried out and it's like, like I don't really see it as the same. Like if you got some oregano, like oregano has like, medicinal properties. It's kind of like garlic with the whole like it's actually like antimicrobial and like antibiotic and all that stuff. So like I
What's a
put
good?
that in what?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
So I don't see a problem with using, herbs and whatever, but I'm just saying like, as far as the response to that whole, like, oh, you grind up vegetables and put it on your, like, actually, I just put salt and pepper on my steak. So I don't even put but in other dishes, like chicken and stuff like that, like I'll totally put like some oregano and some other stuff in there and like, thyme or whatever.
Well,
But I think you're right, Josh. I think it's like it's a different
yeah, like
category.
nobody's like grinding up like celery to sprinkle on their shit, right?
I have a
Actually,
question.
celery. Yes.
Hi, everybody. I have a question.
Hi.
So what we observe in nature, animals eating meat, they don't cook it. So the idea of putting vegetation on your meat is kind of a side point to me. So I don't know. I mean, I just like hearing the topic, on both sides and everything, but so if humans are supposed to be carnivores, why are we cooking the meat? Shouldn't we just be eating it in its natural state?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I actually I used to eat a lot more raw. I don't know if you've heard of that Spherage guy or whatever. He's like a flat earther like years ago. And he actually used to go around eating like raw, like a whole chicken, raw chicken in front of the vegan groups in California. Yeah. Dude, so your gut actually can develop like if you like introduce it to your gut properly, you won't get sick off of chicken,
I
off of that.
got you. I got you. I'm just saying, I don't think what we do now should be considered like as in nature being
You're
a
right.
cannibal.
No, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right. Because we cook it. You're right. And like even though I do see the benefits of eating like the liver that I make and I freeze in the freezer and the bone marrow, I eat both of that raw. And then like even I don't know if you've heard of high meat, but it's like where you take raw liver and put it in a jar and like leave it in your fridge
Yeah, I
with the
have heard
lid.
of that.
Yeah, and you like
Mhm.
burp the jar like every
You should
week or
try
whatever.
that.
What?
Mm-mm.
I was telling her she should
Mm-mm.
try that.
Yeah, you
Mm-mm.
should.
Mm-mm. No, thank you.
It's for me like it's one of those things because I don't like liver as it is, and the raw liver that I eat, I
Mm-mm.
put it in the freezer and I swallow it, so that I couldn't eat it unless I cut it up into small pieces and like swallowed it like a pill. But I do understand as far as
Nice.
like how you feel. The same way with the oysters. Like I don't like oysters. I'm not like yum, like that's
Yeah.
thing. But like the
Not.
way that you feel after you eat it makes it like to
No
me worth it.
kidding.
So it's kind of
Okay.
like but I agree with you. Like that's an argument for a lot of people that do the raw carnivore. There's a lot of people that do that. They'll literally grab a steak from their like butcher, go stand in a
You know what I
creek
think of?
barefoot. They'll go stand in a creek barefoot and just eat the raw steak like standing barefoot in the creek. And to me that's like the most primal like the way and the fact that people can do that and they've been doing it for years and they actually say that they feel better like I'm like, wow, more power to you. I personally like searing the steak. I like it rare. I like my steak definitely rare, but I
See
like to
now,
sear it.
yeah, I can appreciate the whole concept of what we're talking about and just doing it, searing the outside with your vegetation and then the inside would be somewhat raw, but I don't know. I mean, I think we're talking about energy here in the food. And so, you guys know this already probably, or maybe talked about it, but, when you add the heat to it, it changes it entirely. It
Yeah,
denatures it.
totally.
Like what you do to an egg when you cook it, it denatures it.
Yeah, for
It
sure.
changes the chemical composition.
Yeah.
So maybe we're doing ourselves a disservice by cooking the meat, but
No,
I
I
don't know if
agree.
I could do that.
That's a good thought. What are your thoughts, Rusted, on?
I
Should
agree.
I just swallow eggs though? Should I just no
No,
boiling them?
I actually fully agree. Like I've known people that literally just crack like a dozen eggs in a glass and drink it, and that's all they would have to eat for like the day, or they would like eat a steak just raw and
It's so easy.
love it.
I've done the raw egg like just a few times, and then somebody's it was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "It's just faster," and I saw Rocky do it, so it looks all right, right? And then
Dude, well,
they're like, "Well, 1 in 40 eggs has
salmonella.
salmonella.
Yeah, which is a
You're gonna
lie.
die." Yeah.
No, it's
So
bullshit. That's what they tell you, and that's what I love about this is that there's people like actively proving that everything that they've taught us is a lie. Like so
Yeah,
far,
I liked what you said a little bit ago, Rusted, about if you get your gut used to the foods that you eat, you would not like get sick.
yeah,
So
you adapt to
I
it. So
like,
you,
and you probably heard of this conversation before, that they are starting to say that, your gut is your actual brain. And that's like
yeah,
blows my mind. It's like,
yeah, it's not your second brain. It like is your brain. Like your
the
the health.
brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the health of your gut determines on if you're schizophrenic. On like that's what I love about that woman that Natasha Campbell. She literally like ties in mental illness with your gut flora, your gut biome, like what you have in your gut.
Oh.
So if
Do you
you most
have a link? Do you
yeah,
have a
I'll
link
totally
for that?
yeah, I'll
Okay,
totally send
cool.
you. Yeah, I'll post a bunch of stuff. Sorry,
Sweet.
I've been like running around trying to finish sewing some stuff right now for a
Yeah,
client and
yeah.
trying to like take her. So I haven't actually been able to look
Yeah,
up any
no
of the links,
worries.
but I will get into it in a minute and I'll totally send it over. But yeah, Natasha Campbell, she talks about curing schizophrenic people, curing autism, like not completely curing autism, but to the point where they're like their outbursts are like super mild and like not as like common or whatever, because and all because of just changing the gut, like just changing what you're putting in your body, and like doing
You
the
said
intermittent fasting,
Natasha
letting your
what
body.
again?
Natasha
Natasha
Campbell.
Campbell.
Natasha Campbell, she's amazing. She started the GAPS diet. She's got a bunch of people all over the
Okay,
world.
so she said what I heard from what you just said. Sorry for interrupting you and stuff, but
Yeah.
okay, so if you get your gut correct, it allows you to, gain more of your faculties. Like you have your
Yeah.
emotional intelligence at your hand.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lady. Actually, I'll share this video.
Wow.
There's a
I
clip of
think I
this
found
woman.
her at least a little
Yeah, there's a woman that had
bit.
MS. She was in what's it called? A wheelchair. She was literally like on the border, on the brink of like killing herself. And literally all she did was start eating meat. And she started eating steak, just steak. That's all she ate. Every day she'd eat one steak. She, after like a few months, she was out of the wheelchair. She was feeling better. She was like, it was so simple. She's like, I didn't start taking any crazy supplements. I didn't do anything like other than just cut everything out of my diet except for steak. And it literally like, and she allowed her body, like she did intermittent fasting sometimes, where she'd go like a day without
Nice.
eating. Allow your body to
Right.
catch up, to heal itself, because our bodies have the
Right.
ability to heal themselves if we let them, but we don't ever let
Right.
them because we're putting so much shit in our bodies all the time that it doesn't have
Exactly.
time to heal itself. So
Right.
yeah.
You know what's crazy is, and along the lines of what you just said, is that, when we drink cold water, we
Yeah.
need our body energy to bring it to our body temperature. And so it's kind of like counterproductive almost in a sense.
To drink
Like you're,
cold water. Yeah, I've heard that
yeah,
too. I've heard that it's good
yes.
to drink room temperature
Mhm.
water, and your cells actually absorb the water easier when it's room temperature. But yeah,
Mhm.
that I know a lot of people too that along with like the coffee, they're like, oh, gotta have ice in my drink, gotta have an ice cold. So it comes down to how sick you are. Like that woman with MS was like, yo, I'm ready to try this. I'm ready to heal myself. Like I'm ready to like you just commit, and just try it out and see what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't say don't ever drink ice cold drinks, but on the regular, I would say it is not good for you.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And like,
Because especially for people like my mom who's not in good health, let's just say, so she needs to really be careful with the energy she expends.
yep,
So
that's a good
So
point. Yeah, with the older people, for sure.
But anyway, what were you going on to say?
Oh no, I agree with you 100%. And I think that the whole meat thing and the eating the raw meat, like I personally, like, don't want to eat raw chicken, so I don't do that. But like I like,
Right.
but like I'm not gonna sit there and like knock somebody who like wants to do that. And like, and if there's
Exactly.
the fact that I've known of people in the flat earth community over the last 7 years that all tried this diet at one time or another and are still alive tells me that the salmonella lie is bullshit. Same thing with
I
the sorry,
Oh,
what?
sorry, dear. I was
No,
just gonna say I remember you from 7 years ago. I'm just gonna say.
nice. Awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were like a couple years ahead of me and stuff, I think, on everything, but I remember listening to
Awesome.
videos with you in it and everything, and you
Oh,
sound
thank
pretty well rounded to me. Whatever the fuck happened back then, it don't matter now. But anyway,
Thanks.
yeah, just
Yeah, no.
head nod to you. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that because yeah, I've had some people be like, "Ah, you're a
Come
shit
at
starter.
you.
You're this." I'm like,
Right.
no, I mean, maybe you can call it what it is. Like, I call things how I see
It's
them. It doesn't.
emotional intelligence. A lot of people do not have it, and maybe
Yeah.
at times, including myself.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not always, I'm not always emotionally sound, but I try to be as much as I can. And then if I do lose my cool, yeah, I try to humble myself to like apologize if I do like kind of lose it because that
Girl,
it's gonna happen.
hi.
It's always gonna
Yeah.
happen. No one's perfect. People are gonna lose it no matter what. It's just a matter of
Yeah.
what you do afterwards. If you can like, if you can apologize and be like, "Yo, I was out of line," then I got respect for you. If you can't look back at yourself and be like, "Yo, I shouldn't have done that," then like I kind of don't have, respect for that.
Right. Yeah, it's not that hard. It's not difficult to, apologize or say you're sorry to someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. I agree with that.
It's like, I could have done that different. If
Yeah.
anything else, you can say.
Yeah. But yeah, so
Because a lot of people's ego, you already know. It
Yeah.
just is too much power both ways. It's like, yee.
Yeah,
Like,
and
calm down.
Flat Earth seems to like
Mhm.
it's a topic that tends to do that with people's personalities where they feel like because they're finding out how much we've been lied to, they all of a sudden think that they like know what it is or what, you know what I mean? And if anything, like it should humble you to the point of like realizing that like you really don't know shit about anything. You know what I mean? Like, and we really can't claim like
Dude,
we can't make
I was
certain claims.
I was totally having a discussion with my mom because she's like big on, what difference does it make? And I'm like, well, you know what? I didn't say this, but, it broke the spell essentially where now I can look up at the sky and have childlike wonderment for the creation like I believe it was intended to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it allows you to realize that everybody's on a different journey in their life. And,
Yeah.
You realize that you can't convince anyone of anything.
Yeah, that's 100%
So,
true.
yeah. So it's a lot of, my mom gets severely triggered. She doesn't understand science. I mean, she does, but she doesn't.
Yeah.
So, and then plus it's like, I saw the moon landing live on TV. It's like, oh my God, mommy, no, don't say that. That's what I'm saying in my head. You know what I mean? I was like, don't say that, mommy, no.
Yeah, there was
I
it's
told
one of those
flat out, very emphatically. We were sitting watching TV together, and I think she brought up flat Earth, even though she don't like talking about it. And I pointed at the TV. I'm like, I do not believe one thing that comes from that box. Whenever I see anything on there, I think take the exact opposite approach. There.
Right.
That's my take.
Right. No, I
Simple.
actually, yeah, no, and the salmonella thing reminds me of I just recently started looking more into rabies and rabies shots and like what rabies actually is and if it's even a thing because it was created by Louis Pasteur, the same person who pasteurized our milk and spread a bunch of
Right?
lies and like the whole germ theory thing, like that was all like Louis Pasteur. So anything that coming from him we should be questioning, right? So I'm like rabies,
No.
I've never known a dog to have rabies. Have you ever known? Like we have to give our animals these rabies shots all the time. Like why are we over vaccinate? Why are we vaccinating our animals at all? Like that's something that like probably like 10
That's
years ago.
very, very interesting point there because I have a little doggy and I sure as fuck don't like getting him back, the things.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be saying the word, huh? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, they there was a guy, like I've been looking for this video for the past like 5 years. Like 10 years ago I saw a video of maybe it was like 8 years ago. I saw a video of a guy, he was a vet and he was speaking out about how they give the same shots to a 80-pound dog than they do like a 10-pound dog. So they don't have like, okay, it's a small dog, give them less poison. It's like, oh no, you just give the same amount of poison across the board. And he said that he noticed
Oh
that,
man.
yeah, so
I
he
have a
said that,
9-pound dog is why I'm saying that.
yeah, I have
Yeah.
like a 10-pound dog. So yeah, I like when my mom always had Shih Tzus, and I remember feeling her dog's back. She was like 9 years old. She wasn't that old. Like I remember dogs like living, like when we were younger, I remember dogs living to be like 14, 15 years old. Like that was normal. Now dogs live to like 9. That's it. Like they're like
'Cause we
9,
feed 'em
10 years old
shit.
tops. What?
Because dog food or pet food or whatever is shit.
Well, that too.
That's why.
So like, probably about 10 years ago, the same time I started like going down my whole like, like health, thing or whatever, I started feeding my dog meat instead of, because at the time I had like a pit bull greyhound mix and I would just buy ground beef or, whatever meat was on sale and just give him straight meat. No rice, no, because I know a lot of people will do like chicken and rice, but that's grain. Like a rice is a grain. So you don't want to
Right.
give them a bunch of grain that like backs up their system. And ever since I started doing that, like all my animals I've ever had, I just give them ground beef or give them, some pork chops or something that's on sale at the store, like chicken, whatever it is, like, and their gut digestion is so much better. They're healthier, they're active, they live longer, they're like, just so
Yeah,
much. They don't have stinky farts. Like there's so
my
much, dude.
my
Sorry.
14 and a half, almost 15-year-old large dog husky mix gets sweet potato, boiled chicken, Greek yogurt, and just a little bit of kibble, like
Nice.
actual dog food. But the bulk of what she eats is sweet potato, chicken, and Greek yogurt.
That's awesome. That's totally
Right
the way to do
on.
it.
All right.
I don't even get that fancy. I just give my dog just straight meat and she's like, and then if I have like a little bit of raw
You mean like
liver.
cook?
What happened?
You
Sometimes raw,
raw meat?
sometimes raw, sometimes cooked. Depends on like if I just got back from the butcher and I got like a little chunk of steak I'm about to cook, I'll cut off a little piece and just give it to her raw. I'll like, I'll give her, raw bone marrow and raw liver and stuff like that. Sometimes
Well, maybe
like,
I can start doing that with my baby boy just as a treat, like
yeah,
instead of
they
buying
love it.
processed treat.
Dude, they love it. And they recently started making animal like they label it as like dog food, but it's just raw meat basically. But it's like twice as expensive as if you would just buy raw meat from the butcher. So I'm like, why buy
Holy
this
cow.
this tube of like raw
Wow.
meat for twice as much just because it says it's for your pet,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about the tube, but I know it's in a little special little refrigerator and shit.
Yeah, and if you look at the
Yeah.
ingredients, there's a bunch of added shit to it. There's a bunch of stuff you can't pronounce. That's like, why is this in here?
Oh,
Why
no.
Yeah, like why aren't we
Yeah.
just giving them like in nature they would just be eating the meat raw, like what you were saying earlier. Like I don't see anything wrong with eating raw meat. Like I don't. It's just a matter of preference, you know. Like if you
Right.
like I prefer to cook stuff, you know, so that's why I do it that way. But there are certain things that
Yeah,
I do eat
yeah.
raw, and like
But
I'm not gonna.
dogs don't need probiotics and taurine and vitamins added to their fucking food. They just don't.
Well, if that's all it was that was added, then that would be one thing, but it's not. It's like a bunch of other shit that you can't pronounce that's like
Oh
chemical
God.
like nonsense. Like it's not just vitamins like they claim, you know, like just
Okay,
like
so the only treat that I buy for my dog is I'm sure you've seen them before. They're like chicken jerky where I mean they're not perfect ingredients, but it's like the least amount of ingredients I've been able to find. And it's chicken breast and then it says glycerin usually. And sometimes like sugar, maybe and rosemary. I'm okay with that. But you can see that it was actually like a piece of meat,
yeah.
not like
But how much
chicken nugget pink slime fucking
yeah.
shaped out shit. You
Well,
know,
and the
fuck
yeah,
that.
and that would be fine if you want to do that, but it's also going to be twice as expensive. Like, if it depends on if you're on a budget or
Yeah,
not. Like, I'm always on a
yeah,
budget. I'm always like, I'm frugal as shit. Like, I'm like, or not really
I
frugal.
got
I'm just
it.
broke a lot of the time. So whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
Like, but it's
yeah.
just cheaper to just buy the meat and just give them the meat, you know. And then when you want to
I
supplement and give them more nutrients, give them some bone marrow, give them some liver. Like the same thing
Ooh,
that you would do for yourself, do for them. Like anytime I'm eating
yeah.
bone marrow, like I'm giving her a chunk of bone marrow too, you know, like um same thing with my
I
chickens. Like
want
I
to
just
try a real bone. I have a long-haired Chihuahua, so
feel love
and
it.
he's pretty.
If you
I'm
just
gonna
give her
go
just
check
the
that out.
bone, just like straight up, I'll like cook them and leave some of the marrow inside of it, and they'll like go to town, like licking all that marrow out of there.
So
But
you
you can.
roast it first and then give it to your dog.
Well, no, I do when she's gonna have it for a while. When I give her the bone to like keep it, like if I'm doing like a bone broth, then like I'll
Oh
give her
yeah,
the bone and I'll leave some of the marrow in it for her. But for the most part, when I freeze it, like I'll scrape out with like a grapefruit spoon, like or a knife or
right.
something, like all like as much marrow as I can get out of them first, and then freeze it in like little pea size or like little pill size kind of chunks, like on a
Yeah.
like cookie sheet. And so I'll just give her like a chunk or two of it frozen, but that's raw when I do that. So I try to do some stuff raw, but it's like, it's like I have to force it down. Like I'm like, that's why I put it in the pill form and like swallow it because I'm like, "Ugh," like I don't like it. You know, some people literally sit there
It's
with a
funny,
spoon
not
and
funny.
eat. Well, some people will sit there and just eat the bone marrow out of
I
the bone like raw
know.
and
Or
love
put it
the
on their
taste of it.
toast. Have you ever seen people put it on their
Yeah,
toast? I'm like,
yeah.
no,
I don't
no
like the
thanks.
taste of it. I don't like the texture, but I know
It's
that
the
it's good.
texture, the texture, yeah.
It like
Now, can't you
sticks to the roof of
put
my
in that
mouth
into a
sometimes. I don't know.
gravy? Can't you put that into a gravy,
Yeah,
actually?
yeah,
See, now
yeah,
I'd be up for that. I'd
yeah,
be up for that
exactly.
because you wouldn't have the texture because you could blend it after that.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah.
cook it into some gravy. That's a good idea.
Mhm.
Like and like I said, like the only reason why I do these things is because I've been doing them, and I do notice a difference after I take it that I do feel like a little energy boost, and I feel a little bit better, and I feel that's why I'm like, okay, this is working. Like other stuff that like I tried the vegan thing, like I tried that like 10 years ago. It was like the very beginning of my and I guilt tripped myself forever about eating meat, because that's what they do to you. They make you feel
Wow.
guilty for existing, and so once you decide to not let
Wow.
them make you feel guilty, then like all of a sudden the world opens up to you to like, so like, dude, oh yeah, I even forgot I was
So
talking
was
about
that the beginning of the yellow brick road for you? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of. It was, yeah, because
Wow.
I was into, well, really, I didn't, it really stems from not having money and getting sick and then not being able to go to the doctor. And I was like, dude,
Wow.
I read in a holistic book, if you take garlic, like I had like strep
Oh
throat or
yeah, you
something.
mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had
About
strep
garlic.
throat like 10 years ago and it was really bad. And I was like, I don't have any money. Like, what am I going to do? And I took some garlic, and immediately, like literally within like a minute of taking the garlic, I actually felt like my throat opening up and I could like drink water. Like, 'cause I couldn't even drink. Like my throat was getting so swollen. I almost like couldn't breathe. It was crazy. It was like the worst, whatever. So basically after I realized that garlic like heals like everything pretty much,
Yeah.
like it could literally heal anything.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, how is it that I've been my whole life been taking antibiotics and all this garbage that like, the
Yeah, I
doctor
don't
tells
believe in
you.
that no more.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like, as a kid, like my mom always took me to the doctor. I was always going on antibiotics. I was always on, like I was on Adderall and Prozac and Ritalin and all this dumb bullshit, like starting in like 4th grade. So I hated it and I felt like a zombie. And when I took myself off of all that when I was in like 13 or something, 14, that's when I started sewing. That's when I started painting. That's when I like had like a creative like outburst pretty much. And that's when I realized that like pharmaceutical companies were like horrible, and it was like, dude, I can't,
Wow.
like,
I
and
love
so
your story, sis. I love it. Love it.
Oh
so
wow! So
yeah.
you found yourself being more creative once you got off of things like Adderall?
Oh yeah. I had like like literally it was like an explosion of creativity. Like all I was doing was sewing or painting like constantly. Like, it was almost like an obsessive like thing that I was like hyper focused on just, like that or music or, like I used to go to like raves and stuff back in the day. So I'd like make outfits for my friends and like, like that spawned like this whole like world of like that I didn't even know existed that, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Even my mom said
Like
that I
you
was like a
started
zombie.
becoming it's like you started to becoming yourself, like you were like realizing that,
Yeah.
different things
Yeah.
about yourself. Mhm.
Well, I
So
was a
that's
zombie.
crazy because
My mom even said I was a
wife,
zombie. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So my wife
Mm.
has been on Adderall since she was basically in grade school, and she's the type of person where no matter what I can do I mean, I've convinced her of so many different things, but when it comes to a doctor telling her that she needs to do something, she cannot pull herself away from that authoritative figure and
Yeah.
assuming that what they're
Mm-mm.
prescribing her is in her best interest, even though she's
Yeah.
tried certain
Mm.
other things and alternative. When it
Mhm.
when it comes to like the Adderall, she has been on that and will not get off of it. And she has zero creativity and zero hobbies. Like she has no hobbies, she has no creativity, she has nothing in that area of her brain functioning at all whatsoever, which is crazy
Oh,
to
you
me
know
that
what? Um,
go ahead.
my daughter was diagnosed in 1st grade and I fucking cried, okay? I didn't know what was going on at the time, but I was very upset. I didn't want to do it. But um aside from that, the doctor that she had actually wrote a book about children with ADHD. And for some reason, of course I didn't have the mind to ask him at the time, but he said that children usually quote unquote grow out of ADHD. And that always stuck in my mind, and that just seemed like always suspicious, but what
Yeah, you
I
can just
do
grow out of
know is that there are holistic methods or herbs that you can take. I think St. John's wort is one of them. I think there's one other one. And then, you have to be careful with your diet.
Yeah, no,
But
there's
yeah,
the red
I don't want to
dye
go too
causes.
far from what he was saying,
No, you're right.
but yeah, red dye.
The red dye specifically, I think, like red dye number 40 or whatever it is, I think actually causes like the same symptoms as
I've
like
heard
a
that too.
yeah, and if you think about it, it's in everything. Even at the Amish market,
Mhm.
I saw some cupcakes that had red dye number 40. I'm like, and they were chocolate fucking cupcakes. I'm like, they're not even red. Why are you putting red food dye in something
Oh
that like it
no,
doesn't even
not the Amish.
I
No,
know.
not the
You have to read
Amish.
it. Dude, that's what I'm saying. You
Oh,
can't just trust anybody. You can't even trust the Amish these days. Like I literally go there and buy my raw milk and meat from them, but I don't buy any
right.
baked goods. I don't buy because it's the same as the
Oh
grocery store.
no,
Yeah,
that's
it's
so
the
unfortunate.
I know, I
We
know. I
don't
basically
fucking
bake
color to indicate flavor, people. What the fuck?
I know.
Come
It's
on, man.
yeah, so they and I but what I think
Ugh.
it is though too is like I feel like like especially in like Wisconsin and Ohio and these places where like, you know, they like food grows really well here and like in abundance, like they have stricter laws on stuff like like the raw milk stuff in Wisconsin. I used to have to go buy my milk from this little old lady in her garage, and she was like 80 years old, and this guy would come in like with his big vat of milk in his van and would like sell us milk from his farm, but it was totally illegal. Like she totally could have gotten locked up for it. She was
Actually,
like,
if you do a donation and they don't sell it, that means
yeah.
that if it's for personal use, you don't have to fill them with all that stuff that's supposed to be mandated
Yeah,
for
like
those
here
that
it has
raise
to be called,
livestock.
yeah, like here the loophole is they label it pet milk. So I buy pet
Oh,
milk.
I love that.
Yeah, so and then in Wisconsin it was legal if you went to the farm to pick up the milk, but it's not if you like it's not if you like you can't like you basically if you're not going to go to the farm like an hour away or however far it is, then you can't sell it. So that's why it was illegal for her to have the dude come, but she didn't care. She was like this gangster old lady that was like, whatever, I can't ban freaking milk. This was, you know, like she's like old school, like didn't care, and that was like
Yeah,
our
they
meetup
can't
spot. She was
stop
super
us.
cool.
They can't stop us from asking for a donation versus selling something.
Yeah.
It's like, geez,
No,
go
you're right, because that's
find
actually
something
how I used
to
to sell.
do.
Yeah, that's how I used to sell tacos in Phoenix. I would go around to parties and like sell a bunch of these like little rolled tacos I would
Yeah.
make, and I would just ask for donations. And you know, 'cause technically, like if you have a jar that just says donations on it, like I actually had a cop one time because they caught on to what we were doing because we were throwing parties and like selling booze and all kinds of stuff, like, and we just had a donation.
Yeah.
We had, as long as you don't have the money at the same table as the booze, then it's all good. So basically, you'd go in, you'd buy a
Really?
ticket, you
Good
buy
to
like a
know.
yeah, you buy like a drink ticket at one table, and all the money is there, and then you exchange the ticket for the food or the drink or whatever you want at the other spot, which was at a different location. And like I remember one time the cops came and they like ripped the donations like sign off of the jar and was like, I don't see a sign that says donations. So you got to make sure like
Oh,
really
girl.
tape. You got
I
to
could
tape
talk
it.
for an hour on that bullshit. OMG.
So
Wow.
when you put the donations sign on the jar, you gotta like get the clear tape out and like really tape it really good so they can't just walk up and like rip
Tape
it
it
off
on
and
the
be like,
inside.
yeah, right? That's what we learned at that experience. Was like, okay, this is what we do next time for that. And then
Wow.
but
Good for you, though.
people like the donations thing. I actually would make more money off of because people like that I didn't have like a set. You know, I'm like, whatever you can afford, and if somebody
Hey, what?
didn't have any money, they got a free taco, like whatever.
For
And
when
then
you do that again, my mom has this little device where it attaches, I guess, to the, I don't know what phone she has, but it's an external device, and you essentially, I guess where you plug it in to charge your phone is where it goes.
Yeah.
And then you can just slide a debit card through it.
Okay.
So you could do that and then give a
Yeah, it's like
ticket
a
to
square
somebody
reader or
instead of
something.
having a jar. No, who carries cash
Yeah.
anymore?
Well, I mean, I'm trying. Like, cash is king still
Oh,
in my
wait. That puts a footprint. Never mind. I'm sorry. I wasn't
yeah, no.
thinking for a
Yeah,
second.
then you got a paper trail. But yeah, back to like I know we kind of jumped around topics. We were talking about
Yeah.
ADD and ADHD and all that too. Like
Yeah.
and the creativity thing. Yeah, it sucks because like I don't know who was talking about his wife just now, but that like it really even my mom said that I was like a zombie as a kid. Like I just didn't have a personality kind of. Like I just was kind of like just floating around just like there, you know, but didn't really like talk a lot and wasn't like, you know, whatever. And then as soon as I took myself off the stuff, like it's not that I started talking a bunch, I just started like doing a bunch, you know? So that's what they don't want us doing. That's what I think those pills do to people's brains is literally suppresses like their want to
Well,
do
yeah,
anything.
because they don't want creative thinkers. They want dedicated workers, you
Exactly.
know?
They want somebody that'll
Yeah.
just because literally I would be given a task, I would go and do it with my head down, no questions asked. Like hold on one second.
It's just insidious. It's so crazy. You know what?
Yeah, they want to make sure that if anyone's creating anything, it's a guy in their lab and not some dude at home or
Hey,
something. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jeremy, how
You,
are you?
hi. Do you think these guys want us sitting around thinking of creative ways to get out from under their thumb, or some new energy device or some shit? No, they want you just
Yeah,
numb little zombies. What's up?
I got a really interesting coincidence I discovered this morning, and it kind of blew my head off. I did a screenshot, but I did it from my desktop, and I'm on my phone right now, but I could get it. But I don't think I'm gonna need it because this one is like, what? Okay, so do you guys mind if I highly speculate in here? Is that okay? I mean,
No,
that's
good.
cool, right? Okay.
Go to jail.
Go to jail. All right, I gotta get out of jail free card.
You've had too much to think. You're under arrest.
Oh shit. Okay, I don't consent. Anyway, so I was looking up the meaning of, I forgot how I got on this. I think it was because of Doja Cat. She has a fairly new song called Paint the Town Red. And I can't remember what reference it was used, but I thought, decades prior, I had heard that saying into what I think it would be called the popular vernacular, in that it's you go out and you have fun out in town and to entertain yourself. But, this morning it just didn't seem to make any sense. And so I consulted the computer, the origin of Paint the Town Red. And as it turns out, there's a alternative meaning, and I'm sure you guys won't be surprised. And what it means is it refers to, you know what? I should go and go get that, but I'd have to run up there. But essentially, it means the sky turns red from the feats of war due to fire. Okay. And so, and then I went back to Doja Cat, and I looked and seen when she released the video. And there was the official release, according to the Google search that I screenshotted, it was August 6th. Okay. Oddly enough, coincidentally enough, 3 days later, August 9th, something really a catastrophe happened in one of one of the states of the United States. Is that a huge coincidence, you guys? I mean, I'm not trying to make a claim or anything like that, but isn't that particularly odd to you guys? I mean, how about if I go up there? I'm going to go and get my little screenshot and share it with the class. But can you guys give me some feedback? Am I cray cray? Did I explain that good enough for one to begin with? No?
I missed that
Or
last
No,
part. Sorry, what did you say?
my mind was
Okay,
still back. My mind was still wanting to hear what Napalm was saying. That I don't know. He was in the middle of sharing something before, but
Oh, you know what? I can come back to what I was talking about. We can definitely. I can wait.
No, I just find it interesting that you seem to have this like creative burst. Rusted, I think is your name.
Yeah.
After getting off of the Adderall, which, like I said, my wife has been on Adderall for a very long time, and it's not that she doesn't have a personality or that she's a zombie. She's got a lot of personality. She's actually pretty type A kind of personality, very aggressive in her personality, but she just lacks creativity and like an interest in anything like hobby wise, which I
Yeah.
thought maybe the Adderall might be affecting that,
Yeah.
especially
I
over
think,
time.
well, especially because I took myself off of it when I was like 13, 14 years old. So she's been on it since grade school. Your body is gonna if I would have stayed on it, I probably would have eventually developed a personality and developed, because I was so young. You're just you don't have, you know what I mean? but it was weird how like as soon as I took myself off of it, then all of a sudden it was like I woke up. Like I almost felt like I was like sleepwalking through like, you know, so it's hard to say in like an adult and somebody that's been doing it for that long and is like has that mental like hold on them to get them to stop taking something is like that's got to be like unless they want to, it's kind of like, you know, like an addict or whatever, like unless they want to stop, like they're not going to stop, you know. So you really won't know unless she weans herself, and she would have to at this point probably wean herself off of it like little by little. Like I just quit like cold turkey. Hold on one second.
Yeah, if she doesn't take it, like if she doesn't take her Adderall on one day, she will sleep that whole entire day. Like she is worthless if she
Oh
doesn't have
wow,
it. Yeah,
that's crazy.
100% worthless. Like she'll sleep, she'll pretty much do nothing the whole entire, completely worthless. But yeah, she would definitely have to wean her way off of it. And I do make fun of her all the time. I just tell her she's a meth addict to try to get her like pissed off enough to maybe look into what it's actually maybe doing to herself.
Yeah,
But
there's actually a really good article I saw a few years ago where they did like a study. They followed up on a bunch of kids that were put on Ritalin as like a kid and what happened to them as adults, and then like I don't know, there was like this whole thing. Like I'll find it and send it to you or post it in the thing in a few minutes. Sorry, I'm like
yeah, if
in the
you could
kitchen
DM
doing.
that to me, that would be awesome. Because
Yeah, or
yeah,
if you want to DM me first, really quick, because I don't know. I'm just so that I don't lose whoever. I don't even know who I'm talking to right now. Sorry, I'm like in the kitchen doing stuff while I'm talking.
yeah, no worries.
Um,
I was driving, so I just got done driving. I'll DM you.
yeah, whenever you can.
It's
No, no
napalm,
rush,
by
just
the way.
whenever. But yeah, send me a DM so then I'll send you back stuff about it. But it was a really interesting study that they did where they showed that like apparently kids that were on this stuff like grew up to be like really antisocial and anti, you know, like just a bunch of stuff, which half of it was true for me and half of it wasn't. Like I actually once I got off of it, I was really social and I went out a lot and I had a lot of friends and I didn't like it wasn't like it was not the same for everybody, but there are some like similarities and some things that apparently like it really damaged a lot of children into their adult years where they like literally just couldn't function, and they just didn't want to be around people and they didn't, you know, like I'm a little bit more like that now. Like I'm definitely a homebody now, and I don't really care about going out into crowds and big concerts or like any of that stuff. But
And
you
my
know,
wife has the propensity to like always need somebody around her. She can't be alone most of the time.
yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah,
That's something I've noticed too that I think I have a friend that was on he's the same way. He's you know, if he breaks up with somebody, he's like got a girlfriend like the next week and they're like, you know what I mean? Like they can't like or like he'll like have a friend that'll just be like his bestie that'll be like with him doing everything at all times like the for some reason they just can't like be alone or whatever. They just always got to have like a friend or a relationship or something.
yeah, definitely. That makes sense. That's cool. All
Yeah.
right, well, I got to run and get off. I got to go play some hockey.
Okay.
But
Word.
I DM'd you, so yeah, if you could
Yeah, I'll
hook
send you
me up,
some
that'd be
stuff
awesome.
on it for
Thank
sure.
you.
Yeah, no problem. Bye. But was it Jenny that was talking earlier? And were bright. I don't know. I missed the whole thing that you were saying, and you were like, "Am I crazy for saying this?" And I
Oh, you
missed
know
what you were
what?
even saying.
It's so good because I didn't have my image and I figured out it's on my Google Drive. So hold on.
Okay. Word. Yeah, I don't know what to say about like when it comes to drugs. Like, I feel like I don't trust anything from big pharma. So you know, like if I was in, like, I feel like people are way too trusting with their kids
Oh,
with these people.
understatement. Mhm.
What?
Sorry, dear. I said understatement.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Go on.
well, it's just, you know, it's kind of crazy because it's one of those things that like, you know, you get a mom that's like, well, you know, well, the doctor, you're not a doctor. How are you supposed to know? You know, it's like, and I get it. Like, I don't blame my mom for like putting me on all that crap. Like, it's like she was doing what, you know, she's not a doctor. She was doing what she thought like you know, she was supposed to be doing or whatever. And like, but the issue is that when like when your kid tells you, hey, I don't like the way that this makes me feel, like then you shouldn't be like pushing it on them, you know, like maybe you should be reevaluating, like, yo, is this even like good to be experimenting with this shit that nobody knows anything about on like your kid? Like, I mean, it reminds me of COVID. Or oops, I shouldn't even say that word, right? I'm not supposed to say that word. Sorry. But it just reminds me of so many things, really. I mean, not just that, but like that Gardasil, like back in the day, like all these people
All right.
dying from
I've
that,
heard of
like
that.
you know, yeah.
Okay,
There's
so I posted that screenshot, so take a gander at that. Tell me
okay.
what you think.
Okay.
So
Hold
pay
on.
attention to the tabs as well within the screenshot. So that's what my screenshot.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm like feel like a total noob on Discord because I haven't been on for a couple years. I'm just trying to like figure out
Oh
how to
yeah, it
even get to
changes
where you're
so
at.
much now.
So live stream 1VC, is that what it's
Yeah.
at?
Thanks.
Wow. Oh, text. Here we go.
I'll have to take my look at my watch history on TikTok, and because it was something on TikTok, I'm like, I'm gonna look that up. So that's what I went down my own little mini rabbit hole today, I guess is what I'm trying to share with the class.
Huh. So bonfires painting the sky or scenery red. So like when those fires in New York were happening and the sky was like orange. I don't
Well,
know
see
why.
I think when I was thinking of Doja Cat, I was thinking about how she's now, in my opinion, most officially one of the little tiny players on the world stage. So she puts out, I don't think I have a hard time believing that she writes her own stuff, but I could be wrong and that would be okay. But
Well, I think I
it,
just saw a picture of her like straight up like in like a black like devil costume or something. Is that
oh
the
yeah,
same
full
chick?
on. She's full on. She does devil
Yeah.
horns like she is in fact a devil.
So yeah,
And,
she's
see, the thing is, though, you know this already. What they do is, they make it sound cute, where, oh, paint the town red means go out in town and have fun. So everybody's dancing to it. Meanwhile, it kind of means actually something different. Okay, so we have millions. Oh, and look at the statistics. I think of the song. Let me see. There's a Wikipedia page. Let me go. I don't know if I put that to my. But it said in 13 countries, it was tops of the charts. So millions of people are thinking about this song and they can't get it out of their head and they're singing it. 3 days later, coincidence, Fringe to the max. On August 9th, the town was painted red. That's kind of weird to me. I mean, it's a very far stretch, but do you think I'm fucking crazy? That's what I want to know.
I think
Is
they're
this kind of
crazy.
thinking? Huh?
See, I said I think they're crazy. I think like anybody not questioning and looking at it like is crazy at this point.
I mean, do you think this is something actually to maybe go on? I mean,
I
or
mean,
just
I honestly didn't even know who Doja Cat was until I saw that picture of some
okay.
chick in a black outfit the other day.
So
So
people have accused her, I think, of being an industry plant. As far as I knew, how I came about her was, I don't know if you know about this dude or not, but no disrespect to him, but James Charles was the first cover boy, for Cover Girl. And so he has a massive following. And she, he cross promoted or collaborated with her. She was a guest on his show or something. And so, it just seems like, once that happens, when they're introduced and, they just seem to have instant fame, like this song was put out to over 13 countries
wasn't it
on
banned?
August 6th. On August 6th, this was put out to 13 countries.
Wow.
Dude, what? So I don't know. Is the August 6th? Is that a weekend by chance? Somebody I can look it up on my phone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the whole music industry is just a pile of garbage. So, like, at least all them like the mainstream, not like indie, like not like people that play music in their basements or anything like that. But like, just as far as like, I feel like you to be played on the radio, like you have to be like compromised one of those. Like I don't think they would give like just give stuff to people that aren't signed up on their little and sign with blood on the dotted line or whatever. That's just my own personal
Well, yeah,
opinion.
so it's kind of like a sorority kind of setup in a sense. I mean, you have to pledge your loyalty.
Yeah.
So that would be a nice way of putting it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to even follow the stuff that they're, because it's just like it's a waste of time and energy. I feel like I already feel like there's not enough time in the day. I'm not going to spend, some of it like
I'm shaking my head, nodding my head, because you are exactly right. There is
yeah,
absolutely not enough hours in the day.
yeah. Well, and I feel like that's what the goal is of these people are like some of these like agent provocateur types or whatever in even in Discord or whatever are like literally
Oh,
here
yeah.
they're here to distract us from doing real things in real life. They're here to like they're time wasters. That's what I always call them. Like, oh, you're just a time waster. They make you repeat yourself over and over again. They ask you the same questions over and over. They keep you like going in circles. It's just like I don't know. Like I don't have patience for that anymore. Like I mean that's the reason why I got into it with people back in the day too, because I'm like, oh, you're just trying to waste my time. I got too much to do. See you later. Like, and I just wouldn't give people
Yeah.
chances that showed me that side of them because I don't want to be stuck in a circle repeating myself with people and not having any sort of like resolution or any kind of like like, okay, can we just agree to disagree and move on? Or, can we talk about something productive, something that actually will benefit somebody's life instead of just,
I couldn't agree more, really. I mean, you're talking about progress, right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's got to be, if there's not like progress being made, if we're not learning something, if we're not doing something with the knowledge that we're acquiring, then what are we doing?
You know what? All these people that know so much, but they don't know enough on how to communicate and essentially, in some form or fashion, convince us of what they think they know. That's what's odd to me.
Yeah.
I mean, what good is knowledge if you can't communicate it to where people understand it? I mean,
Well, I
do you
mean,
just want to talk to yourself?
you don't even really need to communicate it to anybody. You just need to like practice what you preach to show people. Like you don't need to actually like stand on a soapbox and say anything. If you just are living it, people will gravitate towards you. People
Ooh.
will, ask you like, what are you doing? What are you eating? What are you, how is it that you look so young, but everybody else your age looks like a freaking Hagrid?
Girl.
Like, you know what I mean?
Lead by example. I
Yep.
totally know what you mean.
Yeah, that's like some
Mhm.
biblical shit right there, right? And I'm not even religious. But like
Right.
I have respect for the Bible and people that
Yeah,
believe
me
it. It's just
too.
not my thing. But I've been told like Josh is one of my good friends, Uber Josh or Uber Flat Earth or whatever his online name is. And like he's super into the Bible stuff, and he's like said a few times like, dude, it sounds like you know a lot about the Bible, but it's just through like living, it's just through like practicing what you preach, just doing the things that like I think that like the word of God or whatever is written in everybody, and apparently that's a Bible verse too, he said. So like like
I
all of
got
the
you.
things that I say, like they tend to like lead back to scripture stuff, which is why I don't mind listening to people talking about it. It's just for me, like I can't sit there and memorize all the stuff, all the Bible verses and rattle stuff off like he can. But when I talk about things like from the heart, you know, he'll be like, oh, that's a Bible verse, or that's this, or that's that. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It's funny how I'm not studied on it, but if you're in tune with like yourself, I guess, or your heart or whatever, then you're gonna sound like, you know, because that's, if it's written in all of our hearts, and we don't need a book to tell us like how to be good person and how to be like stand up for people that maybe need to be, you know what I mean, like maybe need it now and then or whatever. Like, I don't know, I don't think that
I
you
get
need a
what you're
book to tell
saying.
you how to act.
Yeah, you don't, because we have instincts.
Yeah,
You
instinct,
know when
absolutely.
right and wrong. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm actually making beef tallow right now, by the way. You hear me chopping. That's what I'm chopping up chunks. So if you go, it's cheaper to get chunks of fat from the butcher and chop it up and into like cube, like 2 or 3 inch chunks, and then cook it for like 3 or 4 hours. Or maybe not even 3 or 4 hours. Maybe it's only like, just depending on how much you have. It's probably, I got a lot, so it's probably going to take a lot, but like probably a couple hours, just until all the little chunks start floating to the top, and then you just like strain it and put it in a jar, and you got beef tallow. Because they literally like charge like $8 or $9 for one little jar of beef tallow at the store. It's ridiculous. But you can buy fat or suet or whatever they call it for like a couple bucks, you know, like for like it's like $1 a pound or something like that. And you just chop it up and put it in a pan and cook it until it all separates, strain it, and you got beef tallow. Super easy.
Good to know. I like making my own chicken broth, so.
Right? Good stuff. It's a lot cheaper this way, but I still buy like the grass-fed tallow. I got a big tub of it coming, just because we do go through quite a bit of it between. I use it for various things and cooking and like tinctures and different things, like salves or whatever. Like it's good for your skin for like moisturizer instead of like a, you know, like lotion or whatever, you know, just to make it out
Wait,
of.
did you say coconut oil?
You could do coconut oil too, yeah, but
Well,
not
what did
like
you
all.
say?
Beef tallow for your
No, I'll
for your
stick with
skin.
smelling crayons. I'll just stick with smelling crayons. I don't want to use beef tallow for moisturizer. I'll use coconut oil.
Well, coconut
Oh.
oil will actually dry. If you use only coconut oil, it will actually dry your skin out a little bit because it is like an antimicrobial, like you can.
Oh,
So you want to
okay.
use, what you want to do is do like a mixture of coconut oil, beef tallow, like equal parts coconut oil, beef tallow, and like, you know, I don't use as much. Like I'll use like shea butter, like you know, or like mango butter or something like that, and then like and it doesn't smell like beef tallow. Like everyone thinks it like smells weird, but it doesn't. Like when you actually smell it and cook it, it like smells like nothing to me.
Okay, hold on though. But I recently, after decades of living, like I don't know, a year or so ago, I found out that crayons, maybe they don't do it this anymore, but I'm pretty sure they do. They use beef tallow in crayons, Crayola crayons. That's why they have that unique
Really?
smell to them. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't think. I mean, I'm
Yes.
literally smelling it right now, and I don't smell anything that reminds me of a crayon.
Well, okay, you've never opened up an old box of crayons?
I don't know. I don't know if like I could feel like crayons because I mean I have a 4-year-old and she's got crayons all over the place, but I feel like they smell the same as they did when I was a kid, but I don't really know. Like maybe I'm not old enough to like have experienced the crayons that you're
And
talking
like
about.
I said, yeah, maybe they don't do it that way anymore.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. All I know is that it doesn't. It's not like when like cooking it in the house, it doesn't give off the best smell. Like right now, it's like I got the fan on, the window on, like open, like trying to keep it from smelling too much like beef tallow in here while I'm cooking it. But when you actually like heat it, like when you put it in a salve for like topical use, like it just doesn't really smell like much of anything. And then but you know, I mean, I still put like lavender, grapefruit, and stuff like that to make it smell nice. Because you know, but if you're like, oh, some people are allergic to like, you know, essential oils and stuff. So I get that, you know, some people can not do that, but yeah, like I'll do equal parts beef tallow, beeswax, coconut oil and like some shea butter or something, and like melt it all down, and then add my essential oils at the very end when it's like cooled off a little bit. Otherwise, if you put the essential oils in too soon, it'll like just cook right out of the stuff, like it won't even be like, it'll just evaporate or whatever. So you can't put it in when it's like super hot, because it'll just be a waste of your essential oils or whatever. But yeah, I feel like I've been talking way too much, and I feel bad if I'm taking over somebody's conversation from earlier. I don't know, or whatever you were talking about with like the Doja Cat. If there was like more that you wanted to say on that, I just don't know much about all of that, so I don't really know what to say.
No worries on my end. It's all good.
Word. Hold on one sec. Yeah. Forgot what else we were talking about. ADD, all of that. If you can, get somebody off of that medication, I would say 100% don't take it, but each their
Ooh.
own.
You know
Somebody,
what I love? The old saying, "You are what you eat." I've always loved that.
yeah, that's a good saying for sure. But I don't know, that whole raw meat thing really tripped me out, because I thought, for the longest time I thought it was, you get salmonella, you die if you eat raw meat, and like so far I've been totally proven wrong on that. Hold on 1 second. Nope. Okay. Sorry, my little one's like not digging her food I just gave her. I'm like, well, guess I could make you something else. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what we are talking about. Oh yeah, the raw meat and the I never even finished what I was saying about the rabies shots are totally like, apparently, so how animals um like don't have sweat glands, they like sweat through like their mouths or whatever. I heard this interesting thing about how that's what it is. Like that's what, like when you see an animal like foaming at the mouth, they're basically going through like a detox, like how we go through detoxes like with our body, and we sweat it out of our pores. They like sweat it out of their mouth or something. Um I don't know how true that is. It's just something that I heard and I thought sounded really interesting, because it kind of goes along with the whole terrain theory idea, and like that animals, it would make sense that animals actually detox also, and that they've convinced everybody that like you need to put your animal down if you see them like foaming at the mouth or whatever. They usually apparently stay away. Like, so apparently the history with the whole like Louis Pasteur like discovering it or whatever, he like took like an unhealthy animal, extracted something out of it, and then injected it into the brain of a bunny. And then the bunny like went crazy or whatever. But I'm like if you inject any kind of liquid into the brain, like does even if it's not like some weird stuff, like literally just saline, you could put into the brain and it like totally throws off the animal and makes them go crazy. So it really like it just sounds like it started with bats too. Apparently he was doing experiments on bats, which reminds me of the whole like the other thing that's been going around with the bat, got the bat propaganda or whatever. So that's super interesting to me, and started kind of like looking up stuff on rabies and how it's basically like BS, and like the shots in general are just, oh, that guy that I was talking about that 10 years ago, the vet that was speaking out against him, he said that he noticed from all the years that he's been working with animals that the tumors would show up at, so get your animals shots. The moral of my story is like the same way you wouldn't like want to be shooting your kids up with poison. You also don't want to be shooting your furry kids up with. I shouldn't call them furry kids, but you know, whatever, your animals like up with needless poison because it's not like I've never known anybody to have rabies, any animals to have rabies. Like, you know, I've had several dogs that I didn't get any shots for, but I'm sure that they were given their very first shots before I got them. So I'm sure they had some shots, but it's just one of those things that like if anybody out there has known an animal to have rabies, has seen it, you know, and then it makes me wonder too though, even if you do see an animal foaming at the mouth, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like what if, you know, you check on them, you leave them alone for a couple days and go check on them, are they still going to be foaming from the mouth, or maybe they're done detoxing and like maybe they're fine. I don't know. Like it kind of it just makes me like wonder like, you know, like if anybody has any actual personal experiences with rabies or if it's all just like another thing that like we've been told is this big scary boogeyman and we have to be like afraid of, you know, animals and afraid of everything because they want us fearful of everything. So, you know, I don't know. It fits the narrative, and the fact that Louis Pasteur is the guy that like started the whole thing like just makes me question it even more, you know?
What up? What up? How we doing, guys?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, Clay?
How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, man?
Doing good, man.
Awesome. Awesome, man.
How was the day, man?
Today was good, man. Did some DoorDash. Made a couple bucks. Just mowed the lawn.
That's nice, dude.
Had to start doing DoorDash again, man. Shit is real out here. I don't know how people do it. You gotta make a lot of fucking money, bro.
What? Sorry,
Takes a lot of money.
to do what?
Fucking live.
That's true, yeah.
Just live, man. Raise kids. Takes a lot of money. You don't want to live in the hood? A lot of money.
True that. I've worked 11 hours today.
You know, 11 hours, nice.
Yep. Was a lot to do today.
We had a straight up scorcher in New York this week. Holy heck. Holy heck. It was like 100 friggin' degrees, dude. It's mad humid too, so I don't even know. It was like, it felt like 100. I don't know what that translates to your weird units you use, but
Hey, are you guys ready for the zombie apocalypse?
Bro, I'm ready to go, dude. Do you even know what to do? You know you got to dig a ditch, right?
Why is that?
So like people and zombies can't get through.
What?
How are you gonna stop the zombie? You got to dig a ditch, bro, around the perimeter. See, that's what I'm saying, man. They don't show this stuff in zombie apocalypse movies, so nobody really knows. You got to dig a ditch, bro. You got shovels?
You think zombies can't walk through ditches?
Well, no, they can, but you gotta like put the dirt you take from the ditch on the other side, make it a steep wall, maybe put some spikes in it and shit. Plus, you need to stop vehicles from just driving through your shit and regular humans. Like, you got to do it ancient Rome style.
Well, the vehicles are a good point. I wonder will the zombies be able to drive? I don't think they will. From my understanding, they won't be able to drive.
Yeah, that's why you dig a ditch. You put all the dirt you take out of the ditch on your side. That way, you're now on high ground, and they have to do this ditch thing, which you could put spikes and if you make a steep enough wall, they'll just be trapped. People just people won't, but zombies would just get trapped in it, just walking around. You could just like whatever, throw rocks at them and shit.
Maybe you can like ham radio me when you take your ditch and let me know how it's going, and then I'll
It
consider
sounds
it.
like I'm gonna have to ham radio right now because your connection is breaking up. What'd you say?
Oh,
Say
right,
it
I'm
again.
driving a U-Haul. You just ham radio me when you dig your ditch and let me know how it's going, and then I'll consider it.
There was one guy who actually had he had contracting equipment, and around his house he had these giant friggin' boulders. He said if anything happened, he was just going to take his equipment, and he would practice doing it. He'd put all the boulders out in front of his house to make like a blockade, so like cars and shit couldn't drive through.
So I was thinking, like, I have a. Let me know if I'm breaking up. You gotta let me know, okay? Because I'm driving.
You're
But
good.
so I have a HK-47. So it's like an
Fuck, bro.
AR style. It's like an AR style AK. Okay. It's pretty badass, bro. And I have a nice scope and a foregrip, etc. Modified stock. And
No, Heckler and Koch they make good guns. Those are good guns.
yeah, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of 7.62, man. But I was thinking, like, you probably want a silent weapon as well, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. You're gonna be making noise and shit. You might as well just let heads know, yo, come fuck with me. That's why you got
Yeah,
the
like,
ditch, bro. It don't matter if you make noise. You just set an alarm off outside with the ditch. You be straight. You just ditch and just fill up with zombies, and you just got to take care of it the next day.
bro, ditch the ditch, man.
Bro, just make sure you got some shovels, dude. You gotta have a ditch.
This guy, bro. Maybe a trip line with some mines.
That's like one time use, though. How many the ditch will last you forever.
Honestly, I want to make a game out of it. I want them to trip the line just so I know where they are, and then I just want to target practice zombies.
I'm telling you, bro, you're gonna be wasting ammo. You get the ditch, they fill the ditch up with zombies, and then you just go in with a samurai sword or a spear or some shit.
Oh my god, dude, you can't get that close to the zombies, man. If they get their blood on you, you turn into a zombie.
Yeah, no, I know the zombie theme. Yeah, that's why you gotta, you could shoot arrows or slingshots or something, whatever, man. Set the ditch on fire, whatever. Just fucking smoke them. I don't know. Then you'd be surrounded by zombies, and with that, you probably don't even be inhaling that.
Yeah, you're basically saying build a circle around you and let all the zombies gather there.
Well, you got to stop them somehow. You don't want to be sleeping in your thing, and then just there's a zombie fucking breaking through your window.
Well, that's why I'm gonna have a trip line, bro.
Yeah, I like the ditch part.
Dude, like I said, man, you can build a ditch, bro. I'm gonna have my 7.62, a 9 mil, and then a shotgun. Yeah.
No doubt. You got a bow and arrow?
No, I'm thinking about getting one though for the silent kills.
Yeah, if you're not gonna dig a ditch, you're gonna want to be quiet.
I'm not even joking, bro. I literally am like buying a tactical vest, like just in case.
I don't know how much they are now. You could probably get a good one for like 300-400, ain't it?
Yeah, they're pretty steep, honestly, but yeah, you just carry your mags and all that.
Oh, you're talking about something like that? I thought you were talking about like a bulletproof vest.
No, like you can just slide a plate in your tactical vest.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's better than the bulletproof.
The steel plate, yeah, that's the best. That's the best one. It's a lot of fucking weight though. You know what the best thing is, though? I saw it a long time ago. It's called dragon skin. It's like ceramic. It's like it looks like it's like scales, but each of scale is like a ceramic plate. And when the bullet hits, like it absorbs. It was the best bulletproof vest on the market.
That's pretty cool. You know what's so funny is people think I'm joking, and I'm like actually being serious. I swear. Bro, you're gonna have all the like leftist New York City zombies coming at you.
Bro, I'm going up north. You can't make it here. Any kind of societal collapse, you cannot make it where I'm at. I'm on the road that leads to New York City, basically. I'm only 3 hours away. I'm going 3 hours. My plan is to go 3 hours north to the Adirondack Mountains. I got peoples up there. There's deer, tons of fish. It's good.
All right.
Because there's a thing called the Golden Horde. Any kind of societal collapse, people will be flooding out of the cities. Or any city. Cities with 50,000 people are going to be a problem, let alone 8 million. Yeah, 7, however many New York City got.
I don't think they're even gonna be able to get out of New York City, bro.
What's up?
I don't even think they'll be able to get out of New York City.
Probably not. Dude, every Sunday, just a regular Sunday, the throughway's friggin' packed trying to get back into the city. They actually have a lane on the Tappan Zee. I don't know if they still do this. They used to have a thing on the Tappan Zee Bridge where, in rush hour in the morning, they would make it so the one side had extra lanes, and then they would switch it over midday to make it so the other side leaving the city had more lanes because, there's more traffic depending on what time it is going either way. But it's like a truck or like a truck kind of thingy that drives over the median and it like shifts the median over a whole lane. It's crazy. You won't be able to get out. You're not getting out of New York City, yeah. Unless you walk it or do a motorcycle thing or something. The traffic will be fucking nuts. There's no way, yeah. People are going to be breaking down. There's going to be accidents. It's going to be all fucking crazy. You're not getting out of New York. It's going to be like Escape New York. Just get a couple good shovels. I'm telling you, bro. You can make like a nice, like you can go on the way outskirts or team up with a neighbor and then surround both your things with a ditch or something. I don't know. You got to stop vehicle. Like, what if I'm out there in my truck? Okay, I'll drive over your tripwire. Great. And then I'm just fucking driving through your living room after me. the more technologically advanced we become, the more likely it is that a societal collapse is going to play out. It just keeps getting worse and worse. The more technologically advanced we get, the chances of it. Like, let's say we get all electric automated cars and all driving themselves and shit, and then that system breaks, and then the food stops coming into the city, or the friggin' internet goes. I don't even know what we would do without the internet. I don't know if we could make it. Maybe. Or bust out those old Jamapco maps where you're in sector G8 and you're trying to get to J7 or some shit. I mean, bro, if they're like Zombieland zombies or World War Z zombies or I Am Legend zombies, then you're fucking done, bro. You better hope they're like Night of the Walking Dead zombies, where they're like, just stumbling around all the week. Remember in World War Z, that was a dope movie, by the way. They climbed the wall. I think it was Israel had that giant ass wall, and they still got over that on some crazy shit.
Good day, fellas. Ladies, if there are any. Nope.
What up, Killian? Listen, here's a scenario. There's a zombie apocalypse going on. How do you do? What do you do for? Have you been listening? When did you get in here?
I just walked in. Or I mean,
Okay.
got here.
All right. Listen, there's a zombie apocalypse.
Check.
You have a nice property. You got a nice piece of property, right? You got stuff going on. There's people in there with you. Would digging a ditch be a good way to defend your property all around the perimeter? Like a giant ditch. People would fall in and zombies and shit. Cars.
That's what I'm saying. How deep are we talking?
At least like, I don't know, 6 feet. And then you would take the dirt from the ditch and pile it up on your side. So it would basically be like a wall of dirt they would have to overcome. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good of an idea is that?
For sure. I think the hole is probably put about a 7 for sure.
7? That's it?
Dude, like, gotta.
What else would you do? Okay, what do you do? Pretend you never heard about the ditch.
Bro.
What do you do?
No, I'm saying I would just like go as deep as I could, then I would fill it with water.
So a moat? Okay.
Anything that we can slow them down. That's big. But
Yeah,
once
no
the hole
doubt.
fills up,
We'll put
right,
water in the ditch. That's cool.
it'll help decompose the bodies of people.
Yeah, we'll get some gators and shit in there.
Yeah, make it an ecosystem. Let's go.
Then you might get zombie gators
Okay.
coming at you, but whatever.
Be right back. Gotta check food.
All right. See, what's it? You thought it was a 7. That's pretty good on a scale of 1 to 10. You could put water in it with alligators. They'll take care of the fucking zombies, bro. Perfect. You ain't even got to go in there and do nothing.
Plot twist, unless we're actually supplying them with food.
Mic check.
Well, we hear you.
What's up, Jordan?
What's up, Bacon? How we doing?
I'm doing all right. You?
Good, great. Been having awesome conversations the past couple months. It's been fucking great.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what have you been doing?
All can say the same, but I'm also doing other stuff. Now my girlfriend is in town, so a lot of other stuff to do here. 'Cause, I mean, I come from a long distance relationship. There is no longer long distance. I'm not home as often as I would be. Were you part of the conversation about that footage from an airplane showing stars?
Yeah, I heard that.
Right. Do you think there's a globe debunk there, or do you think that's not a good argument against globe? What's your position with that?
I don't know. Did you go over it? What do you think?
I'm writing a simulator for that before I say whether or not it matches the globe. I want to
I
simulate
mean,
it
if we go the
myself.
other way, it would have to be going double the speed, right? If it's the rotation that's making it do that.
Oh no, because it wasn't flying over the equator.
Yeah, but I'm saying if the rotation of the Earth was stopping the stars from going up a degree as you go, then if you go the other opposite direction, shouldn't it make it go twice as fast up?
Yeah, if stars are not moving because of movement of the plane, and if you move in the opposite direction, it will be twice the speed. But that, I think, that will only happen at the equator, right?
I don't know. I'm just saying no matter where you're going, I would think, no?
Well, if you're not flying over the equator, you won't get the stars to stop. Because the curved path of the plane won't match the rotation. The rotation is going to be in a different direction than the plane's moving. So you won't get the stars to stop. You're going to change their path in the sky, but you won't get them to stop. If you're not flying over the equator against the rotation. Like the path of the plane forms a circle, and you have the rotation of the Earth. If those circles aren't aligned, stars are still going to move. You're not going to stop them.
Was it a circle? Maybe it depends on what reference frame you're in. Could be a straight line.
Wasn't that flight from north to south though?
No, it was
Sorry, what's up?
It was like southwest, I think.
We're basically going from like one hemisphere to the other.
Oh yeah,
That's what I
from
meant.
Germany to Brazil.
So what's
Yeah.
the isn't the upward movement or rotation expected because of the movement, rather, because it's going from north to south? On a globe, you should expect that because of the north to south movement. Because how would east to west movement stop that? I don't understand. East-west rotation.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah, because you're saying the rotation could be counteracting the upward tilt or whatever of the stars that one would expect. Isn't that the hypothesis that you're putting forward?
I'm not putting forward a hypothesis. I think I got misunderstood then.
Okay.
Maybe
I'm completely off base. I thought you were talking about that flight and the stars.
Yeah, I'm talking about the flight, but
the continuous footage of the stars, which are supposed to move up, but they actually don't move up. Is that what we're
they
talking
should
about?
move.
I don't.
I'm not sure what they should. I mean, not all the stars will move up, of course. Like if you're the equator, for example, staring at either pole, some stars are going to be moving up, some stars are going to be moving down.
Well, that's for
If you move towards the pole.
Sorry. No, my bad.
If you move towards the pole, some of the ones that are going up are going to slow down a little bit, or they're going to speed up. Some of the ones that are going down, they're going to slow down. But you're not going to get stars to just stop, right?
I thought like the again the Google Earth simulation, ostensibly it's because you're moving away from them, angularly speaking, angle wise. That's why they're going up. As you're moving distance, that's corresponding to a change in angle, and that's why they are going up in your field of view.
Right. So Bacon. Okay, go ahead. I'll go next.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to kind of summarize it. If I may have missed the beginning, so I hope I'm on the right topic you guys are on. But wouldn't you agree there would be like two vectors? There would be the sidereal rotation, which in the globe model is related to the idea that the globe is spinning and the stars are all, way out there. So you have that sidereal movement, rotation, and depending on what latitude you're at, you're going to have that observation. Depending on what angle you're flying and all of that, of course, that has to be considered. However, there's a second part to what the stars should be doing. So the one is the sidereal rotation related to that.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to factor in, like if you're going 300 miles an hour or 800 miles an hour, you got to factor that in with the, alleged rotation of the Earth or the sidereal rotation. However, there's a second thing going on in the fact that the airplane, as it flies around a sphere, has to be tilting. So I believe it was like 1 degree every 8 minutes, roughly, was what it calculated as. So every 8 minutes that airplane is flying, in addition to the sidereal rotation, there should be an additional effect of the fact that the airplane is tilting as it flies around a sphere. Whereas over a planar surface, it's not doing that. On a planar surface, you just have the sidereal, you've got the planar Earth, and then you're just flying level. But on the globe, the added factor is that that airplane essentially is tilting. And I'm not trying to get into why you guys claim it tilts, gravity. I'm not getting that. I'm just saying it is tilt, kind of conforming to the shape of the sphere. And so there should be that effect that does not seem.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you don't think that's reflected in the footage?
That seems to be missing in the actual time lapse. Yes, that's my understanding of it. Yeah.
Well, that's why I want to simulate. I want to see how it should look like if the Earth's not rotating, or if the I want to see what I should expect to see applying those two things. I'm going to get an airplane that is tilting away, tilting as it moves over the Earth, because the Earth is spherical, but also where the Earth is rotating, creating the sidereal rotation, and see how that looks like from the airplane perspective. If that doesn't match the footage, then I would agree there's something missing there. But I'm in the process of doing that right now, so can't confirm or deny that yet.
Yeah, no, it sounds good, man. That's awesome. You're willing to do that, and yeah, it's awesome. You're willing to test these things and try to model it in those ways. One thing that makes me think with the model, though, like how much is the distance of the stars going to affect that? I mean, in the globe model, they're claiming they're light years away. It's just something to consider. How could that be modeled? Light years away stars. It's just one thing that pops
right. Yeah. So if you, for example, go on Blender and you put a sphere around. Like, create a sphere to represent the Earth, you put a camera on top to represent an observer, and then you put a bigger sphere around the smaller sphere to represent the sky. As you make that celestial sphere bigger and bigger, it makes less and less of a change for the observer. So if that sphere is, let's say, twice as big as the Earth, and you make it 100 times as big as the Earth. From the observer perspective, that makes a lot of difference. But as you keep making that bigger, that celestial sphere, like thousands of times, 10,000 times bigger than the Earth, then it's no longer noticeable. So at some point, it doesn't matter how big you make it. It's the same as if it was like infinitely large. So all I need in the simulation is that the stars are the celestial sphere is big enough that is effectively the same as being like infinitely large.
Well, I'll say okay. I guess I'll just accept what you said there in a sense but it is kind of complicated because I mean you can't really model stars being light years away, you know, realistically. I mean that's just such a massive scale. So, but I hear what you're saying. I mean, technically there's a radius that's drawn with well, first of all, I mean if the stars are claimed to be at different distances and then it isn't just a sphere, right? Like it would be different distance stars. This one's at 30 light years, this one's at 300 light years. So there's that. And then there's like a radius that's drawn between where the airplane is and those stars, but they're all at different distances. So either way, I mean, whether the simulation could get to the bottom of it or not, but I still applaud your efforts in wanting to do that and to see what you can put together on it. But I'm just saying it's tough to try to model something that involves light years, you know, a scale that we can't even really put in reality or even in the simulation very easily.
Yeah, the point is that like I don't have to model light years because the difference between light years and millions of miles is effectively zero. So, for example, if you as I said, you can do that on Blender. You can see that at some point the sphere is the celestial sphere is so big you can make it as bigger as you want, and it doesn't make any difference for the observer where stars appear to be or anything like that. Or you can also think, for example, the sun. Like the sun being 93 million miles away is far enough that its parallax is negligible for many things. Like for navigation, the parallax of the sun is negligible, is an order of, I think, 8 arc seconds, if I remember correctly. So the sun is already far enough that if I put the stars just as far as the sun is supposed to be, that's already good enough for this simulation, because this simulation is just meant to see like the overall change in position of the star, the overall motion of the stars. It doesn't have to be exactly an exact match. But if this celestial sphere has millions of miles of diameter, that's already very close to what you should expect if they were light years away, because it doesn't make a lot of difference.
All right. I'll personally stay neutral on it, but I'll accept what you're saying as possibly being the case. I mean, there's more factors I'd have to look into with the way it's modeled and some of the geometries of the actual modeling itself. But I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if I could confirm or deny if that's 100% the case, because
no problem.
Because there is a change in geometry when you make those stars so far away and at different distances. But for the purposes of what you're referring to with this, like, yeah, I'd be willing to see it. I mean, you can't really model at light years, right? I mean, could you even in Blender, could you even do the ratios of what light years compared to the size of the ball? Could you even do that?
Oh, with Blender, in Blender, that would be a bit difficult. Because Blender, the way Blender works is similar to, like, it uses something called the projection matrix to calculate the positions on the screen, and you have to establish a limit of how close you can see things and how far you can see things. So it only sees within this range of something very close and something very far. And if you make that range too big, then you start losing precision. You start having noticeable rounding errors. So with Blender, that would be difficult. But that's not the only way to do it. That's just particularly the case for Blender because it uses projection matrices. If you render in a different way, then that might not be an issue.
Yeah. All right. That's what I was saying. I would need to know more about exactly like the actual rendering, what you just described. Yeah, to get into that nitty gritty. But also, when you're doing this, are you going to do it? I assume you're going to do it over a planar surface as well, so you can compare them. You can compare them.
Oh, I could. But so far, I'm more curious to see if it matches what you expect on the sphere, because it's let's say the globe is well enough defined that you can tell for sure that this is what you should expect to see. On flat Earth, there are so many variations on how the sky works and stuff like that that I'm not sure it'll be correctly modeling it. So I'm less interested on modeling it on flat Earth, because when I present it to person A and B, I might be accused of strawmanning what you should see on the flat Earth.
Right. No, I hear you, because
But,
on a planar surface, we don't like. Well, there's the contention whether we see forever and all of that, how far we see, but
there's a lot of things that could be different.
Right. And just how if we see in a more local region compared to the larger thing, then you would have to know that. And it gets into like, the different like geometries and hyperbolic and maybe how that actually is all occurring. So I understand what you're saying with that, but it still might be neat to see the comparison to the best of your ability. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right.
You're more trying to kind of relate it to the globe to see if it
Yeah.
at least fits with because that is sort of the current model, and it's the one that you, as far as I know, you're still generally going with. So yeah, that makes sense, because the claim is that it doesn't work on the sphere, so you're trying to model it on that to at least cover that part of it.
Exactly, yeah. So if what shows up in my simulation doesn't match the footage, of course I'm gonna double check if I didn't screw up the simulation itself. That's always something that can happen. It already happened before. I screwed up stuff before. But if it turns out they did it correctly, that's actually what you should expect to see, and it doesn't match the footage, then we got a problem. I'd say the globe has a problem with the footage, if that turns out to be the case.
Yeah. I suspect it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. Of all the folks that tend to, whatever the term might be, kind of defend the globe or kind of assert it, in a sense, because many of us here, like we're just kind of here, and then like the globe guys seem to come to us. Like, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I mean, this is an open platform for anyone can of course be here and share their viewpoints on it. However, obviously, many of us are not on the globe perspective, and so my point actually was what I was trying to say is that of all the folks that are defending the globe, as it were, in different ways, it does seem like you have what I could sense to be an intellectual honesty, that if you find something that I'm surprised you haven't yet, but maybe you would admit you have found some things that are a little bit you're obviously still here, and you're obviously still, you're questioning the shape of the earth. It sounds like, like you don't come off to me as like extremely like a zealot, like you're just trying to force something. Like it does seem like you are actually trying to study this and see if there are actual problems with the globe. And if you were to come to one that is solid, it sounds like you will.
Well, there were two things. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's fine. I wasn't really finding the word exactly the way I wanted. So yeah, just go ahead.
No, I think I got you. So there are like two instances in which I was like, "Ooh, this." I had no idea how to respond to that. I thought I had the response to that, and I actually don't. So there are two things. One was actually an argument, being by flat earthers. The other one was something I found up like myself, but I also found the answer a couple weeks later. But yeah, this is something that I think doesn't match the globe, it wouldn't be the first time I find something that I don't think matches the globe. But the first two instances of that, I already found found a reason why it would match the globe, and my intuitions, or I didn't have full knowledge to judge the whole thing. Like the first one was the Black Swan. That was like before I even got to these communities. The Black Swan was like the first thing I saw, and I was like, "Yep, they got a point here." Because I assumed they did the math wrong, because that was usually what would happen. And then I did the math myself, and I realized that the math was correct. So I thought, well, maybe the data in the footage is wrong. But then on YouTube, you even see that there's the Google Maps. The whole thing on Google Maps, you can get the distances, and it was also correct. So the math was correct and the data was correct. So I didn't have a response then, and I thought, yeah, there's a point against the globe there. but I didn't know about refraction. All that I only figured that out after I joined these communities. And the second one was with navigation, because in navigation the oblateness of the Earth, so the polar radius being different than the equatorial radius, isn't something that is corrected for. And I tried doing the math, and the math that I did would tell me if I didn't correct for it, I'll be off by at least 13 miles in the north and south direction. And I wasn't. My fix were within 5 miles. So this error wasn't showing up. And my math tells that it should show up. But after I dig a little more into it, I figured out that I was using geocentric latitudes to do the math instead of geodetic latitudes, which is the one that our GPS works based on. And if I use the geodetic one, then it matches. There's no longer an error to be accounted for. So I had these two instances where I thought maybe I found a problem for the globe, and turned out it wasn't.
All right. So the black swan one, though, it sounded like quote unquote refraction, but that's a whole thing in and of itself. Like, because you were admitting that it didn't fit the globe, and then there has to be some kind of bendy, warpy light to make it actually look like it's planar but actually be a globe. So, I mean, you don't see inherent problems with that unless you.
I was assuming. Yeah, like I was assuming you see things exactly where they are in the direction they are, which is not the case, and we can see that because there are plenty of observations where you have a camera that is not moving at all, and you see things over the distances moving up and down. So of course that's something that had to be accounted for. You can just assume that you see things exactly where they are, and that's the problem with the black swan. It only debunks the globe if you assume that, which might not be the case.
Yeah, but outside of. Yeah, but I mean, outside. Okay, but the thing about the refraction claim that because you like refraction has to fix it basically to have it work on a globe, because you're saying the things are not actually where they are. I understand that idea, but wouldn't, if you're going to be really, really intellectually solid on it, logically solid, wouldn't you want to see measurements in the physical world that are validated that show refraction effects and how it changes apparent position before you could actually logically use that as an explanation? Wouldn't you need to see that?
I think I agree. Saying that there's refraction, so things aren't exactly where they are. That solves it. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily solve it. You still need refraction to do something specific to account for that observation. If that's what you're saying, I completely agree with that. Actually, that's many of my responses to the same argument. So, like, if every time there's a certain observation, someone says like, "Well, there's maybe refraction." Oh, but you need specific refraction to do something specific to be able to account for that observation. Just saying refraction exists doesn't automatically account for that. But in the case of the black swan, the refraction you need is like a downbending light. Like I haven't done the math for how much it would be bending, but like there's something that is easy to observe, which is a difference in pressure. So the pressure tends to be higher closer to the surface, which makes air denser. So overall, you should expect the light to bend downward, which is the kind of refraction you would expect for something like the black swan to take place. And you can also, for example, see footages of sunsets where the sun starts shrinking vertically and the bottom is like more shrunk than the top, and the sun also slows down a little bit. And that's the kind of thing that you would expect with this downbending refraction. So I think like there are different observations and different facts that support this idea that the required refraction for the black swan is out there. I didn't go much further into that, so like I don't know much about refraction, exactly how much it can bend things. Exactly how many degrees that should affect, or how much further the horizon would be, all the kind of stuff. I didn't went as far as that, But I think I've seen enough evidence to support that this is a viable explanation for the black swan on the globe.
All right. Well, you're saying it's viable, but not really concluded then? You can't really intellectually, logically conclude it. It's just sort of, for now, enough to kind of patch the hole at the moment?
Yeah, I could try to go for even deeper into refraction, but I mean, I can only pick enough subjects to go that deep. I can do that with all subjects. And
yeah, because the thing about
with refraction, I just went there far. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. We're delayed. It's a little delay. Go ahead.
Right. So with refraction, I just went as far as I thought it was necessary. And that's it. I might try to learn more and go deeper into how refraction works and what it can do. But so far, that's how deep I looked into it.
Yeah, but I mean, what would need to be done is delineating between, because you could have even that refraction you're explaining, you could have that over a planar surface, and that could cause things to change their position, like, the Skunk Bay footage where it shows it wavering up and down. So there does seem to be wavering and refraction effects that can occur. But the thing that would need to be done in terms of the shape of the Earth is finding a way to delineate between the shape of the surface and the refraction. Because just saying like the bending down and some of those things that you were saying linked to that, does that necessarily isolate that that's happening on a globe or on a planar surface? That's like one of the key points to it. And I think there's several things about these observations that show that it can't be the globe, but it is getting into the nuance of it, because if you have, refractive effects and then the discussion of a curving or non-curving surface, then you have sort of two main variables there. So it's sort of like if you're looking out over a road over long distance and there's a lot of heat until you're seeing the wavering, or you're seeing the position of the road looks to be shifted. Well, you've got the fact that the road could actually be curving, or the road could actually have elevation changes, or is the refraction moving it out of position? So to really get to the bottom of that on the nitty gritty, like, having actual like measurements and validations of the medium. Like I said, I think there's things that already show that the planar nature is there, but I'm just trying to go on the most basic level of just the refraction claim, because you were saying that, you were, and it's awesome that you're intellectually honest enough to be like, hey, yeah, I looked at the black swan, it was an issue. And then you're sort of saying, well, the refraction explanation is kind of, seems to, possibly be the case. And so you're for the moment, you're kind of, maybe you just have it on the back burner, or you're kind of just, until further looking into it further. But I'm just, I'm just saying that without actually having that, how could you come to the conclusion of the globe without actually having the details pinned down of how that how any type of refraction could actually change the horizon position to that dramatic of a degree?
Well, I come to the conclusion of the globe because I think it's the easiest way to model things that is effective. Like if you want to get flight times, use a globe that's simple. If you want to get coordinates, use a globe and it makes it simple. If you want to get distances between coordinates, you use a globe and that becomes simple. If you try to do those same things on flat Earth, you need like either they don't work very well, or you need a lot of ad hocs like jet streams to account for the discrepancy in flight times, or these unknown perspectives to account for where stars appear to be. I don't know. I think the fact that you can solve those things much simpler easily when you model Earth as a globe is what to me concludes Earth as a globe, or very close to a globe, because that works very closely. So Earth might not be exactly a globe, but because that works accurately, then it's must be very close to what a globe is.
Okay, but how have you isolated between that or being on a planar surface and seeing in a spherical range around you, having the optics?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been demonstrated that that's a viable way to model the Earth. Like I understand the claim that things might work differently than the way I'm expecting. So the way I'm picturing a flat Earth isn't exactly what a flat Earth would be. But well, I need to see them modeled and working to see, okay, that is in equal footing with the globe. If I don't see something modeled like that and being as useful and as accurate as the globe, that doesn't sound like a appealing hypothesis to me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the globe team, as it were, I'm not saying you guys sort of asserting it or going through your processes. I'm talking about, in my viewpoint, the actual sort of beings and entities that have promulgated the globe deception. They have billions, trillions of dollars. They've had decades to work it all out. So would you agree just on that level that, just using the word if to be neutral, if it is a deception, that it's sort of like walking into a candy store and there's candy everywhere, all that candy, like billionaires have concocted all that candy. I'm trying to make an analogy with that. Like the billionaires have made all that candy. It isn't the truth, but there's a lot of sort of eye candy. You know, there's a lot, as it were, multiple analogies there. But yeah, there's just a lot of there's quote unquote evidences. There's claims of GPS data, because that was the other thing you mentioned, that you had to switch it to a geodetic type. That was the other thing you had said. And I was going to say, the thing is, you just switched it to a spherical coordinate system, right? Because you were saying it didn't work with the equatorial and the polar region. I was going to say that from before. But my main point, though, that was tapping back to that too, if you want to respond to that too. But as I was saying, it's like it made it work once you shifted it to a spherical coordinate system, you know, which, you know, it seems to have a potential problem there just on the logical side, you know, and how that pans out. But the main point I was also saying is that the folks that are promulgating the globe and doing that modeling and putting out a lot of that data have had, you know, billions, trillions of dollars and decades to concoct that. Whereas those of us that are, you know, especially within the last 10 years or so, in a concentrated way, there's obviously a mass process going on of people coming to the conclusion that the Earth isn't a globe and finding all the problems with it and everything else, to the point to where, you know, we don't have billions and trillions of dollars and decades under our belt yet to be able to present, equal footing financed modeling and information and data as the individuals that are promulgating the globe idea.
Yeah, and I completely understand the point. Like you made this point to me many times before, so I'm aware of this argument. That so just see if I can still, man. You're saying like the globe had much more power and resources for a much longer time, so it's not that surprising that they managed to find a model that works. So, but and on the other side, Flat Earth doesn't have that time and resource, or didn't have that much time and resource. So the fact that it doesn't have a working model might just be due to a lack of resources.
Yeah, or it's been lost in our modern time. For example, I'm not trying to switch it to this, but there's a category of plants, you know, mushrooms. They're often called magic mushrooms. There's that word psychedelic. I prefer the word entheogen. These sort of visionary plants. There's also the ayahuasca down in South America in your region, which is a plant medicine which contains DMT and other compounds, which creates visionary experiences, healing experiences, and so on. Now, I'm not even trying to go into that category. My only point in bringing it up is that they got like eradicated from the Western world, like those plants and medicines, to the point to where the Western world didn't even know what they were. I mean, like, it's interesting to think when that happened, but you have World War I, the Great Depression, World War II. But in like as far as I know, the 1920s, the 1930s, 1940s, in like the first world countries, as it were, they didn't even know magic mushrooms existed. Now, I'm not saying none of them did. There might have been some people that knew that there was, you know, that they were out there or something. But there's like a famous story of a man named Gordon Wasson, who ended up going to a woman named Mary Sabina, who was a shaman in Mexico. And then she ended up sharing the mushrooms with him. He ended up bringing the mushrooms back. He basically brought them to modern science, like meaning modern science in America was so disconnected that of these mushrooms and their effects and so on, that he had to go to the shaman woman, get the mushrooms, bring them to, you know, the mainstream chemistry world, and then they began studying them and so on. I only bring that up is to say that, like, you know, the knowledge of these plants, you know, in the modern world was completely lost and disconnected to the point to where they didn't even have them on the books. And then, you know, so when Gordon Wasson first brought those mushrooms back, if someone were to say, well, give me a whole model as to how these help heal the mind or how they help people, give me a whole thing, he literally just rediscovered them. So I only bring that analogy to say that the globe Earth has been promulgated to such a severe level, the Earth being a stationary planar surface in the same way those plants were lost, the Earth being stationary and planar has also been, you could say, lost in a sense, or suppressed or eradicated, etc. And then when the moon landing and all these different, things. So yeah, I mean, we're just like when Gordon Wasson just brought the mushrooms back, and in the chemistry worlds and all the biology worlds were just trying to figure out what these plants were and what were the active compounds in them. It was like brand new. So in the same way, it could be said that if the shape of the Earth has been suppressed, in a similar way, then in the last 7 to 10 years, we've been bringing it back, just like when Gordon Wasson went and brought the mushrooms. And then in the same way that Gordon Wasson wouldn't have had an entire model of all the chemical constituents and how the mushrooms work yet, and it took time, in the same way, it's going to take those of us that are on this journey, it's going to take time for us to put all the pieces back together, especially if there's been massive suppression and a lot lost in history.
I think that maybe went a bit further, bit of a different point there, but the overall idea I think you try to bring, which is the lack of resources. I do think that could work for something like GPS. So, for example, if no one have ever checked how GPS receivers work, then there's a potential there for flat Earth to be hidden, and there being some, like, the algorithm of the receiver to accounting for Earth not being a sphere and the signals not orbiting the Earth. Assuming no one checked it, then that's some place I could agree with you. Maybe that with a lot of resources, they could make something like GPS work on flat Earth without people knowing it.
Thank you, dude. You are awesome, bro. That's awesome. You can say that. Many people cannot say that. Thank you. That's very intellectually honest. That's refreshing. Because of absolutely, yes, that you're willing to logically be able to be like, yes, they could be doing that with the coordinate systems and the
Yeah, but
transforms.
with a caveat, like with the caveat that we're not checking how the receivers work. I haven't checked myself how the receivers work, but if it works like they say they work, which I haven't checked yet, then there might be a problem for that idea there. But given that I haven't done it yet, I'll leave that one open. But with things like navigation, even though the maps we get from third parties, so we get our maps from like Google Earth and we get our coordinates from GPS, there are ways we can get defined coordinates and find them ourselves without appealing to Google Earth or any maps or anything. Like, for example, you can determine a latitude coordinate just by checking the tilt of the celestial equator. So you get a star that makes a straight path in the sky, and you see how high it gets in the sky. That will give you your latitude, for example. Or you can just time at which point that star reaches its highest point, and based on what time it does, you can compare that to some other observer and tell how many degrees of longitude the guys are apart from each other. So you can define latitude and longitude like that, and you won't be doing that based on any map or any third party. You're only going to be doing that based on observations you can do yourself, and you can compare it to other observers. So latitude and longitude, I don't think could be something like it's fudged, something that is reverse engineer, let's say, because they're out there. You can just basically look at them within a certain margin of error, but they're out there.
No, I hear you on that. I agree.
Yeah.
You're right. Like right ascension and declination in the sky can be transformed to latitude and longitude on the ground. I agree, and I agree with you that is independent of any GPS signals or anything like that. The only thing with that, though, is that to validate that, you would have to validate the surface of the Earth and how that's connecting. For example, if I'm looking at a star and I have an angle and I'm claiming where I am, I'm in California, and then you're doing it where you're at, that's cool, but there's a distance between us that would need to be validated. Meaning that if because if you're going off that and you're going off distances given to you, then those could be fudged or not be accurate. And the fact there's so much privately owned land, I'm not even getting into the whole thing about whether distances are accurate or not, but I'm just saying to truly do what you're saying, to match right ascension and declination in the sky to latitude and longitude on Earth, you would have to do a rigorous process of actually matching them if you're going to be independent from GPS to really see, instead of going off of any other assumptions plugged in there and then using it through the gateway of another set of assumptions.
Well, that's true if we want to know how big the Earth is. If you only want to know the shape of it, you actually don't need to verify the distances. Like, that might not be a conclusive way to tell the shape of the Earth, but if you know 3 or 4 observers over the surface, and they can all collect data of celestial bodies. So I'm seeing this celestial body in this direction, this high in the sky at this point in time. And you collect all that data. If you want to predict where the next celestial body, the next observation is going to be, in which direction, that's easily done if you model that those people are on a sphere and that their latitude is this angle above the equator, and the longitude is this rotation around the poles. So if you model latitude and longitude like that, it doesn't really matter how big of a globe you do. So you can still not know the distances. As long as you model those observers as being on a sphere and latitude and longitude as being spherical coordinates, you might not know the size of that sphere, but you'd still be able to predict where the next celestial bodies are going to appear, in which direction, and all that. So you can make highly accurate predictions of observations in the sky by simply modeling those celestial bodies as being very far away from you, and you all being over a sphere. I think that's one of the strongest points.
Can you see the image I posted in chat there? You've probably seen this, but can you isolate though with what you just said between if you have that shows spheres and then it shows a planar surface going through the center of a sphere. It shows sort of the top hemispherical dome part of it. So if we see in a local spherical area or a sphere of vision, essentially, if we see in a hemispherical sphere of vision of a limited portion of a larger planar surface, like we're on a large planar surface, but we're seeing a limited portion of it in a hemispherical local region. With what you just said there, are you able to isolate with because you're mentioning essentially the right ascension declination of the star, which essentially is like latitude and longitude of the sky, and then trying to link that to the ground. Usually latitude and longitude is used for the ground. The words right ascension and declination, for those who might not, if you're not familiar with those terms, that's just basically the latitude and longitude in the sky. I'm just saying for everyone else listening to what I'm referring to, the declination and right ascension. So what I was just trying to say, though, is that from what I just showed there, the general structure of the hemisphere over a planar surface that's local, you're saying that with the right ascension declination, you're able to resolve a curved surface, or can you isolate it from what that shows, which is that same structure but happening over a planar surface?
Yeah, I don't see how that could work over a planar surface, but I could accept it if this was modeled and shown to work. That's all. If you can model something that shows that this larger plane could produce these observations this, it could make the stars appear to change in the way it's being shown in that picture, I would accept that could be viable for the position of the stars. Something like a Walter Bilson model. But I mean, the way Walter Bilson model does is not modeling. It's not modeling something that predicts those observations. It's actually plotting the already known observations, and then just creating whatever necessary path of light that will create those observations. So none of those paths of light you see on the Walter Bilson model come from modeling refraction or modeling light behavior. The light there isn't behaving following any model. That there is nothing being modeled on how light's going to work there. The only thing that is happening there is he's plotting observations that we know are accurate over a flat plane, and then he's connecting the observation with the bodies themselves with bendy light in such a way that it matches. So that is not like a model that makes prediction. That is plotting globe predictions on a flat Earth model. That's why something like that isn't convincing for me. You need something that predicts those light rays bending like that. Then I would accept that as a viable model.
Well, I'm not really. I mean, you brought up Walter Bislin. I'm not really trying to defend whatever he did. I don't agree because if you're trying to take how perspective works and then conflate it with trigonometric angles over a massive planar surface, I just don't think that's accurate. It's a straw man of my well, it's not straw manning me per se, but in my opinion, it's straw manning what the Earth is or how it exactly is working. However, his model is showing sort of the geometries of seeing in the local region and then having the larger system above you. So I don't know if we want to go into all that, but that's just my quick thoughts on that, is that there's components with that. But I was going to say before, though, in terms of mapping it the way that I just showed there, and Walter Bislin is showing that personal atmospheric dome thing, does sort of reflect that. But I'm not even trying to get into how that's mapped between you have your local sphere of vision, and then you have whatever is beyond, as it were, and how that's rendered to you. So what I'm just saying is I think the Walter Bislin, the bendy light thing, I don't think is the answer as to how that's occurring. I think it has to do with the interface of how perspective works within the larger system, and then gets into the geometries of that and the eye and all that. But what I was just going to say, which links to that, but I was just going to say as well that like on Stellarium, for example, you have the azimuthal grid option, which basically has a planar foundation with sort of a dome of stars around you. You can put Stellarium in that mode, and it maps the stars with right ascension declination accordingly from wherever your position is, because it's a limited section of the sky. And then you can put it on the equatorial grid, which basically, makes the stars go under your feet, basically, around in a sphere the way it would be on a globe. And I was just going to say that it can be modeled that way. It already is. It's already like interchangeable, in terms of that. And I know you already know that, but I'm just saying there's that. And then I often bring up planetariums. In a planetarium, you can be on the flat floor of a planetarium. You have a hemispherical dome above you, and you can map all the stars accurately, with their positions. You can change positions as well. So all I'm saying is that, could you really say that it hasn't been modeled that way? Because I would say it has. I would say planetariums are already doing it. Stellarium does it. You can do it with an azimuthal grid. I'm not saying I'm not trying to assert that as it's proof the Earth is planar, but what I am saying is that the stars can be modeled in a hemispherical dome of view over a planar surface interchangeably in terms of the coordinates. So that, could you actually, is there any way that you could refute that already has been modeled? Now, I get that the shape of the Earth would need to be brought in because the exact position of how that links to the sky would need to be hashed out. But I'm just saying, like, the modeling of it works, is interchangeable, at least to a degree.
Well, I think if that has been modeled, I haven't seen that. If I've seen that, I would have to. Go ahead.
No, I wanted Gio to clarify. When you say shape of the Earth isn't taken into consideration, do you mean that the changes in like altitude haven't been taken? It's all from one plane, one level of height.
Well, I kind of wanted to let Bacon finish though, but
yeah,
right.
Look,
Okay,
I'll respond to that next. Let's just let him go, and then I'll respond to that next.
Right. About Stellarium, I don't agree that Stellarium does that. Like, I haven't read the source code Stellarium, but I've built similar things to Stellarium, and they don't work like that. And I also don't think Stellarium is working like that. And I think a planetarium, it's easy to replicate a planetarium, something like Blender, and I could even do that. And I don't think the observations would match. Like, just like you can see that in Walter Bislin's model itself. Without these light bendings, the positions of the stars wouldn't match where they are. Like, I don't think there's any way you can model a dome that would match observations of a flat surface, unless that light behaves in a weird way. And then you brought this other possibility that maybe it's not light that works differently, maybe it's perspective that works differently. That to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, at least given how I understand perspective, like. mean, put yourself in my place here for a second. Like I work with renderers. I created perspective projections, and so I'm pretty confident that my understanding of perspective is quite solid. And the idea that perspective would do something like this, to me, it's just completely impossible. If I see a demonstration that perspective can do this, I certainly be very I'll be amazed by that. I don't see that happening, but if like I'm hoping that that's the case, if that's demonstrated. So like I need something like a demonstration to even consider that as a possibility, because the way I understand perspective now, that's not even a possibility.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just respond to No Tanks. I'll try to be brief. I'll just respond to those two things real quick. No Tanks, what I was just saying with Stellarium real quick. I wasn't necessarily talking about elevation, although that is a factor. What I'm saying is that on Stellarium, if you type in a certain area on Earth, like New York City, or you put a latitude and longitude, it's going to snap you to that area and say, here's what the sky is at this latitude. So basically, like they're putting you on like a virtual position, basically claiming that this is that position, and then that's what the sky looks like in that position. So what I'm saying about to get the shape of the Earth with that type of thing, the precise position on Earth, like the soil, the actual rocks and soil that you're standing on, that needs to be connected to the correct sky view for that position within the whole system of Stellarium as that maps to the Earth. Because you have like on Stellarium, you have like the upper part of you have the sky part, basically. Then you have the ground part. On Stellarium, the ground part just looks like a grass field or whatever. So it's not like really the Earth, obviously. It's not like the same as Google Earth where you can zoom in and actually be on a beach somewhere or something like that. Obviously on Stellarium, it's just like a general little graphical layer.
Plane, right? Yeah. Okay.
It is kind of you can bend it, warp it around when you kind of zoom in and zoom out. But yeah, essentially it's like just a little, like you're standing in a field or whatever. And it's telling you, hey, this is what the sky looks like at these given coordinates, but those given coordinates are in a sense given to us. Like those are not isolated. Those are not independently validated to be connected to that soil, if that makes sense. Like the actual soil, that particular soil, and how that soil meets to the sky. That's where there could be a discrepancy, and the shape of the Earth problem would be a factor there, is exactly where they're saying that is on Earth, what exact soil, and how that matches the sky, and then being able to independently validate that. So that's what I meant, is that like extrapolating the shape of the Earth from Stellarium, because it depends on something that would take a lot of time to validate, basically. Like we'd have to go around ourselves and actually validate, those systems. And they could easily put that within a global coordinate system while still matching the sky to regions to where it matches to a degree, but is not enough detail to give the shape of the Earth, if that makes sense. Although I'm trying to go through it briefly, but I'm trying just to summarize it. And that's just the first part of it. I haven't responded to Bacon yet either, but I'll stop there for a sec if you want to respond.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I wasn't sure. I wanted you to be clear, on that part. You were saying that Stellarium does give us, an idea if we put a grid over, that overlays the grid. But that doesn't. Of course, it doesn't tell us the shape of the Earth in regards to it being flat or a globe. But then you did say, well, that but we need to first discover more about the. What did you say? You need to discover the shape of the Earth first, and so I wasn't sure if you meant like mountains in front of you blocking your view. In reality, what it would look like in that, if you have higher land or if you're at the top of it, and that how your angle would change as you go up and down to the stars. But so I'm still not really clear on that shape of the Earth part, but yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. I don't see the ends of the Earth no matter where I am. I see a circle around me. So it doesn't tell me anything about the shape of the Earth. But,
well, I guess like maybe one way to say it, but Bacon, he typed in the text chat. He had to jump off. So, well, let's say, so like in the sky, you have right ascension and declination, which is basically like the equivalent of latitude and longitude of the sky. Right ascension and declination is what those are called. So you have that grid system in the sky, and then you have latitude and longitude on the ground. So maybe like a quick way to summarize what I'm saying is that matching the right ascension and declination to the latitude and longitude on the ground.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, to where the soil of the latitude and longitude positions that they're claiming, like, oh, this is 23.4 degrees here, this is 32.5 degrees. That specific, those degrees and how they map to the grid of the Earth. You know, if you're in, someone's in San Francisco and someone's in Los Angeles, there's going to be that difference. That's basically what I'm saying, is how the right ascension and declination in the sky from any visible position truly matches to the latitude and longitude grid on the Earth on a massive enough scale, a large enough scale, to decipher a shape of the Earth difference. And that's what I'm saying, is that they can fudge the latitude and longitude. There's certain coordinate parts that they can fudge that would be difficult for us independently to validate without, you know, a whole team and going out and doing all kinds of angle measurements. Of course, we can't even get on a lot of land is privately owned, so it's not like we can just go roaming on everyone's land. So if that makes sense, yeah, basically summarizing it, just the right ascension declination coordinates of the sky and how that matches to the correct latitude and longitude on Earth without making any assumptions. That's where the discrepancy would be, and that's how Stellarium would be able to show an azimuthal grid, where they show like a dome over a flat surface in terms of modeling it, but they're still claiming it's a globe, and it has to do with the particularities between matching the sky to the Earth, to the soil, in an accurate enough way to decipher a shape difference, because it's on that scale, you know, 8 inches per mile squared is somewhat insignificant compared to what it would take to nail down the shape of the Earth from the sky, you know, and the ways that they can fudge it and how difficult it is for us to validate that ourselves independently.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah, with the right ascension and everything matching the longitude latitude, for sure, that makes and then that all makes much better sense. Yeah. And I think Bacon's been asked about that, and he says, "Oh, I've confirmed a few places. I don't know what he used to measure it against, but he says, no, I believe it because I've gone out with myself and checked that stellarium matched, what he was seeing in the sky with what was predicted. So, but I don't believe that there's enough, validation out there. Who the hell is checking all this stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Enough points as well, and linking them, because that's what MC Toon was doing at a time with his challenge or whatever, his $10,000 Sexton thing or whatever. It's a similar, I think it's kind of a little trick he's trying to do, where just because the stellarium is getting an accurate fix within a limited region that he's checking it, he somehow is just making the grand assumption that it's accurate across all fronts, and then asking people to try to show it on a planar Earth. Well, the thing is, even if someone showed it on a planar Earth map, he would need to go validate that map anyways. The only one he has is the globe one that's given to him. And in addition, it would take a lot more than $10,000 to actually validate how the sky links to the ground. It would take hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, to where his 10,000 is just absolutely pointless and not even valuable when it comes to what it would actually take to even do that. And then technically he would have to go pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to validate it for himself to even see what is accurate. So he's just sort of going off what he's given and being like, ha ha, it's sort of like if somebody was giving a quiz on a movie and the movie's already, well, okay, bad analogy. I have to think more about that analogy. I was just thinking like if somebody was trying to quiz someone on something that, forget that analogy. But yeah.
You're going to fix it. No, I'm not going to fix it. It's broken.
There's also, there's also the thing of like, they could have local planar regions that are mapped, that are even the GPS, which is, so you could get like certain accurate information. I'm just saying it's another possibility that they could have planar sections that are planar. And the thing is, once again, like people are being given a model in which all those planar sections are mapping on a globe, or they're being claimed they map on a globe. But again, to validate that, you'd have to go beyond your planar section to actually get to the point to where the 8 inches per mile squared would actually come into play over massively large distances, especially when you get to like distances in the south and between continents. That's where the fudgery can be happening. So I'm just saying it's another factor of getting, going on a stellarium, getting a fix in your local region and saying, oh, look at that, it matches stellarium. That doesn't really mean that you've actually validated the entire grid system, meaning the right ascension declination in the sky, and how that actually maps to the latitude and longitude on the soil in an extended way over large enough area to actually validate the surface features and where the discrepancies could be between those. And just to say, lastly, like it's a pretty big process to do. Like if you're given coordinate systems of the sky and you're just kind of ad hocing it together, and then you somehow just assume that the whole Earth's a globe because that system that you're ad hocing some limited data from claims it's a globe. I think that's a very, very limited way to go about it, and has a lot of problems for error. And if somebody really wants to believe the globe, then they want to use that limited information that's already been pre-concocted for them, and then they think that's somehow a win or something for whatever their agenda is. Then I guess that's on them. But the thing is, the reality of the situation when it comes to this, and what it would actually take to do it independently, meaning not getting data from the internet, not getting data from signals from the sky, from military GPS systems, not taking assumptions on anything, and actually doing it yourself. It's not a huge project, but yeah, we're probably looking at least $50,000 to $100,000 to do this one, which would be to have a team. And I mean, there's different levels at which you could do it, but essentially to be able to, go out in the world, take angles to stars rigorously from multiple directions in a large area, and angles repeatedly, to then build plot your GPs on the ground, like literally with a flag, like, all right, here's the flag for this star, here's the GP for this one, that one, and then have your circles of equal altitude that are all measured from that GP, with all those angles that are being taken from various different distances from that GP to the GP, to have multiple circles of equal altitude going out from that GP. So you have many GPs, concentric circles of equal altitude going out from those GPs, and then eventually you'll be able to decipher whether those circles of equal altitude, that the grid that you're building, because the circles of equal altitude will intersect. So you'll have one star with one GP and concentric circles of equal altitude, another star with a GP with those circles of concentric circles of equal altitude going out from that star. At some point, those concentric circles are going to overlap and they're going to make points. This is how they make maps. Is one of the ways to make maps, where you have a flat sheet of paper and you start doing exactly what I'm saying. So you map it, and then you have your distance, just like a grid system. All right, here's this GP. I'm going to mark it as, the top of this mountain or whatever. And then you're going to make your circles. Okay, mountain's a little tough because the circles of equal altitude on a mountain, it's not the best example. But if you're doing it on dry land, you can adjust for elevation and do it that way as well. But the point is, you've got a flat map, a sheet of paper, you're plotting it, and you're plotting all these intersection points. If the Earth was a globe, they never would have been able to make a flat map this way. Meaning from day one of humans on Earth, when they were doing this, they would have been like, all right, these plot points are not met. They're not fitting on a flat surface. We have to literally go make a sphere. We got to get some paper mache, or we've got to go get a coconut or something, a coconut shell, and we need to make a sphere to make this map. So that's what they would have. And so I would say that since the dawn of time, they would have known as a globe right off the bat. Just simple angles to stars, GPs, circles of equal altitude. They don't fit. They're not coplanar. You have to literally get a ball to make the map. They would have known from day one it doesn't fit on a flat surface and that the Earth is a sphere. However, I would say it's much the opposite of that. They've been making maps flat since the dawn of time. This globe thing is sort of whatever it is that they are, pasting it on a globe. But humans have been making maps that way. So sorry to be long-winded, but the point is, when you have those GPs and the circles of equal altitude and all the intersection points, you're going to, within a large enough size of doing that, a large enough area where you're doing that, the points will reveal themselves as coplanar, or if it was a sphere, they would reveal that they're not coplanar and that they need to be put on a spherical surface. And that is a way to validate as much as one could call this validation, measuring, with angles to stars and how that maps to the surface. And as far as that goes, to decipher the shape based on that. And it's not that big of a project to do independently. I mean, it would take a team. You gotta have access to enough land at a large enough size, do rigorous angle measurements. So it's not like one of the biggest financial ones to do, but that's what would need to be done. And anything short of that is ad hoc, assumptive, and is really not going to give the complete picture. Like getting, like I said, data from NASA and all these other kind of GPS coordinates, all of those are going to have a gateway of deception, a gateway of assumptions between, getting it independently versus going off of assumptions and then only having limited data sets. Now it goes too far as to say that this is also why sextant navigation has been sort of on its way out, as it were. Like, you know, the kind of modern military systems, they've replaced it all with GPS and, you know, have asserted that very strongly. So there's a reason why people are not, well, why this information is really not even available. Like, is there anyone that's done what I just said? Just simply plotted GPs and circles of equal altitude in a rigorous way? It seems not. Like, with whatever's going on, if that data has existed in the past, it's been suppressed. Maybe it's down in the basement of the Vatican, wherever it is. It's not available to us, and no one's done it. So we need to do it independently. And it's pretty crazy how lost that data is, and how it's not even available for something that's fairly simple to do, and how it's all been replaced with GPS. And then people just repeating that, oh yeah, this works on a globe, with an ad hoc model of how you have to make a fake horizontal that shoots off into space, and then kind of ad hoc the celestial navigation, and then somehow claim that it only works on a globe when they haven't even done what I just said, which is what would be done to, what would need to be done to actually validate any surface features, rather than just going off of ad hoc assumptions and limited data sets from local areas that are not large enough to decipher the shape from. Sorry, guys, for being so long-winded, but there's just a lot to that topic.
I'll allow it.
How's the move going? You on the road, or how's it going?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't. It was pretty hectic, man. And you were here with me when I waited too late. The time was for you. But that was like 4:30 my time. I was. Yeah, it's just been like crazy hectic, and then I maybe lose. Let me know if I'm breaking up, but yeah. Anyway, we were supposed to leave by 12 per time. Didn't end up leaving until like 3:30 because it was just crazy. The movers had to stay almost 2 hours extra. So I had to pay them 2 extra hours. Had them booked for 2 hours.
Oh,
And then
my bad,
blah,
Gio.
blah,
I didn't
blah.
mean to cut out. My wife called. I had to answer it. I didn't mean to cut out and leave you talking in the middle. But yeah, man.
Oh, it's all good.
If I'm
Witsit,
breaking up, my bad.
Yeah, no, Witsit, you were breaking up for the first part, although I think I could hear it, but the last part was coming through. But and then yeah, no tanks.
Anyway, long story short, long day. We're on the road.
Yeah, nice, dude. Yeah, moving is always intense. So yeah, it's always it's a journey. It's like I almost see it as like a transformation. You know, it's like going from what's the process of turning.
You're doing really bad on your analogies today, Gio. Like awful.
I was trying to get to the larva that transforms to the butterfly, the cocoon, and the transformation. I was trying to get there.
That's awesome. Congrats, man. But yeah, it is like a new life. It has like a honeymoon phase and everything when you move.
Yeah, you're also like transitioning, I would say, to another realm of ether, basically, like within the ether. Like you're actually moving to a different coordinates with different energies and different connection to the sky. So it's like an actual shift of energy too.
Oh. Yeah, I saw you like that. That I don't remember his name now, but that's the guy my friend was referencing about. He would do these. Let me look. I can't remember his name already. Let me look it up before I butcher it. Rudolf Steiner. So you've heard of him before?
Oh yeah,
yeah, of course.
Oh, so I didn't. She was like schooling me on it. She told me something. I remember the most extreme thing she gave me, which was like the guy put magnets around the crops, face a certain direction, and would then throw sweat or something towards the crops or something like that. But yeah, she was. Yeah, I've never really heard of him. So her. Yeah, she's one of the friends of mine who I really want to. I take it light with her, right? But I tell her all the time. I say, listen, like, because she makes comments about the flat Earth, like, what the hell does that even mean? It's retarded, right? But I take it light with her because she's already on board with so many other things. It's like, and I do tell her, I'm like, I do tell her, I say, listen, like the things that you think and the way that you perceive reality is not in line with the globe. Like that's what you don't, I try to tell her it that way, just so she'll step over and ask. But she's like on board with everything else besides that, which is just strange to me. So I don't push it. She's.
Hey, am I coming through clear?
There you are. Yep.
Word up, cuts.
But yeah, I mean,
But yeah, I was like what you were saying, Gio. Like, it's totally like that for us because we're like going from like this little town in South Carolina to Florida.
Yeah. It's a shift. And you said near Tampa, right? So yeah, it's a big area.
Yeah, but now we're not living in Tampa. We'll never live in a really big city, bro. It's like, but yeah, we're just north.
Nice. Well, you're definitely gonna have good weather. That's awesome. It's gonna be a good nice sunny winter. That's always a big plus, man. Winters. Yeah, I'm not. I love the sun. I really do better when I get strong sun. So being south in the winter is always a good thing in my mind.
Yeah, totally agree, man.
You got a pool?
But Rudolph Steiner. Yes, actually.
I think everybody's got a pool there, right?
Yes, we have one.
Nice. Yeah, what, you got some insight on Rudolph Steiner? I never heard of him until the other day when my friend mentioned him, and she's telling me all this. Like, oh, you might like this guy because of some of the other shit that I tell her. But yeah, I never really heard of him.
I wouldn't have any type of extensive knowledge or anything, but I know a little bit.
Yeah, well, the grad school that I went to, Rudolf Steiner's work is focused on, and I took some of the grad school courses on Rudolf Steiner's work. And actually, one of the head professors of the program is actually like one of the world renowned Steiner scholars. Like he's written many of the compilation, like the well known compilations of his lectures, and he's like edited them and helped publish them and everything. So I was able to take actual courses with him. And so, but yeah, Rudolf Steiner, there's so many different angles to his work. That term counterspace, like he actually coined that term, as well, that term counterspace. But I mean, his list of what his contributions to the world are just incredible. Like, I mean, he was an artist, he was a philosopher, spiritual. He did a lot of work in the kind of spirit realms and accessing information and sort of channeling information in a sense. And then also, even in the modern day, like all of biodynamic farming, which is a form of farming and producing food that is connected, like kind of like beyond organic, essentially. Like biodynamic is even more nuanced and is cleaner food than organic, just using that generalized terminology. But it also incorporates like planting certain seeds during like the certain moon cycles and certain cycles with the sky and all these different energetic qualities of that and frequency based and all of that. And then also the like Waldorf schools. There's schools at this point all over the world, these Waldorf schools. And I actually know people that went to Waldorf schools, ever since they were a child. It's awesome, dude. I mean, I'm not saying it's like the best school system or anything, because that's a bigger question of what an ideal way. But from everything I know about Waldorf education, like it's just totally different than this modern day militaristic type system. Like you don't have to take tests, you don't have to memorize stuff. Like it's all about like supporting the child to learn what they want to learn and expressing their creativity and learning at their own rate and it's amazing, dude. Like Waldorf schools is just way more just like loving and accepting, and children that come out of it seem to be like much higher functioning. And so, anyways, yeah. So Waldorf schools all came from Rudolf Steiner's work as well. So yeah, those are some of the kind of modern day applications that are connected with him.
Oh, so yeah, that's something I thought was funny. Just reading his Wikipedia, it's like, oh, this guy's pseudoscience. It's bullshit. It's all made up magic, hippie, retarded stuff. But 50% of Germany does it, and all of Europe is doing it, and that's how they follow his methods. I was like, all right, it's a little bit weird to say. Yeah.
I think he's like basically known for like philosophy of freedom. That freedom causes people to flourish.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that there's probably pseudoscience claims thrown at him because
Oh, just the Wikipedia is like it's like pseudoscience, magic, dark energy, stupid. This is all dumb, but Germany is doing it, and they're killing it, and these guys are doing it, and they're killing it, and everybody's killing it, but it's wrong. That's like kind of what it's saying.
Yeah, and the Waldorf schools are on point, and the kids coming out of them are like very high functioning. They're like different people, dude. I know a couple people like my age that literally went to Waldorf schools their whole life, and it's amazing.
Well, that's where her daughter goes. She goes, so it's some kind of outside school where they go and do nature stuff. She's only like not even preschool yet, but she already started her in like some Waldorf school back then, in for her last year, right? She went to it, and she was telling us, oh, put your kids in it, in this kind of a school system, they'll do way better. And yeah, that's what they do. They do like this nature. It's an outside school. It's pretty cool for kindergarten, I guess, but I don't know what the high school would be like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like enough like in depth to like of like being in like I've never gone to the school myself, but I know a lot of people that are Waldorf teachers, and then I know people in the communities, and then I know people that went through the Waldorf schools as well. So just from like somewhat of an outside perspective, because like I said, I couldn't like vouch for it fully because I don't know all the inner workings, or I wouldn't even really recommend somebody send their kid there, to be honest, because I would have to do more research. Although, I mean, it certainly seems way better than public school, that's for sure, or even any private schools. And everything I know about it, I mean, all the people I know who are teachers at Waldorf schools are just very, very loving, awesome people. And from everything I know about it, it seems to be a much more like natural, organic, kind of freedom-based way of educating children, to where there's not all that stress of like memorization and all the like the excessive like militaristic structure on these children, rather than what they actually are, which are free form, kind of explorative. Like that idea of childlike wonder. It's like I'm like Waldorf school seems to support that childlike wonder and help the child to grow in a healthy way, rather than suppress it, add a bunch of ridicule and a bunch of memorized based testings, which is kind of how our modern system seems to be working, through coercion rather than organic freedom of expression.
Fear does motivate for sure, but the older I get, the more I'm like, it's like, do you really want your kid going to this school, that school? I'm more like, it's like life is short, man. I don't think maybe we'll all just drop out and not do anything. Just go sell lemonade. I don't know, something else. Because this, what do I care about? Adding to the United States to help develop some sort of engineer. What do I care? Like, why do I go save a life? Be a doctor, do something important. That's all nice and everything, but maybe not. Maybe nothing. Yeah, the older I get, the more I think maybe I should just sign them up for bird watching school. Why not? I say that because that's what her kid does, is they like interact with nature, and they collect leaves and they imprint the leaves. Like, they just do all sorts of nature stuff at that little preschool. But yeah, I don't know. You want your kids to have a comfortable life, and like those struggles, I guess, but a lot of those struggles come from the pressure of like what am I doing with my life? Like, what is my purpose? Right? A lot of those struggles come when that is, when you're getting, as you're growing up, going through school, like then you're getting to the end of high school, like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Like, everybody's going to think I'm a loser. Like, a lot of those pressures come from things that aren't real. Like, that's not real. Like, so, but yeah, if they're not already kind of like taking on that way of thinking that, hey, this job does not define me. These things do not define me. and they don't have that ingrained into their mind that they are only defined by their whatever they attribute to society as a whole. Then it may not be as harsh for them not to be successful in mainstream terms. But they're going to have to decide that themselves anyway. But if I can help with it.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I kind of see it as like the difference between. Seems like in our modern day school system, it's like they're kind of pressuring you into a certain things you can do. Like you can do this, you can do that. Here's the test for it. Here's the thing. Here's the jobs you can get. Like it's just very structured in that way, versus the idea of actually like assisting a child to like actually find their own path. Their own thing that they actually want to do and their own actual expression. Because then you get into like the potential of what a child even has. And it's like if you're kind of trying to put a child like, okay, we got these 30 boxes. You got to go in one of those boxes. And it's going to be limited. And the child's going to be stressed out because they're having to like fit their uniqueness into this other structure and then find their way. And then there's all the kind of control and coercion and everything that goes with that. And I'm not saying it's all bad. I mean, there's pluses and negatives to these things, but I just think in general, being able to like, I just think the Waldorf school, like the general spirit of it is assisting the child to actually like explore their own capacities, their own interests, their own abilities to actually find their way and something that they can contribute. And of course, that still has to be integrated with the modern world in a sense, but it seems to be a much more like nourishing structure in that way.
Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, maybe I should go put myself in that school because I'm at a crossroad right now where I'm thinking like, hey, maybe I just want to hang up what I do and just not do this. I'll just sell what I got. I'll flip this and I'll turn that around and I'll be good. I can move to Italy and retire if I wanted, right? With or Mexico, whatever, right? But I see, okay, maybe I will hang it all up. But what am I going to do? And I can't even figure out what I would do. Like, what would I do that I'd enjoy? And I'm like, I can't even figure it out myself. So I mean, maybe it's too late for me. Maybe it's already, out of. I can't think the way that they can think. But yeah, I can't think of it as something I'd want to do myself. So I mean, it could be helpful. I'm sure that's happened a lot, right? To in the past, ancient past, whatever, in recent past, all the time. So these jobs give people purpose, but that just can't be. Got to be more than that. Yeah. But I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I could do anything. Like somebody asked, if you could do anything, what would you do? I don't know. I can't figure it out. Been thinking about it for like 2 months.
Yeah, it's a big question, especially with the way the world's set up, kind of integrating that into the way that the system is right now, where there are there's generally kind of boxes that we fit into within certain industries. But of course, there's also ways to find, there's always ways. There's always like,
no, there's ways. Yeah. Like it's 2023. I'm under the impression that you can pretty much do whatever makes you happy and get paid for it. People sell feet pictures, like whatever, right? Like whatever they do, right? It makes them happy. You can pretty much do whatever you want to do now and get paid for it. You can sit there on YouTube and talk about flat Earth and get paid for it. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can do whatever you want. So I'm like, okay, I can do whatever I want. What do I want to do? And it's hard to figure out, what do I want to do? I don't know. I don't want to work. So, all right, let me see what would be fun. I don't know what would be fun. Maybe spending money would be fun. What would I spend money on? I don't know. I don't want to go bowling. Like, what? Right? So it's just, it's just like now I got to figure it out. So that's why I'm just I guess playing advocate with the idea like, oh, public schooling's so bad, right? Well, I don't know if it's so bad, and they're giving you these little boxes that you got to fit into. They're just helping you out, like, because you're going to ask that question eventually. What do I want to do? And they say, well, you're taking forever. Here, just do this. Okay, maybe I'll like it. Maybe not. If I don't, I'll move on to the next thing until I figure it out. But maybe I'll never figure it out. I don't know. But I just don't think this is what I'm supposed to do. I'll go into a supermarket, right? Which I don't do often because I'm a guy, right? So I don't really shop like for groceries. But I went into the supermarket like a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just looking, right? And I'm just looking at the little organized rows of boxes. I'm like, this is not like natural. It just doesn't seem right. This can't be what we're here to do. Shop in aisles, hear announcements over the loudspeaker. It just can't be what it's about.
I hear you there. Yeah, there's a lot of things about this kind of modern world that seem not to be in alignment with our natural ways as humans, for sure. I mean, I think about it like you're talking about a grocery store. I think about you walk into Walmart and it's like, what is this place? Just like fluorescent lights as far as you can see. Just it's like chemical products everywhere. It's just like
I know.
crazy. And then half the food, more than half the food, is just chemical, Monsanto, GMO. It's like it's not even healthy food products. Like there's like probably child slave labor involved in a lot of those products. Like a lot of the stuff is useless and just like a waste of material. Like it's crazy, but it is like, yeah, it's like it's the bottom.
And it all has like happy little
Yo, I got-
cartoon animals on the front cover. Like all right.
I got this
there's nice.
dial. I got this dial soap because it was cheap. There's a big jug of it. It's got a pump on it. It's like body wash. It smells like chemicals so bad. I can barely even use it. This is all I can smell is just chemicals.
Oh yeah. Well, that stuff's made from petroleum. It's all petroleum byproducts mixed with a bunch of petroleum flavoring scents. Basically, what are those called? Well, they're like flavanols that are made into perfumes and fragrances. But the actual foundation of the soap is petroleum, and then even those fragrances are petroleum based, or they're like genetically modified corn, soy based extracts and stuff. Yeah, dude, it's
It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't smell right. Yeah, like it's like I kind of compared it like with that feeling I had in the supermarket. Right, is like everybody here's eating mushrooms. Well, people you eat mushrooms, right? And you're in the woods for 4 or 5 hours, right? You come out and you start you start going. First you're walking down a real dirty dirt path, and then you start getting out, you're on a pavement, and it all just starts setting in. Like this is not right, right? Like you just start setting in, and then you get to your house with your square walls. This doesn't seem right. This isn't the same. It's a different world, totally different world. It's not the right world. Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like, but not on mushrooms at all. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't imagine putting like that chemical on you, like smelling all that stuff. Like dirt just smells so good when you eat mushrooms. I don't know why. Dirt just smells amazing.
Yeah, totally, dude. Mushrooms are a huge thing too in terms of like the mycelial networks around the earth. It's like the nervous system of the earth. There's a lot to be said on that. But Jeremy, I was going to say what you say about the soap, just to give you an idea of an opposite of that. I use a soap which is the only ingredient is organic olive oil. It's like Castile soap. There's basically a process called saponification. Saponify. So to saponify, which uses they basically take olive oil, then they take lye, like LYE, which is like what lye is, and so they use lye, they apply it to the olive oil. Like lye is natural. It's like a limestone type material. So lye is natural, comes from the earth. All they do is they do a very like ancient way of exposing the olive oil to lye, which then creates the soap. So the end ingredient is literally just organic olive oil, although they use the lye, which is also natural. But like you can get it in like a bar soap or like a liquid soap. But I was just thinking like, because I get this one where it's like a liquid soap, and it even has kind of the same color. Well, I don't know what color your dial soap was, if it was kind of an amber color, but like it has that color. But it's like one of them, the dial one, is like all these synthetic fragrances made in laboratories, toxic for your body, made from petroleum. I don't even think it's as effective. It makes your body smell. It seeps in your skin, like all that kind of stuff. Versus the one right next to it, which is still like the olive oil soap is very effective. I mean, it's great. Like it's even like good for your skin and nourishing. But I'm just saying, like the contrast, between the two is pretty.
The color of mine's like neon blue. Like if you had a glow stick that was blue, like that's what it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of some of like the dial, like the amber color one. But yeah, they probably got all the colors these days.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like spring water or some shit. Dude, it smells like chemicals so bad, and that shit don't even bother me really. But this is like
get superpowers.
I started using my wife's one. It smells like cucumber and avocados and bananas or some shit. I don't know. I walk out smelling like a fruit salad, but it's better than the fucking chemical.
I don't have the like this this is what I chalk it up to because I don't know all the stuff, right? I can't research everything. I'll go to like a Whole Foods and buy their soap. Like I went there, I bought their bar soap, right? Like like my wife buys like Dove, right? Like the cucumber Dove that you probably use now, apparently, right? But like I've got this just a bar of soap at Whole Foods, right? I've had it for like 6 months now. Like it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't like get smaller. I don't know what it's made out of, but it just lasts. It might look expensive. What I'm saying is like, oh, you bought the cheapest one. But some of these organic, like soaps or
Because
whatever,
you got to shower more than every 3 weeks.
I'm just saying, man. This thing's lasting forever. No, this is just my like my face, like hand soap or whatever. But I've had it forever, and it just doesn't go anywhere. But
Well, I
they
think
say
that,
the skin is the biggest organ, right? And are you absorbing or you're washing things off? I don't know.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like there's kind of a downplay of how much our skin actually absorbs to the point to where like the FDA or whatever and a lot of these like regulatory agencies allow them to put so much chemicals in stuff that is supposed to only go on the exterior of your body. But yeah, how much of our body is actually absorbing that? Because there's stuff in there that would not be food grade, but then we're lathering it all over our bodies, or at least they're selling it to people for that.
Have any of you guys used probiotic soap? You ever even heard of that?
No, there's this company that sells these great enzymes and probiotics that are good for gut health. Do you eat the soap or you just wash yourself with it?
No, like it's an actual bar of soap that you use on your body, and it's fucking Jenna gave me a bar of it one time. It was I think like sheep's milk and oatmeal or some shit like that, and it was a probiotic. Makes your skin feel really soft, actually.
Yeah, dude. Well, that's another factor of the skin, like the skin being a major part of the immune system, and the oils and the cells on the skin are actually there to help protect. There's a whole thing with vitamin D too. The way the vitamin D is actually produced, like it converts an oil on the skin, and then that oil is what's actually absorbed. Like you're not really getting vitamin D from the sun necessarily. It's that the sun actually creates a process that combines with the oil of your skin to then generate that vitamin D hormone, which then gets absorbed through the skin. So if you're out at the beach and in the sun and you have you built up a lot of that oil in your skin, but if you go right inside and shower, you may be showering off a lot of that potential of absorbing the vitamin
Isn't
D.
that
So
also? Shut the fuck up. Isn't that also the reason why wearing sunglasses like messes you up? Because it like doesn't allow your body to trigger that, and that's why. Apparently, wearing sunglasses is like the reason why you get sunburnt, or not like one of the reasons why. Because you like trick your body into not releasing like it's the defense or protection from the sun.
well, that's interesting. I've never heard about the idea of wearing sunglasses affects your sunburn speed. That I've never heard of that link. If you want to say more on that, I do like. I quit wearing sunglasses many years ago. I haven't worn them since I was a teenager. I wasn't even very into them back then. But yeah, I can because I do think it throws off your natural rhythm. And if you notice, like people wear sunglasses a lot, like it's like they can't go in the sun without them because they're like, oh, the sun is blinding. But like I could go in the sun all day and not have to wear sunglasses. And I'm not saying I'm better than those or any of those people. I'm just saying that there's a way I think in which sunglasses like, yeah, it changes the way your body like absorbs light and how you're, like, yeah, you're blocking that channel. But you're saying there's a link that with wearing sunglasses, like in terms of your skin burning differently, just because you have the sunglasses on. Or?
Yeah, because it tricks your body into not releasing whatever it is that protects you from the sun.
Oh, so yeah, right. Because there's
activates
I could
Sorry,
testify
that
to
activates
activate something good.
Well, that's interesting. I know that like the sunlight generates like dopamine and serotonin, but you have to get it into your eyeball. So like if you have no sunglasses on, you don't have to stare at the sun when it's at high noon, but you do have to like you could be looking, at an angle, but generally that the sunlight has to reach your eyeball, and then by it reaching your eyeball, like dopamine and serotonin and these actual these chemicals in the brain are actually generated through that process. And it would make sense, of course, that that's connected to the vitamin D process as well. And so, yeah, if you're blocking that, then I see what you're saying. Like it could be blocking that dopamine and serotonin, generation process, but it also could block, like you're saying, if your body's releasing things, that the oil on the skin because it all works together. Yeah, it's a whole.
Yeah, I can testify. I was going to say only to that. If that's true, right? That 9 out of 10 times when I fall asleep on the beach, I do get sunburned. I.e., my eyes are closed, and so I don't know if that's the same thing or not. But
melanin. I guess your body creates melanin when it's triggered by the sun. Sorry.
Maybe I'm just sleeping too long, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm sleeping too long, or I need to sleep with my eyes open on the beach so that my body knows to protect itself. But I do get sunburn when I fall asleep.
Well, you probably. You can still get sunburned if you're not wearing sunglasses. But it doesn't mean there's not a relationship, though. That there could be a way in which it happens quicker if you're wearing sunglasses, perhaps, or that you don't get the same kind of protective. Maybe you burn quicker if what he's saying is the case. I've never heard of that direct connection. So you're saying a connection between how your skin, the other parts of your skin burn depending on the light reaching your eyes, or that being inhibited by the glasses, the sunglasses. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because apparently the sun causes your body to create melanin.
But through your eyes, you're saying? Yeah.
It's like a trigger. Here it's okay, so it's the melon.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and the reason I know that it's true and that you're right is because the first internet result says that it's been fact checked to be false. So you're definitely right.
But no, it's a melanocyte stimulating hormone, or MSH. This hormone is responsible for creating melanocyte cells, the ones responsible for melanin. Melanin gives the skin its color. More the melanin, darker the skin. It also serves as a protective layer from the deadly UV rays of the sun.
Deadly.
I can actually say from experience that since I stopped wearing sunglasses and stopped wearing sunscreen, that I actually burn way, way, way less than when I used to. So I still was out in the sun for a few hours, got a little bit red, but it wasn't painful. It didn't peel. It wasn't uncomfortable. It was just it was obvious that I was in the sun. You know what I mean? But it wasn't how I remember it being when I used to get lathered up with sunscreen as a kid, and just even going out with friends and wearing sunglasses and you know what I mean? I would be in the sun for an hour and I would be burnt to a crisp, and it would be painful, and I would look like a lobster, and yeah, it sucked. So there's something to that, I think, with the sunglass thing, and with obviously with the sunscreen, I think it cooks you more in the sun with the sunscreen, because it's I don't know. That's just how it felt. It felt like when I didn't have sunscreen on, I'd be in the sun, it would feel fine. And then as soon as I put sunscreen on, it felt like I just felt way hotter almost. It just felt like my skin was way more. I don't know how to explain it, but it's definitely I haven't been sunburned in a really long time, and I don't know. At least not that extreme like it used to be. You know.
It says sunglasses were first invented in 1752, where sunscreen was first invented in 1938. Interesting.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, I'd never
bit
thought
of information.
Google.
Now, do you think that effect would be the case if you have a hat on and you're shading your eyes from the sun? Do you think that, or is it the sunglasses that are actually changing it, or do you think a hat would do that? Would have that
I don't
effect?
think. Oh, I never, because I wore hats too, but I didn't get sunburned. But I also was working on roofs wearing long sleeves, so the long sleeves protected
Ooh.
me also.
All right, let me update that. So actually, it says in they were first invented by some caveman in 1700s, I guess, right? Some guy, right? But actually became popular in 1929, sunglasses, and then 1938. Not even 10 years later, they were like, "We need sunscreen. You got to stop getting burned." That's weird. Now that's even more interesting. The sunglasses were invented less than 10 years. Became popularly, and distributed less than 10 years.
Wait, and so between where they were invented and where they became popular was how long of a distance? How long of a length of time?
Forget that. That's just the 1700s is just some I don't know, some guy wearing like rock sunglasses or something. I don't know what he's wearing, right? But it says in 1929 they became popularized and known and distributed. People actually manufactured for people to wear, and then 1938 there seemed to be some mad rush to create sunscreen because people suddenly must have been getting burned. I don't know.
Because they're wearing sunglasses. They're
Fucking
protecting their
right.
eyes. Yeah. I
Dude,
don't
fucking
think.
global warming, bro.
Dude, somebody should test the whole hat theory though. That's a good idea because I don't know because that's like putting you in the shade, but it's not. It's you're still getting like the I don't know if you call it like ambient light or something like you know what I mean. Like it's not completely like tinting your like your I don't know like I feel like it's
You're still
it might be
absorbing it,
different.
yeah. Somehow,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that
Where
would be an
instead of
interesting, just test it out yourself. Like one day, don't wear a hat and don't wear sunscreen for like, be outside for, however amount of time that you want to. And then the next time do it with a hat on. And it also, I think it depends too, like when you go out and do it. Cause if it's like your first time going out in the sun after winter, like your body isn't used to being in the sun that much. So like your first burn is always going to be bad. And then after that, it's like, it's never that bad the rest of the
well,
year.
maybe that's maybe that's when you should start doing it though, is in the winter, because in the winter, I can stare directly at the sun. It's like not even that bright, right?
Yeah.
I can just like look right at it, right? So maybe that's when you should start, is the winter, when you can look right at that sun, even though they say it's closer and everything. I don't know, but you can stare right at it, and then as the summer comes, you'll be ready. You've been working out all summer,
right?
Yeah. I mean winter, winter. Yeah. Might test it.
Yeah, I've heard that this guy was growing plants and he blocked like all the UV light from getting to the plant, and it grew like 100 times as big or something. It was like a tomato plant, like hundreds of tomatoes on it and shit. You heard
Probably
anything
that.
like that?
It's probably that guy we were mentioning earlier who did the Waldorf school. He had some weird things he did.
I'm just saying, what if that was the case? What if something was different in the sky or something, or the atmosphere or something was different and it was blocking the UV light? And that's why everything used to be fucking so bigger. That's why we had the megafauna and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
He blocked the UV light, but still got other light, I guess, like other radiation.
He just put a UV filter in front of in between the sun and the tomato plant he said, and he said the shit grew crazy.
Mm. So that's like it's the opposite. Yeah.
This is why we need to be doing tests on mice.
With sunglasses on.
Little mini mice sunglasses.
Yeah.
I want to say something about that. Imagine the first guy rocking sunglasses. Like nobody knows what sunglasses are, and then there's just some dude walking down the street with sunglasses, and they'd be like, "Whoa, what the hell are you wearing?"
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe they all thought he was blind. Maybe because maybe that's what, started. Like somebody was like all acting like they were blind, but they weren't. And like, or to everybody else, they're like, oh, he's like, no, I'm not blind. I'm just wanted to shade my eyes for a minute. I don't know. Like, yeah, who came up with that? That would be like, I bet you it was like, Pasteur, one of those, somebody on that cult level of like, how can we like mess these people up so bad to like where we can convince them that everything natural and everything that like that helps us actually hurts us.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because that seems to be like that's the one thing all this shit has in common is like, okay, the sun helps you. Let's figure out a way to get everybody scared of the sun. And like, how can we like convince everybody after like generations of, make it a fashion statement, put it in some stupid magazine, make it look cool, like smoking and other stuff that they did. And like, but even that is kind of crazy because like I remember reading stuff about like the Native Americans and stuff. Like there's certain cures for like bronchitis and certain things that like smoking tobacco actually helps your lungs in certain cases and stuff. And but like and they basically took that and hijacked it and made it all bad with rat poison and a bunch of like bad stuff in it. But like originally, like it wasn't actually bad to like smoke tobacco, and like they like
Just the
basically
natural.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
the
was just
natural
the
tobacco.
natural like yeah.
Actually,
No tar, no nicotine, none of the bullshit 80, 100 chemicals they put in it.
Yeah, so it says tobacco contains quantities of radioactive isotopes, uranium and thorium, 210 Pb, PO, Ra. So pretty much they're trying to get you to stop smoking cigarettes because otherwise you'll become Superman. Yeah.
There's definitely a difference between pipe tobacco and cigarettes. And I've
I
smoked
smoke pipe
tobacco.
tobacco. I roll my own cigarettes. I got like an automatic machine.
That's what's up,
And
man.
yeah, I roll pipe tobacco on my shit. It's way cheaper.
Yeah, it's cheaper, but there's different kinds of pipe tobacco too. Like there's really cheap kinds that are trash that also use like pesticides when they grow it. But there's pipe tobacco that you can get that's like naturally grown. No
I
harsh
miss that old
chemicals.
school. I miss that old school shit my uncle used to smoke. He had smoked out of an actual pipe. I used to love when he smoked his pipe. Right in the house, kids would be running around. It didn't matter. There was no rules in the 80s.
Yeah, man.
It was an interesting smell that came from those different pipes, huh? Like,
Well, my pipe smells way different than his did.
I like the smell of fresh tobacco. It kind of smells like maple syrup a little bit. It's hard to explain. And like raisins, maple syrup and raisins, like fresh tobacco. But yeah, my grandfather used to smoke a specific kind of nicotine tobacco called Nicotina rustica. He was from the Caribbean, and this tobacco is very potent, and I would say slightly psychedelic.
Yeah, it says if you don't get natural tobacco, that it's the fertilizers containing radioactive materials that are getting then grown back into the tobacco. So that's why you have uranium and stuff inside your tobacco. It's from the fertilizer.
Yeah, never mind. By the time it gets
Well,
to the
there's
factory, it's
radioactive.
already contaminated with synthetic fertilizers and pesticides.
Yep.
I mean, they claim that there's radioactive material everywhere now because after they started letting off nukes, I mean, I don't know how fucking true nukes even are, but supposedly after they started letting off nukes, like the radioactive shit got in the air, and it's everywhere. And it's so bad that they actually had to go get sunken ships from the bottom of the ocean for the steel because the water protected the metal from the radioactivity shit in the air. So they had to go get sunken ships to get the steel to use because they couldn't have any of that radioactive stuff in some of this steel they needed for this medical equipment or whatever. I forgot the name of it's called nuclear steel or something. I forgot the name of it.
Yeah. But yeah, my grandfather used to smoke the Nicotina rustica, and he would like start losing his balance. He'd have to hold on to the wall. Like that, like that's how strong this tobacco was. And shamans use it, and I don't know the exact reason, but apparently they will blow smoke on you, like those blow smoke tobacco as you're experiencing your psychedelic trip. Like if you're doing ayahuasca, they'll start blowing Nicotina rustica on you and around you. Now that's more of a shamanic activity, but also going back to the UV, in the growing community, UV is kind of debated whether we need it or not, but it shows to increase phenolic compounds, flavonoids, carotenoids, and THC terpenes, like not THC, THC trichomes. As like maybe these things are protective mechanisms that the plant uses to protect itself from UV. So you wouldn't, if without the UV, you wouldn't get as much of that stuff.
What's the UV doing for us? Because I looked it up. It says plants don't need UV. It says they blue and red light is what they need. And nothing they don't need was part of the UV color spectrum.
I'm not sure. I know that apparently they don't need it, but now that they've grown accustomed to having it, if you take it away from them, there does seem to have a negative effect because they've grown accustomed to it.
I'm just going to switch out my Google search word of plants to say humans. Will blocking UV light help grow humans? Let's say. No, I couldn't get the answer from Google, Jeremy. Sorry.
Yeah, but humans and plants don't get the same thing from sunlight. Two totally different things.
Like I said, I've never actually tried to do it. This is just what somebody said. So I don't know. He said he blocked the UV light and his tomato. He got
I believe
tomato.
that. I remember hearing about that. He grew a cherry tomato plant whose tomatoes ended up being like regular sized tomatoes.
Man, there was a ton of them, and the plant was huge and shit. Yeah, it wasn't
Thousands of
normal.
tomatoes.
So.
Well, I do believe in an era in history where there was no UV radiation penetrating the canopy, and
That's what I'm saying. That could have been the reason why with all the megafauna and the giant humans and shit. Exactly.
You know what the reason for the megafauna was? Weren't giant humans now. It's because there was different methods of oxygen. Yeah,
you don't know that. You don't know any of that.
Yeah, I do.
Sorry, who cares? Just what were you saying?
I don't know, Coach.
Because of the oxygen.
Yeah, the oxygen levels were different back in the day. That's why, so bugs who breathe through their skin and shit, they can grow to be bigger. Right, and
wait, bugs? I never heard that. Bugs breathe through their skin.
Would you agree that the two levels were different back then too?
Say that one more time.
The only reason oxygen increased is because the ultraviolet light was filtered.
Would you agree that CO2 levels were different or carbon levels in general in the atmosphere were different?
You're really quiet right now, Lion.
Carbon-12 is what makes up 99% of our known universe. Carbon-12, which is Kocho's favorite combination of numbers: 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 what did I say? Neutrons. What did I say? 6, 6,
who the hell told you that, man?
I can just tell it's your favorite number. I can sense these things.
No, but it is my favorite number. 666. Devil, I suck his dick. I'm saying, why are you saying that carbon-12 is the most common element?
Due to spectroscopy. Not even close.
Oh.
Look it up. Look it up.
I just looked it up. It said it's not even close.
Oh, you mean with helium and hydrogen making up the universe?
Yeah, helium, hydrogen. That's most of it. Yeah, that's a big chunk.
All right, here we go. Carbon-12 is the most abundant of the two stable isotopes of carbon. Carbon-13 being the other, amounting to 98% of element carbon on Earth. Its abundance is due to the triple alpha process by which it is created in the stars. Oh boy!
He said it's the most abundant element.
Yeah.
Of course, carbon-12 is the most abundant carbon.
Why, of course?
Because that's the stable isotope. The other ones are unstable. There's an extra neutron, 2 extra neutrons. It's not stable. Carbon-12, 666, is stable.
Yeah.
The most stable for carbon. However, carbon is not nearly. It doesn't even come close.
It's only if you believe that little tiny itty bitty star that you see in the sky is made of helium and hydrogen, and it's billions and billions of miles wide in diameter. Whatever.
Well, in reality, oxygen is the most common element.
No, it's not either.
Well, on Earth, oxygen is the most. On Earth, oxygen is the most common element. You want to start making up space, sky, Star Wars, galaxies far, far away stories? That's fine, but meanwhile, in reality, here on Earth, oxygen is the most common element.
He's got
Pretty sure
insects breathing
iron is the most
through their
common element
legs.
on Earth. Iron is the most common element on Earth. Okay.
Negative.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure oxygen's not even the most. I don't know why you're saying oxygen's the most common element. Okay. It's not. It's not the most common element in the atmosphere. It's not the most common element even in water.
And what do fish do? Do fish breathe water? And bugs breathe through their legs. And
It's not
what
the
else we got?
most common element in water. What would be the most common element in water?
Hydrogen.
Then there's like how many
2 to
O's
1.
there, right?
2 O's.
Isn't it 2?
There's
Isn't that more?
There's 1 O, 2 H's.
You guys are funny. I mean, I thought hydrogen was the most abundant element in the universe, and then nitrogen was the most abundant element in our atmosphere or in our atmos.
That's correct.
And then carbon would be the most common element in the earth or on the crust, right? Not iron.
Yeah, they say on the crust. Yeah. No, they do say on the crust. Yeah.
It's number 6. Carbon's number 6 on the periodic table, right?
Ah, Coach's favorite.
That's right. Yeah.
So we got carbon is number 6 on the table of elements. Carbon 12 being the most abundant, made of 666. What are this? How many sixes are in the electrons? 6 is that like 6?
There's 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons.
Yeah, well, inside the other 6, is it more 6s or? I'll be like a super genius. Like I'm about to go to college and just like pass every fucking like medical class by just answering 6, because it's all going to be the 6. It's going to be 66 or 666. Yeah, but this guy's
Carbon's
a
the
fucking
only
genius.
element with 6 protons. If
Yeah,
it has
they're
a
gonna be
different number of
like,
protons, it's a different element.
yeah. They're going to ask me some sort of fucking question that like nobody's ever answered before, right? Like correctly. I'm just going to be breezing through it because everything is 666. So
That's true.
yeah, I mean that's it. Like I'm just going to I'll be your doctor like in a month. Watch out.
But how many teeth do I have left? There's 6.
It's 5, 6, yeah, 6. If not, we'll check out tooth number 6. Yeah, it's probably the most important tooth. It's probably like your canine or something. Like the best tooth of all is the 6th tooth. I don't know. Probably. But yeah. So with these bugs, you saw them breathing through their legs. How'd you do that? I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. Who am I to say that? Like, just because I have a mouth and everything I've ever seen breathes through like a mouth. Who am I to say that? That's the only way you can breathe. Some people can't breathe. You gotta pump stuff into them.
Sorry, man, I'm grabbing my food. Hold on 1 second. No, I was saying they breathe through their skin, not their legs. I don't know what they do to their legs. Through their skin.
This is just like more evidence that to give DMOC that we don't breathe air. I mean,
We do. Humans do. Even fish breathe air.
I do not.
Dude, oxygen is the most common element on Earth. Okay?
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Oxygen, most common element on Earth.
It's probably the most common magazine in your bathroom, but
Oh my god, that is a girl It is a magazine, isn't it?
Only Coach Owen would know that.
Wow.
Listen, it doesn't matter.
That's a savvy move.
On Earth, you can start making up space stories about how hydrogen and helium and all that's the most abundant element. But in the meantime, here on Earth, in reality, without your made up space story, oxygen is the most element.
All right, but
most
let's not
common
drop
element.
it because I just looked up what's Oxygen magazine. It's workout for women, fat loss for women, nutrition for women. Let's just not let go that right away he had a quick, quip about Oxygen magazine.
It was like a
Hey,
first
I never said it was a
primary
bad
reference.
magazine.
oh my
If you're
god!
not reading Oxygen, you're not in the know, dude.
Yeah, that on speed dial. Yeah.
I think he snapped his fingers all sassy when he said it too. I could tell.
Hey man, okay, so on. Jeremy's just talking out of his ass. I know for a fact that when you search anything, dude, you don't even read anything. You just Google it. So I don't know where you're coming from. The oxygen is the most common element.
Do you want me to post my Google search results?
Yes. Every time you do, it shows that you're wrong. So yeah.
Well, it says 89% of the world is oceans. There's definitely more ocean than there is surface
Here, this
above,
is from
above
Bygest.
the ocean.
Bygest.com. On Earth, oxygen is the most common element, making up 47% of the Earth's mass. Okay? Silicone is second.
What the hell are you talking about?
Silicone second, followed by aluminum or aluminium for our friends across the pond. Then iron, magnesium. Okay, what do you think? I make this shit up? What are the three most common elements on Earth? We all know oxygen, silicone, and aluminum are common elements in the Earth's crust. They're also the three most common. Top five most
Aluminum's
common elements.
Yeah, aluminum's not magnetic. Not very. I don't know. Maybe the magnets don't stick to it.
Oh, here's one that says iron is. Hold on. See, they can't even get their story straight. Wikipedia says iron is the most common, with making up 32%.
Wikipedia said that. What was the first one you were reading? You said that was Sesame Street or something?
How much iron is
Digest. Okay.
there's a lot of iron in the ocean?
I mean, I'm just going to tell you this from, if you look at the water, that's mostly hydrogen. And if you look at the Earth in total, it's mostly iron by a long shot.
All right, it seems I'm getting mixed results, and you guys can't even make up your forget the sky universe story. You can't even make up your Earth story straight because I'm getting all different results here.
But like when you do electrolysis to water, the oxygen takes up more space than the hydrogen does in a balloon. Does that mean it's like larger or something? I don't know.
Okay, it's saying that oxygen is most common in the Earth's crust, which is what No Tank said.
Maybe take that and then you add it to the atmosphere. It's like a lot.
So it's not iron, it's not carbon, it's oxygen. That's the most abundant in the crust, you're saying?
Yeah, in the crust. It's like I had a pizza with no cheese on it, but it was stuffed crust pizza. There's mostly cheese in the crust, not on the pizza though, because most of the pizza was bread and yeah. So most of the Earth is not iron, is not oxygen. Most of the water is not oxygen. Most of the material in the crust is oxygen.
I don't know. Deepest hole I've ever gotten into was, I don't know, like 20 feet deep. I think the Earth's crust is said to be 33 miles or something. Like that.
You want to know what the strongest thing in the universe is?
Iron.
Tosha's mom.
Strongest thing in the universe.
My mom does Kegels.
Oh.
You can tell. We can tell, Tosha. We can tell.
Kosha's mom's pelvic floor.
There, you ready? I'll give you the answer. It's called nuclear paste. Sorry, nuclear pasta. I read that wrong. Nuclear pasta. That makes it even
Fucking
funnier.
fake Italian shit, dude. Some bullshit Diego shit, and you know
This
it.
is from BigThink.com.
I'm just kidding. That was a little bit too much, but yeah, it was from Big Think.
Yeah, nuclear pasta. Guess where it comes from? The crust of neutron stars.
Yeah, neutron stars.
The crust of it,
Crust.
though.
Yeah.
Oh, the crust. What is it with you guys in crust right now? What's the part? What is it?
Yo,
Who
it's
cares about
10
crust?
billion times. It's 10 billion times harder to break than steel. This pasta.
Okay. So you're saying that the surface, the crust of a neutron star is stronger than this inside?
Like a candy shell.
The
Neutron
pasta
stars.
that they made from the leftover crust is stronger than steel.
Neutron stars may debunk the speed of light.
Don't, dude.
Well, like I've heard, Coach Show, that the universe is expanding in all directions at once. Is that true?
It's expanding in all positions, if that's what you mean.
No, it's just expanding in all directions. How's that possible? So it's getting closer to something while it's getting further from something? How can that be happening?
Well, what's it? My question would be, you're asking the wrong questions. I like where your head's at, but the
Yeah.
question should be what it's expanding into.
I mean, at first I got to wrap my head around how they're expanding in both directions, both towards something and towards each other and away. Like the moon is expanding in the direction towards Earth, but away from Earth at the same time. How's that happening?
Easy.
It's not happening.
Oh, all right, good. I was pretty sure that nothing was moving, but you sealed it for me.
Yeah, the space is expanding. That's all that's happening. It's like if you made anything in Blender before, you make something in Blender, like in a 3D program.
From a point. Yeah, from a point. I can make it
or if
expand
you
from a
let's say
point.
let's say you have a graph paper, 2D graph paper, and you have things on there, and you put positions on them, and then you just expand instead of using like one, increment like 1, 2, 3, 4. You then expand all the decimal increments to the same size. You keep everything in the same position they were in. It's just the space. It's just the coordinates that are expanding. It's not that the things are moving.
Coordinates are expanding. So the space that the Earth is sitting on is expanding.
In a way that I just described, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, wouldn't that do exactly what I was? It would bring it towards and away from it at the same time.
No.
No. So
No.
the Earth is shrinking, like the moon is shrinking to keep up.
No,
its
the moon.
ratio?
The moon would be if you put the moon on that graph paper and you put the Earth on that graph paper. The expansion of the graph paper will not change the size of the Earth and the moon. As a matter of fact, the gravitational attraction between the Earth and the moon would not would outdo the expansion, and so you wouldn't even see a difference in relationship between the distance between the two things.
That's as long as it's expanding from a certain point to another point, but if right, not if it's expanding in all directions without
It's
a
just the graph
single
paper.
point.
The graph paper is just getting more points.
Getting more points, but the planet Earth as a sphere and the moon as a sphere, they're staying small.
Yeah, their size doesn't change.
It doesn't change.
No. If you think of it as a force,
how do you measure it? Like how did you measure the expanse?
Because we are witnessing it expanding. That's not important though. What's important is if you think of it as a force.
Where? What are you?
Think of it as a force.
No, I'm not thinking.
We know things are moving away from each other. That's it.
Right. In all directions, though, like away and towards, right?
No, just away.
Just because things are moving. Just because things are moving away from each other, what gives you the right to say space itself is expanding?
I mean, there's other options, I guess.
Well, how did you measure it? I want to know how you measure. Like, what was the measurement made without? Because you can't use anything else besides the empty space, right? Because otherwise, the other things would be getting either bigger or smaller, right? Planet.
They noticed that things far away.
So what did you use?
They use other galaxies and the speed that they look like they're moving away. It looks like they're moving away faster the further you look up. So for that reason, they give one of the options called the cosmological principle is that this is happening in all locations. The alternative would be that this is only happening on Earth, or this is only happening from our vantage point, where for some reason everything is just expanding. It's moving faster and faster away from us, from where
Right.
we are for some reason.
Right. So
But
then
the
if I'm
most go with
standing,
cosmological
yeah.
principle, which is that it's happening everywhere.
All right. So if it's happening everywhere, if I'm standing on the Earth, right, and I'm watching the moon get further away from me, then, right, and then I'm standing on the moon and I'm watching the Earth get further away from me. Is that what you're saying is
Yeah.
true? That's true.
Not
With the
from
amount
that
of
close range, but
Not at
Sorry,
close
go ahead.
range. So not happening everywhere then.
no, it's happening. Let me be clear, man. If you think of it as a force, it'd be a force that's much weaker than gravity, which is already much weaker than electromagnetism. And so the electrostatics in your body is keeping your body together, the moon together, at a much more immediate rate than the expansion, even at a more immediate rate than gravity. So if they're at a close enough range where the gravity is going to outdo it, then you're not going to see that expansion within inside a solar system or galaxy even. You're going to
Whether
see
you
it
can
at
see
a
it or
bigger
can't
scale.
see it, whether you can see it or can't see it is not the point. Whether it's really happening, I don't care if I can see it or can't see it. In reality, you're saying both. Then the Earth is getting further away from the moon, and the moon is getting further away from the Earth at the same time, while traveling towards it. So the Earth is traveling away from the whatever Mars, right? But it's away from Neptune towards the sun, but also it's the Earth is also moving away from the sun towards
No
Neptune.
thanks. No thanks. What do you? Go ahead, Koja.
I just don't see how you can
Okay,
have it
go ahead,
expanding
Jeremy.
in both directions at the same time without having a single point that's expanding from.
Well, go ahead, Jeremy. I think he was going to say something.
You want to address no tanks thing?
I mean, I already did, but he's not listening to me. What's the point?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, all the space, it's getting bigger. You're saying the universe is expanding, right?
Yeah, right.
Yep. Right.
Right. So, what is it expanding into?
It's a good question. Except for the answer is very easy, dude. If I was talking about a graph paper, if I was talking about a Blender program, and I was using the coordinates of that graph paper to be the existence of all locations that I ever talked about, if I was considering a Blender program as all locations that are talking about, then by expanding that, you're not expanding that into other spaces because I've already expressed that all of the spaces, all the locations are being expressed within this amount of space. So there's not
so the universe.
other space. That's what
Okay, so
expanding.
okay, so the universe has a distance from one side to the other side, and that's getting increasingly bigger, right?
Jeremy, your question persists. Your question about what's outside the universe
Don's gonna
persists.
clear it up.
Whether or not the universe is getting bigger, your question persists about what's outside the universe. It's the same question regardless.
No. So, Kosho,
Yes.
the universe
Hold
has
up, Logic Boy. Yes, Jeremy. Your question is just what's outside the universe. If you answer that question, then you'll just be like, okay, it's expanding in that. It doesn't matter whether it's expanding or not. You're just questioning the edge of a thing. Kosho presented you a logical analogy about the limits of the graph paper. You're questioning what's outside the graph paper, regardless of if it's growing or shrinking.
How is any of this logical?
Yeah. What the fuck?
We're the
Why does
logical
everyone
boys
do
with
this
this hat
when
on.
I'm in the middle of an argument with these guys? Nonetheless,
Jeremy, you know you've done this argument 300
Lou
times.
fucked me up last night. Now it's Don.
Lou was so bad last night. What was wrong with him? Why was he being like that? It was dumb.
I just think it's funny people pretend that this is logical. It's objectively not.
Well, then maybe
It's paradoxical.
Could you explain
Now
it to me? How are you expanding away from the one spot and expanding away from the other spot at the same time? Like, Kosho had a pretty.
Expanding is not the question here. And I have to agree with
It is. I
Whitson. And I
swear
hope
it
it
is. 'Cause I
doesn't
asked it.
sound like me and him are saying the same thing because we're not. It's not logical to say, I believe is what Whitson's saying, that there's something outside the universe. Because if there was some of a thing, it would be part of the thing, which is our universe.
Yeah, but you're
So
literally
everything's
not
either in
asking the
a
question. That's
so, but
literally not
what
the
I'm
question.
saying is Jeremy's question is still the same, which is still that kind of what either there is an outside or there isn't. How do you answer that question? Kosho, isn't that the weird conundrum? Isn't that another one of these limits of our logic that we don't understand and we should not pretend like we are answering it logically with the graph paper analogy? I got to stand with these guys on this.
As you would, Don.
Your graph paper.
Turncoat trader.
Your graph paper has a distance between each side, right? There's a distance between the left side and the right side of the graph paper, right?
Yeah, there's a distance. Yeah, there's a size.
Okay.
There's a distance. Yeah.
Yep. And that distance is getting bigger all the time, right?
Yeah.
So it needs to be going into. So there has to be a place for that new area to go into, right?
Why?
Well, you can't
That's the
have.
antecedent of expansion.
Yeah, you can't
because it's
expand
going
something
there.
unless it has. Hold on, Don. Don, do you think you help when you do this?
Do you
You
think
have
you
to have
help when
an
we do?
area.
All you got to do is ask him what's outside the universe. Either way, I love your point though. It highlights it, but you don't need to trick him into it. You can just baseline ask him what the fuck you
Don,
have
do
an
you think
outside
this
the
is the
universe.
first time we've done this? Am I brand new?
I've
Is
seen you
this
do
my
it
first time?
300 times, buddy.
So the antecedent of expansion is what? To fill the available space.
Yeah, room for something to expand into.
Yeah, if something's going to expand, that is the antecedent for. I mean, you have to have an area for the thing to expand into. Otherwise, you can't have expansion if there's no place for it to expand into.
If something's going to exist, it's got to have a space to exist into.
This is
Yeah,
similar
thanks
to
for
Jeremy.
clearing it up, man.
Jeremy, were you here? This is similar to when we ended up asking Kosho about the Big Bang idea. If space was created then and then it expanded in all directions, what was it expanding into if it didn't exist
Exactly.
yet? Yeah.
Exactly. You gotta have. Go ahead, Kosho.
We're not gonna like my answer, but it's I can only give you the analogy of time, and that's only because when you think right now, the intuition about space is just like you said. If you have a balloon, let's say you have a balloon in a room, and you blow up the balloon to make the volume bigger, well, it's going to take away from the space in the room that the balloon's going to encompass more of the volume in the room. So, if it's in another space. However, hold on, Don.
Genius. I'm not going to get it. Why the fuck the motherfucking balloon ain't part of your universe?
Now everyone just thinks I'm talking about balloons because that's not my point, Don. So hold on. All I'm saying is that you have to think of it not as a space in a bigger space, but as a collection of all the space. Just like the same way you think of time, you don't think that there's an amount of time like the first day and that day exists inside of a larger amount of time. It's an accumulation of time. So there's a day and there's next day, and the days can keep growing bigger and bigger, and there's just not growing into anything. It's just the numbers accumulating. And
This is not even analogous.
Well, yeah, I mean it is, because when the space is growing, it's not that it's there is no other space. All the space that exists is being expressed in this statement. And so as space increases,
So make the distinction again. Why make the distinction again though? How are you saying these
Don,
things
you
are
gotta
separate
relax, bro. Don, you gotta relax, bro. Please.
Sorry, I'm caught in the rain. Sorry.
Just to clarify, you're claiming it's expanding into itself.
Not quite. I'm saying that it's just accumulating. So it's expanding. The size of it's getting bigger, but as it's doing that, it's not because it exists inside of a greater space and taken away from that. it's an expression of all the space, and that number's just increasing.
So it's expanding into nothing.
Even I wouldn't say that even because I mean you could say that, but it's just not. I don't want anybody to imply that the nothing is like a nothing. It's like a place where there wasn't space or something. It's expanding, and the amount of space is now a larger number. It's now a greater value.
Wait, you said you didn't want to think that nothing was a place without space, but you're literally sitting here trying to convince us that there is no space outside of the space itself that's expanding. So
yeah, but
this is getting really weird.
Yeah, but what does that mean exactly if there's no space? Because all I'm saying is that there's not an other thing out there. There's not a place where that exists. If that makes sense. That's
bro, it's very simple. It's very simple.
It's confusing.
Space is a volume, right? It's like a length, width, breadth, right? It's a dimensionality. It's a Cartesian coordinate system. It's what we use to quantify the idea of volume. If something is expanding, then it's increasing that number, okay? Which means if I go a mile further out, okay, that means it's a larger space because you've now expanded into a higher number. Space itself is literally just dimensionality. It's math. So you're gonna have to have space to expand into. It's just an antecedent. Or you're gonna have to say that it's expanding into nothingness, right? Which is also equally ridiculous.
No, but what you said the first time, you said, yeah, when you go a mile further, like if there's an amount of volume, and then that volume increases in a mile in all directions, so that's a bigger volume. It doesn't take anything from anything. If you can call that nothing, but I just don't want to confuse people and say that nothing is a different space. It's not even a different space. It's just the volume itself is now an increased value.
Oh, I got that.
No, it's if that mile is accessible, if that mile further is accessible, then it existed before it was actually filled because it's just a mathematical description of the length. Okay, so you can't have it both ways. I mean, I know you want to have it both ways, but you can't.
Right.
Like logically.
Well, why?
Dude, that's the problem, Kosho, is you have a confidence.
That's what space is.
Well, I mean, it is a description, but it's not just a mathematical description. It's a real, it's a tangible thing. Like there's space between the objects, and there's space, that expresses like the two edges, like distances, like all these type of things. Like they're real things. They're expressed with math, but they have real consequences.
So wait, to clarify, so it's here, it's going to end up over there, but over there didn't exist until here was there.
It's a computer simulation.
wait. So over,
What are we in the
over there
Spaceballs
didn't
movie?
exist. I just want to, Coach, till we answer. So just to simplify it, it's going to start here, then end up over there, but before it gets there didn't exist.
I mean, that's just one way of thinking of it, but it's the points that are there. So the points aren't. It's not that new points are gathering. It's just the space itself is expanding, so the points are moving farther away from each other. But still, it's the same concept that you expressed. Just I wouldn't say that point didn't exist before.
New points are being generated. The total volume is increasing, man. It can either be coming from the edge outside, it could be being generated within, and grown out. I mean, come on, man. It's a simple logic, but that they got you here, Kosho. You shouldn't have a confidence being able to say, "Oh, it's easily just this." There's no reason to have a confidence.
It may be because I build software programs. I build 3D. I work in 3D software quite often. That these concepts aren't foreign to me.
Right. So don't you have to shrink in the software?
It's not hard to think. It's not hard to think in terms of.
I know.
But you shut the fuck up.
Wait, moderation. Can people please stop talking right through other people, man? It's like literally just worthless. Thank you.
In your software program, Kosho, don't you have to shrink it?
No, I got to go in the gas station, but no, you don't have to shrink anything. You could just expand you do exactly what we're claiming the universe is doing, and there wouldn't be any issue. But I'm
Well,
going to go
shrink
to the
it.
gas station.
Now, this is
Still
where it gets
no.
even funnier. This space that expands into itself, it can actually go faster than the speed of light because it isn't information, quote unquote. So it's a real thing. It exists. It's expanding into nothingness, but
Right.
it itself is nothing.
It's a damn simulation, man. Look what I'm telling them. You can do it if you working with other models and shit like that. It ain't gonna work for their model. It's some ridiculousness.
I would agree with you.
Absolutely, they're generating more space. It's generating.
I agree. Yeah, if they believe in a simulation, then they can salvage it.
Oh, you can believe anything you want. I don't know what his evidence was that galaxy far, far away looked like it was getting further away.
I'm saying their universe is so metaphysical in nature; it actually requires God even more than.
Well, this whole. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. What's up?
I said that their universe is so metaphysical in nature; it's almost purely mathematical. It's nothing in their universe is physical. So
This whole Oh, my bad.
You did it again.
My bad, bro.
I'm
Go ahead,
saying you
Errol.
can't basically to put it in other words. Nothing in their universe, from relativity to like what they believe Hilbert space or all this. None of these things can be described visually or imagined. They're purely mathematical in nature. So it would need to be a simulated universe in order for them to have their so-called physics.
Yeah, this whole space expanding thing is all ad hoc bullshit anyways. They're just making it up because they see things moving away from us. Like, other than that, you could just say things are moving away from us. Easy peasy. You don't have to invent this whole idea of expanding space and new spaces being created in between other space that already existed.
But you can wrap your mind, Jeremy, around the idea of something expanding in all directions and not having a singular point that it's expanding from.
No, that's retarded.
Well, that's why I got silenced. Like, it was known,
Like a
like everybody
center?
understands it.
Like a center?
Dude, how is there a singularity, meaning a single infinitesimally small point? Then everything that now exists expanded out from that point at a singular moment, but there's not a center.
Well, that's what I was asking. And Coach, I thought he said, and somebody had agreed that I said, well, there must be a point that it's expanding from. And then the answer was no, it's expanding in all directions without a singular point.
But it's all directions from the initial singularity, though. Like, yeah, it's just a paradox. It's their fundamental paradox. But just, Jeremy, do you not know why they have to claim this thing about space? Like, I just want to, Jeremy, I want to make sure you understand why they have to claim this. It's because they claim that redshift is supposedly their evidence that the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions away from every single point simultaneously, which is a paradox in and of itself. But that's because everything looks like the Earth's in the center, including the way that distant galaxies move, predominantly, in fact. So they have to claim that there's an accelerative expansion, that redshift is proof of that. When they look at the redshift with this assumption, they get insane values where they couldn't claim the material or energy itself, like the material or information itself, is actually going that fast. So they have to say that it's space itself that's going that fast, which is a minimum of at least 4 times faster than the speed of light. So they have to say it's space. That way that it doesn't violate relativity, because they claim that that's not information, so that it can go faster than speed.
Yeah, because when I first brought this up years ago, I was like, yo, you got stuff moving away from us at faster than the speed of light. And they tried salvaging it. They're like, well, if two things are moving away from each other, that could work still. I was like, okay, well, I found one on the edge that's moving double the speed of light. Now what? It's faster than double. And so that's when they were like, oh, yeah, they invented this whole cockamamie thing, because if you do have the object just moving away, then that destroys the speed of that destroys relativity. And the thing you said with us being in the center, it would mean we are actually in the center.
Which
Correct.
can you
Yeah,
answer?
they have to have accelerative expansion. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you make it make sense? Like Steel Man, like they're right. So am I incorrect? So is it moving away from a singularity and towards a singularity at the same time? Is that a claim that they make at all directions?
Effectively, yeah, that is their plan. So
Yeah, I can't imagine that.
it's
Yeah.
all. I'll still man it. It's all reference frame independent. So it's going towards that singularity if you're away from the singularity. It's going away from that singularity if you're at the singularity. But the singularity no longer exists. So it's like having an ant on a balloon, and as you blow the balloon up to that little bitty ant, it looks like he's in the center because he's so small, and it's inflating and expanding in all directions from his perspective. That's what he sees. If you put an ant on the other side, he sees the same thing. Problem is, the balloon has a central point that it started expanding from. So I still manned it, then showed how stupid it was with like one sentence.
Yeah, that was my issue with. Yeah, it's expanding from. I mean, listen, if any, just
Well,
on the everything else is true. It's expanding from a point, not a. They're saying not a point or a point. It can't be doing both at the same time. I can't make sense of that myself.
So in theory, in theory, it could potentially make sense that to every observer, it would look like they're in the center, just like the ant on the balloon. But the part that cannot make sense ever is that there's quote unquote no center at all.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
they
That's right.
claim they all
Yeah.
expanded from a singularity. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, I don't care what you're seeing, Coach Show. In reality, your reality is it expanding in all directions, both towards and away. Whether you're seeing it or not, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I'll just be the
I
Glover.
appreciate that.
I'll keep still manning the Glover. There is no such thing as in reality. There is no reality. It's all reference frame independent. Einstein himself specifically said that there is no such thing as quote unquote real.
Wow.
Winston, don't do him like that. Don't go, Winston. Don't go. Come back to the light.
Well,
But that's what they have to say, by the
money?
way. Like, I like doing this because it really just cuts to the chase. Like, that's what they have to say. And that's literally what Einstein said.
Let me get your fake bank account numbers then.
Yeah, I knew it too. Like Jeremy was coming in with that. They were talking about the point of. Either way, there's another note that this point reminds me of that still gets back to that same baseline of objective reality, and they want to try to erase it, and it's ridiculous. And the only reason they're doing it is try to hold that model together, or maybe there's some other occultic type underlying reasons or whatever.
Well, they
want
the mundane slave detached from understanding the sky because they use the sky to actually schedule their business plans. And I actually have like some.
So
I
they
have some
keep the
inside
magic
information
just straight holding the magic.
Well, really wealthy people literally use the sky to make business decisions. So, like they don't want the
It's a free roll, man. I got
slave.
you. You want,
They don't.
People want slaves regardless, and then of course if they're going to keep it from you, so it's the double-edged,
Yeah, I mean, really, if you want to get back to like the idea of the cosmology comparisons, the observations make it look like the Earth's in the center. They will and have to say anything they can come up with, no matter how off the wall, paradoxical, or unfalsifiable it is, to claim that isn't the case. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, that's why you have, it expanded from a singularity, but there is no center. Oh, it's expanding faster than the speed of light, but nothing can go faster than the speed of light. But space can go faster than the speed of light because space has no information. But space is not nothing. It is something, but it has no information. Like, I mean, the amount of paradoxes are endless, right? There is no such thing as real. It's all reference frame independent. You would need dark energy, but we don't know what that is. We can't explain it. And then what energy we do see in the vacuum is off 10 to the 120th power what we need it to be. Whenever we measure the actual supposed Hubble constant, which is the expansion rate, it doesn't match with our two primary methods using the cosmic microwave background and the Hubble constant. I mean, and the latter method, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, we'll work it out one day. But there was actually dark energy at the beginning, and it was early dark energy, and it was different. And in fact, there was an inflaton that turned into majority of the amount of energy we see now, and inflated with a initial state of dark energy that changed everything and made it somehow work and not defy the laws of physics. Now it's different, and we just can't see it or observe it or detect it or prove it because now it doesn't exist anymore. But the early dark energy doesn't match with the inflation theory, so there must be a new dark energy inflaton that we didn't previously know about. And I mean, it's like
Wow.
ridiculous. Yeah.
That
Don,
is a
what's
lot
the
of flippity flopping, man. Can I tell him something? Can you hold that question for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
What's it when you say about the paradoxes? You know what I find interesting too is you know, it's like they force the paradoxes when then they'll come back and admit that no, it's just you have this phenomenon and here's how it lines up and it looks funny, but really it's the thing that teaches you about the phenomenon. But then they try to force like and call it a paradox, like for some reason, like to hold these other. It's so weird to me, man. Like I hope you know can glean some of what I'm talking about, like the time dilation stuff and this other stuff. It's like, why are they, like saying the stuff that actually is contradictory? Some of the paradoxes you're talking about, the flippy flop and shit. They're like trying to hold that like, oh, okay, that's not a paradox when it fucking is. It's a fucking contradictory fucking bullshit. And then other stuff that's really explained. And at the end of the day, they'll be like, yeah, so it's really not a paradox. You're like, well, why are you forcing and trying to call it a paradox then? And sir, whatever your question was.
Well, actually,
I
I'll
don't
say this
remember.
one more thing. 'Cause I ranted so much, but I want to say this one more thing. This is the true recap of what happened. They're like, okay, well, the Earth's in a tiny, insignificant corner tucked away. It's a tiny speck of dust. It's just random. So we're going to see stuff moving in all directions, all over the place, because there was a singularity with the Big Bang. The Earth just tucked away in the corner. And they looked out, and they did not see that. They didn't see, like, red shift here, blue shift there, all kinds of different directions. They saw everything showing the Earth was in the center. Everything moving in relation to the center, including the distant galaxies. So then they had to say, they literally had to update the model and say, oh, that everything we see is an illusion. And it's actually all relative. There is no such thing as real. It's just a relative illusion. Okay? And so that's literally what started all this. And so then they went looked at the galaxies, assuming that. And they're like, wait, relativity makes this prediction, but it doesn't work. It's off by 99%. So they had to have relativity because they had to claim it was a relative illusion that made the Earth look like it's in the center. So then they went and looked at the sky with relativity. It was off by 99% in 1933 with the galaxy cluster only having 1% of the mass predicted by relativity. So then they invented dark matter.
Oh, I was
Hey,
about to say, but
real
you know
quick,
they
'cause
saved it.
I'm
I'm
gonna
a
go.
layman. I know they must have saved it. Oh, okay, dark matter. Oh,
Yeah, real quick before I sign off here, I just wanted to ask because I couldn't find it as easy. So the inclination of the axis of evil. What is that like? There's in the cosmic microwave background. What is the plane like inclined at?
Yeah, so there's supposed to be like homogeneous distribution of energy in the entire cosmos, and it's supposed to be anisotropic, meaning there's no preferred direction. So it's supposed to be evenly distributed without a preferred direction. But when they looked at the background energy, there was a preferred direction. So it was mostly like smooth and homogeneous, but there were these little bumpy areas, and they all centered and intersected on the Earth. So basically, like if you look at the cold areas that stand out of the rest of the temperature distribution, it creates an X that lands on the Earth. And that would be a preferred direction, and not only a preferred direction, but a direction that's preferred towards the Earth.
Yeah.
So it's
But
directly
isn't there like
contrary
an
to
angle? Like I guess according to what the North Pole or something, isn't there like an angle that they come in at? Or I thought there was a number to it. I just can't remember.
Yeah, it's in accordance with the elliptical plane of the sun, which is 23.4 degrees. So they claim the reason that the sun looks like that is actually because the Earth is tilted, which means that you can only see the effects of the Earth's tilt locally. Like if the Earth is tilted, well, then it'll make the sun look like it's on a tilted elliptical plane, even though it's actually not. It's just that we're tilted. But this shows that at that exact 23.4 degree tilt, the energy has that preferred direction and angle all the way out deep into space, which means it cannot be because the Earth itself is tilted, because it could only be local. So it's 23.4. Yeah.
Gotcha. No, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. No, you guys have a good night. Congrats on the move, man. Hope it goes smooth. All right. See you guys.
Thank you, brother. Later, man. That one's rougher than, bro. If at the 23.4 degree angle is not local. It's not just local. Yikes.
You know they have they blame that on for how long it takes to capture that data. Something to do with the orbit. I forget what their reason is. They have some reason. They say the data's wrong. Basically, they'll use the CMB, but then for one thing, but then they'll say the data's wrong when you point this out.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, like, oh, it's instrumental error and the data's wrong, but then simultaneously they'll claim that it's actually proof of the Big Bang. That's weird. It legit debunks the Big Bang and they claim it's proof of it. You guys got to let me know if I'm roboting, by the way, because I'm driving. I don't want to like robot rape the room. So is it quiet? Am I losing
Mic check.
service? Okay.
No, hey, buddy. Sorry.
No, you're good. What's it? You're good.
Word.
That's what I was
Isn't
wondering. I jumped in. It was like dead silent. I didn't know if my phone like connected right or.
Yeah, same. Like,
Which is
isn't it
sorry.
interesting?
Sometimes I go.
Go ahead. Good.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I must be delayed, and I'm sorry. Sometimes I go on tangent from what you say, man. But I appreciate you sharing the information that I'm sure you say 1,000 times. I appreciate you because drilling in my head, I will never forget this now again. Okay, the order of that. I just want to double say it again so I remember it. It's the redshift thing, which they had to do the illusion of relativity. Then that didn't match by 90-something%, and so then they dark matter fixed it.
Yeah, like basically the galaxies, like the amount of gravity that would be required to have the galaxy rotational speeds, and actually the first one was, so there's a cluster of galaxies, right? And so in order for those galaxies to remain a cluster, there has to be a whole lot of gravity holding those galaxies together. And so to have that big amount of gravity, you need a certain amount of mass. But they could only see 1% of the mass needed, according to relativity, to have enough gravity to prevent those galaxies from escaping the cluster. So relativity's prediction was off by 99%. So they said, oh, there must be some other mass there that we just can't see or detect and have no idea what it is. So they filled in the 99% with dark matter, which is still undefined to this day, almost a century later.
Why didn't they just say that the stars were like extra dense or something? Like I'm curious why they came up with the dark matter excuse.
Because it specifically has to be a certain gravity is proportionate to mass, so there has to be a certain amount of mass to have that gravity keeping those galaxies there, according to relativity. Now you could say, well, why didn't they just come up with a different gravity theory? They can't, because they have to have relativity to explain the Earth looking like it's in the center of the universe. So they're stuck, and they've been stuck for like a century now. Now it's even worse, though, because so then they kind of assume dark matter exists, and now they see what they call dark matter halos. And as these galaxies, for example, start to collide, there should be so much dark matter there that they slow down, kind of like dropping a penny in an empty jar and then dropping a penny in a jar with honey. It's going to slow down. But the galaxies don't slow down. They keep their speed, or sometimes even speed up. So that directly refutes the claim that there's a ton of dark matter there. So now they've actually really stepped in it. You know?
That's why they came out with that 5 sigma thing from the thing you just said. The two galaxies colliding.
Correct. Yeah. That they've disproven dark matter to like is much as can be done statistically speaking. So now they're trying to come up with modified Newtonian dynamics, like new modified gravity theories. Good luck though, because you're gonna have to answer why the Earth looks like it's in the center of the universe. So, and now you're gonna have to answer Michelson Morley.
Hey, I don't know if any of you guys like caught the argument or you've gotten into these yet with them, but seems like if you do a search for the Earth curve calculator, the old ones that used to be around, like let's say a few years ago, that you could be able to put the distance and the height and stuff, or whatever you put the miles away and how much that drop will be. Well, anyways, it seems like if you were to Google search that, now it's like they got smart and they realized this was the argument used against them, because now all of them changed, because now they have it till where like there's a distance to the horizon and then they start calculating the curvature down. Yesterday, Jesse, Path of Light, he was arguing with Andrew and saying, no, look at this building's 146 or 187 feet off of from the ground, and the ground's 53 feet, so it's like 240 feet. And then the drop is only 90 feet. This is why I can see it. But then I went to the old calculator that I have saved, and it says like 266 feet. So then I go back. I'm like, Jesse, that's wrong, Jesse. He's like, no, look at the distance to the horizon is 9 miles. I go, dude, 58 feet up in the air or in the sky, and you can see 9 miles. I'm all, the Black Swan was 2 feet, and you can see 9 miles. I'm all, that's not making sense, Jesse. I'm all, and then I realized it hit me like, oh, dude, they went back and changed up the whole formula and made it. They had to have, because how does it change
so
from
far
266 to
behind.
90?
You're just so far behind. There's a difference between the amount of drop and the amount of hidden. They're two different calculations.
Okay, so hold on. So are you saying that the 90 feet is hidden?
Bro, if the Earth drops, but I can see the whole thing for a mile, like nothing's gonna be hidden in that mile. There's a whole different calculation for the hidden
That's
and
okay. Okay, so that's what Jesse was saying. He was saying for 9 miles you can see out to the horizon, so you don't have to worry about anything hidden. But this is the stupidity of that, because that's putting you on a ball that's sideways, but technically, and I was telling him, I'm like, dude, wherever in your world, wherever you're standing, you're at the top of it, and everything is bending away from you. So the reason why that's important that you start counting it 8 inches per mile square from where you stand is because that grows exponentially as you get further away. So that does matter. That should matter, not just because I could see it still. Well, but technically, in your world, it still should be curving down away from you, because 9 miles away, it's way lower than what it should be mathematically. That is, you get what I'm saying?
Dude, there's a difference between drop and hidden.
Okay, but then if they're using the amount of curvature drop and then they're minusing it from the horizon, not from where you stand, that's allowing them to say the stupid things like 21 miles away I can see a building that's 200 feet up in the sky, or the roof is, to where technically it should be behind 266 feet of drop. So I'm not sure what you're trying to say by what's hidden, because he said only 90 feet is hidden. So then he added that on top and said, oh, I could still see 146 feet, and it's okay. And I'm like, dude, that's 21 miles away.
Okay, you can get a basketball or some kind of ball, and you can actually see that's how balls work. You can move something away from you on the surface of the ball.
Right.
You'll still be able to see it, even though there's been drop over that distance, since it's moved away from you. You'll be able to see the very bottom of it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And now what's going to be hidden is going to be a different calculation for how much is dropped.
Okay, but hold on though.
You're just so far behind. I don't know. Where have you been?
No, but while he's bringing it up, and it's a new calculator, so I don't know how far behind that has to be. But being that the old calculators that they said it'll be behind 266-foot drop. So I don't know why you're wording it that way. But if the old ones are saying you shouldn't see it because it should be behind this 266 feet of because it should be hidden because that's how far it was. But you're now making it seem like, well, no, you should be able to see it then. Well, that's nonsense.
No, we just agreed. You can have something on a ball, and you can move it away from you, and you could still see the bottom of it as it's moving away from you, right?
But it's dropping though, right?
Yes, it's dropping, but you can still see the bottom of it. Nothing's hidden.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why the hidden formula is different than the drop formula. Just because there's drop doesn't mean you could have drop and have nothing hidden.
Yeah, but it's still dropping though, right? So when you in other words, if you're calculating from the horizon and then saying now we're gonna calculate what's hidden from the horizon point, well then that's giving them the wiggle room that they need to say like, oh, this is why we can see something this far away.
This
is why we can see over a curve.
Pretend you have a little army man on a ball. You have a little army guy, and your eye's right on the surface of the ball, and you're moving the army man away from you. As you're moving it away from you, you can still see the bottom of it.
Okay.
Nothing's hidden, but there's drop.
Right.
Nothing's going to be hidden until after it hits the edge or the horizon of the ball.
Right.
Right. So we agree. Okay, so you agree. I don't know what you're even saying now.
No, but it's still in the calculation though, because if he is saying that he's only counting that 8-inch per mile square at the horizon, well, then obviously that's going to be a smaller number than of what will be hidden, even in their paradigm of having a horizon blocking it physically, a geometric horizon, because part of that math starts at your feet. Not all the way at the horizon. It starts right where you're looking from, because as it's going away, it's going to drop and drop and drop, right? Would you agree to that? Even though you can still see the bottom, like you said, you can still see its feet. But when he gets behind the curve, if then you start calculating 8-inch per mile square, then that's why he has it's only 90 feet, which makes him, for some reason, think, well, this is why I can see the building. That's 240 feet up in the air, even though technically it should have been hidden 21 miles away from you. You understand? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's just that the fact that if he's only calculating from the horizon, that's a whole lot of math being just dismissed, and then it's not going to be as
I thought we just agreed on this. I thought we just agreed nothing's going to be hidden before it hits the horizon.
Okay, I understand.
You understand that? Okay, you understand that. So why would you try to figure out?
Because the
so why would you try to figure out? So why would you try to figure out what? Go ahead, APOC.
No. I get what you're saying. I just agree with you. I get what you're saying. You're saying why are you trying to figure out the hidden height before the horizon? That's what you're trying to say, or that's what you're saying.
We both agree nothing's hidden before it hits the horizon.
Yeah, but is there still math involved though up to the horizon?
What math? There's drop math, yeah, but no hidden math. Nothing's hidden before it hits the horizon on a ball.
So if you didn't calculate the drop until the horizon, then wouldn't that mess up the math? Because technically it should have been dropping exponentially as it gets further away to begin with.
The drop counts. There's drop to the horizon on a ball. There's still drop. There's just nothing hidden. The hidden calculation is going to be different than the drop calculation.
Okay. I get what you're saying, but if that math, even what's hidden, is going to be less than if you calculate it from where your feet are, because you're only calculating it from as far as you can, as far as the horizon goes. I don't know.
I don't
Maybe
understand. Nothing's going to be hidden before the horizon. Why would you try to figure out what's hidden before the horizon?
because the math of what's hidden starts at your feet. What
No, it
I
doesn't.
get what you're saying.
The math of what's hidden doesn't start until the
Of
horizon.
what's
We
going to
just
be
went through this. You got
of
to lay
what's
off
going
the
to be
sauce,
hidden.
bro.
Of what's going to be hidden. Because when you hit 9 miles away, that means when you go a mile away from that drop is going to be significantly more, right? To where it's going to calculate how much drop of curve is going to be. But I get what you're saying, but I feel like that's the way they are now fudging in this. Oh, yeah, we could totally see that building that's 21 miles away because they don't start calculating the drop until the horizon by using that same argument. Well, it's not hidden, so we don't have to worry about it dropping away. That is, I feel that that's just deceitful because because in the math, if it's growing, if it's squared, that means when you get to 9 miles away and then you go another mile beyond that, oh, now we start calculating 8 inches per mile square only beyond the horizon? When no, technically, no. What's 8 inches per mile square after 10 miles? You got a lot of feet that are going to be represented in what's now technically hidden. Technically, we get into the hidden part. But it should be a mathematical thing that you're able to present from your feet. I know it's not disappearing yet, but it's going to play once it gets behind the horizon on their ball. That's why that math, like when you're measuring a parabola, which is what the math is for, you don't measure. I mean, obviously, yeah, there's a hidden, calculation thing that you could have, but the math starts at the beginning. That's how you're gonna know how far that is and how much drop there is to represent how much is hidden. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right. I'll just leave it at that. It just doesn't make logical sense to me in my head. Being that, come on, it starts from your feet. I think that's the wiggle room they've used.
Well, I don't know what formula he was using, but obviously the formula for drop would be different than the formula for hitting on a ball. So, you're saying he was starting it at 8 inches per mile squared after the horizon?
Yeah, he was like, well, if you go to 9 miles, then it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's where you could calculate the hidden, what's hidden, and that's why it's only 90 feet hidden compared to 266 feet a drop. So he said there was a 90 foot drop instead of a 266 foot drop. And I said, no, that's being deceitful. It starts from where you're standing. And I get it. I understood what he's saying because he drew a picture. He's like, look, would you say that guy can see the horizon and there's nothing blocking it? I go, yes, I get that. But once it goes beyond that horizon, the math that you are calculating from your feet is going to play a huge part a mile past what's hidden. Because now that's a significant drop in feet of what should be blocking what you're saying is now hidden because of a ball. And he was like, no, that's he was saying exactly what you were saying, to be honest. He's like, no, but you're okay.
So you can see the horizon, right? That's the point we're working from, the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you go a mile past that, how much drop is there going to be from the horizon to that mile?
It's going to be the whatever it is. Let's say it's 5 miles away or 4 miles away. It's going to be
1 mile past, bro. 1 mile past.
Yeah.
We're looking at the horizon. There's something
I know.
1 mile past.
I know,
that
but it's
point.
representing 6
How much
miles
is
away
it?
from you.
Nope, we're just going from the horizon because we can see the horizon. So at the horizon, there's something 1 mile past that. How much drop would there be after that?
Not just 8 inches. That's the whole thing. That's because that's what I'm saying to you, Jeremy. I get what you're trying to say. It would only be 8 inches of drop past the mile, past the horizon. No, that's not the way it works. Because let's say it's 6 miles away from you. That means that what's going to be hidden is going to be way more than 8 inches because there's a drop going away from you from where you stand, technically, on a world of a ball. So that drop should play a very big, significant role because it's exponentially growing, squared and then squared, 8 inches squared, and then that 8 turns into this, and that turns into that, and it will exponentially grow mile after mile. So then when you get to the 10th mile, you can't just go, oh yeah, 10 miles away from me, 10 inches will be, or 8 inches will be knocked off because I could see it up to 9 miles. Like that's not that doesn't make sense, Jeremy.
Well, I'm not drunk, and it makes sense to me. So,
well, that's here's the thing though. That if they've made this make sense to you, then it's like one of those that you got trick fucked, because that's how they're able to wiggle their stupid numbers into that. Because now they're saying, no, you don't. Okay, let me ask you this, Jeremy.
Don, it's APOC. It's not that they made it make sense. I'm envisioning it in my mind, and I'm trying to think how much drop would there be. I can see the horizon, and then there's something 1 mile past that. How much is something going to drop 1 mile past that point?
Again, it wouldn't be just 8 inches. 10 miles away and only 8-inch drop. Do you understand like how small the Earth would be if that was the case? Like that's I don't know
I think
how
that's how it would
trick
work.
you. I don't know how they trick you.
Dude, I didn't even know the equation for the hidden formula before this. This very moment right now, I didn't know the hidden equation. But from what I went over in my mind, it makes sense that if I can see the horizon, and then there's something 1 mile past that, 8 inches of it would be hidden.
No, but see that but that's the thing. It would be more than 8 inches, Jeremy, because the drop from where you stand, it starts from where you stand. It's almost like you're just gonna totally avoid the fact or dismiss the fact that if you're living on a spherical Earth, you're totally avoiding that it's curving away from you for 9 miles. It's like it's flat, and then all of a sudden it curves. Come on, Jeremy. That's ridiculous.
I understand what you're saying.
Like, okay, if you start 8 inches per mile square at the horizon, that means everything's flat until the horizon, then it curves away. Come on, dude. This is ridiculous. I don't know how Globers even get away with this nonsense, to be honest. It's so stupid.
Don, or APOC, it's not how Globers get away from it, bro. Like I said, I didn't even know this was an equation before this. And I can see that that's how it would work now. You can see the horizon, right? So you can see the horizon. So now from the horizon, things are going to be dropping from that point at 8 inches per mile squared, right? It makes sense in my mind. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Isn't there a video by Jeranism on this about 3.318, where basically that's the actual curvature of a sphere or a circle?
There is a geometric. There would have to be, right? I mean, there has to be. It's 25,000 circumference or 25 or 24, whatever. But there has to be a geometric horizon. The fact that you're seeing even 21 miles away, it's like, oh my god, that alone is that destroys it itself. But mathematically, now they're changing it. Even in the calculators that are online, if you check right now, they didn't used to have that. It wasn't like that before, where you just put it. They're like, oh, the distance to the horizon and then the curvature. So this is what's going to be hidden now. It's like they listened to the arguments and they saw how we were just debunking their distances and saying, hey, we see too far, and then they just went back to the drawing board and came up with this nonsense. Now it only curves at the horizon. Everybody, it doesn't
APOC,
curve
this
at
can
your
be
feet.
APOC. This
Yeah.
can be demonstrated. It's not like this is some mythological thing that we can never figure out. You can do this with a basketball or a ball in your house. So
Yeah, I agree. We could point out how it's always curving away from you. I totally agree.
No, I'm saying this whole hidden thing. You could figure this out in your house with a ping pong ball or a basketball or something.
There is a difference though. The difference is if you take the formula of 0.318, I think, where it's curving away from you, right from your feet, things will occupy a different position on a globe in your field of view, even up to the horizon, not beyond, even up to the horizon before, like even up to the horizon on a globe versus a flat Earth, things are going to be occupying a different position in your field of view. So something even up to the horizon stuff should be lower on a globe than it is on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and here's the nonsense of it too. If it's 8 inch per mile square, and then you can see it. You see the bottom still. Well, then what happened to that 8 inches of disappearing at a mile away from you? Why is it still visible at this point? It's just it blows them out the water. I don't know. Maybe you're right, Jeremy, but I'm just saying it logically. It's. I think they're getting away with it. That's why they're believing these lies still. That's why they believe that you can see something 21 miles away and be like, oh yeah, perfectly fine. I'm looking at 146, even though you're seeing like most of the building, and then like, oh yeah, like it's behind the curve. Only because they have that math, that funny math that they're going by.
I don't know, APOC. I think it's fine what they're doing because I feel like in my mind that's how a ball would work. Like I said, I could be wrong. This isn't some impossible thing that we'll never be able to figure out how much should be hidden. You could do this at your house if you wanted to.
No, but the thing is, if you take the actual correct formula for curvature of a circle, things will occupy, like I said, a different position in your field of view, meaning they'll be lower on a globe than on a flat plane, even up to the horizon.
Correct. 3 miles away, it's lower. 5 miles away, it's lower. 9 miles, and then they start calculating. It's nonsensical, bro. Because they're only counting the drop after 9 miles, only because they're saying we can still see it, so we don't count the curvature until we can't see it. That's
wouldn't count the
asinine.
hidden. You wouldn't.
Yeah.
They're counting the curvature, but you wouldn't count the hidden until you can't see it.
Right, but that curvature is going to give you the formula of what should be hidden. Because if you have something at a certain height and then it's going away in the distance and then it's like less and less and less and then it gets to a point where now you can't see it at all. Well, that's going to be part of the formula that you started from your feet out. That's what's going to give you that hidden is from where you started from. That's why it's dropping away from your feet. And I get what you're saying, Jeremy, but it's also what Jesse was saying, and that's why I was pointing out, dude, that's deceitful because it's saying, oh yeah, that works. I get why you would say that, but it's also saying that the Earth is straight flat and then starts curving away somehow after it's lowered on the curve. I don't know, dude. It just doesn't. It's not jiving up, man. There's something wrong there. The fact that the fact that it's dropping anyways should tell you that it's curving away in their model. Now we know that it's just the further something goes, it just drops and drops and drops. That's just the way we know that optics works. But they're using it. It's a physical. They're even though you could build a 3-mile highway all at the same elevation, they think that somehow is curved. But we know that a quarter of a mile away, it could disappear. Not because it's curved, because we know that it's completely flat. But stuff like this is why that's why the Globers believe the way they believe. Because it's stuff like that. It's tricky. It's misleading.
I mean, this isn't really tricky, bro. This is just how a ball would work, dude. I don't think there's anything deceitful about it. I mean, the fact they think Earth's curving is weird, but I mean, this is how it would work on a ball. You're not going to see anything hidden. You wouldn't even start. I don't know. Is there anyone else here that has an opinion on this, or? Must all fell asleep.
Well, like I said earlier, there's a video on this very topic by Jeranism, 0.318.
And what is he? How does he explain it?
Well, basically saying that everyone agrees that the Pythagoras theorem way of doing it, the 8 inches per mile square, that is just a heuristic, and when it goes parabolic, it doesn't work. But there's an actual kind of like somewhat hidden formula which no one talks about to calculate the curvature of a circle. and I forget the exact details, but it's 0.318 into, I think, the radius.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll give you the actual curvature of the circle. And when you use that calculation, the amount at 3 miles out, there's going to be even more curvature than the 8 inches per mile square.
Right.
And that's taking into account what you're talking about, which is that right from your feet outward, the ground is curving away.
Exactly. I mean, it just makes logical sense to me. The fact that Jesse was like, yeah, but you can still see it. Yeah, but it's also still curving down eventually. I was like, all right, dude. I had enough of them.
The basic fact is things shouldn't occupy the same position even up to the horizon on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It should look different. Even if you can still see everything, they should have all shifted downwards on the globe Earth.
Right. Which was another point that I was making to him. I'm like, dude, look at your 21 mile away shot. That building looks like it's just flat away from you. It's not tilting away. He's like, oh, but it's arc second of how it's so small that it'd be tilted away 1 degree at. It's like, dude, come on, dude. It's 21 miles away from you, dude. You would only be seeing just like the roof of it. Just the roof. You won't be seeing the entire building as if you're a mile away from it. I'm like, all it looks like is just a tall building compressed because of the distance. That's all it looks like.
Anyway, those waters have been now muddied. The geometric visualization has been muddied by the standard refraction claim.
Right. See that, and that's another tactic they use. They're like, oh, you have to account for standard refraction, and this is the given amount. So to him, he's like, yep, it's a ball. It's round. I proved it with looking through a theodolite to see 21 miles away. I proved a ball. I'm like, dude, you didn't prove nothing. Matter of fact, you disproved it because your claim, the fact you can see it 21 miles away, is enough. As much building as you're seeing. I'm like, come on, dude. It's just amazing. Some of these claims that these guys have.
Yeah, you ready to get busy?
Huh? Oh, Mike. Sounded like he was talking to his wife. I don't know. I just also wanted to point out it's very, very interesting that the calculators, like if you Google right now, Earth curve calculator, like when I did it, like the first 6 or 7 were all like these new calculators. I'm like, what's this? What do you mean distance to horizon? What? Like that wasn't one of the things before. Like you didn't do that before. But now all of a sudden that they changed it up. There's a new calculator in town. The first 6 or 7 calculators, they're all that. Luckily, I had the old one saved, like a bookmark. I had that website address saved, and then I punched in the thing, and they're just right there. Good to know that Jaren did a video. Though. I'll go watch it, and I think it's gonna be along the same page as what I'm saying, because it sounds like it is, like the way you said it. Like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna check it out. It's what you call it. It's called 0.318.
Yeah, and I saw it like embedded in another video. On BitChute, there was a video about recreating the Bedford level by some British people,
Okay.
and it was at the fag end of that video.
Okay. Yeah, I'll search for it. I'll try to find it. I'm looking now.
Yeah, so Bedford level redone or something like that should be the title.
Dude, it's amazing how much he gets censored, dude. I follow him and I type in Jeranism and he still doesn't pop up. Like, it's crazy. That is amazing how much that's weird.
By the way, this is on BitChute, not YouTube.
Yeah, no, I'm just, even still, like, I'm just trying to get to his page. I'll look
The
up
video,
BitChute.
his video is in his video. The video I'm talking about is not on his page. It's embedded. It's a video by him that someone else has added to their video.
So he doesn't have that video himself, like, on his page?
He probably does. I just couldn't find it.
I'm sorry, what'd you call it again? Benson what?
Bedford level.
Oh,
redone.
Bedford, sorry. Bedford level. Okay, got it. Redone. Okay.
Don't put redone. The BitChute sucks. Just put Bedford level and then look for something which looks along the lines
The
of
Bedford level experiment.
I'll try and find a video because I know what I'm looking for.
Alright, no worries. I'll check it out. Bedford level experiment. Do you know by is it revisited?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Bedford level revisited? Or
I think
or
that
okay.
that might be.
Okay, because there's 8. It looks like there's only 8, and then they have Flat Earth Bedford level. Is it by Red Pill? Is that by possibly?
I'm just checking. I'm just because I
Okay.
know.
Yeah, like if you see it, right?
Yeah.
It's probably this one, the one that says revisited, because it kind of sounds like what you said.
No, it's Bedford level 2, version 2.
Okay.
Bedford level B2. And if you
All right.
scroll to about 8 minutes, you'll see the Jeranism video.
All right, cool. Bedford level. What happened?
I've got it now, so tell me if you find it. Otherwise,
Yeah, I got it right here. It's Bedford level 2. Awesome. Check it out. It is by Red Pill, huh?
Yeah, Red Bull News Media.
Says 8 minutes in. All right. I'll check out. Try to get a better understanding.
Actually,
See how he explains it.
7.7 to be precise. It's 7.49 minutes in.
Okay.
Hey, but I think in the last few minutes, really, Dawn has like calmed down a lot.
Are you talking about me, man? Why you gotta talk about me, bro?
Who?
Damn, that was really good.
Yeah, it was a good video.
That was perfect. Now, see, there you go. I think he just verified what I was saying, backed it up mathematically. It would be 0.318. It's just really weird that that he was like, "No, yeah, that makes sense. I get it." I'm like, dude, that's where they're getting you. That's where they're getting themselves because they're believing that nonsense. That's like you can't calculate it until it's behind the horizon. Just like Jaren said, like what? Why a quarter of the globe's gone, and then we can start calculating the horizon or the curvature? Like, dude, yeah, yeah. That. Thanks for showing me that video, or guiding me to it. I'm glad I saw that.
What?
It like solidified my position because now mathematically, it even points out their flaw.
Well, it's just that the other one using the Pythagoras theorem is admittedly a heuristic, meaning it's an approximation.
Yeah.
that doesn't take into account other effects that we should be seeing with regards to the visual field. Meaning there should be a downshift of all positions. Let's say the tilt, the backwards tilt. Let's say that's not visualizable. But for sure, the positions should move around.
Right. Oh, yeah, should definitely. I mean, you would think so, right? I'm very. It's really, really funny, like how things that would be angled away from you. They're like, oh no, that's too far away to see that angling away from you. But then all of a sudden you could like, we have these long distance, world record, breaking, photography shots that are, and they're like, oh no, it's just like a 1 degree angle. You'll never see it. It's like, well, then when will you ever see it? You can't. Like you go on a plane and everything below you just flat. Nothing's curving away from you. Nothing in every direction. They're like, oh no, you're never gonna see it angling away from you. Well then, dude, come on, dude. They gotta wake up.
I mean, there was another question I used to ask, and I never really got a good answer. People say, "Oh, there's a formula